We are racing!
You're so focused on one thing. Win, 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 win. It's kind of all coming together.
There's been a lot of tough moments.
Newgarden upside down.
You okay?
Everyone thinks it's their year.
It just simply wears on you.
Wow!
It is the hardest thing to win in IndyCar.
Championship game is on.
Road to the IndyCar Championship. Streaming Sunday on Fox Nation. Sign up at foxnation.com.
Untouchable, undeniable, one man going for history.
Let's go, boys!
From Texas Motor Speedway, ABC Sports presents the 15th and final round of the Indy Racing League for 2002. The Chevy 500 will decide who will be series champion. And it's down to 2 drivers. Defending series champion Sam Hornish leads by only 12 points over Elio Castro-Neves. Gilda Ferrin was injured last week and will not compete here today, so the champion will either be Sam or Elio. Here's the points breakdown. A maximum of 52 are available, including the 2 bonus points for leading the most laps. Everyone scores points regardless of starting position, and the points lead has changed hands 4 times in the last 6 races. Hi everyone, I'm Bob Jenkins, and what undoubtedly has been the most exciting and competitive season in Indy Racing League history will conclude here today with the crowning of a new champion. And it couldn't come at a better racetrack. 4 of the 8 closest finishes in history have occurred right here. And until last Sunday at Chicagoland Speedway, the June race here at Texas was the closest finish in history. So Jack Arute, 14 down, but one very important race to go.
And that important race is for Sam Hornish Jr. has a 12-point margin going into this race, Bob, for the championship, as you said. But how did he get there? Well, Sam Hornish Jr. started the season out with a bang. The defending Indy Racing League champion went to Homestead, Florida, and was victorious. He backed it up on the other coast in California with a victory in the Yamaha 400. But then at Nazareth, trouble. He collects Buddy Lazier. Trouble again at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in the 500. And in June, right here in Texas, ditto, more of the same. But then Sam stitched together the top 10 finishes, 8 of them, including a victory at Richmond in Virginia. Backed it up with a second at Kansas Speedway. And then went to Kentucky in his old Kentucky home, resulted in another second. And then, of course, that incredible finish 1 week ago. And Sam Hornish Jr., the winner of the closest race in IndyCar history. But that was then. This is now. Sam, when you strap yourself in the Pennzoil Panther cockpit, do you think at all about the points?
Not really. Just want to go out there, try to win the race. We know that the points take care of themselves if we do that. But you know, as always, won't put the car in any uncomfortable positions, hopefully. And you know, the Pennzoil Panther crew's worked so hard this year, and just want to get through today smoothly.
Gary, what about the guy that's chasing this man?
Well, Elio Castro-Neves, what a remarkable season it's been for this charismatic Brazilian driver. He has been in the middle of a championship fight that has been changing on a weekly basis. Consistency has been the key for the 2002 season. He was 3rd in the season opener in Miami. He then won at Phoenix. He outdueled his teammate Gilda Ferrin and the points leader Hornish, and then climbed a fence to celebrate. In May, he added his 2nd straight Indy 500 victory, and the points battle began to heat up. Only in Richmond, Virginia did he falter as he spun early in the race. But then he responds by ripping off 6 straight top 10 finishes, including a 3rd in Kansas City. There was a 2nd in St. Louis. And then, of course, in last week's epic shootout in Chicago, a 4th place finish. Consequently, 12 points back. Castro-Neves has his eyes set on a title that Sam Hornish Jr. currently holds. Elio joins us here trackside now. There is a fence looming right in the background. We asked you earlier today on the IRL today, what's the big difference from a week ago when you were the man being chased? Now you've got to make up 12 points this afternoon.
Well, obviously always be patient, and that's going to be the key today. This track, it can give you a lot of opportunities. So I just have to be in the right place on the right time.
How confident are you?
I'm very confident. The team is great. The team is awesome. Pit stop. We just proved last weekend. And I'm gonna need them again. So let's go, guys. Time to race.
Are you tired of talking about it?
Hey, no, this is a great opportunity. I enjoy every second. I love this. This is great.
In the practice sessions, both Friday and again yesterday, we saw you lap after lap after lap, running wheel to wheel, side by side, nose to tail with Hornish. Did you learn anything?
Well, that's why we're trying to do that. At least I was trying to know where he's strong, where he's weak. You wait and see. Let's see what's going to happen.
Now, of course, his teammate had been involved in the championship fight right up until last week. And for that story, let's go to Vince Welch.
Gary Gilles de Ferran has been in the top 3 of the point standings all season long, but he won't run for the championship today. In his first full season in the Indy Racing League, the 2-time kart champion has carried the Penske colors to victory lane twice. His first win coming at Pikes Peak. It was a dominating performance. A second victory was earned at St. Louis, and it was clear the 37-year-old de Ferran would join his teammate, Helio Castroneves, as a championship contender. But then came an incident last week at Chicagoland Speedway. Hard into the wall. Knocked unconscious. Gilles suffered a concussion and a fractured wrist. He did not receive medical clearance to race here today, eliminating his championship hopes. Gilles, it's good to see you. Physically, how do you feel?
I feel fine. Thank you very much. And, you know, my wrist hurts a little bit. My leg hurts a little bit. I feel like I'm half drunk all the time. But apart from that, I'm okay.
The head injury, is that ultimately what kept you from racing today?
I think so. I think so. I'm really kind of a little bit dizzy and stuff. And I don't think I will be in any condition to drive these cars at this speed. So we'll see how long it takes for me to get back on the horse.
The injury that you suffered, the concussion, any effect on what you may consider down the road as far as your driving future is concerned?
As far as I'm concerned, I still feel really competitive at 34 years old, not at 37, like you said earlier.
I was going to say, you look so good for 37.
Exactly. And I still really enjoy what I do. So it's right now, just my thoughts are to get better and get back in the car.
Gilles de Ferran will be keeping an eye on what's happening on the track today. That will be key, but Jack Arute, also very key what happens behind the wall this afternoon.
Oh, Vince, the crews are the ones that sometimes get tied up in the knots. We're with the Panther team captain, Kevin Blanche Rocket. How tough has it been with this crew?
The last couple of days been pretty tough. We had a tough weekend, a lot of late hours, but you know, I got up a little bit early this morning. But as soon as we get going today, everything will smooth out and we'll be back to business as usual.
And then when it's all said and done, when it's over, win, lose, or draw, what happens?
Then I'm going to go home and go to bed, and then I'm going to get up, go to the couch and take a nap, and then go back to bed again.
Gary, it does take its toll on this crew.
Well, here's another longtime veteran of the Penske team. Rick Reineman has been working for the Penske organization for 20 years. In your estimation, Rick, as you come to this showdown point, how's this team handling the pressure and the challenge?
Well, this is what we've worked for all year, and to be able to put ourselves in the position to be fighting for a championship at the last race of the season. And, you know, the pit stops today, we've got to perform them as perfect as we can. We've got to keep the driver out in that lead pack. Once we get done with that last pit stop, we're going to sit back and become race fans, because if it's anything like Chicago, this is going to be a heck of a shootout at the end.
Is there any single worry that looms right up there in the front of your mind?
Well, you know, of course, traffic. You know, keeping yourself clean until that final shootout. You know, avoiding accidents and, you know, again, getting through some good pit stops, getting your driver and staying in that lead pack.
Looking forward to it. Have a great day.
Thank you. Bob?
28 cars and drivers ready to go, the largest field since Vegas more than 2 years ago. And the command to start engines for the Chevy 500 here at Texas Motor Speedway is just a few minutes away. Texas, home of the fantastic finish.
And look at this, in traffic, Greg Ray, they're going to make a sandwich out of Marco Greco, and Greg Ray almost gets together with the leader.
We're on the last lap of the race, a half a lap to go. McGee and Scott Sharp battle for the lead and the win in Texas. Goodyear has the lead as they head for the fourth corner, coming down for the checkered flag. Who will win it in Texas? It's Scott Goodyear. Look at this, rear rest. No way, this isn't going to work. Yes, it did. Oh, look at that. Oh, no. advantage as they come off the fourth corner at the line. Oh, Harnish got him! Oh my gosh, what a finish!
Looking on, he's high.
Checkered flag is out ahead, and Jeff Ward takes it. Jeff Ward by inches. They're inches away at 214 miles an hour. Oh, Castro Nevis wins the Indianapolis 500. Look at that. Welcome back to Texas Motor Speedway and the Chevy 500, the season finale for 2002. And today's race will decide whether Sam Hornish Jr. or Helio Castroneves is champion. Before we start racing here today, let's back up 1 week. Many are calling the closing laps in last weekend's race, the best in open wheel history. That, of course, was at Chicagoland Speedway in Joliet, Illinois.
There's no question about the nature of the finish we're about to see. There's only 1 second that separates first through 11th. And they pass under the white flag. Caddy by just about a foot that time.
Oh, there's not a spectator in these stands today that is sitting down right now.
2 by 2, the front 4. The field all tightly bunched together. Heading into turn 3. On the final lap. Now Buddy Lazier comes up to take a look to the inside. And Unser Jr. and Hornish go to the line side by side. It's Hornish who takes the win by 24 10,000ths of a second. Hornish with his 7th career win. Well, there is the man live, the championship contender, Sam Hornish Jr. and also Helio Castroneves. Let's take a look at how the field will line up for today's race here at Texas. On row 1, Vitor Meira, his first pole, and Al Unser Jr., his first time on the front row. The second row, Sam Hornish Jr., the points leader and last year's winner, along with Buddy Rice. The third row, Eddie Cheever Jr. and Tony Renna, his best career qualifying effort. The fourth row, Scott Sharp, a two-time winner here at Texas, and Alex Barron. The fifth row, Sarah Fisher, who made her IRL debut here 3 years ago, and the other title contender, Castroneves. The sixth row, Robbie McGee, who scored a career-best second-place finish here in 2000 with Robbie Buell. The seventh row, Felipe Giafoni and Billy Boat, who scored his only win here in 1998. The eighth row, Ayrton Dare, who was a close third here in June, along with Eliseo Salazar. The ninth row, Laurent Redon, the Rookie of the Year contender, and Max Pappas subbing for Gilles de Ferran. The 10th row, Greg Ray, who has 3 top 5 finishes here in his hometown track, and Buddy Lazier. The 11th row, Hideki Noda, who scored a top 10 finish earlier this year at Phoenix, and Will Langhorne. The 12th row, Raul Boisel and George Mack, who still has a shot at winning Rookie of the Year honors. In the 13th row, Rick Treadway and sprint car star Corey Kruseman making his debut. In row 14, Jeff Ward and Dan Weldon.
Bob, the co-owner of both the Weldon and Hornish Pennzoil Panther machines is John Barnes. And John, what role does Dan Weldon play now that he's in the back of the pack? Do you send him to the front to try and dance with Sam?
He's going to run his race. I mean, we didn't, first off, we really respect Team Penske, and we know they're not going to play games with Pappas. This thing's about Sam and Helio, and, best team will win.
Gary?
One area that may be lost in all the commotion among the battle between Hornish and Castroneves is the fact that the number 6 car, even though Gilles de Ferran is not driving, is still eligible for a $500,000 owner's prize. And Roger Penske, of course, is the man who will be working with Max Pappas today. How significant is that in Max's approach to this, in your approach to this race today?
Well, Gary, of course, the thing he has to do is finish. That helps us certainly with Helio, but in his own point support for Gilles, and it's important. This is going to be a great race, and we're just focused on finishing this race. One guy drops out, can make a big difference in owner's points in the championship, so it's going to be a great race.
We're looking forward to it. Wish you well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vince?
Max Pappas' only other run in the Indy Racing League came at the Indianapolis 500 this year when he ran for Team Cheever. Max, what will be your role within the team game plan this afternoon?
First of all, let me tell you, I'm really proud to represent Roger and everybody, the Marlboro Team Penske. And my role would be get the Marlboro car up there in front and give satisfaction to all these guys. They work so hard.
Will you stay behind Elio until possibly he would drop out of the race and then you go for the win? Will you always try to stay behind the 3 car?
My job is making sure that Marlboro Team Penske have the best shot to win the championship, and I'm going to be pedal to the metal.
Max Pappas, he'll start from...
And Vince, when the season started, this team, the John Mansfield, John Menard team, had high expectations with their driver, Jacques Lazier. Lazier is not in the car. It's been a litany of drivers due to injuries that have sat in the cockpit. But the youngster that has 4 races in his belt in an IRL competition, Vitor Meira, has set the car on the pole. This team wants a good finish tonight or today to try and go through the long off season. Now, in the case of Al Unser Jr., involved in the 3 closest IndyCar finishes in history, he's in his best qualifying effort ever in an IRL car. Gentlemen?
Jack, back in row number 3, car 51, the Red Bull Cheever Racing. Eddie Cheever's been involved in some of these great finishes we've seen here over the years. Eddie, what is the key in your mind to being successful at Texas?
You have to make sure you don't get stuck in a rut. If you're running low and the high part of the track is faster, you've got to be able to move your car up there and run there. But it's a very hard place. Drafting is everything here.
That's what we'll look forward to, Vince.
Jeff Ward won this race in June, beating Al Unser Jr. by just a nose. But Jeff, today you start in the last row. How do you get up to the front?
Well, apparently I got to pass a lot of cars. So the target chip can ask the guys to give me a good race car. We just had some problems with the motor before qualifying, so we didn't get out. So we have a long way to go, but got a great group of guys, and we'll eventually get to the front.
If you can come from the back to the front at a racetrack, this is the one to do it. Bob Jenkins.
And now as we approach the time to get this race underway, here are Paul Page and a former driver very familiar with this real estate here at Texas Motor Speedway, Victory Lane. He's a 2-time winner, Scott Goodyear.
And that winner's circle down below is exactly what everybody is focused on today. It is so cool here. The crowd is robust and loud. And in the last 200 laps of the season, you're going to decide the championship, the race win, the rookie battle, the owner's battle. What could be better? My man here, Scott, he's won 2 of them. He knows how to do it.
And Paul, the easiest way for either Sam or Elliott to win the championship today is to win the race. But short of that, they know they have to finish in front of each other. Now, this also goes on to the team. These guys know in the pits that they have to perform perfect pit stops, and the pressure is on those guys too. How competitive is Sam and Elio? Well, the last couple of days, they spend on track time chasing each other, trying to show each other the dominance so they can prove to themselves and to the team that they're ready to win the race today.
Oh, yeah, the practices have been awesome with Elio and Hornish side by side, lap after lap. The championship in the race will be won by little things here today. In the wink of an eye, you can make the move that makes the difference, that wins the championship, and all the money and honor that goes along with it. It's going to be an awesome race. Stay with us throughout this day as we're ready to go in the Chevy 500 at Texas Motor Speedway. Speculation is over. Let's do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines!
Straight away, they indicate their engines are ready to go. 12 points separates Hornish and Castroneves in their battle for the championship. Now, every car that starts is going to receive a point, so it is incredibly tough to run here, to get to the front, to win. It's going to be a close fight. Points paid for every position. We look at the race analysis. 10 of the last 12 races here have been decided by less than a second. 4 of them in the recent memory at this track, Scott.
Paul, the drivers know right now the pressure is on them. The pressure relies on their shoulders. There's nothing else the team can do for them. Everything has been done. Practice is set. Qualifying is set. The race is here. They know they got 200 laps around this racetrack to hopefully come out ahead.
And as the field rolls, let's once again take a look at how they line up. Vitor Mira, his first career pole in his fourth start. And Al Unser Jr., his first front row start in the IRL. Sam Hornish Jr. going for his second straight championship. Now, the championship contenders are separated by 7 places on the start, 3 different rows, because Helio Castroneves will start back in 10th place. There are 14 IRL race winners in today's field. 9 of those have won this year. There are 10 rookies in today's race. 3 of those start in the front 3 rows. Now, the average age ranges from a youthful 21, that'd be Sarah Fisher, to the veteran Elio Eliseo Salazar, who is 46. When we look at the rest of the field, back in the 13th row, you'll see Corey Cruzman, the California sprint champion, making his IRL debut. And in the last row, 2 cars with potential, Jeff Ward and Dan Weldon. And don't forget, the last position has produced 2 wins in IRL competition, Scott.
Scott Sharp, this is Scott Goodyear with ABC in the booth. You're a 2-time winner here, and do you have the car that can get the job done today?
I think we do, Scott. We're real excited to finish the season off here in Texas. It's a great track for the IRL cars. Delphi team's had a lot of good success here. It's going to get to be a track position race towards the end of the race. You got to have a car that can really run tightly behind another car, and I think we have that today.
Well, good luck. We're looking for a very exciting finish. Thank you.
We'll take a look at some of the onboard cameras that we have for you today. Buddy Lazier has our Firestone race cam. He looks through the field. Of course, the pole sitter, Vitor Mira, he will have an onboard camera. Back to him, the champion contender, Sam Hornish Jr. Al Unser Jr. also has an onboard camera, as does his teammate, you just saw that, Scott Sharp. Now, we want to show you where the contenders are once again. And remember, one of them is that bright yellow number 4 Pennzoil car. That is Sam Hornish Jr., the defending champion and the points leader. All he has to do is stay ahead of this car, the red and white Marlboro Team Penske car of Helio Castroneves, number 3. Now remember that Max Pappas's car, the team car to this, is virtually identical, except the helmet tends to be a little more white. And you can look at the back of the car and see a blur of white as well on the attenuator. Jackaroo?
Well, Paul, if there is a difference maker here, consider the fact that instead of the Marlboro Team Penske team being on top of the points and pitting at the last, now all of a sudden it's the Pennzoil Panther team. Now, the key there is the fact that the end of the speed limit is less than 12 feet away. That means that when they pit, Sam Hornish is going to be able to pull out without having to battle.
Pit strategy will never be more important than it is in the showdown today. Split-second decisions, no chance to second guess. Right decision may win you a championship. Wrong decision may cost you a championship.
There's been a speed bump in the theory that the teammates could be helping today. Sam Hornish's teammate, Dan Weldon, had a crash on Friday, didn't get much track time. Helio Castroneves was expecting Gilles de Fer, and he got Max Pappas. We'll see if any way during the course of this race today, the teammates could help Hornish or Castroneves win or lose a championship.
Oh, man, it's a pretty field that is ready to head for the last green flag of the season. And the green flag comes out, but the yellow lights come on immediately. Yellow lights come on immediately. No start.
Paul, the drivers are told in the drivers' meeting to make sure they stay 75 feet apart from each other. Keep those rows even. Make sure you don't take a jump on the start. And certainly that's what happened here right now. Now remember, Vitor Mira is a rookie. This is his 4th race that he's had in his first pole position. Very anxious to get going. Matter of fact, he commented just this morning. He said, I don't want to make a mistake and cause a different outcome in this championship. I just like to go out there and run my own race. It's going to be another chance right here.
Now, race control reported the reason for the wave off on the start was that Mira had a little too much of advantage as they came toward the line. They're looking good here. Green, green, green. And this time it is green. We are underway at Texas Motor Speedway, the Chevy 500. Mira and Al Unser Jr. battle at the front, looking for first place and the honor of leading that lap. Down the backstretch on this 1.5-mile circuit, Mira pulls ahead in the Menards car. 22 car, the Red Bull car. That's Buddy Rice, and Hornish handles him up. Elio Castroneves has jumped up 2 positions, up to 8th now at the conclusion of the first lap. There's Castroneves on the move. Now to 7th. Alex Barron just ahead of him.
Certainly looks like his car's handling, Paul. A lot of confidence right away with the green flag to go on the high side. Most of the guys like on the low side, but look at him. He's going on the high side. Certainly looks like he's happy with his car.
Back at the front of the got one closing up. Back at the front of the field, that's Unser Jr. over there. Inside. Beaver's down on the inside. Hornish sits high on Unser Jr.
Already the track is starting to stack up, Paul. We're going 2 abreast up in the front. Does not allow much room for the drivers behind to get through. It's going to look like Chicago did here just at the end of the race last week, where they run 2 abreast for quite a few rows deep.
You're clear. So watching from Sam Hornish Jr.'s view, again, over to Mira. Up at 214 miles an hour last lap. Castroneves is sitting back there 7th, but 7th is right there. It's not far at all. There he is. We expect this to continue on all day, side by side, constantly, just like they did a week ago at Chicago. Inside. Gary Gerald, what's the story on Castroneves? He's looking good.
Terrific start for him, Paul. But as he said in the pre-race show, the key is being patient. Can you do that for these 200 laps? And already Tim Cindric on the radio is telling them, Elio, be patient. Doesn't look like he's listening too tight.
Now he's up in the middle of this fight. Of course, he needs to be in front of Sam Hornish. The front of the field. You're clear behind. It remains like a pace lap, only this time it's Hornish that comes to the outside. Still inside. Take it down. You're clear. So Hornish takes the lead. Castroneves now 5th, going for 4th.
All the same 2 guys that we had in Chicago last weekend running up front right now, but Alex Barron. Talked to those guys just this morning. They felt very confident. They said they found something on the car for this 1.5-mile format that we're running on. They felt very confident for today's race.
Hornish leads for the 12th time this year of the 15 races. And Alex Barron sitting back there in 3rd. You're right, it's got a lot of people are thinking this guy is potentially the eventual race winner. And what a great team it is. Larry Blair's team, one car operation. They're in here, they're trying. They've got 1 victory already. Couldn't be a better story.
Wealth of experience there with Tom Boyd as a manager. John Dick is an engineer. As John Dick have really caught on to something here. Remember, this is their first foray really into the IRL, so they're learning a lot against these teams that maybe have been running here for the last couple of years.
And Elio Castroneves figured out Barron's run as he tucked in right behind them. Both of them came in forward through the field to both of their advantage. They now run in the front, 3rd and 4th. Unser Jr. wiggles his way high. About a 1.5 away. Whoa.
We're counting inches right there. Now don't forget, Al Jr., he wants to win this race, but I'm sure Hornish knew how close that was, and he's running for the championship. He might go again.
Awful early in the race. 2 guys to be going in close. Look at Barron. Barron gets down inside of Unser Jr. Trying to poke his nose ahead for a second there. Now he's going to come out. Castroneves is going to come with him.
We've talked a lot about the championship between Castroneves and Hornish. There's a lot of guys dotted through this field right now that would like to win this race, and it might only be their first race of winning of 2002. Al Jr.'s a typical example right now. So close 3 times this year.
Yellow. And they are saying this is for debris.
Under caution for debris on the racetrack here at Texas Motor Speedway in the championship round of the Indy Racing League. Yesterday was a championship round of the Infinity Pro Series, and what a race it was. The 2 title contenders, H.A. Foyt IV, grandson of the 4-time Indy winner, and Arie Luyendyk Jr., the son of the 2-time Indy 500 champion. 14 cars started the 100-mile contest. On the track, the racing and the drafting was sensational. Only incident, a spin by Aaron Pike after he was bumped by Ryan Hampton. Foyt led all the way to record his 4th win of the year, and his granddad and several members of the Foyt family were on hand for the celebration in Victory Lane. So A.J. Foyt IV wins over Corey Witherill, Ryan Hampton, Gary Peterson, and Ed Carpenter, the top 5. And so the final results in the first year for the Infinity Pro Series, A.J. Foyt IV is the champion, beating Arie Luyendyk Jr. by 54 points and Ed Carpenter by 64. That's the update on the Infinity Pro Series. The race will go green in half a lap. Here's Paul and Scott.
Well, 8 cars pitted on lap 16 under the yellow. Pappas, Sarah Fisher was among them. Jeff Ward was there. Greg Ray, several others came into the pits. Now they come back into formation again. There is your restart order. As Johnny Rutherford driving the Chevrolet Corvette pace car has already come off the circuit and back to green. Alex Barron looking to work the high side. Gets second. Coming outside. Different one's coming outside though. Barron outside. And Barron gets in front.
Paul, talk about a perfectly timed restart. And look who's following in behind him right now. Castro Neves taking advantage of that draft. Going to run up on the high side, following behind Barron.
So the battle for the championship now up at the front as Alex Barron gets knocked as the leader for a lap. But Hornish, apparently well aware of the Castro Neves presence, is starting to move even faster.
Sam would get that information, Paul, by the spotters up on the roof that have radio contact with their driver, saying Castro Neves is coming or the 3 cars coming. These guys are very much aware where each other are for every lap around this racetrack for this event today.
You ride the John Manville car, Vitor Mera, the pole sitter. Car slowing on the outside there.
Castro Neves got in maybe just a little bit high. Paul seemed like he got just a little bit on the top end of the groove, lost a little bit momentum.
Looking outside. As Castro Neves fades back. Here comes Barron again.
Now Mera, don't forget, he was on pole. See the speeds we're doing right now, over 220 miles an hour going down the straight, down to about 215 mid-turn. Full throttle all the way around here, even in traffic in this dirty air that he's getting from the 2 cars in front. You see the tire temperatures there. That little arrow is in the green, telling the drivers that they know that the tire pressures and tire temperatures are up into their proper operating area.
And tells you that the Firestones are working very good. 220 miles an hour, the last lap for Mera. Battle for the lead is just ahead of him.
Now the one thing that's happening, Paul, right now is Sam Hornish is leading laps. Now we have to remember the most laps led today get 2 extra points, which is very valuable towards the championship.
We're in Texas Motor Speedway, the Chevy 500, the Indy Racing League. I'm Paul Page, Bob Jenkins, Scott Whittier up top, Gary Tyrrell, Jack Arute, and Vince Welch are down pit side. The early stages, 23 laps, now being complete of this, the final race of the season, and the battle for the championship. And that battle for the championship is pretty close to the front. Hornish Jr. is currently the leader. Castro Neves, you see him right together there. He's in 4th. And Alex Barron got a car spinning, and it's George Mack. This side of the car looks clean, Scott.
Well, I think that all 4 tires are really pointed in the right direction, Paul. He's down the apron. I'm not sure if he had a problem, was trying to get off the track.
Yeah, let's look under the car, though, because they said that under the rear there, race control had reported that he was smoking just before he came in. They're putting out oil dry, so maybe he had an engine problem that ended up putting some parts, if not oil, on the track.
Paul, when he went by us down to turn 1, you could see the smoke, and you assume there was a lot of oil, and it definitely was misfiring.
We'll go ahead and pit. Tell me if you want any changes.
Well, and it looks, in fact, like George great sportsmanship, got it down, got it away from the edge of the racetrack, so everything was okay. Don't forget, tomorrow night, new coach Steve Spurrier will make his Monday Night Football debut. Al Michaels, John Madden will be in Washington, where the revamped Redskins will host the Eagles. That's tomorrow night, 9, 6 Pacific on ABC. And find out what John Madden thinks at ESPN.com, keyword Monday Night Football. So at Texas Motor Speedway, for the second time, we are slowed under the caution flag. Pits are still closed. First time that the caution came out, 8 cars went in, and it will be interesting now to see who goes in. Scott, what they're actually doing is computing not from the start but to the end of the race on pit stop.
Certainly, Paul, they want to make sure that hopefully they can judge it just correctly, that if the yellows do fall, that they can come in underneath the yellow, because if you do a green stop, you will certainly have a lap down.
Well, we'll be back after a word from our ABC stations. You're watching ABC Sports Championship Television.
Chevy 500 is under its second caution, this one because of George Mack. It appeared as if the engine let go, and then he spun in his own oil down in turn number 1. Now the pits are closed, and the reason for that is because at pit out, there is where the activity is being conducted by the track safety workers, getting that oil dry down and the slick surface off of the racetrack. Well, in 2 weeks, join ABC Sports when Formula One racing comes to the U.S. 5-time series champ Michael Schumacher will try to win again like he did in 2000 at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in the United States Grand Prix. See it Sunday, September 29th, right here on ABC. 28 laps have been completed. Sam Hornish Jr. is the leader of the race. His other contender for the title, Helio Castroneves, is 4th. We might mention that if Sam Hornish finishes 1st or 2nd, he will win the title regardless of what Helio Castroneves does. We go down to Vince Welch, who has a story on Hideki Noda.
Well, the very first yellow was brought out by a little collision between Hideki Noda and Dan Weldon. It broke off the front wing of Noda's 28 car. When Noda came into the pits, his crew told him, go back out and come around and we'll redo the wing, but they didn't want to lose a lap. That's why they sent him out. His English is not very good. Noda is Japanese. He thought they meant for him to go in, so he drove the car into the garage area. The team had to chase him down and bring him back out.
So Hideki Noda is several laps down, but is still in contention. The trackside attendance here today at Texas Motor Speedway has been announced at 86,000. 22,000 more than at the Cowboys game, which is being conducted in nearby Irving. So a great crowd is on hand today to watch this last race of the 2002 Indy Racing League season. Well, we have one more lap to go, and then the pits will be open. Jack?
Well, Bob, when the leader comes, Sam Hornish Jr. comes onto pit road, you will not see them make any changes, but they have made a change. Of course, that was in the tire pressures for their Firestone Firehawk tires. In the rears, they have dropped it by 1/4 pound. Just trying to make minor modifications, Gary Gerald, but no major changes on this pit stop.
And of course, Castroneves is in pit box number 2, right behind Hornish. The pits have been opened. They'll be coming shortly. There will be front wing added. Aerodynamic downforce created for the driver of number 3, second in this championship battle. Meanwhile, these crews, with all this time for the cleanup, have been over the pit wall, nervously pacing, waiting. You talk about championship butterflies. They've been building big time in the last few moments.
They appear to be very relaxed as they await the arrival of their respective drivers. You see the Pennzoil Panther team there preparing for the pit stop by Sam Hornish Jr. The pace car driven by Johnny Rutherford has the field in turn number 4. And now finally the pits will be open. So this pit stop will be conducted on lap number 31. Here they come.
Speed limiter, 0 fuel halfway down. Let's keep our R's up.
60-mile-an-hour pit speed limit. As the cars flank off into their respective pit boxes, Sam Hornish Jr. as the current points leader is right down at the end of pit lane.
Hornish dives in. Now Castro Nevis is in. We'll look for the wing change after the tires and fuel.
No changes, Gary, as we said on Hornish. They are done.
Great service for Castro Nevis as they rocket toward that line.
Alex Barron, it appears, got out between Hornish and Castro Nevis.
-3 on fuel, Sam. -3 on fuel.
Vince?
Scott Sharp currently running 12th before those pit stops, but it could be a long day for Sharp. He has lost all on-car telemetry. His team owner, Tom Kelly, says it's awful early to start winging it.
So a former winner here at Texas Motor Speedway who qualified well is experiencing some problems. Scott Sharp will have to deal with those for the remainder of the race, and we are only 31 laps into this event.
And Bob, when they talk about the telemetry system, what ends up happening is that the information from the car is not getting back to pit lane.
Back with more in a minute from Texas Motor Speedway.
We talk about the high-speed ballet the pit crews endure. Well, how about the brushback? It's not just in baseball. Watch the yellow car. Sam Hornish Jr. His stop is completed. Now look at the rear tire changer. Picks up the tire, and that's Helio Castroneves in the red and white car, rushing back the leading crew.
And when they came to the line, it was very, very close as to who would be ahead of whom. Alex Barron, by just a few inches, was ahead of Helio Castroneves, but that will be for the 7th and 8th position because there were 5 cars that have chosen not to pit. Vince?
The yellow was brought out by George Mack, whose motor let go. But George, I know you're disappointed with the way it finished today, but maybe how about summing up your first season in the Indy Racing League?
I learned a lot. I mean, I always had a pretty consistent car, but, you know, maybe not the fastest one on the track. But, you know, it's just a shame, you know, couldn't take the 310 car, you know, all the way and finish this race today also. But it was a pretty good car up until then.
You can see the frustration on the face of George Mack. Paul?
And with George Mack out, that virtually locks up the Rookie of the Year honors for Loren Raydon. We're ready to go back to green. Now that is McGee, the third of the Red Bull Cheever cars in front, and Max Pappas right behind him. Green flag comes out. Top 5 in the field right now did not stop on that last stint. So that puts the eventual leader, Hornish, in about 5th place now. He's moving out of there. There's Hornish. Low Pennzoil car. That's Barron trying to close on him again. And then there's Helio Castroneves now coming in behind Alex Barron.
Paul, the one thing you'll find in oval track racing is the cars that are working good
Get close, clear.
will always get back up towards the front no matter where they are. Now remember, these guys have new tires on. The guys that just pitted, 35 gallons of methanol fuel, but if their car's going to work well for them, they'll get past these guys that are lighter fuel load, maybe a little bit older tires that are just in front of them.
Moving around Sarah Fisher and now behind Max Pappas in 2nd place. You heard the voice of Pancho Carter. Little more than a spotter. He's a coach on that radio too. Now Hornish is closing on Pappas, Gary Gerald.
They're telling Max Pappas on the radio, just run your line as we watch Hornish move to the outside. We'll see if Sam can get through. Max trying to protect. It looks like Hornish has the power and takes the spot.
So Hornish now to 2nd behind McGee. Since the last restart, here's the move. You just saw the great one by Hornish. Now look at this. Pappas side by side again. And now his teammate Castroneves comes up. Castroneves pulls way wide.
Green light. Castroneves, green light.
Sarah Fisher just ahead of Castroneves.
Looking outside, 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 outside.
So Catherine Evans has Sarah, and here is Sam Hornish Jr. looking for the lead. Robbie McGee in front.
What helps the fuel to get the race on, Sam?
Two different engine power plants, Paul, right now. McGee up front running with that 30 power plant. Hornish running with the 2002 version 2, as they call it. Chevrolet, a dominant power plant this year.
Catherine Evans and Fisher continue to work. Barron is there as well.
McGee in his first race for the Red Bull Cheever Racing Team said this is the best car he's had in a long time. He just wants a chance to show he's still capable of running up front. So you know he's really enjoying this moment in front of the field. His team was just inside the fuel window, and that's why it elected to stay out, hoping maybe to catch another yellow, and that fuel strategy would pay off.
Yeah, first race that he's led since Nashville in July last year, but that's over. Hornish is back in front.
Well, that move was by design by Sam Hornish. They debated, the team and Sam, as to whether to follow that car in hopes and they could let Robbie McGee break the win. They asked Sam if he wanted to just follow and break away. He said, nothing doing. I want the lead. I want to keep leading this thing.
Catherine Evans currently third behind McGee now, who was just overhauled by Sam Hornish Jr. 45 laps are already into the record book. There's your leader, the IRL, on ABC Sports Championship Television. Oh, the IRL is fast at Texas. Helio Castroneves just got around McGee, and McGee's dropping back. He's also 52 laps since a pit stop, so we ought to be into the pits any time now. So it's Hornish and Castroneves and Alex Barron running up toward the front of the field. But Hornish far out in front right now. There's Barron. There's Castroneves and Barron. You can see that interval is stretching out front.
Something you usually don't see on these mile-and-a-half tracks. Usually there's a big cluster of cars. That will come back here very shortly once pit stops are taking place again, and possibly a yellow flag always brings the competition back together. Now Castroneves knows exactly where he's sitting, Paul, as far as the championship is concerned. He knows there's a long way to go. We're just past quarter distance into the race right now. He knows there's a few more pit stops, and his team can certainly help him make up some track space too.
Both of the championship contenders, as we watch Castroneves making his move and Mira trying on the inside, that lost a lot of momentum. Castroneves, Hornish Jr. been very relaxed today, joking around with everybody. You saw them both a little bit earlier. In fact, Hornish looked almost sleepy earlier today. That just puts in my memory the great Rick Mears, and in fact to some degree Fittipaldi, who are the same way. They seemed tired the morning of a great victory and could even fall asleep in the car on the starting grid. It's how they handled tension. The Chevy 500, the Indy Racing League, the IRL at Texas Motor Speedway. Bob Jenkins, I'm Paul Page. Scott Goodyear is up top with us. Down below in the pits is Jack Arute, Gary Gerald, and Vince Welch. We're watching some incredible, constant side-by-side action. In the championship battle, Hornish Jr. not only leads the race, but leads that championship fight. They've been averaging green flag above 215 miles an hour. George Mack had an engine going, a quick little spin. That took him out in the only real incident of the race. He didn't touch anything. In the championship showdown, Hornish Jr. currently leads it. Castroneves sitting back there battling, though, with Alex Barron trying to get forward and come up and battle with Sam Hornish Jr. He needs not only to battle him, he needs to get in front of him.
Paul, one of the fastest cars on the racetrack right now is probably Vitor Mira. He keeps getting a great run going up behind these guys. He looks like he has the power, but it's probably inexperience that's not allowing him to get past these guys right now. Sticks his nose in underneath Castroneves, cannot follow through the pass, carry the speed through the turn, and then carry the speed out of the turn to take another shot at it going down the run.
Now on board with Vitor Mira, who has come since the restart on lap 36 from 11th up to this position.
And if you watch right now, the guys that are up there in front, Paul, they're creating a big hole in the air for him, what we call the draft, and he's getting that benefit right now. He'll be able to suck himself up behind those cars through that draft, as we like to call it. They're poking a hole in the air for him, and he's going to get an opportunity to take another shot at getting past them.
John Menard's team was so pumped when Mira set the car on the pole in qualifying. That was a big celebration. John Ward, the engineer, now working with that team, seems to have worked wonders with the arrival of Mira in the team as well. John Ward and Mira both new to the team. Cornish, McGee, Barron. Look at Unser Jr. I tell you what, he has been racing all weekend.
He's had a great couple of 3 or 4 races here recently. Unloaded off the trailer very fast. Even said he surprised himself with the speed they got out of the car in qualifying.
And Scott, they did not make any changes at all when they came in for that first pit stop. Unser said the car was perfect. Don't touch it. So fuel and tires was all it took.
Tuesday at 8/7 Central, John Ritter is married with kids in the new comedy 8 Simple Rules for Dating My Teenage Daughter. Tuesday at 8/7 Central on ABC. Oh, what a fight this is. Elio Castroneves still trying to get around Barron and get up to the front. And McGee still holding on to second place to ride with Al Unser Jr. in the Corteco car. Now looking outside.
Still there, inside.
There's Hornish as we look back to the start-finish line, and there comes Catherine Evans.
Barron's leading that group, Paul. McGee is now pitted. Didn't take advantage of that last yellow. Now, different fuel strategy happening right here. They either have this timed correctly for the end of the race, or else it will cost them possibly a lap underneath the green flag racing here.
So 64 laps now complete, 200 the scheduled distance. A battle for the championship currently in the hands of Sam Hornish Jr. We'll be back after a word from our ABC stations. You're watching ABC Sports Championship Television. Back at the Chevy 500, Sam Hornish Jr. is the leader, as you can see by that illustration, the telemetry telling you where the cars are by the full-back straightaway. Alex Barron sits second. Castroneves right behind Barron is third, then Vito Mira and Al Unser Jr. But Scott, it looks like Hornish is able to pull the rest of the field.
Well, the impressive thing, Paul, right now is that Hornish is running by himself doing 2:19 as we watch Sarah Fisher pulling out the pit after surface. And right now, Barron and Castroneves are running together. Only about 2:17. So Castroneves and Barron should be running faster, Paul, because they're towing each other right now. But Hornish seems to have this thing dialed in.
Hornish just turned his fastest lap of the race at 219.7. Elio Castroneves was able to do that a little earlier. The important point is Hornish did it all by himself.
All by himself. And another thing it tells you, Paul, is that his car is working better as the fuel load goes lighter. The tires are getting a little bit worn, but that's going to be an important part right now when it comes down to winning this race at the end.
Yeah, but try this on for size. Buddy Rice, who's sitting back 8th right now, has turned the fastest lap of the race at 221.2 miles an hour.
As we always talk about, probably taking advantage of the draft and those cars up in front, making a hole there for him.
Bobby Buell in and out of the pits along with his teammate Sarah Fisher. A little longer stop for Bobby Buell, and it was costly. Costly in terms of last two for the game. They brought him in, he fell 2 laps behind the field. Now we'll take a look at speeds at the line. Rice shows up. He's come from 17th to 8th since the last restart.
Vitor Mira, the fastest right now. Running back and forth. But there again, you have to be impressed with Hornish. 2:19s at will.
Here comes Castroneves. Once again moving up high on Barron. But here comes Mira. Once again he comes up there and then pulls right up, and then he seems to lose momentum, like he gets out of it a little bit when he makes that approach.
Well, interesting point right now. If you watch Mir's hands, it seems like he's got a lot of angle going in his hands compared to what you think you would usually see. I'm starting to wonder maybe if his car's not turning as well for him, maybe a little bit of understeer. It would be only made worse by these two cars in front, giving him a little bit of dirty air. So we'll have to see if they make some changes on the car for him when they get into this next pit stop. Interesting to watch how these cars all dance around on the track, Paul. Remember, we're sitting here watching it, and these guys go around here at 220, 221 miles an hour, around a 1.5 mile track.
Top 10 in the field should not be all that far from their next stop. Catherine Evans again rides up high. That line seems to work for him very well.
That last time around, everybody running in the 219 bracket, all running very close. Al Jr. we were just on board with for a moment ago, running in 5th. Seems like his run maybe gets a little stronger as the fuel load burns off also, because on that last restart after the pit stops, he did move himself back a little bit.
Looking for the leader to be in the pit, Sam Hornish Jr. in 4 laps. And we assume actually that means the top 13 will be in the pits in those same 5 laps. In the booth with us now, Jill DeFerrin, 3rd in the points, unfortunately here and not down in the race car. Jill, you've been watching Castro Neves.
Yeah, I tell you, it's been really exciting to watch. I'm actually looking here from a different point of view than what I'm used to, and it's very exciting. I think what's going on there is Eddie was just staying in line there with Alex to try to catch Hornish. Obviously, it's not working out because he's been able to pull almost 6 seconds now, and I think between the 3 of them, they got to decide who is faster and let that guy lead that group, and then they'll probably catch up to Hornish that way. Otherwise, you know, they got to really hope for good stops or a good in and out laps to kind of help bunch them up a little bit.
Watching Vitor Ramirez, he moves down once again. He's looking good. We're watching the leader now.
Inside, clear. 50 left, 50 left, fuel plus 1.
So all of the front-running teams getting ready for a stop that looks like it's going to be under the green flag. And you saw what green flag did. There's Hornish already on the pit road. Saw what the green flag stop did to McGee.
You hear the team with a pit speed limiter, 60 miles an hour down the pit lane from the entrance point right here down to your pit box. Anything over that is an infraction.
And it's all the way down to the last pit. Castro Neves expected it in 5 laps.
And Paul, here is where you begin to just cross your fingers if you're Sam Hornish. First of the lead cars to pit. No changes on the car. But now he's got to hope that not only does he have a good stop, they still are full of fuel. But the caution has not come out before. Helio Castro Neves makes his green flag stop.
Alex Barron on his way in for the stop. He's had a good run thus far.
And Paul, they're not anticipating any changes here, just fuel and tires. Barron, you'll recall, was a winner at Nashville for this Blair Racing team. 10 top 10 finishes this season. He was 10th at this race in June. And a very clean stop for Alex Barron.
Helio Castro Neves picks up the lead, and the yellow comes on.
Well,
that's going to work out for Helio.
They actually saw Jill over here just putting the thumbs up when that happened.
Looks like Jeff Ward and Noda. Ward started in last place. We're going to keep an eye on that car. So the yellow comes out, and that plays into the hands of Helio Castro Neves.
And Paul, when that accident and that yellow did come out, you saw the Blair Racing team of driver Alex Barron just put its head down and slam their hands on the stand, because that was a costly timing moment of misfortune for the Blair Racing team as Barron came in, and just as he was leaving, the yellow came out.
A little bit of concern too, because Hornish apparently had to go through quite a bit of debris as he slowed down for the yellow, and Jill DeFerrin sitting here next to me, he said, oh, right. That worked for Elio, didn't it?
For sure. This is what we always hope for. I mean, throughout the year, we've been getting very good fuel mileage exactly for that sort of situation. So Elio was able to go 5 laps, or he was trying to go 5 laps later. The yellow comes out. Now he's a lap ahead.
So Elio Castroneves followed by Alonso Jr.
We'll get him back as soon as they pit, Sam. No worries.
That's a conversation with Sam Hornish Jr., and they don't seem worried at all. They're going to, of course, there'll be a wave by on some of the cars that are lapped down as they reorganize the field. Is there any worry, though, about Castroneves under the yellow? They're making a lot of fuel. You don't worry about him running out.
No, I think Elio is in good shape here. I mean, obviously he seems to be running okay in traffic and by himself. I mean, there's an opportunity here to really gain a little bit of track position. He's going to probably be leading the field once they go to restart.
Next Saturday, join ABC Sports for another great day of college football, as Notre Dame and the Fighting Irish take on Michigan State or other regional action. Saturday at 3:30, 12:30 Pacific. ABC Sports, the class of college football. All right, Gary Gerald, you're keeping track of the Penske pits and Elio Castroneves.
Yeah, Elio is complaining of understeer. The car is pushing, and they were asking him, why can't you get down and run consistently on that low line? And the car just doesn't seem to be comfortable there. It runs better in the clean air. I'm sure Gilles and Scott can relate to that, but they're going to make a change on the wing stop, on the wings when they make this stop. Castroneves getting ready to come in, Reineman waving him home. Here he comes with a little smoke as he had to lock him briefly, but he hits the marks beautifully. Plenty of space to work as the fueling and the tire changing process begins. Then they go up front. They've already made the wing change. Reineman holds. Revs come up. Castroneves is gone.
Nice stop by the Penske team. Castroneves comes out, makes a stop on the 91st lap. Unser Jr. also stops. So does Tony Renna. So, set of stops being completed to the advantage of Elio Castroneves. We'll be back with more from the Indy Racing League.
Under caution here at Texas Motor Speedway in the Indy Racing League finale for 2002, an incident involving Hideki Noda and Jeff Ward. Now, Scott Sharp is being shown in 3rd position. Elio Castroneves is being shown at the top of the list with Alonso Jr. 2nd, but Scott Goodyear, Scott Sharp is having a good run so far.
He certainly is, Bob, and right now we're on board with Al Jr., so let's see if we can get in touch with him. Al Jr., Scott Goodyear up in the booth. You've been involved in 2 close finishes so far this year and 1 back here in Texas in the spring. Is the car going to give you a first place finish today?
Well, I sure hope so, Scott. I mean, the Cortec O'Brien special is running great today. You know, we're running these laps off, trying to be a part of the lead group, and you know, so far my crew's done a great job, and we're looking good. I'd like to say hi to my kids at home.
Well, you've been looking strong today. Can you give us a bit of a report on the track? Got a good crash there with lots of parts going everywhere. How's the track to you right now?
Track's in excellent shape. Because of the wind is tending to head down the front straightaway. So when you get over in turn 2, on the exit of turn 2, you tend to lose the front end a little bit too much because the wind's blowing you from left to right. So if you try to run a high line around turn 2, you find yourself with a push condition where the car won't turn so well. 3 and 4 is perfect, both the high groove and the low groove.
Well, there's a lot of racing left yet here today. We're not quite to halfway, so we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you, Scott.
Wasn't that sort of great, Paul? You get a chance to see him use his hand language here. And here we go right now. Watching with the crash here, you saw Noda come inside. Right inside of number 9 with Ward. An accident there, and we have to go back and do another replay here if we can. Looks like Noda was on the top side. As we see the target car being towed away in the hook, and not a great year so far for Jeff Ward.
Indeed not. And here it is once again, Scott, as we see Noda, who I believe is at the top of the track anyway. He makes very hard contact with the wall, and for the most part Jeff Ward is just hooked up with him and can't get away.
Unfortunate for Jeff, because he had so many problems this weekend. Didn't get a chance to qualify, ended up having to start in the back and got tied up in an accident.
Now Vince Welch is with a driver who is making his IRL debut here this week.
That's right, Corey Kruisman, the USAC veteran from California, running for PDM Racing. Corey, the gearbox knocked you out today. How was your first taste of the IRL?
Well, really, it was awesome. Unfortunately, the gearbox took us out, but, you know, it's really a dream come true. I got to thank Village Marine, Aggerman, Ventura Raceway, my local dirt track, and all the friends and fans that supported me from go-karts all the way up to making my dream come true today.
Hope we'll see Corey Kruisman again soon, Bob.
And we have a tire loose on the racetrack, bounding down the track. Not sure where that came from. One of the safety workers makes a nice catch, retrieves it to the applause of the crowd, and gets it off of the racing surface. Even race control at the moment doesn't know where the tire came from. It could have been off of Scott Sharp. Well, he looks, oh, yeah, there it is. The right front is missing from Scott Sharp's car. And fortunately, he appears to be not too far away from pit entrance, so he'll be able to get that car on, that tire on, and back in competition. Vince?
Jeff Ward, you saw part of that accident with Hideki Noda. Can you walk us through it?
Well, you know, I just came out of a pit stop and I was going underneath him on, you know, turn one, and, you know, he just came down on me like he does all weekend long to everybody, and he must realize when guys get underneath, you know, they must lift like he does, but we don't. We're racing out there. He's driving around. He sits so low in the car he can't see, and, you know, it's unfortunate because the Target Chip Ganassi guys did a great job with pit stops, and we had a good car that ran up front. We just were working our way up slowly, so it was unfortunate.
He won this race in June, but he won't win it today. Jeff Ward.
Elio Castro-Neves is the leader of this race as 96 laps have been completed. We are near the halfway point as we wait out this caution period. Back with more in a moment. We remain under caution. During the caution for the accident involving Noda and Ward, Scott Sharp lost a wheel. Listen to the radio conversation as it happened.
He is the only lap car between you and Giafone and then Renna. Guys, my right front tire just fell off. My right front tire just fell off. Get back in here. Pitting this lap.
You can hear a little bit of a chuckle in his voice. Everything is okay. He was able to drive the car to the pit area and get the new right front on. Gary?
Bob, as this season winds down, Chevrolet, a very big day for them today. They know that Honda and Toyota come to the IRL next year. They have unveiled for the first time today their brand new power plant for 2003. This is the new version. This is what Castro-Neves and Hornish are using currently in their championship showdown. There's a considerable difference. This is a streamlined, compact version, 3 inches shorter, 3 inches narrower, 35 pounds lighter. They won't give us a horsepower number, but they say it's more than the 675 that's generated by the current edition being used in this championship fight. It's been dyno tested only thus far. First track testing comes early next month. The Panther team and the Menard team will be the first to utilize this on the racetrack, as they know they've got a very stiff challenge coming their way from Toyota and Honda in 2003. Bob?
A lot of testing will be done over the winter months to make sure that that Chevy engine and Toyota and Honda are very competitive with each other next year. Well, we are at the halfway point of the Chevy 500 here at Texas Motor Speedway. 100 of 200 laps have been completed. Now, Renna, Barron, Hornish, Rice, Lazier, Mira, and Boycell, who got caught during this caution period, had already made pit stops. They will be at the tail end of the lead lap. Castro-Neves, Allenser Jr., Giafone, Sharp, and Renna will be the ones that are on the lead lap. And right now, with Castro-Neves leading this race and Sam Hornish Jr. running 7th, Elio Castro-Neves has a 10-point advantage in the championship showdown, which is, of course, being decided here this afternoon. But we have a half a race to go. A lot has happened in the first 100 laps, and I'm sure a lot will happen in the next 100 laps. There is Hornish, the Pennzoil Panther car. And Jack, right now, he has been strong, but has a lot of ground to make up.
Bob, he does, but he's very, very calm. And some of the conversation back and forth between himself and his engineer, Andy Brown, have been talking about the fact that, at least because of the IRL rule, they will not get penalized and lose a lap because they get to go around the pace car as he is doing right now. But the best line was what Andy Brown just said to him a couple of moments ago. One thing I'm certain of, Sam, you've got one very fast hot rod today.
Well, he certainly proved it there in that last racing segment. Before we went caution, he was just pulling away from the rest of the field, doing it by himself. Everybody else was left in a catch-up position, but now he is in that situation as he will restart from deep into the field and try to get up to where Helio Castroneves, his championship contender, is running. And once again, tomorrow night, new coach Steve Spurrier makes his Monday Night Football debut. Al Michaels and John Madden in Washington, where the revamped Redskins will host Donovan McNabb and the Eagles. Tomorrow night at 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific on ABC. And John Madden has some thoughts on Steve Spurrier at ESPN.com. Keyword Monday Night Football. Down to Vince Welch.
Felipe Giafone currently running third, but he was very fortunate during that incident with Jeff Ward. He ran over the debris, and look what it did to the tire. Giafone somehow managed to keep the front end pointed in the right direction and get in time to get fresh rubber.
And Felipe will restart in third position. There are 11 cars on the lead lap, Paul.
There's your restart order. Scott Sharp, of course, was able to make it in, get new wheel and tire on his car. It's Castroneves out in front. Hornets back there in 7th place. As the pace picks up, Brian Howard has the green flag. And here we go again. They start the 103rd lap. And again, we see a lot of side-by-side. Operating okay, obviously.
Sorry, Paul. With Castroneves being on the lead right now, it'll be interesting to see if he can actually start to get pulled away like Cornish did when he had a clear track with no dirty air in front of him. So it'll be interesting to see if he can actually start to stretch away from Al Jr., who's in second, Giafone and Sharp, who are just not too far behind.
There are two bright yellow cars in the field. The 4 car right there, that's one of them. His teammate is bright yellow as well, carrying 15, and it has some orange stripes on the leading edge of a few of the wings. You're on board with Hornet Jr.
Slipping underneath Salazar, coming up to his own teammate right now. Using the draft that we talk about all the time. Now there'll be some radio contract going on right now, Paul, between the two teammates from their spotters telling them, stay high, Sam's coming low.
I think this is the best possible scenario here for Helio right now. You know, he's got a lot of lap cars between him and Hornish. Certainly Hornish looks like he's making through the field very, very quickly, but you know, if he can break away from the toe, that would be ideal.
Gil DeFerrin should be in the 6 car. Unfortunately, he's up here in the booth. Max Pappas is down there giving the car a good ride, but he's falling a lap behind the field. And there is Hornish Jr. up behind Alex Barron. Castroneves still leads. He's pulled out by 2/10 over Al Unser Jr. and Felipe Giafone.
Watch Sam's right hand right there. Every time he takes it off the steering wheel, which he just did, he's going over into this area right here. And that's the weight jacker. It means the car's not working exactly as he wants, so he starts to turn the weight jacker. The weight actually starts to put some more weight up in this left front tire. Helps the car turn better throughout the turn.
Last lap around for Castroneves, 2:19. The strap adjustment for Hornish came at 220.3 miles an hour for a lap average.
That makes a big difference in the car. I mean, every time you play with the weight jacker, especially in a track like Texas, which has got a lot of banking, makes a lot of difference in the handling of the car halfway through the turns in particular. So it's really a good adjustment for the driver. You can also play with the anti-roll bars, which are also on his left side.
So watching the Panther Pentoil car. And Helio Castroneves remains at the front. Unser Jr. is right there, though.
Gary Gerald.
Helio Castro Neves, we had a radio conversation detecting a vibration or something different at the rear of the car, and he was questioning whether or not it could just be
yellow.
Debris on the back stretch. Debris on the back somewhere.
So that's the fourth caution of the day. Helio Castro Neves remains out front, just as Al Unser Jr. was trying to make his move. We'll be back after this and a word from our ABC stations. You're watching ABC Sports Championship Television.
Eddie Cheever's right side mirror came off and landed on the racetrack. That has brought out the caution, and we are under it right now. A little more than halfway through this event, 115 laps completed. Well, let's take a look at what's happened so far in this event. And of course, the IRL Championship Trophy is up for grabs here today as 28 cars started, with Helio Castro Neves as second in points, 12 behind Hornish. He started 10th and began to move through the field quickly. Sam Hornish Jr., the leader in the points coming into this event, quickly took the lead from Al Unser Jr. On the 24th lap of the race, George Mack lost an engine, spun in his own oil down in turn number 1, and is out of the race. On the 44th lap, Hornish once again charging through the field and taking the lead from Robbie McGee. On the 89th lap, Hideki Noda and Jeff Ward were involved in a crash over in turn number 2. And we had a very short green period before this caution period that we are now under. So Helio Castro Neves is currently the leader. Sam Hornish is running in 7th position. 10-point difference. Castro Neves the points leader at the moment as we go back to green, Paul.
Brian Howard's green flag comes out. They're racing once again at Texas Motor Speedway.
Got one more, clear.
Watching Hornish. He's trying to come up through the field. Currently 7th. Alex Barron, that's ahead of him. Look at all that traffic.
Lots of dancing at over 200 miles an hour. Now Sam's got to be very cautious to get around Renna here. He's on the high side. A couple more of these guys up in front. He can see Castro Neves very close coming off a 2. Coming off a 2 is a very tight section of this racetrack. We're right now in 3, and then we're going to come out of 4 here, and 4 opens up into the dogleg. So turn 2 on the exit is a danger point for these guys.
Oh, Hornish sweeps way outside.
He said before, he wants to be aggressive. He cannot sit back and just try and collect points. It doesn't work for Sam. It's very hard for a driver when you're used to driving at 110%. You sort of throttle back, as we call it, to maybe just try and make sure you finish up there and collect points.
According to race control, they're going to bring in the 15 car, Dan Weldon, the team car, Sam Hornish Jr., because they don't have good communications with them, don't have any radio communications with them.
And Paul, as we talked about before, the radio communications here are so very important because that's how the spotter who's up in the stands contacts the drivers to tell them what's going on around them, in front of them, behind them, and if there's a driver coming in underneath them or up on the high side, all that radio communication you hear through our broadcast is coming from the spotters.
Looking inside, coming inside, coming inside.
And according to race control, that's a team request.
Clear behind him.
Because in the past, we've seen cars that don't have communication. The team wanted him brought in.
Absolutely. The 15 car of Danny Weldon, not a whole lot of experience. So they're probably making the right choice here. They'll come in, try and get the radio fixed.
Outside. Still there.
You're on board with Sharp, who was 5th place, and has Hornish Jr. to the outside.
Well, Barron's just up in front now. He's been running strong all weekend also. We talked about that a little bit earlier on. And Sam is looking for a way past. He wants to stay on that high side. Scott Sharp is another one that's run very strong here all weekend.
And Pancho Carter just warned Sam Hornish, says don't make it 3 wide. That's a no-no.
We've seen from our angle, Jack, he's been trying to do that quite a lot. And it brings back memories of trying to get through at Nazareth with Lazier and himself across him.
In that battle for the championship, right now, Castro Neves is where he wants to be.
Hornish Jr. placed where he is. Well, it's going to change every time he gets around or falls behind somebody. But right now he's 6 points behind Elio Castroneves.
And Paul, there is concern from Castroneves again on the radio. He said something weird is happening at the rear of the car. We don't know what it is. The crew doesn't know either, but keep an eye on number 3. Something doesn't feel the way it should, according to the driver of that car, Castroneves.
Well, Gil DeFerrin was sitting next to us for a while. He's gone over to join the Brazilian host broadcasters. A lot of international television coverage of the series. And, of course, he'll switch from English to Portuguese for that coverage. Unser Jr. tries it again. You see anything on that car, Scott?
No, but the thing that sometimes happens, Paul, is when you go through a yellow situation and the car is slow on the racetrack, you sometimes can pick up some rubber on the track that's from the other tires. And sometimes it gets on top of the tire because the tire is very hot. These tires run at 220 degrees Fahrenheit, and they just take a while to clean off. So we'll have to wait to see if Castroneves starts to report it and say, hey, the car is starting to feel okay now for me. One thing is for sure, though, he's not going to take his foot off the gas.
Last lap around, Hornish was fast, 220.5 miles an hour. Look at him. He charges down under Barron.
Still out there, just barely though, just barely outside. Coming back a little bit.
And Felipe Giafoni comes up on Barron for a second, then drops back. And don't forget there are 2 points awarded for leading the most laps here. And that's still very, very close. Hornish has led 65 today, Elio 42. Last lap speed in the upper left-hand corner for you there. Unser Jr. comes out, looks at the high side again. Seems satisfied to stay there.
When we talk about laps led, Paul, and right now, maybe not the drivers, although it's probably in the back of their mind, but the teams are certainly calculating laps led because we talk about 2 points towards a championship. And this is going to come down to the last lap, and 2 points just might make that difference.
Right now, with that position for Hornish, Castroneves is leading by a single point in the championship. Warm up your calculators and your finger. I got to count on my fingers myself. And what's the famous saying? Don't do arithmetic in public.
Well, we got 2 championship contenders, and Al Jr., as we talked about before, who wants to win a race before the season is out. And he lost by just so close here earlier in the year.
Pace picks up, 221 miles an hour for Hornish Jr. last time around, 221.222. You know, you definitely can't count out Unser Jr. and Barron. Unser Jr.'s got something to prove. Twice second in a photo finish this year. Had the pole through most of the qualifying session, only to be eclipsed at the last minute by Vitor Meira.
Wait, check that count the clock, boys, if you need it.
Some information coming from Sam's pit. Sounds like turn the weight jacker clockwise, which would put more weight on that left front wheel that we talked about before to help assist the car going through the turn. So, there's some great information right there telling him just to pull him behind, maybe select 6th gear.
Got one up looking, got one up looking.
Sam is 48 laps since his last stop. Castroneves and Unser Jr. are 43 since their last. And Max Pappas just a bit ahead of the leader now. You see him up there in the corner? Hornish Jr. went way high on that last corner.
Got high. You know, he maybe could have switched up to 6th gear, lost a little bit of momentum there, trying to save some fuel. There again, it's very hard for a driver to sit back and go slow. It's just not in their book.
Still there, still there.
Still fighting for the lead. And Hornish and Barron stay side by side. Sharp kind of waiting station just behind them. And Giafoni.
Now Sharp has just moved up. He got past Giafoni, so he's probably got a car that's working pretty good for him. He's going to get in this fight now.
with these two being side by side the last several laps. Hornish and Barron are both coming forward. And that's Pappas just ahead. He stays on the high line on the entry.
He'll stay low. He'll stay low.
Pappas replacing Joe DeFerrin. You heard Tim Cindric tell Castroneves Pappas will stay low. ...221 miles an hour. Last time around again for Hornish. Full mile an hour faster than the lead. And so here comes Castroneves on Pappas. Pappas going to stay low, just as Cindric reported. He's by, Unser Jr. is by, and Hornish is caught.
Took the low line, he got boxed in. Al Jr. made the right move, just stayed his ground. Knew that Hornish would have to get out of the gas.
Now Hornish goes wheel to wheel with Pappas. And finally he's by. So Castroneves still holding on to the championship. He's just got his fingertips over the edge and leads this race. I have not said that. Okay.
Yeah, he's 1 point out of the lead. If he can pass another one, he will be assured of the
I said the 1 point. I didn't say that. Yeah. All right. No, I didn't.
Hey, Paul.
Yeah, Jack.
How long is what is the best stop that Hornish has made in terms of laps on a tank?
Hornish.
Now Hornish is back in the championship lead.
Do you have that? Did you hear what was the greatest distance Hornish has gone between stops? He's 56 out right now, Jack. Castroneves is 51 out, and Hornish is taking the lead. Maybe.
Inside. Get another run on him. You'll have him. Full scan.
We've asked him to wait for it.
I'd be content to sit right there if I was him.
Yep.
Save some gas.
Especially when he's coming in at 7.
Yep.
Unser is coming at 155.
And that puts them all there. Right, Jack? Puts the whole front of the field within reach of the checker. Hello, Jack. Hello, Gary.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Paul. That's why I was asking. That's why I asked you. Yeah, it should be.
Yeah.
I didn't know you were asking me, Paulie. I apologize.
I'm sorry, Jack.
You two being awful nice to each other.
I don't like the
what's
guy.
the problem
Clear behind
here?
if you want it.
I like you when you fight.
Back with the Indy Racing League as Sam Hornish Jr. gets around Elio Castroneves. That puts him in the lead. That puts him back in the championship. Unser Jr. now working on Castroneves, but very soon we expect Sam Hornish Jr. to be in the pits. Earlier he ran 55 laps in between refuels.
Coming inside.
He's now 60 out, and here comes Castroneves. Castroneves back to the front. They're battling for those extra points.
Well, this battle on the track, Paul, is going to turn into a battle in the pit lane. As you talked about, pit stops coming up very shortly. These guys are going to be within the fuel window as they are now to be able to make their stop and go to the end of the race.
But Scott, don't forget the last time Castroneves was able to stay out a couple of laps. We had that caution, so that's going to weigh heavily on Hornish and the Benzo Panther crew.
Got one up looking.
Don't forget, though, as Hornish sits right now to Castroneves, as long as he's in second, championship is his, regardless of what else happens. Interval first through ninth, 1.8 seconds. Look at him. Look for drafting room.
As we watch him come out of 2 there, everybody snakes down to the bottom of the track. Everybody wants that low line. You got to get down there and protect your position. That'll be the place the passes will take form probably about 5 or 6 laps from the end when these guys really start to work towards getting towards each other.
Hornish Jr. not content with that second place. Comes up to get his nose ahead of Castroneves.
Coming back.
63 laps since his last stop for Hornish Jr. 58 for Castroneves.
And guys, remember on Friday for 20 laps they did this, and then again in the final practice yesterday for about 15 laps. Tim Cindric said, just get used to it. I don't know how you ever can.
Oh yeah, they have been at each other constantly, playing the psych game.
Still there, still there.
Feeling one another, trying to figure out what each other has. And we saw lap after lap of what we're seeing now in practice.
And Paul, Sam's got the upper hand right now because he knows in the back of his mind if these two guys touch and both of them go out,
One more time by.
Sam's won the championship.
Clear behind.
The last couple of times by, Castroneves has had a nose ahead at the finish line. There is traffic ahead.
And lots of traffic behind as these two guys run side by side. All those guys stack up behind.
Today, Hornish has led 67 laps, Castroneves 65 thus far.
Now Sam's going to pit this time. He'll peel off to the left-hand side as you see coming into turn 3. He's not been on the brakes. So what he'll do is he'll take his left foot, put his left foot on the brakes, warm the brakes up. So he's got nice warm brakes to get into pit lane. 60-mile-an-hour speed limit here.
This for Sam Hornish and the rest will be the last stop. Castroneves in 5 laps.
Move over here and just drive on through.
And those 5 laps could be the longest laps of Sam Hornish's career. The crew goes to work very methodical. It will be their final stop of the day. Needing to get in all the fuel, 35 gallons. The tires are done. Walking away, it should be the last time, fellas.
+1 fuel, Sam, +1 fuel.
Well, from the crew's point of view, they've done everything now. It's all up to Sam Hornish Jr. If he wants the championship, he wants the race, he'll have to get it done now. Alex Barron on the pit road. Castroneves still the leader. About 4 more laps, Castroneves will be in. So will Unser Jr. Unser Jr. may actually carry it a little further.
Unser Jr. is looking to come in at about lap 159, and they would obviously then be able to take it the rest of the way.
Yeah, and that'd bring him in probably at the same time as Castroneves, currently on the plan. There's Unser Jr. now second behind Castroneves. Hornish came out in 10th, a lap behind the race.
Paul, there was a very, very chilling moment when Sam Hornish Jr. was pulling out of pit road. A car went by.
The battle continues at the front. Castroneves and Unser Jr. with traffic as a factor. And Castroneves for the pit. Unser stays out.
The same rules here now. On the brakes. He can look down at his dash on his steering wheel, know that he might have been going past faster than 60 miles an hour. Once you enter in the pit lane, that 60 miles an hour has to be adhered to, otherwise you get a stop-and-go penalty.
Yeah, and the NRL has been adamant about that with everybody.
There it is, guys. They tell us that they're going to increase the stagger on the rear wheels on this stop. They'll also, for the 3rd time, make a 1 turn of wing, I believe, up front. No, they waved that off. Good service. Almost an identical time to what Hornish had. Junior's in.
With Junior in, Scott Sharp takes the lead, followed by Giafoni and Renna. Routine and fast for Junior. Corteco car rolls. There is Sharp out of the lead. Mira goes to the front.
Scott Sharp just tires and fuel, no chassis adjustments expected. Robert Perez changing the right front. He'll give him the clear to go. A good clean stop for Scott Sharp.
And it appeared both Unser Jr. and Sharp came out on stickers. Brand new tires, never been scrubbed in.
And you can tell that, Paul, by the white stickers that are on all 4 tires right now. And those labels, stickers as they're known, will actually peel off once the driver's on track within about a lap.
You saw Raul Boycel's car being pushed behind the wall. You now ride with the new leader, Mira, and he's got a long way to go till his next stop. He's on a different strategy. Renna is second right now. Renna ought to be coming in. In the championship, Castro Neves is now sixth. Also falling a lap behind with these stops. And Hornish Jr. is ninth. But what that does is goes to the advantage of Hornish Jr. He has the championship cup in his hand right now. And Hornish goes wheel to wheel with Barron. Moving to the closing laps of the Chevy 500, the closing laps of the Indy Racing League season, and nothing is really decided yet. We'll be back with more of the IRL on ABC Sports Championship Television. I want to get you up to speed. Watch the hands on Sam Hornish Jr. as he's battling with Barron. They cross the line. I'm here. Move it over just a little bit. Clear. Well, right now it's Helio Castroneves that is in the lead. Scott Sharp second. Unser Jr. third. Hornish Jr. is sitting in fourth place. He needs a position. He needs two as Castroneves runs in front. Now here is something new for you. This is the cumulative time from the time the car passes the finish line, start-finish line, just before a pit stop, including the pit stop, until the car passes the line on the outlap. This is really the overall net effect. And Castroneves looking very good here. Hornish Jr. didn't come out quite as fast. Barron along with Hornish. Hornish in front. Just moved into third place around Al Unser Jr.
A little bit of information coming from Junior. Sounded like he said it might be his motor, because just a few laps ago, Paul, he was running side by side with Sharp.
Final moments of the season, the Chevy 500, the Indy Racing League. I'm Paul Page. Bob Jenkins and Scott Goodyear are up in the booth with us as Al Unser Jr. gets down on the pit road. Jack Arute, Gary Gerald, Vince Welch, they're covering down from the pits. Battle is at the front right now for the race. And the championship, Castroneves has done everything that he can. The word is that the motor just went on Al Unser Jr. Hornish is in third place. He needs to be in second. You see him there, that bright yellow car top of your screen. And there is the championship showdown.
Takes one contender out for the possible race win here, and also takes a contender out that was actually in between Castroneves and Hornish. That would have helped Castroneves towards the championship here. Unser Jr.'s been running so strong. He's done for the day now.
We were talking about Sam Hornish Jr. and him getting on the brakes, and everybody getting on the brakes hard going into the pit. The IRL has been quite clear. We don't much care where you are in the race or the championship. You break one of the rules, you're going to get penalized. That could be just devastating when you think about it. Now, this is the position that Hornish needs. If he can get second place, he goes back to the championship lead. Clear! And he's got it. So again, the championship is going to shift. Hornish isn't going to be satisfied with that, though. He's going to want Castroneves. Final pit stops are complete. It's all up to these guys now.
Paul, Sam knows that if he gets past Castroneves, he's got clear air in front of him, and he doesn't have to worry about any of that stuff going on behind him. He's probably going to try and get past and take a runoff like he did before and see if he can stretch a lead. We'll have to see if he's got the car to do that, and they're getting so close right now. Remember, that's 220 miles an hour on the outside.
Hornish outside Castroneves.
Still inside, still there, still there.
Nose ahead at the line.
Half car now, half car, coming back.
Oh, man. Unser Jr. out of the car. You're watching from third place, Scott Sharp.
Castroneves to the left, Hornish Jr. to the right. Car sits just ahead of them up in turn one.
Still inside, still there, still there.
You can bet everybody is being told, please don't slow up the championship battle.
Still inside, still there, still there.
Paul, how many times do you get to the very last race of the season of the championship and the two contenders are running 1 and 2? Oh, they absolutely touched.
Still inside,
They're
still
both
there,
not given
still
any
there.
room whatsoever.
Look at that.
Castroneves is trying to move him up. And now Hornish was trying to move him down because Hornish could see the traffic that was just up in front. They just passed. And so what he was trying to do was trying to push Castroneves down to the low side to box him in to get him off the throttle.
And yeah, it's not like running a stock car. You cannot safely trade paint or touch one another in the open wheel car. And they're doing this at 217 miles an hour.
And he's back to the bottom. Look at this. He forces his way through.
Exactly what Pancho Carter told Hornish Jr. not to do. Don't give up that bottom.
I don't believe that's racetrack. Pancho, get him to Joel. He passed us under the white line on the back straight.
Now here's where the gamemanship comes involved, guys. Because right now, Castroneves
their pie will be for the 4, Sam.
sort of claiming from the Pennzoil pit that Castroneves got past him, going below that white line. The white line that's on the racetrack between turns 2 and 3. They tell you not to go down there, but certainly Sam was protecting his lead a little bit.
Remember, at starting, we said keep an eye on Alex Barron. He's come up. Last lap, he came around Sharp. Now he goes wheel to wheel with him. Sharp gets 3rd place back from him, but Barron is still pretty racing.
This sprint car race, Sam, anywhere from the grass to the wall of the racetrack.
Well, you know, some great advice, but I got to tell you, if I'm Sam Hornish right now, I don't want to do anything wrong, because if I'm the only guy going out, I've lost this championship. And as you mentioned before, Paul, he's in 2nd right now. He's won this championship, but you know, sometimes as a previous driver, I'll tell you, the pride is right now, I want to win this race.
Yeah, he doesn't really need it, but he wants it.
On the Penske radio, they're telling Castroneves, stay cool. The question I pose, can you keep a Brazilian cool under these types of circumstances?
Oh, Castroneves is showing incredible coolness, maturity. Gary just thinks the genes might be working against him. His family is here.
Get a little distance, Sam, if we can.
Hornish's family is here. As of right now, points are tied. Hornish would win the championship because he won more races this year. That's the tiebreaker.
And probably in an effort to keep Castroneves cool, Tim Cindric is saying, we're the ones that are having all the fun.
Oh, here's Sam Hornish's mom. I can't even look at this. Oh. That's Helio Castroneves, the dad. 187 laps complete, 13 to go. And again, getting out side by side. Here's Hornish way wide. That let Sharp and Barron catch up. Pole sitter Vitor Mira is in 5th place.
Low car low.
Now they got a lot of traffic.
And the closing speed there, Paul, is quite large, 25 miles an hour. This is where the spotter comes in play, letting them know what's coming up ahead. But as we're riding along here, I looked out to the stands, and those 86,000 people that are here today, they're all standing up right now.
Castroneves needs something to happen with Hornish. Sharp get around him, Barron get around him. Castroneves done everything he can. He's where he's the only place he can be. There's your laps led. Castroneves with the most. Points are tied. Again in a tie. Castroneves would lose to Hornish Jr. because Hornish won more races in the season. Hornish has 4 wins. Helio has 2. Sharp and could both become a factor as they're closing in.
Now, Paul, with 10 laps left to go, all the drivers are trying their hardest, but I can tell you these two guys up front right now, heart rate's probably about 180 or 200, and their foot is mashed all the way down on the gas. They're not going to lift at all.
And you can't minimize the desire of Barron and Sharp, and they could be the ones that actually change the championship.
Well, exactly what can happen. We've seen this happen in Chicago. We've seen it happen here before.
Still inside.
If
Still
these
there.
two guys are dead heat as they are right now, side by side, if a driver comes up behind, as Barron is right now.
Oh, and Harness trying to go for the lead.
Still inside.
Catherine is going to hold him.
So it may be the drivers in second and third, Paul.
Getting close, not there. Still inside.
In that second line, that's going to maybe help the outcome of this race.
Shades of Chicago a week ago, they continue side by side.
Still inside.
Mira now comes up in that battle for third.
Now Castroneves has the advantage on the low line in the bottom of the turns. Lap traffic is coming up here. Hornish is going to try and squeeze him low, box him in. We'll have to see what happens. Castroneves is going to try and push him high. They split.
Oh. Mira comes to third.
Look at this. He's trying to push him up. They touched. Sam's wheel definitely touched. He saw a suspension move.
Castroneves comes out and around clean.
Oh, never mind. They moved it. It's fine. 5 laps to go. 2 cars behind you now. 2 cars behind you.
And the 2-car, Mira, is very close. Olsen, another young Brazilian, daring, brave, wants to show something to his owner, John Menard. And if he does, and puts Hornish down into third place, the championship changes. But right now, Hornish Jr. is the champion, and he may be the leader.
Still inside. Still there. Still there.
Now, if he gets through, Paul, you watch Sam. He will dive towards the bottom.
Oh!
220 miles an hour, not giving an inch.
Still inside. Still there. Still inside.
See,
here comes
off the gas.
And around, they go in, they come back in on.
See, Sharp's got the experience. He's hungry. He can see it. He can taste it. You heard Mira lift off the gas.
Still inside. Still there. Still there.
Two former winners now running on the inside. Sharp, former champion. And Alex Barron, who won his first race this season. 3 to go. Hornish gets him right at the line. And remember, last week in Chicago, every lap they were calculating what did it take just to get your nose ahead at the line, because that's the only place it counts.
Jim Cindric Hall is telling Castroneves, think about the line. Think about the position at the finish. I'm sure he is.
Well, right now, all he can do is win it.
White flag, 1 to go, 1 to go, all over your butt. Stay tight, stay tight.
And these guys know it.
Still side by side. Hornish Jr. had the lead by inches as they crossed the line last time. Now he comes a little bit further ahead. They come for the line. They come for the line. And it's Hornish. It's Hornish. Hornish the champion. Hornish the winner.
Absolutely the way Hornish wants to do it. Win the race and win the championship.
Helio Castroneves crosses the line 96 10,000ths. Behind Hornish, Mira third, Sharp fourth, Barron fifth. Oh, they've done it again.
You know, we talked about it and thought it might happen here again in Texas, but you couldn't write a script like this. The 2 guys at the end fighting for the championship race in 1-2.
Is this a great track or what? Texas Motor Speedway again gives us an incredible race with the second closest finish in history. And Sam Hornish Jr. goes to back-to-back championships.
That's all setting in for him right now, Paul. He doesn't set in when you go towards the line, but once you get past the line and you start your cool-off lap, which he's in right now, that's now setting in. Sam Hornish now can feel it. The emotions are setting there for him.
In his 8th win, Sam Hornish felt that he was hit at least 4 different times in those closing laps. And his win ties him with Buddy Lazier for the most IRL wins. There's a happy Pennzoil Panther team. Yep, you guys are the champions. Now, this is planned. They've got some big doings planned here. They've stopped Hornish Jr. as Catherine Evans pulls alongside to congratulate him over in turn 3.
And Paul, as we're talking, I want you to look at this tire right there. The Firestone Firehawk is smudged off the tire because those guys absolutely touched.
What's Elio doing? Gary Gerald?
John Barnes has been jogging. Here comes Bart Connor, the former gymnast who wears a Pennzoil crew. He works in here. John, the emotion of this moment as you cement another championship. What are you feeling?
Oh, man, I can't tell you. Been one elation.
What were your thoughts over those last laps as those two drivers, your driver, Hornish and Castroneves, looked like they touched at least 2 or 3 times?
Yeah, it's pretty wild. When the people at home should have got a hell of a show today.
Roger Penske and Tim Cindric came down to congratulate you. I know that you have a ton of respect for that team and what they brought to the IRL through this first year, but yet your satisfaction factor, where does it stand?
I mean, it's the top. This is it. It's what you do it for.
The emotion.
Team Penske is just a great organization. They brought a lot of effort and class to IRL.
Can this racing get any better?
I don't know. I hope so.
He's headed for victory lane, Vince.
Well, Roger Penske just mentioned a moment ago, Sam was right there, whether he was second or first, he was still going to get the championship, but I know you still wanted to get that 3 across the line first.
Well, I think that just shows you, how competitive we've been all year, and Sam drove a terrific race. They helped each other in the traffic there at the end, but, what a way to finish, 25 laps side by side. That should bring him back next year. We had a great run this year in the IRL. We're glad to be part of it. I take my hat off to the team, to Jill, obviously, and Elio. What a great run, but they deserved it and they won it.
Congratulations on a terrific season, Rob.
Thank you very much.
Well, Elio Castroneves has set the standard of climbing the fence after a win, but now the Pennzoil Panther crew is on the fence here at the start-finish line. And let's get on to Gary.
Elio, senior and junior, they get together, the father consoling his son. We were just asking John Barnes about his emotions. I've got to ask you the same thing, because it looked like you did everything you could possibly do to win a championship.
Wow, what a fantastic series. I mean, I couldn't be happier. Obviously, I want to win the championship, but unfortunately, that's not the way we'll go. He was the best. It's great to challenge guys like that. He did a hell of a job. His team did a hell of a job, but I have to thank my team. What an awesome team. It's a shame. Guys, I tried really hard. I think you guys saw, but hey, always next year.
How many times did you touch that yellow car?
Did I touch? That's where I was just trying to look. I tell you, man, that was incredible. I mean, it couldn't be more exciting. What a great finish. Hey, we start racing against each other all the way through until the last lap. Like I said, we're going to be the last lap of this last racetrack, and what a fantastic finish.
I know you haven't had much time to think about it, but as you think right now, would you have done anything different, not only today, but maybe at any point in this season?
I could, maybe if I would have go beside the car and trying to push, maybe that's the only choice I would have. But I try everything. My guys try everything. Roger, good job, man. You're amazing. Jill, it's a shame that we couldn't be part of it. I'm sure you would have had a lot of fun.
Congratulations on just an amazing year.
Thank you. Good job, guys. Good job to you, too.
Thank you. Boy, have they entertained us, Bob. Wow.
Time and time again, we are entertained with some fantastic close racing by the Indy Racing League. Sam Hornish wins the race and the championship, and Sam has now won 4 of the 5 closest finishes in IRL history. Jack Arute is somewhere out there. Jack?
Well, we're down in the holding area in the turn 3 area with Sam Hornish Jr. still strapped. Congratulations, buddy.
Thank you.
I know you're waiting for Old Glory because you want to bring that into victory lane.
Yeah, it was a real special thing to be able to carry it around last year, and to come through here and to have the same thing happen again and get the championship and to win at Texas again. It's great to come here and race. I love racing with all the guys in the IRL. It's just a tremendous feeling.
Well, stand by, Sam. We've got a big festivity about to get underway.
Well, here's the finish. 96 ten-thousandths of a second was the margin. Not quite as close as last week, but hey, you can't get much closer than right there. Vitor Mira, the pole sitter, finished in third position. Sam wins. We'll be back after this word from our ABC stations. You're watching ABC Sports Championship Television.
As we await for the actual official championship proceedings to fully get underway in front of the grandstand on the racetrack here on pit road, here's a man who was in the mix throughout those last frantic laps. Scott Sharp, you were in the catbird seat. You're watching those two guys. What are you thinking, and did you think there was any point you might be able to get your nose in there and somehow mix it up and steal a win?
Well, Gary, I got to do one thing. Hi, Bree and Jack. I always forget to say hi to my kids. Hey, guys. I tell you, it was wild out there. You know, they both did everything they could do. I saw Helio trying to move, Sam up there like anyone would do, and Sam held his ground strong and had the outside line. We've always seen time after time the outside groove's the one to have here. Delphi car was great. I kept waiting for an opportunity, but it just seemed like we were a little bit down on speed. We just didn't quite have the power to get up there. I was flat out for most of the last 30 laps.
Did those two cars in front of you touch at any time in your eyes?
They might have a little bit, but you don't really worry about that. There's a few other guys you could think about, maybe in a blue car, that if they were doing that, you might be a little bit more sensitive. But those guys are really heady. They're really smart. They both know that if one of them goes in the fence, the championship's going to be over.
This has been a satisfying year because you did get a win to keep your streak alive. I think it's 6 straight years now with a win in this series, which is an all-time best. Was that the high point?
Yeah, that was definitely a high point. Anytime you win, it's the high point. We had a roller coaster year for the Delphi team. We led, I think, 8 different races. We just had 6 different failures. We failed to finish 6 times, and the consistency that the front runners have, you just can't afford to do that.
Enjoy some time off.
Looking forward to next year already.
Oh, so are we. That's Scott Sharp. Let's go to Bob.
Scott Sharp finishes 4th, and now Sam Hornish Jr. in the car with the American flag on board. Comes from turn number 3 around here to the main straightaway, where, of course, the championship laurels will be presented him. Actually, he's going down the backstretch in the opposite direction of the race traffic. But it's just allowing the fans to celebrate with him this incredible year that the Pennzoil Panther team has had and that Sam Hornish has brought them. His 2nd consecutive IRL championship, he becomes the first driver to repeat as Indy Racing League champion. And he did it today in incredible style as he and Elio Castroneves, the other points contender, race side by side to the finish, with Sam winning by just a few inches. 21 lead changes during the afternoon among 7 drivers, and the average speed of this race, 163.981 miles an hour. We were slowed for 4 cautions totaling 35 laps. Well, Sam's going to do some donuts for us here in front of the main grandstand as the American flag remains on board. Before long, he will be getting out of that car and we'll be able to talk officially with him. There are the results. 7 cars finished on the lead lap, with Vitor Mira, the pole sitter, finishing in 3rd position. Sarah Fisher ended up in the 11th spot this afternoon.
What a run. To top off a season that's just been incredible, Sam.
Yeah, it has been an incredible season. Would have been a little bit better if the driver hadn't screwed up at a couple races, but the Pennzoil Panther crew, they do an awesome job for me. They always give me cars that are dependable and safe and good to go out there and run, so it's always a joy to go out there and run for those guys. And it's all for them. I really want to thank God, my family, my mom and dad. They made everything possible for me to be where I'm at.
Sam, 1 year ago you came to this race. You were victorious, but you didn't have the pressure of a championship on your shoulders. You had wrapped it up previously. Describe the differences.
I wanted to win last year and I wanted to win this year, but this year I needed to win. So it's a great feeling. The Pennzoil Panther guys just have given me awesome race cars all year long. And I think maybe we need to carry that American flag more often.
Well, let's go over to Tony George, who is the president of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and the founder of the Indy Racing League, because, Sam, there's a very special presentation about to take underway, or about to happen here with Tony George. Tony, the mic's all yours.
Well, Jack, thank you. And I want to thank all the fans here at Texas Motor Speedway. You're the greatest. We love winding up the championship down here. I want to thank all the IRL teams and drivers for putting on a great season for the 2002 championship, and especially I want to congratulate Sam Hornish on your second back-to-back championship, and Elio Castroneves, Marlboro Team Penske. They put up a tremendous fight. Gilles DeFerrin, you guys make it so exciting. I can't stand it anymore. You are the man. You're the finest talent out there, and congratulations.
Thank you.
And the crowd roars in their appreciation. Tony, that's a pretty impressive trophy back there, but I think what's more important is what's to the left of us here in that Chevrolet pickup truck. $1 million going to the champion.
You know, Sam takes it all in stride. I think, you know, we're very pleased with the growth and progress of the Indy Racing League. We hope to make that 10 million one of these years, but, you know, it's great. We love all the fans. We love ABC. We look forward to coming back again next year, and I don't know what to expect, but it's going to be great.
After what we've seen this season, I don't know. All I know is that we'll probably see just the same kind of excitement.
I'm sure we will.
Tony George, and let's get a hold of Sam one more time, as he's already started giving out interviews. Sam, there was a lot of talk this season that maybe if you won the championship for a second time, that you would consider a change in career, or maybe combining your career, a little stock car racing. But yet, tell me what you and Dale Earnhardt Jr. talked about a couple of weeks ago.
I had to talk about deciding what you wanted to do for the rest of your life, and you have your choice on. He said you can, you know, you got to make up your mind whether you want to be a stock car driver the rest of your life or an IndyCar driver. And I still got to win that Indianapolis 500, and it's becoming more apparent all the time what I need to be doing.
Now, Tony George said that he hopes someday it'll be $10 million over in that pickup truck. You gonna stick around for that?
I hope so. I hope that I win it when there is, but you know, that's all part of the growing process. The IRL has grown a lot since its inception, and it's just a wonderful place to race.
Bob, this is just an amazing situation down here in Victory Lane. It's hard to believe that just 3 years ago, Sam Hornish Jr. was just beginning to make his name, and now not once, but twice. Sam, you're an IRL champion.
It feels awesome. I got to give a lot of credit to God, my mom and dad, Pennzoil Panther Racing, John Barnes, and Gary Pettigo for seeing something in me and giving me a chance.
Now, late in the race, one of the things that happened is Pancho Carter was talking to you when you were dicing it up with Elio Castroneves, and all of a sudden, he gave a sprint car adage to you about anything between the grass and the wall was fair game?
Well, Elio was protecting the lower line, so I went around the outside, got him passed on the outside, came off of turn 2, and I was on the low line, and he drove right underneath the white line and passed me on the apron. I said, well, all right, well, I don't think that's really legal, but, you know, that's part of the deal. It all worked out in the end.
Characterize this season in terms of IndyCar racing for you and for the series in general.
3 good races, 3 bad races, and all the rest were good. Couldn't ask for anything more. Had a car that didn't fail me once all year, and if not for a couple driver mistakes, we would have been celebrating last week in Chicago probably.
Well, we're going to let you celebrate right now. Congratulations, Sam Hornish, the Pennzoil Panther team. Let's go back upstairs.
Sam Hornish Jr. finished 20th and 27th in his first 2 appearances here at Texas in 2000. He comes away with the victory here today and the championship. Vince?
Well, Vito Mera was the pole sitter, and he finished 3rd here today in just his 4th Indy Racing League event. You got better every time out, 15th, 19th, 8th, and 3rd today, even led some laps. What was your impression of the racing up front today?
Yeah, it's tough run with those guys. They have a lot of experience, but I'm doing my best. Jones, Manville, Menard car, and the crew, they did a very, very good job. And it's already a month that they don't stop working. No weekends, no holidays, anything, just working on the cars. I'm proud to be with them, and they gave me the biggest present anybody ever gave me.
You said you thought maybe your car was even a little bit faster at the end than the 2 leaders. Why didn't you challenge?
When there were 10 laps to go, I think I was 5th, running on the front package there. They were fighting really, really tough, really hard. I knew they worked for the championship. That was a year decision. So I thought, should I go by, should I don't? But then afterwards worked just fine.
You probably made the right decision. Vito Mera finishes 3rd today, just a 1/10 of a second behind the winner, Sam Hornish Jr. Bob Jenkins.
Great run for that young man. We may see him back in the league again next year. Well, here is the finish as Sam Hornish Jr. has the championship by 20 points over Castro Neves. Felipe Giafoni was fourth in the point standings nearly all year long and finished that way 99 behind, and Alex Barron finished in 5th position. And there are the other in the top 10 of the point standings here in the IRL 2002 season. We'll be back after this. And a word from our ABC stations. You're watching ABC Sports Championship Television. Back here at Texas Motor Speedway, the critics are calling it stylish, provocative, mysterious, and daring. Don't miss the world premiere of television's hottest new drama, Push Nevada. Catch a special preview Tuesday at 9, 8 Central, only on ABC. Here's Vince Welch with the Bombardier Rookie of the Year for 2002, Laurent Redon.
Laurent finishing 10th today and signing some autographs, making the fans here at Texas Motor Speedway very happy. And his best finish this year was a 3rd at California, and a lot of people thought maybe he'd get to victory lane this season. Not quite this time around, but I know that you're looking ahead to next year. How was that run today?
It was pretty exciting, thank you. It was good to be at the end and to be a rookie. It's always good to be a rookie. Thanks everybody to enjoy of this, be enjoying the race. I want to thank. I use this to thank my team and especially Mike Jack, who is the main sponsor of this team and helped me so much to be here. And I think we did a good job. We always be very competitive during the season. We didn't have so much luck. We couldn't win Richmond or Texas, but it's the way of racing. So I'm really happy to be here and to be the rookie, and I'm glad to be in this series. It's a very nice series and a lot of fun.
Congratulations, Laurent.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Laurent Redon, the Bombardier Rookie of the Year. Jack Arute.
Well, one of the biggest stories outside of the world of motorsports and inside the world of motorsports is when this young lady sat on the pole at a race this year. Sarah Fisher, how about this season? You started out, you didn't think you were going to have a ride, and lo and behold, you fill in for Robbie Buell, and it ends up with a full-time ride with the Smart Plate people.
I know, it's been awesome. You know, I mean, this year I didn't even think I was going to have a ride, and to come away with such a first-class team. We're very happy with Team Smart Plate and really looking forward to continuing on with these guys in 2003.
What's the outlook, Sarah? Is things starting to come together there?
Well, we're working really hard, and there's some folks making some decisions, and everybody's pitching in to help. And Dry Rambold Racing has done a superb job, and they've hired some really great people around me, and they've all done excellent, and we want to keep them together for next year.
Sarah Fisher, you once told me when you first started with this team that the most important thing was the comfort level that you felt as compared to where you came from. Now that you've completed the season, what's the biggest thing you take out of this ride with Dry and Rambold?
Well, you just got to learn to go fast. I mean, that's all we really had today, and we missed the setup a little bit. We had a huge push and just couldn't stay with them. And you know, now we're not tuning for comfort. We're tuning for speed and to win races, and we just need more shots at it.
And Gary, I think she'll get a lot of shots at it next year, and I predict she'll win one before we're here next year.
It's going to be very exciting to see how that career flourishes. Here's a young man who's made quite an impression in this league. Larry Blair, his son Austin is here, and Alex Barron, the driver of number 44, who ends up 5th today. How satisfied are you, not only with the performance today, another top 5 finish, but for a first year in the IRL competition the entire season?
Well, I think we're really satisfied with our results. To finish 5th in the championship our first year, you know, it's a heck of an accomplishment. We got put together fairly late, and our motor program came on fairly late, and you know, to do this and finish 5th and then running real strong at the end of the season, you know, we couldn't ask for more. But we want to be back next year and do this again, and I think we'll leave off right where we left off here. And you know, and I wouldn't have this opportunity without Larry Blair, and you know, he's put together just a tremendous program here, and I'd love to work for him again next year and have all the guys with us. We got good pit stops, good team, excellent engineer with John Dick, and my hat's off to everybody, and I'd just like to thank everybody. Chevrolet's come on with us, and we look forward to running with them next year. They've really picked up the pace here at the end of the season, and it really shows.
And what he modestly didn't say was that he won a race on a 1.5 mile track earlier this season in Nashville. Larry Blair, a quick comment from you. Did this season exceed your expectations coming into the IRL?
Yeah, Gary, it really did. We, as a new team, but a lot of experienced people, we wanted to make solid and steady progress. It was really kind of our motto in the beginning of the season, and we accomplished that and won a race, 4th at the Indy. The accomplishments here, 5th in the points. So for Rarevac Blair Racing, we're really proud of everybody, the whole team. Alex, a great driver. We're very proud. Thank you.
Looking forward to seeing you guys in 03. It'll be here before you know it. Hope you're ready.
I'm ready. Let's go.
All right. Jack?
Gary, we want to show you the look of the future of Indy Racing League competition. This is the outfit that Buddy Rice has turned into. The reason I say this is 12 of the starters today were age 30 and under. You, of course, one of those. And Buddy, talk about your being called to service with Red Bull Infinity Racing and the rest of the season that you've enjoyed here.
Oh, it's been an excellent season, excellent opportunity for me to finally make it into one of the top elite levels open wheel racing, and the opportunity that Achiever and Red Bull gave me was excellent, and I've tried to make the most of it, and we'll just have to see what happens for next year, but it's been an excellent opportunity and experience.
And Bob, if you do turn them around backwards, there is the logo on the hat.
Well, the sponsor is mentioned, but it's on the back of the hat as he is wearing it. Well, the celebration continues. That $1 million divided up in those bags may be getting wet with all the champagne that's being sprayed down there as the Pennzoil Panther team celebrates its 2nd consecutive championship in the Indy Racing League. Next Tuesday at 8, 7 Central, John Ritter is married with kids in the new comedy 8 Simple Rules for Dating My Teenage Daughter. Tuesday at 8, 7 Central on ABC. We'll be back to wrap it up from Texas Motor Speedway in just a moment. And back here at Texas Motor Speedway, the celebration is continuing among all those members of the Pennzoil Panther team. Let's go back and take a look at what happened here today. The Indy Racing League trophy was up to grabs, and the two contenders were Sam Hornish and Helio Castroneves. The last 30 laps of the race. Now bear in mind something here. As long as Sam Hornish Jr. finished 2nd, he had the championship won. But would he settle back in behind Helio Castroneves? No way. They battled wheel to wheel, side by side, and in fact, we counted at least 4 times that they could possibly have touched in those last 30 laps. It continued like this right on down to the drop of the checkered flag. Castroneves to the inside, Hornish to the outside. Now, Sam, of course, has been involved in 4 of the closest finishes in history, and that outside line has been very good to him. And on the last lap, that's exactly where he was. They came off corner number 4, Sam on the high side, and Castroneves finishes 2nd to Sam Hornish Jr., who is the winner of the race and the champion. Here are Paul and Scott.
I guess you just got to say, what fun. Boy, it has been a fun season. Here are the 3 rookie stripes from Scott Goodyear's chair all season. They're gone. I can't tell you what a great job you've done.
Well, it's been enjoyable.
What a terrific job for the league. They reported 86,000 fans here today. They were screaming, they were yelling, they were really into it. And it just makes you want to look ahead to next season already. Normally about this time of the year you say, oh, well, going to get a break. No, I want to see a race next week.
You almost feel that way, but Paul, what comes to my mind right now is that Panther Racing, which was developed and started in 1998, beat Penske, the powerhouse of open wheel racing, with 11 Indy 500 victories, 11 championships, started in 1968. What an amazing fate for these teams.
Yeah, but what that will do for Penske Racing is just say, we're coming back hard once again. And I think it's absolutely amazing that Pennzoil Panther did it with a single car team, except for the last couple of races. So they really have their act together, Jack Arud.
Well, not only has the race been exciting, but this crowd has been let loose in the IRL garage area. And after running 200 laps at Texas Motor Speedway, this man, Eddie Cheever Jr., continues to sign countless autographs for the Red Bull Infinity team. What a season, Eddie.
It's the most bizarre season I've ever been in. We had very fast cars and went away with 1 win. But we learned a lot. The Infinity engine ran very well, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank them for all the help they've given us, and of course Red Bull. But what a great season. Sam is cool hand Sam. He did it again 2 times in a row. And he beat the Penske's, and everybody thought the Penske's were going to come in here and just kind of play with everybody. And it was a great run for the championship.
Bob, that's the best testimony I can ever give.
Well, Eddie Cheever Jr. indeed did have a very up and down season. And we can add another to the closest finishes in history. Chicago last Sunday remains the closest, but here today we also had an incredible finish, .0096. That now becomes the second closest finish in history. Down to Vince Welch.
Robbie McGee led 13 laps today. You told me before the race this chance with Team Cheever was going to be a big point in your career. How do you feel you fared?
Well, you know, we're not really happy with the overall result, but it's really great to get out front and get to lead laps again. I know I could win in a car like that, and we just got caught out on our fuel strategy, but that's what put us out front for a while. Like I said, I know if I had an opportunity, I could win it. It's got me excited about winning races again.
He has shown that if he has a good car, he can take it to the front. He did so today. Robbie McGee.
Robbie McGee, of course, had his best finish in his IRL career here at Texas Motor Speedway when he finished second to Scott Sharp in 2000. So that indeed is going to wrap it up for the year 2002 in the Indy Racing League. Now you look back over the season and you find so many things you can talk about, but perhaps instead of looking back, we should look ahead just a little bit. We mentioned several things during the telecast today that points to very good things for the Indy Racing League in the year to come. 12 drivers in this field today were under 30 years of age, so we have some young drivers that are coming up to challenge the old veterans. We have 2 new engine manufacturers that are coming into the series next year, along with Chevrolet. Toyota and Honda will be a part of the series, and Infiniti, which has done such a great job the past few years, will concentrate on its own series, the Infiniti Pro Series. And we have brand new cars that are coming out, including a new car manufacturer. And we also have, of course, a trip to Japan to look forward to, as the number of venues on the IRL schedule also expands. So 2003 also looks very good for the Indy Racing League. Sam Hornish Jr. is the champion of 2002 and the winner here at Texas Motor Speedway. Coming up next, World News Tonight, Sunday, except on the West Coast, where you will see the Formula One Italian Grand Prix. Thanks for being with us all season long. For Paul Page and Scott Goodyear, I'm Bob Jenkins. Thanks for being with us for this incredible series. ABC Sports is online at ESPN.com. Keyword ABC Sports. It's been fun. Thanks for joining us. We look forward to 2003.
The official IndyCar app, powered by NTT Data, puts the pulse-pounding action of IndyCar right at your fingertips. Never miss a lap with the latest news, highlights, and live race coverage. Track every move with real-time leaderboards, interactive maps, onboard cameras, and driver radio. Your all-access pass to every race, every moment, every day. Download the official IndyCar app now.
Untouchable, undeniable, one man going for history. Let's go, boys!
Live from Chicagoland Speedway, it's overcast, but we're getting ready to go racing. The final race of the 2007 season, the Peak Antifreeze Indy 300, presented by Mr. Clean. The forecast calls for showers, but so far it looks like we're going to get this race started on time as we welcome you to Firestone Race Day, where we'll get you caught up on the entire championship scenario. Take a look at the 2006 point standings. The top four separated by all of 21 points. And as you look at those four racers, 3 of them have won championships in the IndyCar Series. The one that hasn't is the man who's leading the points, Helio Castroneves. Helio Castroneves takes the win. Spider-Man does it again.
Well, Helio, after 6 months, 13 races, and over 2,000 laps, it all comes down to one day and one race for one championship. What's the key for you to leave here today as an IndyCar champion?
You know what? I'm going to have as much fun I can. I'm going to race with my heart, passion, what I do, you know, and I hope it'll be the day. If it meant to be, it will be.
Roger Penske's all about teamwork, but at what point today do you and Sam Hornish stop being teammates and start being ferocious competitors?
I hope not. Obviously, the first 100 laps, we have to be smart. We have 2 other guys also battling for the championship, so we need to work together until that. But I think the last 50 laps, the last 40 laps, you're going to start escalating the nerves, and you'll be a great show.
Hey, good luck today.
Thank you.
Hey, win or lose, Helio Castroneves and teammate Sam Hornish already have a lot to celebrate this year.
Happy birthday, Sam.
For Sam Hornish Jr., that Indy 500 win was the missing piece in the puzzle, but I wonder, Sam, a 3rd championship, where would that rank?
Maybe we start a new puzzle. I don't know. This has been pretty much an unbelievable season for us to be able to win the 500, to come into this last race of the year with an opportunity to win the points. I'm just, I can't really put into words right now what it would mean to win the championship. I'm out here with a bunch of great competitors, and especially today against 3 guys that, you know, are going to be extremely tough on this 1.5-mile oval. I haven't ever seen 4-wide racing, but maybe that'll happen here before the end of the day. These guys are all being pretty aggressive, and hopefully I'll make the right decisions to bring Marwood Team Penske a championship.
Good luck to you, Sam, but I want to know, when the fact that you're chasing people for a championship, it's one thing. When you're chasing your teammate, it's another. How does that dynamic come into play today?
You know, basically the same things, except you know, you don't ever want to go out of the race, but you really don't want to go out of the race with your teammate. So you know, we're going to try to be as smart as we possibly can today, and make sure that we both make good decisions, and hopefully we'll get out of here with a victory and a championship.
That's Marlboro Team Penske 1 and 2, but there are 2 other red cars in the chase for the championship, led by the defending national champion.
Just how quick the laps fly by. At the stripe, it is Weldon.
Well, the last time we saw Dan Weldon in Victory Circle, it was the first race of the season. Here we are, Dan, the last race. How important is it for you to cross that finish line first?
Well, first of all, do you like my attire for this?
Yes, you're looking marvelous.
Pretty special, huh? It's obviously very important for me to win this race if I need any chance of winning the championship. And you know, that's what I'm going to have to do. There's been a few races we've just had that I've had to be careful to keep myself in the championship chase, but I'm not going to be doing that this time. It's all out.
Well, you can hear Dan Weldon under the weather a little bit. He'll be battling that flu as well as the Penske's, but he also has to beat his own teammate, Scott Dixon.
It will be Scott Dixon. One last shot for Weldon. He won't do it.
Well, Scott Dixon, of the 4 horses in this race today, you have the farthest to go. You're 21 points back. You know, what kind of risk are you willing to take today to win it all?
No, I think, you know, it's not so much risk. It's just we've got to be aggressive. We've got to try and lead laps. We've got to stay near the front. Both of the 2 target cars, you know, we're 19 and 21 points out. So we've got to push as hard as we can without crashing, obviously, and try and take the win from the Penske's and hopefully get the bonus points, and maybe we come away with it.
Hey, good luck to you.
Thanks.
Marty, it's not far-fetched that Scott Dixon could begin this day 4th in the points and finish it as an IndyCar champion.
Not far-fetched at all, Doc. Take a look at how points are scored and notice the difference between just 1st and 5th. A total of 20 points. And remember, you get 3 bonus points for leading the most laps of the race. And that could happen today for sure, playing into the championship chase. Let's bring in Scott Goodyear, Rusty Wallace. You can feel the pressure. You can see it in their faces down there.
Marty, you can feel the tension down there. These guys are so nervous. They're aggressive. They're ready to go. And let me tell you what, they can't hold back at all. These top 4 guys, they got to stand on the gas, drive with reckless abandon, because they're going to have to do that to win this championship.
And we also have seen already that this is going to be a contact sport. It happened yesterday.
It did in the very first session. Both the Ganassi and Penske cars were out there banging wheels. But you know something? I don't think the Penske guys can actually change their driving style. They can't lose their rhythm. They have to find the balance between aggression and also the patience. And you know something? A Penske car has never won here at the Chicagoland Speedway, and they might have to do that today, guys, so they can win a championship.
Well, there have been 13 prior races to get us to this point. A lot of agony, a lot of ecstasy. The IndyCar season is green. At the stripe, it is Weldon.
It's time for the 90th running of the Indianapolis. Sam Hornish stops the car.
At the stripe, Hornish wins. You see the sparks? That's just how quick the laps go. Castroneves takes the lead.
I have never seen Elio Castroneves this frustrated.
Hey, boys, that's for you guys.
Major problems with Scott Dixon.
We got to try to go all the way. Yeah.
The 19-year-old is going to win.
Andretti headed to victory lane. Well, just 2 weeks ago, young rookie Marco Andretti made history, becoming the youngest driver in open wheel racing to win a race. The celebration continued when he went to his hometown in Nazareth, Pennsylvania, where all the neighbors put up posters and signs congratulating him. His mom, Sandy, said it was very reminiscent of when his father, Michael Andretti, raced. The whole town got together in celebration of the Andretti family. But today, it's back to reality. Marco Andretti starts 14th. Marty?
Well, that was certainly a favorite moment for the Andretti family, and I think I know where your favorite might be, Dad.
Well, definitely my favorite moment for the Andretti family was definitely at Sonoma. Michael Andretti watching his 19-year-old son Marco win for the very first time, very, very moving. And yesterday, my son Steven won here at Chicago in the ARCA race. That was very moving to watch that race, too. So as a father, and both having 19-year-old kids, it's pretty moving. But, you know, Sonoma was my favorite.
And what about you, Scott?
Has to be the finish of this year's Indianapolis 500. Oh, so close for Marco Andretti. I was on the losing end in 1992 with Alonso Jr. and I watched the finish here this year between those two guys. I felt what they were doing actually out there in the racetrack, that last moment, that last lap. So I think that finish has to be my favorite this year.
Well, as I look to the clock and realize that we are just minutes away from the 14th and final command to start engines, I flash back to the very first race, to Homestead, because it was bittersweet. Oh, so sweet, because you had those side-by-side laps at 200+ miles an hour between Elio Castroneves and Dan Weldon with that super close finish. But it was also bitter because we lost Paul Dana that morning in a horrible practice crash. Paul's legacy, though, will be the fact he brought competing companies in the ethanol production pipeline together, and next year every Indy car will run on 100% ethanol. We remember Paul Dana today, and will again next year, each time the command is given to start engines on 100% ethanol. And back here at Chicagoland Speedway, we are just moments away from the command to start engines here in the final race of the 2006 campaign. Remember, it is overcast. The weather could play a factor. No one's going to be able to go slow today because officially this race could end at lap 101, just one lap past halfway. Will we go the distance? Stay with us for the next 2.5 hours. Let's go trackside.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines.
So the engines have come to life here as we put a period on our final Firestone race day, as we are now getting ready for the final start of the 2006 IndyCar campaign with everything on the line. Let's take a look at our ethanol track conditions as the engines continue to warm up. Temperature's a little bit on the cool side here, guys, as it is an ambient of 67 degrees.
Much cooler than it was here yesterday during practice. And the other key thing, too, all the rain last night has washed all the rubber off the race circuit. All these drivers will be out here starting fresh today, Rusty, and they're going to have to barely watch their car in the first couple of laps.
This track's going to be different, though, Scott. We've had the Infinity Pro Series race yesterday, along with the ARCA race yesterday, that really muddied the track up with rubber. Now we've had a lot of rain. I expect the tracks to be fast, but be a little slick also. It's cool, like you've said.
All right, let's take a look at our peak antifreeze starting grid. You'll see the positions across the top of your screen, and while that occurs and the cars go out on the first of the pace laps, let's also show you our 7 onboard cameras. That's right, we've got 7 for you in today's race to cover all the action. Take a look right there, and that is the number 5 of Sarah Fisher. Sarah will be starting in the number 16 position. We've got the low cloud cover. That's why you're seeing a little bit of breakup. Our helicopter can't get quite as high. There we're on board with Danica Patrick. She will start 15th today. Move a little bit further forward in the field, and you'll pick up in the number 26 car, Marco Andretti. Won the last time out, but he'll start 14th today in the final race. A little farther forward in the field, the number 17, Ethanol Dallara. Of course, that is Jeff Simmons that we're riding on board here. He will start in the number 10 position. Then also moving further forward in the field, Vitor Meira, still looking for that all-elusive first win. He has 7 career second-place finishes. He play the role of spoiler and get that first win? We'll find out. And then we also have on boards with the number 10, as you see out the back there with Dan Weldon, he is starting in the 3rd position. And we also have one on his teammate's car, Scott Dixon, the number 9 target, Chip Ganassi Racing. Let's check in on pit row for final updates. Jackaroo?
Well, let's check in with Roger Penske. Roger, what were the final words of wisdom you gave to your 2 drivers?
I said we don't need to race the first 30 laps. We need to be there at the end. You know, it's going to be a great race. Reliability, patience is going to pay off today.
Jerry?
Well, Chip Ganassi has lived this state many times before. He has 5 open-wheel titles in his belt. Hey, Chip, how did your guys win this championship today?
Well, Jerry, I mean, it's pretty simple. We got to lead the most laps, win the race, and squeeze some cars between us and those Penske cars.
All right, the Target Ganassi guys are on a mission. Jamie?
Well, Doc, we're about to see one of the closest races. I have a feeling Chicagoland Speedway has hosted some of the the closest finishes in IndyCar Series history, the closest ever coming in 2002 with Sam Hornish Jr. He beat Al Unser Jr. by 2/1000ths of a second. Guys, today we're going to see wheel-to-wheel, 2 and 3 cars wide from start to finish. And oh yeah, there's a championship on the line with 4 drivers in contention. Marty, we all better sit back and enjoy this because it's going to be one of the best of the year.
On the backstretch for the final time before we go green. And remember, we talked about this. Does this change strategy as we get ready to go here with the threat of rain?
Absolutely does. People actually change their strategy for fuel mileage. You have to make sure that you are around there, out in the racetrack, in a great position around lap 90 if it might go only half distance.
Pace car with Johnny Rutherford at the wheel, pulls down below the line. And the battle for the 2006 IndyCar Championship is green. Coming out of turn 4, the Target Chip Ganassi team, hooked in tandem 1 and 2, and they are trying to pull away already.
Marty, it's championship time right now. We saw this yesterday in practice. These guys were driving harder than I've ever seen them drive in my life. As you see them passing each other right now for the lead. Chip Ganassi says, guys, dominate, lead all the laps, take everything.
But you think they would actually follow in behind each other, because right now they're poking a big hole in the air with 2 cars side by side and just allowing the Penske car, Sam Hornish, right now to get a great run.
But you can see right now there's no team orders, guys. They're going.
They touched right there, the Ganassi guys.
And you don't want to do that early in the race with these Indy cars. When you're banging wheels, you risk a chance of hooking a tire and having a heck of a crash. This isn't like NASCAR, guys. These guys don't have fenders. They touch again.
Look at this. This is lap number 3, and they're teammates.
Well, I think right now, Chip Ganassi and Mark Hall will be on the radio saying, come on, guys, calm down now. This is getting a little ridiculous. I know you want to win this championship, but we got to get to the end first.
Sam Hornish right behind him, waiting for the opening to try and go around. They're still going side by side. Will we go 3 wide? Nope, Sam says not right yet. Don't make that upside.
A look of concern and a look of dismay on their face, absolutely.
Sam?
There's such a thing, guys, as trying to lead the most laps, but you would thought that it would have got in line and tried to check out, but we're running side by side every single lap. I would say that the Penske cars are doing a better job of showing patience right now.
Actually, as we look back right now, there's the 55 of Kosuke Masura. You know something, there's a rumor that he might not be secure in his ride next year. So you think about the guys running for the championship up front. They look in their mirrors right now, or Elio looks forward and see Kosuke, and they know he's got nothing to lose. There's no risk for him. He just goes out there and races.
Hey, Doc, what is Chip Ganassi saying on the radio?
Exactly what Rusty commented on a moment ago. He said, you guys have got to get in line. The problem is he didn't say who to go first, so now these guys are staying side by side. He didn't say, Dan, you get in line, or Dixon, you get in line, so they stay side by side. Both these guys want to lead the most laps. Jack.
So what did Roger Penske tell his driver, Sam Hornish, who was watching this unfold in front of him? He said, and I quote, Sam, watch yourself. We've got plenty of laps. Guys?
We are working lap 7 of 200. You can see right now that Sam Hornish is the points leader by 3 based on positions, because Elio Castroneves has dropped back to 6th. He was not happy with qualifying yesterday, and you can see that points as of right now, Dan Weldon would move ahead of Elio into 2nd place. Elio would be all the way down to 3rd.
Marty, this particular track, Chicago, this is the track that most of the drivers are most nervous about. It's a very, very fast speedway with a lot of grip. You talk to all the drivers and think, man, we run so fast at this racetrack, and compound that with pressure. Got to win this title. Then compound it with guys that haven't won, who wanted to get out there and make a big deal of it, like Tony Kanaan and Kosuke Matsura, who's up there flying right now. So I'm not feeling good about what I'm seeing right now. These guys are getting really aggressive here.
Look at this on board. I mean, they are literally inches apart.
Well, they can't get away from each other. If somebody could get in the front so they could tuck in, the guy's feeling all the drafts back there, Sam Hornish Jr. right now. He's just waiting for a mistake.
Here's the problem. They both need to lead the most laps for those 3 bonus points.
And that's exactly where they're going with that, Marty. You're absolutely right, because 3 points can make a big difference here at the end of the race.
In the meantime, some of the cars that have moved further forward. You mentioned Tony Kanaan a minute ago. Remember, he started back in the 13th position. He has moved up to 5th. There he is on the high side. Koski Matsura right beside him there, right in front of him.
There's one thing I've learned about championships, watching what happened last night in Richmond, Virginia with Tony Stewart. Look, you can't have problems. You can't lay back. You can't be comfortable. In these championship runs, you got to run hard, and Tony's a guy that'll tell you that right now. But these guys are running every single lap like it's the last lap. They're not being patient. And I'll tell you what, Scott, the Penske guys, they can't be patient at all right now.
Well, you know something I said in the opening, you have to find the right amount of aggression and patience right now. And you see what's happening with Elio. He's sort of back in the fold, being a little conservative. And that's when you risk a chance of actually getting taken out by the people that are hungry. And he's got Scott Sharp underneath him, whose last win was actually in Kentucky in 05. You got to be cautious, but you have to be aggressive.
We've got yellow on the racetrack. Looking around, don't see anybody that is immediately off course, but the pace car is coming out.
Marty, we saw him touch a lot of smoke while we were talking right there. We can go back to replay and see what that was in a second here, folks. But a big hit just a little while ago. I think we lost a piece of carbon fiber or something off of one of these cars.
It was the 2 of Thomas Schechter, the 4 of Vitor Meira. So we are under our first caution here on lap number 13. And there is Vitor. I'm looking at the front. No significant damage there. Let's go back and see if we're at the top of the screen.
Actually 4 wide. Look at this, and the wheels interlock with some great driving between Schechter on the low side and the number 4 of the Lincoln Tech car of Vitor Meira on the top side. Now, the reason for the caution is they do need to have a look at the racetrack. Look at this again. Boy, we saw it Chicago last year with Ryan Briscoe getting caught up and being thrown into the fence, and that's the problem you have. There is a piece of debris right there. It looks like possibly even a mirror, so we'll have to see if that's off of one of the cars that was involved in that. But the most important thing is that they need to find pieces like that, because these tires are very thin. They're slick tires. The thickness is really only the thickness of a quarter, and they really cannot run over any type of debris. And they don't have, I think you guys have inner liners, Rusty, in NASCAR?
I'll tell you what, getting back to it, Scott, those cats just cheated disaster. You know that.
They did.
I mean, they could have interlocked those tires so quick, and we're only 14 laps in this race and already banging tires, 4 wide off of turn 4. I could feel it. It's not looking good, man.
But here's the thing. Not only the championship, those guys that are banging wheels, they want to win a race. See, the championship's not in their mind. They want to win because it's important to have the winter season saying, I won this past season.
They don't care about Dan Weldon, Scott Dixon, Hornish. They want to win.
You guys have mentioned the fact that there's the potential for disaster out there, and maybe that's another reason IndyCar officials said, okay, let's get this yellow out, calm these guys down a little bit, because we are so early in this race.
Calm them down. I need to sit down. I've been standing up the whole time. I'm going crazy. Everybody in the grandstands are flipping out. This race is unbelievable, man. They're flying out there. We have pit stops now.
So pit lane is open, and it looks like the majority of the teams are going to take advantage of it on lap number 13. Jerry Punch coming your way.
And Marty, the top 2 cars on your screen, Weldon and Dixon, will take fuel only. The Target Ganassi teammates, first Dixon in, then Weldon in. They want to get in and out on fuel. They got to get it full. Should only take about 6 or 7 seconds. Jackaroo.
It's going to be interesting. The Ganassi cars beat the Penske cars out. They likewise did fuel only. This is what we're going to see, guys, all afternoon. This is high-stakes poker down on pit road, laying tires out. Do you come in? Do you not come in? And everybody's playing their cards very close to the vest.
Well, we should update you after the pit stops. Obviously, the 4 championship contenders came in, but staying out to take the race lead is A.J. Foyt IV. You're saying, wait a minute, what's he doing here? Well, he took over for the injured Dario Franchitti. He suffered a concussion last week over in a vintage car race over in England. And there is A.J. IV right now leading here as you take a look at the ethanol pit exit cam, and there's Dan Weldon beating his teammate. As we go side by side, you won't miss a thing here at Chicagoland. The great thing about side by side, you did not miss the restart, as it is now Dan Weldon leading his teammate Scott Dixon with Sam Hornish in 3rd. A.J. Foyt restarted on the lead, but he has dropped back to 5th. And you're saying, what happened to Helio Castroneves? There he is trying to fight his way back. He is currently in 13th position, and he got a black flag, guys.
And that was a speeding violation coming into the pits during that last pit stop. 60 miles an hour. You have to be below 60. He was above it, so he gets to the back of the line on the restart. Now he has to be very cautious to get all the way through the people that he has to pass. Make sure he does not get hit and be taken out.
To win a championship, you can't make any mistakes whatsoever. He was concerned about qualifying 4th. Well, guess what? He's starting 19th now, tailback, but he's worked himself up to 13th, so he's rock and rolling towards the front right now, but a mistake can't have this, guys.
Jack Root, you've got more?
Well, fellas, remember that these crew members and crew chiefs are sports fans. Last night, Cindric watched the Iowa-Syracuse game. Remember, that was the game that was on ESPN that went into double overtime. On a handful of occasions, Syracuse had the opportunity to get the ball into the end zone from the 1-yard line. When I talked to him before the start of the race, he said, we don't want to be the Syracuse of IndyCar racing today. I feel like we're well into the end zone, but what we need to do is drive it into the end zone. We're well into the red zone, I mean.
All right, thanks, Jack. As we take a look at the updated points right now, Sam Hornish would be the champion with Dan Weldon, Scott Dixon, and Castro Neves would drop all the way to 4th.
Well, the Ganassi guys right now are doing what they got to do. They're 1-2, trying to dominate, lead all the laps. It's calmed down a little bit right now, not much. So now we're going to have to see how this thing unfolds, Scott.
Now, we should point out that the points were tied under that scenario, and the tiebreaker, Sam Hornish, would have the tiebreaker.
Most race wins would be actually the next situation. In that case, the Penske's have done a wonderful job this year. They've been so dominant. Matter of fact, their cars have led almost 50% of the laps so far this season. They have been so strong.
On board right now with Dan Weldon. There's the Firestone telemetry.
Well, these cars are running 10,300 RPMs. These guys are going to push the limit all they possibly can on RPM. Scott, about 217 miles an hour in a qualifying run. Average laps about 212, 214 around here. 100% throttle. A lot of G-force out here, getting up to about 3.5, 4 on G-force. A lot of load. The drivers will tell you this is one of the fastest tracks they've run, so expect a lot of pressure on the drivers' bodies at this track.
The top 3 are checking out on 4th place Tony Kanaan. Remember, he started 13th. Scott Sharp is in 5th. There is Tony Kanaan. Sharp's back in 5th. Then it's Koski Matsuura, and Marco Andretti has moved all the way up. There he is at the 3rd car right there. He's moved from 14th all the way up to 7th as we go on board, and he's looking to go under Koski for another position.
Just watch his hands as he rides along. You can see how he's always moving his hands. His right hand's going to the shifter. I love the blue glove on the right and the red glove on the left. Some drivers in the old days actually even used to wear a green boot on the right and a red boot on the left. Gas and brake.
Why'd they do that?
Well, I don't know. You can't even see your feet in one of these cars.
That's what I thought. It's so tight down there. It's unreal. I like that blue glove so so the fans at home can see the shifter hand. See how much is going on there.
We talked about the 10,300 RPMs, Rusty. The Honda motors here, I'm always impressed. These things can be punished all day long going these speeds here. So we see 100% throttle. Again, these guys hardly ever left off, guys and girl. And you see the RPMs, as you mentioned, 10,300 RPM. I just find it amazing that there's very seldom any problems with these engines.
I started to talk about that. We haven't had hardly any problem whatsoever with this Honda engine. This thing's been bulletproof all year long. Very, very reliable.
Elio Castroneves going around Jeff Simmons. That would be for 8th position. If he can get the job done, he's on the high side. Sense of urgency for Castroneves. He knows he has to get back into contention here. And from Jeff's on board, Elio's pulling away.
You know something, I asked Elio a few races ago, who do you most worry about the championship? And he said, you know, my teammate Sam, because he says now after a year or so, I've noticed how much he's matured. He's more patient. He reads the races better. He says, I'm most worried about him. I also asked him, are you sleeping at night? And he said, you know something, I'm not. I'm getting up in the morning and I'm thinking about the championship right away all day long. I really want to win this championship, the first championship for Roger Penske.
Well, one thing we found out from Crystal, Sam's wife, she said, you know, you can tell when Sam's thinking. He's very, very nervous. For 2 days, he has hardly said anything. And driving down here to the racetrack, she said, he was so focused. We didn't even talk the whole way here. He just looking straight out the window. That was it. Not even talking at all.
And there is the gap between 1st and 3rd. It is Weldon in front of his teammate Scott Dixon, and they are now running in lockstep. So somebody finally got the message that they would go faster if they were in single file. But it's Weldon that's picking up lap after lap in the lead. Sam Hornish is about 0.2 of a second behind.
Well, right now we're only 32 laps in this thing, Scott, out of 200. It's time to be patient right now. The Ganassi guys do what they got to do. They're out front. Weldon, Dixon, they're doing what the boss said to do. Now Hornish, well, he would love to get up there and lead some laps too.
Doc, you've got more on Scott Dixon?
Yeah, a moment ago they told Scott Dixon, you know, and they basically implored to these drivers that, you know, understand now that just leading the most laps will not win the championship. We've got to be smart. We can't be out here running wheel to wheel. You saw what happened a moment ago with Scheckter and Vitor Mira. We can't have that happen. So now Dixon has gotten back in line, and Weldon and Dixon are going to try to do a little teamwork to run 1-2 and hold the Penske's off together.
So the battle continues up front. It is Dan Weldon leading Scott Dixon. Sam Hornish is third. Elio Castroneves has now moved up to seventh. He has gotten around Marco Andretti. So Castroneves is reeling the lead trio in. But right now, it's Dan Weldon who's out front and leading. Does he have enough to win the championship? On board right now with Marco Andretti. Marco just a couple of spots ahead. Take a look there. There is the number 3 of Elio Castroneves. He is on the move, guys, trying to get his way back to the lead pack.
But I'll tell you something, I was watching just as we were away there. I don't think that he can run any faster than the speed he's going right now. He tried to go around the outside of Tony Kanaan. Matter of fact, he even hit on the radio and just said, hey, can you get Tony to help me out here a little bit? He doesn't seem to have the speed out of his car, Rusty. He pulls out of line. He cannot actually push his own air. He has to run in the draft to be able to keep up with the pace right now. Question is he maybe running a little bit leaner on fuel, trying to conserve fuel, and so he can maybe stay out in the track just a little bit longer. Might be a little bit different strategy, maybe a smart strategy.
It very well could be, since he's back in the pack right now. It's time, since he's back in the pack and just can't charge to the front and pass everybody, let's go ahead and save some gas. But with that said, why would he say, get Tony to help me, move over so I can get by? His car was knifing through the pack pretty quick, and all of a sudden it kind of stalled out.
Well, you mentioned that he was asking for some help. Remember, these guys used to be teammates. Tony Kanaan and Elio Castroneves back in the late 90s on the Indy Light Series. Here's what transpired on the radio a few laps ago. He asked for the help. Obviously, Tony's having none of it. Remember, in 1997, when they were teammates at Tasman, it was Elio who was leading in the championship chase, went down to the wire. It was Tony Kanaan that ended up taking it from his teammate. Take a look at the points right now. A tie between Sam Hornish Jr. and Dan Weldon. But the tiebreaker would go to Sam.
Boy, that's tight. Unbelievable. How can you be that tight after this many races within 1 point? This race is just amazing. This series has been so tight all year long, Scott. I'm still looking at this in disbelief.
I'll tell you how Weldon has scored a ton of points, guys. This is the 11th race that he has led this year, the most of any drivers. We look down from high above. He has the most bonus points this season, 15-9 for Hornish. It means he's led the most laps in 5 races this year. He just hasn't been able to seal the deal and get the win.
Oh, he's been so aggressive. He was at the very beginning of the season when he went to Homestead and won the first race for his new team, Target Chip Ganassi. They had just come off a 24-hour win with his teammate Scott Dixon, also Casey Mears winning there for the Target Chip Ganassi team at the Daytona 24 Hours. He looked like a guy that was going to go ahead through the whole season, just start to go on where he finished off last season, but many problems sort of slowed him down. But the pace these guys are running now, guys, 214 miles an hour. It's 2 miles an hour faster than 4th place Scott Sharp. But I do like right now what Sam Hornish Jr. is doing. He's sitting back there, probably saving a lot of fuel right now. I like his strategy. If that's what he's doing, I'm sure he is. Just fueling back and running lean, saving fuel.
Jack, what is Roger Penske talking about in his pit?
Well, Roger Penske preached to us and preached to his drivers before the race that he thought this was going to be a fuel strategy event. And what he meant by that, and we certainly saw it during that brief caution period, you're going to want to take one of your cars out of sequence. And he's not because it's because of track position, but because of the fact that you may have to conserve fuel at the end of the race. Now, before the race, fellas, I asked Sam Hornish in the 6, what did he learn from his previous 2 championships? Without any equivocation, he said, I learned how to wait. Jerry?
Well, up in the Target Ganassi pits, Chip Ganassi knows his 2 drivers are doing exactly what their personality dictates to do. Dan Weldon has all the patience of a lighted fuse. He likes to go after it and attack when they wave the green flag. That's exactly what he has done. Now behind Weldon, his teammate, Scott Dixon, he's known for being very cerebral, very patient. He likes to play the waiting game. And Dixon says it's a long race. I don't need to lead the most laps. I need to win this race, though, and have other guys have trouble. But in order to finish first. First, I got to finish. So Dixon been a little more patient than his teammate Dan Weldon here early on.
Let's reset this for you. It is Dan Weldon leading Scott Dixon. Sam Hornish is third. Elio Castroneves, the fourth player in this championship scenario, is currently running in sixth position. And you want to talk about some serious business, guys. Hornish has the fastest lap of the race, 2:15.6 miles an hour. He did it on lap 21. That's 0.3 of a mile an hour faster than he qualified yesterday.
Tells you that they got all the speed of the car. It's trimmed out, probably running real well. Don't forget, though, he's getting the benefit of the draft of those two Target Chip Ganassi cars up front, poking the hole in the air for him, certainly saving a little bit of fuel.
Elio Castroneves right there in front of Ed Carpenter. That's right, Carpenter's up to the 7th spot as you're on board with Marco Andretti. Stay with us. We'll be back after this from our ABC stations. You're watching ESPN on ABC. The Peak Antifreeze Indy 300, presented by Mr. Clean, brought to you by Peak Long Life. The Antifreeze with an advanced organic technology to protect any engine of any make, any model, anytime. Firestone Tires, a tradition of innovation. Castrol GTX, stop sludge in its tracks with Castrol GTX. And Tissot, Swiss watches since 1853. Back here at Chicagoland, that is Marco Andretti pulling down on the apron as he will make a pit stop here as we are working lap number 60 of 200. Now let's go back and take a look at what happened.
Looks like Marco just starts to slow down there a little bit. Notice he was coming slow on the entrance to the pit lane.
So meanwhile, there's a problem there for Marco as he slows down. Let's check in with Jamie Little.
Well, guys, it's the young rookie Marco Andretti had a flat right rear. They don't know what caused the problem. Obviously, some debris out on the racetrack. So they got that change, and he's in and out. Tough break, guys. He was on a roll. He started 14th. He worked his way all the way up to 6th today.
Well, as we're working lap 63, let's go back and take a look at this, and we'll listen to see what happened.
Looking outside on your corner. Clear again. Outside, clear. Got Sean coming inside. There you got Mr. looking inside. Inside, you got Scherzer coming inside. Clear. Coming in. We got a right rear tire flat. We got a right rear tire flat, Marco. Be very, very careful. We need you to pit. We need you to pit with the right rear tire flat.
Well, that was an amazing move by a 19-year-old. Drove like a veteran, felt something going on in the car, got off the throttle mid-turn, collected the car, and then actually the telemetry tells the guys in the pit lane that the right rear tire is going down. That's all the 80 math channels that are on the race car being back to the pit lane, so all those engineers can sit there as they watch and monitor it. A great job, though, by Marco Andretti. You know, a lot of guys would get right out of the throttle and have the back end of that car swing around.
Exactly right. Telemetry really helps these guys much safer in these tires. They know what's going on. I knew it was early because the cars are scheduled around lap 70. That was only lap 60 when he come down, guys.
All right, here comes our race leader, Dan Weldon. The championship, we've seen so many mistakes occur in pit lane. The pressure is now on the pit crew as he slows down to 60 miles an hour. And he's heading for Dr. Jerry Punch. Doc?
Take a deep breath here, nice and easy. Come in, you're going to come around Mira.
And you hear them talking him on the pit road. That is Barry Wanzer talking his driver, Dan Weldon in. He will count him into the pit to the stop. 4 tires. Remember, they can ill afford a mistake. Miscues have cost this team at least 3 victories on the season. Thus far, it's almost stop. Weldon is away. Jack.
Elio Castroneves likes his race car despite a loose condition as they will take on the fuel Firestone Firehawk tires. He's running in the 4th position before he came under green flag. He is back, boys, with a vengeance.
So about 52 laps is what we're seeing here between pit stops as Elio comes back out onto the racetrack. The lead now belongs to Scott Dixon, and here comes Sam Hornish as he has peeled off. Jack?
Remember, these are the largest pit boxes in IndyCar racing, 50 feet long, so there should be no trouble getting in and out. For Sam Hornish Jr., it is now up to his crew. The thing that makes racing so unique is now the driver leaves it to the hands of his support personnel. They have made no changes on the car. It seems to me, guys, like it took a very long time to take on fuel. Jerry?
As they wait on Scott Dixon to make his stop. Remember, it was an air jack malfunction at Sonoma that cost Scott Dixon a possible win. Hopefully they'll have a flawless stop here. His teammate in and off of pit road in less than 8.5 seconds. 4 tires on. No adjustments on the front wing. Get it full of fuel. Hold, hold, hold. And now he's down and away in just over 8 seconds.
So Scott Dixon able to stay out the longest. He had 2 laps in hand over Helio Castroneves and Dan Weldon, his teammate. So advantage right now as far as fuel economy, Scott Dixon.
Because he's running second right behind Dan Weldon, so he turns around and ends up saving a little bit of fuel. He had a little bit of a draft going through there, Danny Weldon did. But interesting to see, the only guy to make a change in the car, though, Rusty, was Danny Weldon. Just a little bit of a front wing change.
Yeah, they're real good right now. You know, I really thought they're going to make it like 50. Scott Dixon pitted 68, so guys, we got pretty close with that. But one thing's for sure, they're running full rich. They're making all the horsepower they can. They're driving hard. And pit stops are done right now, see if this thing shakes out. But no mistakes. I didn't see anybody making mistakes on pit road that time. And that's what they got to do.
Guess what has happened after this second round here at the pit stops? Dan Weldon, Sam Hornish, Scott Dixon, Helio Castroneves running first, second, third, and fourth. This championship is going to the wire. Dan Weldon right now out in front. Can he hold on? The others are hot in pursuit. And back here at Chicagoland Speedway, this championship battle has lived up to absolutely everything that we anticipated. As you can see, Dan Weldon, Sam Horner, Scott Dixon, they are basically running nose to tail. Let's get you up to speed on the championship chase. Jerry Punch, you're up.
Well, Marty, reigning series champion Dan Weldon picking up where he left off a year ago when he came here and dominated, leading 88 laps to win at Chicagoland. Now, he has dominated the early part of this race. On that previous stop, they came in and added around a front wing to try to correct an understeer or push situation. The car handling much better with the added front wing.
Yes. Well, obviously, the man in second place, the meat in the Ganassi sandwich, is Sam Hornish Jr. He likes the way his car is running. He is playing it fairly conservatively, following the advice of the man that calls the shots for him and the car runner who told him, Sam, play it cool to the last 30 laps. Doc?
Well, Jack, conservative is Scott Dixon's middle name. The conservation in that first stint allowed him to go 2 laps further than his teammate on fuel. Remember that as the race progresses. Better fuel mileage for Scott Dixon sitting back in the draft. No changes whatsoever on his pit stop. He likes the way the car is handling right now as we are approaching 100 laps. Jack.
Well, for Helio Castroneves, we have followed both the best of times and the worst of times in the early going of this race. Remember, he started up front and then faded. He had to go all the way to the back of the pack. But then, with good pit stops and some hard work by his team and some hard driving by him, there he is. And believe it or not, gentlemen, he has moved into the 4th position. He is fairly far back. But if we've learned one thing about Chicago, it all can change in a heartbeat.
He has basically done everything he can until he gets a yellow. He's 12.5 seconds back, which is about a half a lap. And take a look, points as of now. Sam Hornish would be your champion. Weldon second by 5. Helio 7 markers back. Dixon would round out the top 4.
Amazing that things can change so quickly. And remember, we're only not even halfway in this event right now. Still a lot of strategy to play out. You got to try and figure out when your next fuel stop will come. Will you make changes to the race car? You have to be thinking to make my car better for the end of the race. That's what you have to work on right now. I guarantee you it will come to a shootout, not only the last lap, but also coming out of the last couple of turns and a run down to the start and finish line.
You know it's going to come to a shootout. There's no doubt about that, Scott. It's a caution play. He's going to shake this whole thing up and box them all back up together. And Helio Castroneves, he's not out of this thing at all. He's in 4th. He's way back right now. But boy, a caution will change everything.
One of the things that surprised me, look at the car on the left side of the screen there. That is Vitor Mira, 13th place. And he is about ready to be put a lap down. That's right. These guys are flying around this track 215 miles an hour. And a guy who we thought might play the role of spoiler is about to be a lap down.
Yeah, this is really uncharacteristic of Vitor Mira. Vitor is really, really fast all year long. Definitely got a handling issue or something like that because he's been one of the quickest guys out there. Doc, you got more?
Yeah, exactly, Rusty. You're right on, buddy. The handling is just going away on Vitor Mira's car, the Lincoln Tech machine. Remember he had that contact with Thomas Schechter early on, and it impacted the left rear tire. Then they brought Vitor Mira on pit road twice, and they put a lot of front wing in the car, but apparently it isn't making much difference. He's really got a handful on the racetrack, as evidenced by the fact that he's about to go a lap down.
Well, the one thing that always concerns me when two cars touch each other is that did they do some type of damage so early in the race? Will that end up being a situation later on where maybe a part starts to fatigue and then ends up breaking? And the driver always wonders about that when you're sitting in the car, Rusty, because, man, when you start going around racetracks like this at this speed, as these guys start to wind through traffic, sometimes it plays in your mind.
Well, that was an incredible hit early. Something had to get hurt in the suspension, I would think, is a big hit they took, Scott.
All right, take a look at all this traffic, because this is the one thing that both team owners, Roger Penske and Chip Ganassi, don't want their cars involved in.
You have to be patient. We talked about finding the right balance between aggression and patience. Now, all these drivers know that there's the leaders coming up behind them because the spotters are letting them know. As you see the number 2 of Thomas Schechter, the Rockin' Republic car on the bottom side. Spotter information coming to them. Dan gets through there cleanly. A nice professional move by Thomas. He's not in this fight.
And that's 10th place that just got lapped, guys. Schechter, Mira, Koski Matsura, and Buddy Rice in that quick of a span have all been put a lap down.
Well, that's what happens when you get green flag pit stop. These top 4 guys are just up there flying around this racetrack. No caution flags yet. And, man, if you're not game on, Marty, and these guys are, because they know they have to be to win this title, they're going to put it on them. Now, Danica Patrick, she's in 9th place, but she just went a lap down.
She's the next victim in line. There you are on board with Danica.
Outside with Schechter. Still outside with Schechter. Keep the bottom. Make it work for it. Outside with Schechter. Outside, outside. You got Vitor's coming on outside too. You got 2 outside. Outside, Schechter and Vitor. Vitor's out. Vitor.
You saw Scott Dixon there, and Dixon is 3rd place going around Danica Patrick. Jamie, what's the report on Danica?
Well, guys, Danica Patrick, this is her last race with Rahal Letterman Racing, and she wants it to count. She wants to get that elusive first victory. She has a car with her hands full right now, but she told me ever since she announced that she's going to Andretti Green Racing, things in the team, they've been a little tense, and they're not treating her the same. So she said, you know, I'm going to go out, I want to do my best, I want to get a win, but I'm excited about looking ahead, looking forward, and on Tuesday she's going to unveil her new sponsors that she'll be running with Andretti Green Racing next year. It's been a good long road with she and Bobby Rahal. He brought her to America, brought her to this series. She was with him for 4 years, so I would imagine there would be some feelings hurt there, guys.
Yeah, it has been a bit frosty the last couple of days in that camp, but they'll both move on to next year. Right now, we're moving on as we're getting ready to go side by side. That's the battle up front. Dan Weldon in front of Sam Hornish. Hornish, if he ended right now, he would win the championship. Sam Hornish in 2nd place. Scott Dixon's 3rd. Elio Castroneves in 4th. Back here at Chicagoland Speedway at the Pete Antifreeze Indy 300. Let's get you caught up if you're just tuning in. At the start of the race, Team Ganassi, very aggressive, but they were fighting with each other side by side. For Sam Hornish, he's done exactly what he's needed to do. Run a very steady, consistent race. He's never been outside the top 3. Elio Castroneves had a drive-through penalty for speeding in pit lane, but he has fought his way back. He's now running in 4th place. And Marco Andretti had fought his way all the way up to 6th, but then that right rear tire went down on him. He safely got it to pit lane, but he is now a lap down in 14th. In fact, as we come back to the action live at Chicagoland, you're looking at Dan Weldon in front of Sam Hornish. Scott Dixon is 0.6 of a second behind, and then Elio Castroneves is 4th. And we have reached past the halfway mark, so this race is now official. So let's talk a little bit about winning. Dan Weldon is the man we're talking to.
For me personally, I don't care if I come 2nd, 3rd, or 4th because no one remembers it. You know, like, you don't see who came 2nd in your media guide. And for me personally, it's not like I'm going to remember. In 2004, I came 2nd. Do I remember that season? No, not really. I mean, do I remember 2005 when I won? Absolutely.
Well, there is one other statistic we can pass along that is very significant. Dan Weldon, in another 6 laps, will have clinched the 3-point bonus for leading the most laps of this race. That's how fast this thing is flying by.
This thing is flying by, and Dan Weldon doing that, Marty, doesn't surprise me at all. If you remember back to the Indianapolis 500, he dominated that race, only to have a tire problem, a pit stop problem, something like that during the race. This has happened to him several times where he looked like he's got it wrapped up, he's dominated the race, only to have a last-minute problem. So the guys went through a lot of struggles, but I got to tell you, I think that he's been one of the fastest all year long.
Today's speed right now, the average is 198 and change. If that holds up, it would be the second fastest race in IndyCar Series history, and it would be 7 out of 13 races so far this year that we've set new race records. These guys have been flying all over the country.
Well, you say flying, Marty. This group right now that we're looking at with Dan Weldon leading, just up ahead of them is another group of cars, and that group includes the 6th place car of Tony Kanaan. So these 3 drivers right now are setting their sights on that group just further ahead, and they're going to be going around very shortly the 6th place running car of Tony Kanaan. That tells you how fast they're going.
And you saw the fastest lap, our Capital One fastest lap, going to Sam Hornish at 216.7 miles an hour. There are 3 cars that have run over 216 and change. Guess what? They're the top 3 running right now. Jack, you've got more on Sam?
Yeah, he's not at all concerned about the fast laps, guys, and nor is his team concerned about leading laps. In fact, just a lap ago, Roger Penske again cautioned his driver, saying, we do not care about laps led, Sam. What we care about is the last lap.
Right now, he stays in that 2nd position, right on the back end of Dan Weldon's. Doc, you've got more on Dan?
Well, guys, a moment ago they asked Dan Weldon, how is the car? He said, guys, it's a little bit too draggy entering the corners. It just seems to drag into the corners. I really think we need to free this thing up a little bit. Now, my question to Rusty and Scott, if you're watching how well Dan is running, how much do you want to free a car up like that, knowing how this track is going to change in the final 100 laps?
Well, Scott, Dan's the only fellow that knows what his car's handling like and what he can stand. If he feels like he can free that car up a little, make it go faster and still handle well, then they're going to make the change and try it.
Underneath them right now, Sam Hornish is starting to have a look, but they're coming up to those cars that are up in front, the cars that they're trying to put another lap down. The leader of that pack right there, the green and white car, the 11 car of Tony Kanaan. Now, Weldon ends up making the right move, being on the high side and starting to go around all the cars that are being cautious, staying on the low side. They don't want to interrupt the flow of the race because those guys they know are running for the championship.
You know, the top side of the racetrack always seems the easiest place not to get yourself boxed in, Scott. Every time they get on the bottom, they get locked down there, can't make any momentum. On the top side of the track, got a lot of room up there, got a lot of momentum. That car runs faster on the top side sometimes when you get boxed up, so I like it that Dan Weldon chose that top lane.
And they just put Tony Kanaan down a lap. That amazes me that he's running in 6th, as strong as he is.
And that means we have 5 cars on the lead lap. That's right. It's Weldon, Hornish, Dixon, Castroneves in 4th, and Scott Sharp is the only other car on the lead lap. And we can tell you now, it is official. Dan Weldon clinches the 3 bonus points for leading the most laps.
So he's done all he can do right now as far as that. He's just got to win the race now. He can get out of this thing and saying, guys, I gave it my all. I did all I possibly could to win this championship.
Well, the instructions from Chip Ganassi were, we're not going to win the championship. I want to win this race.
Take a look at the points as of now. It would be Hornish by 5 over Weldon, 7 over Castroneves, Dixon a distant 4th. Let's check in, speaking of Sam, check in on some of the radio conversation with Roger Penske just a few moments ago.
Okay, we don't worry about laps led here. We worry about finishing 2nd and 3rd here. That's all we got to worry about. Use our heads.
He's such a smooth guy, Roger Penske is. He really sends a lot of comfort to you. When I drove for Roger in the stock cars, we always talked a lot. He was the guy that when you get all wound up and concerned, he was the calming factor. Let's think about this, guys. And as he just told Sam, Sam has been unable to lead the most laps, unable to dominate, but they can't shake him either. I got a feeling he's got a really fast car if he got out in front. I think he could maybe pull away from Dan just a little bit, but he's doing what he's got. He's keeping that thing in line, and Penske keeps reminding him of it.
I think he's sitting back, just getting a read on the car in front like he's always so good at doing. He's won here at Chicago twice before, has 2 of the closest out of 3 finishes in history here, and here comes Danny Weldon in for the pit stop.
So our race leader peels off here on lap number 115, and there is Helio Castroneves as well. Jack?
Helio Castroneves will come all the way down and Weldon to start his pit stop. No changes again on the driver who is currently being posted before this stop in 4th spot. They're going to take on the fuel. You can see it takes longer for the fuel.
And Dan Weldon, the leader on pit road. They are making an air pressure adjustment. He is down and away in less than 9 seconds. Remember, he said he wanted to free it up. That's what they've done with some air pressure on this stop for Dan Weldon.
So about 48 laps instead of the 52 we saw on the first cycle.
Very interesting. They got to be using maximum fuel then to make sure they keep running the pace that they're doing. They are setting this torrid pace right now. But I'm sure Andy Brown has come up with a situation, making some tire pressure changes on the 10 car for Danny Weldon. Andy Brown being the engineer. A lot of thought going in with all the engineers up and down pit lane right now to try and make those cars go faster during the next stop.
And this is your battle for the race lead now, and Sam Hornish is going to duck down below the line, so he'll surrender the lead over to Scott Dixon. And again, Dixon has the best fuel economy of the top 4 in the championship chase. So as Sam comes into pit lane, we'll send it to Jack Arute.
Remember, it's a very calm Sam Hornish that is at the keyboard of this Penske car, which, by the way, guys, is for the last time. They will stay red and white next year, but they will be just named Team Penske. Hornish hopes to come back as the national champion. Now, he made the call not to go with sticker tires. Instead, he put on scuffs. Here, watch me, and he gets the go. Going back up to speed, trying to chase down his teammate, Helio Castroneves.
And meanwhile, Scott Dixon continues out there. It's been 51 laps since his last stop, guys. He has definitely got great fuel economy.
Well, we've seen that so many times from Scott Dixon, such a smart driver. As Doc was saying a little earlier, very conservative, very thoughtful out there, but he's always running behind the group and saving fuel. Maybe that's a great strategy these guys are running right now.
Well, he's out there all alone right now. As shown in second place is Buddy Rice. As here comes Scott, as he finally pulls out. It's been 52 laps. Again, exactly what he was able to run before as he makes his stop here on lap 121.
Just on his box. We're open down here.
Let's send it to Jerry Punch.
You'll be on your left.
All right, as you watch Scott Dixon make his way down, keep an eye on Ricky Davis. He is the right front tire changer. That's Ricky waving him in. Now Ricky will be on his knees. Dixon will stop, and there brings the car to a halt. Now Ricky Davis will put his right front tire on, and he will hold Dixon until it is full of fuel. Watch him hold. Got to get it full. They're down and away. Dixon's pit stop is complete.
So 8.6 seconds, a great stop.
This is unbelievable. Both Penske cars had a 10.2 second stop. Both Ganassi cars 8.6 second stops. Can you imagine that?
Well, my question
exactly
might be the Penske putting in a full load of fuel, maybe the Target cars putting in a little bit less amount of fuel?
I don't think so. I think he just got beat. And you watch Dan Weldon run down Hornish as we're blending out in the back straight and went right past him, but Hornish is hooked up on his tail again now. They're lockstep coming down the front straightaway.
And that is the battle for the race lead. It is Dan Weldon in front of Sam Hornish. Dixon is shown in third. Helio Castroneves in fourth. They're the only 4 cars on the lead lap as we go side by side. Back here at Chicagoland Speedway, you're looking at the battle for the race lead. Dan Weldon and Sam Hornish. Here is our TISO lap leaders. As you can see, Dan Weldon has clinched the 3 bonus points. A.J. Foyt the 4th. That is the first laps he's led in his IndyCar career. Remember, he's substituting for the injured Dario Franchitti for Team Andretti Green.
Very talented young driver. I'll tell you, I always liked him when he was driving for his team, family team, and I always said he had a lot of talent, maybe just didn't have the best set of wheels underneath him. And I said to Michael Andretti the other day, you know, about AJ the 4th, and he said, you know, we've had our eye on him for such a long time. Sort of makes you wonder if that might be a consideration for sitting in that seat next year in the replace of Dario Franchitti.
Michael Andretti must have been paying a lot of attention to A.J. Foyt and really saw something of him, like you said. You know, he's been very, very fast in everything he's drove in. You know, guys, those last pit stops, I was watching all this, and both Ganassi cars beat both Penske cars in a pit stop. I know Roger's always fuel conscious about getting enough fuel in that car. And, you know, it looked like from up here, guys, he's been very, very deliberate on that fueling. Jack, have you noticed the same thing down there?
Yeah, Rusty. In fact, remember during the course of the season, Penske's operation uncharacteristically has suffered some fueling challenges, not being able to get it seated properly, pulling away a little too soon. I think when you look at Roger Penske and the wealth of experience he has in championship chases, this is a team that I noticed in their stops, both for Castroneves and for Hornish, have been very deliberate in everything they do. That's the difference. Let's say 10 seconds and 8 seconds. And right now, I think that's discretion and certainly the better part of valor.
Well, guys, I don't know about you, but I'm smelling some fuel stuff going on right here, Scott. I mean, these guys have lined up. They've spread this race out a little bit. They're running really fast, but it's definitely going to come down to strategy. I can feel it. And something's going on with Penske, how much time he's spending in the pits doing that.
All right, let's take a look at this right now. And here's the championship scenario because it's starting to come into clearer focus. Since Weldon clinched the bonus points for leading the most laps, if he wins the race, Sam Hornish must finish second or third to win the championship. If he finishes fourth and Weldon is up front, it's Weldon's.
Well, you know, Hornish just got to stay in lockstep and stay there. They need, like I said, need a caution for Elliott to get back in this game. He's got to get caught back up right now. He's got a fast car. Look, Scott, he's running 215.5 miles per hour. The other guys are right at 216, but that's all because of the draft.
Well, and he's running by himself, and he's pushing his own air, and that's a big problem for him right now. He's only 5 seconds ahead of these two that we're looking at right now, Weldon and Hornish, and they're running, like you said, nose to tail. They're going to catch up to him and maybe put him a lap down. Then he's in thick soup.
Jack, you've got more?
Well, a little bit of a humorous situation that occurred during driver introductions. They asked all 4 of the championship contenders to step forward and be recognized. They instructed all of them of that, and Sam Hornish said to me, he said, this is my opportunity. What if I lay back and rush forward with my arms outstretched and they fall into the mosh pit? I could sit there and go, my bad.
I don't think he has to worry about that right now. All he has to worry about is just staying on the back fender, or that wing of the number 10 car, and he can clinch the championship.
That would be his 3rd championship. It should be amazing. He's led more laps in the series than anybody else. He's led, coming into this event, 3,165 laps. The record for most consecutive laps led in a single race, which is always very impressive. 212 at Richmond in 2006. And the leader, obviously, with 18 races won in this series. Very impressive.
You know, Scotty, kind of unrelated, one thing I've been looking out there, it's really bothered me that we had that caution early in the race, and I saw that mirror fall off of somebody's car, and it's laying off of turn 4. I've been having to look, and they finally found it. It's Marty Ross' car. They got that thing taped on that right side with yellow tape. So finally, I got a little relief here, man.
Let's talk about the race average, guys. We've only had 1 caution. It is now up over 200 miles an hour. The fastest race average ever was 2003 at Fontana at 207 and change. Guess who the winner was of that one? A guy by the name of Sam Hornish.
Well, don't you think that when these guys are all amped up, you saw the first 10 or 15 laps, this thing, they're banging wheels, are running side by side. The highest tension, for sure, was when they came into the race. They had their guns loaded. They were ready to take on anybody. And now they've calmed down a little bit, but they're running blistering fast laps. And you'd always think in a championship run, when they're really so aggressive, you'd see cautions and see wrecks. And Scott, we just haven't seen that yet.
I think that you talk about being calm. I think right now probably Sam Hornish has picked up so many hints from Rick Mears over the years of running with that team. It certainly has helped and assisted him.
And take a look at Dixon. He may be 3rd across the line, but he is the fastest, and he is starting to reel him in. And we're waiting to give you an idea just how far back Elio Castroneves is in this chase. And there he is as he crosses the line, and he's only at 213 and change. Jack?
Well, Tim Cindric, trying to push the ball into the goal line, is trying to get his quarterback to be patient. On that last pit stop and during this sequence, they have a car that they like. And what he just told his driver is, look, what we're going to have to do is run as fast as we can and pray for a yellow. From Cindric's perspective, calling the shots for this man, they're going to need a little help to get caught back up with the front. Jerry?
Well, we've already told you that Scott Dixon has been very patient, very cerebral about his shot at the championship, but now it is time to turn up the wick. And even with the speed increase that Dixon is now moving in on Hornish and his teammate Weldon, he is getting great fuel mileage. Right now, Scott Dixon has about a 4-lap advantage in terms of fuel over the 2 cars he's chasing. That could be something to use in his pocket if it came down to a fuel mileage event. Jack?
Hey, guys, guys upstairs, I know, Rusty, you were wondering about those fuel stops. I think I may have just come up with the answer. If you play this thing forward, we're going to come down for Sam Hornish Jr. to a final pit stop with about 23 laps to go. So obviously, in my mind now, what Roger's been doing is packing that 35-gallon tank as full as fuel as possible to stretch it to the end in that final pit stop. And here's the key. With the way these Firestone Firehawk tires are performing, that last stop could be for fuel only and be what we call a time stop. Remember, at 200 miles an hour, every second you gain on pit road is 100 yards out on the racetrack.
Well, it's definitely looking, Jack, like it's coming down to a short fill situation with no tires right at the very end. But how do they know how much fuel to put in that thing? It's not like they can measure it. It's coming out of that tank. It's got to be time, Scott. Is that what it is?
Well, it's a time, and, you know, we've got such technological information coming across here a lot of times. What they end up using sometimes is a light inside the helmet, which, yeah, is sort of technical, but it makes me laugh still today. Sometimes they just get a big stick and whack the fueler either on the shoulder or on the top of the helmet and say, pull the fuel nozzle out, it's time to go. Jack?
Well, guys, it's a little combination of modern technology and good old-fashioned, as Scott Goodyear says, stick technology. A lot of these teams have done a study as far as what the fuel flow is, and they make it based upon how many gallons are left in the tank. So then they know in terms of seconds just how much they need to get in. But then it does boil down to that 98-cent hardware that's called the stick. And I'll be the first to tell you that Team Penske has a stick. But boy, it's a typical Penske stick. It's chrome.
Well, I'll tell you one nervous thing I'm seeing right now, Marty, is Elio Castroneves is going into turn 3. The rest of them are coming off of turn 4. He could get lapped if this thing still keeps going like it is, because now the top 3 are hooked up in the draft, and Elio doesn't have any help.
Yeah, he's 20 seconds behind, so he's actually losing ground. We've got to take a break. We're going to go side by side, and there is the difference as 4th place is close to being put a lap down. It's Dan Weldon in front of Sam Hornish and Scott Dixon. For Sam Hornish, oh, it's been a great year. Will it get even better? Back at Chicagoland Speedway, we are in the window for the final pit stops, and here comes everybody. Only 4 cars on the lead lap. It is the 4 championship contenders. Let's go to Jerry Punch.
And Marty, this could be a $1 million pit stop. The championship could be settled right here on pit road. Weldon, Hornish, and Dixon. They've got to get them full of fuel. They've got to go the final 50 laps here. Who's got the quick stops? Remember, Weldon and Dixon have been awfully quick early on. Jack.
Sam Hornish's car, and he looks as if it's going to be a drag race out of the track. And boy, they came awfully close there, he and Weldon, didn't they?
They certainly did. And it'll be interesting to see how it all shakes out, because, as we said, they are all good to go the distance now. As our second yellow came out for debris, you saw it on side-by-side just as we went to the break. It was the break that Elio Castroneves needed. He was out of this championship unless he got this break.
He absolutely had to have that, because about 5 seconds away from being lapped, and if that was the situation, he had no chance whatsoever. And here's the battle that was between the pit crews. A lot of pressure put on these guys to put on 4 tires and 30 gallons of fuel. A little problem with that right rear. With Danny Weldon, or excuse me, with Scott Dixon, loses a spot to Tony Kanaan on the way out.
No, I'll tell you what, Elio Castroneves, he could go out there and kiss that piece of debris that just came out, because we saw it, a big old hunk of rubber or debris or something off of turn 4. Now, here's one question I got. It's been 10.2 second pit stops for the Penske team every single time. Their last stop, 7.2. That beat them out and won that pit stop contest out there.
I think it was fuel. I think they put a full tank of fuel in.
And also, remember that little wiggle as Weldon got on the throttle, that cost him just enough that Sam Hornish beat him to the line. So Hornish is now your race leader. Weldon is in 2nd, Dixon is 3rd, and Elio Castroneves is in 4th.
But Elio has a lot of lap cars in between the 3rd place car of Scott Dixon on the racetrack, getting all the way back to where he's positioned on the track. A lot of those cars that are down a lap, he's going to have to go through all the traffic. There he is there. Red and white Marlboro car, the number 3. He's going to have to get through all those cars in the restart to even have a shot at those guys up front.
Jack, you've got more on Elio?
Yeah, we're using all these sports cliches with the opening of NFL weekend and the debut of Monday Night Football tomorrow night. And Tim Cindric loves those sports cliches. When Helio Castroneves came down on the pit road during that yellow, as you guys suspected, he had a smile on his face, and all he told Helio and the crew, we're back in the ball game, boys. We're back in the ball game.
So as we continue under yellow, since you mentioned football, Jack, well, don't forget to join us for the launch of Monday Night Football on ESPN. We've got a special doubleheader. 7 Eastern, the Vikings take on the Redskins in Washington, D.C., and then at 10:15, it's the Chargers taking on the Raiders in Oakland. Both games available in high definition on ESPN HD and in Spanish on ESPN Deportes. Monday Night Football. Right where it should be.
Now, Rusty, this is a little different than NASCAR, because if you were 4th place Sam Hornish, you would follow him behind 3rd place Scott Dixon, and you'd all be on the top side of the racetrack. Here in IndyCar, it's a single file restart, so Helio's got a lot of work to do between the start and maybe just getting up to the back of that lead group. Remember, those 3 guys up front are so fast, they'll probably pull away. Helio probably needs another yellow 10 or 15 laps into this next segment to be able to have a shot at getting to those 3 guys.
Yeah, I don't like that rule. I don't like that rule at all. I mean,
spoken like a true driver.
Here's the guys.
There you go.
There's 4 cars in the lead lap, guys. Helio Castroneves in 4th place, but he's marred back about 15 or 13, 14 cars in the back. It's not like he gets a start right behind, Dixon. He's all the way in the back. So look, he just saved himself from getting lapped.
Right.
He didn't really help himself. Yep. He's still in trouble a little bit.
I was a driver too. I'm going with you, man. I feel for you. I exactly understand what you're saying. If I was him in 4th place, I'd love to be on the tail end of those 3 guys up front and give yourself a shot.
All right, we're on board with Dan Weldon. Take a look at this. This would be the 6th race where he has led the most laps. In the prior 5, he has not won a single one of those races. And here he is right behind Sam Hornish. Now, let's listen in on the radio, because he was asking the team just a little bit ago about the points championship situation.
If I win and Helio comes 4th, I will come 2nd in the championship, correct? We're looking at it, Dan.
Guys, you just should be tuned in to ABC. We'll keep you posted. Doc, you've got more?
And what Dan basically finished that conversation with is that whatever happens, I've just got to go after Sam right now. I can't wait. I got to try to only 4 cars in the lead lap. I got to get Sam on the restart and lead and hope something happens, and then we got a shot at the title.
They come out at turn 4 as we go back to green flag racing here at Chicagoland. Hornish and Weldon in a drag race down the front stretch.
And on that high side, Helio Castroneves got not a bad run on the restart, trying to get as many cars as possible. The best time to get them, because they're all bunched together.
Yeah, but he has got like rush hour traffic in downtown Chicago.
Well, Dan Weldon didn't waste no time. He got around Hornish and is checking out right now, guys. And I tell you, Helio was really flirting with disaster on a high side of turn 2. Right rear tire way up in that gray.
All right, remember the scenario. Weldon needs to win and then have Sam finish 4th or worse to claim the championship. If Sam stays right where he is right now, it's his. Castroneves underneath the 26 of Marco Andretti as he's trying desperately to make up ground. You'd see right now, Castroneves would finish 3rd in the championship, 7 points short.
Now, let's talk about team orders here for a second. Helio is 4th right now on the racetrack. You know nothing's really going to happen to him. You know he's not going to pass Sam Hornish if there's some team orders, but is there ever going to be any team orders coming down the championship?
I can't believe there's going to be any team orders, Scott. These guys all want to win by themselves, and they're just doing what they got to do. Danny Weldon, he doesn't care about that. He just cares about himself right now. Look, if he can help his teammate and not hurt him, yeah, he'll do it.
And a nice move by Tony Kanaan right there, who's a lap down, moves to the high side to let the number 6 of Sam Hornish go on through so he can battle up there for the championship with the 2 Ganassi cars.
Take a look at the championship points as of right now. There is a tie, and the breaker would go to Sam Hornish based on number of wins. Jack, you've got more on Roger Penske?
Well, fellas, I asked the drivers of Roger Penske's mounts and Roger Penske exactly that question. What are the team orders? And I was shocked to find out that there are team orders for this this race, but they're not what you or I would suspect them to be. He told both of his drivers before the start of the race he just didn't want them to crash. He said, fellas, there are no orders first versus second, but what's most important is for them to use their heads. So far, I think they're listening to the captain.
I totally believe that. There couldn't be any other orders than do that. Just don't wreck these things, because you know they're driving for themselves right now. Look, one thing I do like to see right now is Elio. He didn't get marred back. He got up there pretty quick, and I'm watching him right now, and he's running those guys down pretty good, so he's definitely not out of this thing now.
He is 2 seconds behind the race leader, and they're the top three, and you'll see Elio coming into view right there.
I spoke to him the other day. I think he's going in his 7th season right now with Team Penske. He says, I want to win this championship. I've won Indy. I want to give these guys a championship. He's got a new engineer on board this year, Ron Brzezinski. He said, working real well. Here goes a lot of battling up front between the Ganassi cars. But Elio said, I'm very excited about next year, especially because my engineer and I are working very well together. If we don't win this year, next year looks great also.
Well, what's going on right now up front is good for Elio, because they keep stirring all that air up, enough air that Elio's car can really feel that draft and suck up in that draft, Scott. That's what it takes for him to run these guys down and get back up in this championship hunt.
Elio cut the margin to 1.8 seconds on the last lap. You're right, Rusty. If Dixon and Weldon keep duking it out side by side, Elio's going to pull right back into this. On board with Dan Weldon, you saw the action there behind him as he is the race leader as we are on lap 165 of 200. What I want to talk to both of you guys about, you've been in this situation. What is it like inside your stomach as you're going through this process?
Everything is going wrong. When I won my title a long time ago, I mean, had a lot of points lead coming into it, and everything went wrong. We made a pit stop, the lug nuts came loose. Made another pit stop, they came loose again. Everything started falling apart, and you're just ready to give up. You're not giving up because your crew's hollering at you, don't give up. But this is a very, very tense moment, guys, because we're within just 1 or 2 points of each other right now, and if Hornish messes up, he's going to lose it. And the Ganassi guys aren't doing anything wrong right now.
Well, I mean, anything wrong, but they're running side by side and awfully close to each other. Remember, we saw 2 cars earlier on, Scheckter and Vitor Meira touch, and it damaged the cars, and they're slow. They're off the pace right now. If these 2 Ganassi cars just touch a little bit, knock a wheel out of alignment or a wing out of alignment, the car will be slower and off of pace and basically give the lead and possibly the win and the victory for the championship to Sam Hornish.
And Elio Castroneves has cut his deficit to 1.5 seconds. So the more the 2 Target Ganassi cars go side by side, the closer it brings Elio Castroneves to this 4-man battle.
It's getting better yet now. Now you saw Tony Kanaan get in the bottom. Look at that air. It's all stirred up. That's great for Elio. He's got a big hole of air in the front getting stirred up so he can run him down. Now, let's just stay tuned and watch this one, because you can see him coming in the picture right now. And boy, he can smell it, he can feel it, he can taste it, he wants it.
Jack, you've got more?
Yeah, Marty. Elio Castroneves is making the move up the ladder with some degree of conservatism at stake. He's talked to Tim Cindric, and they both have decided, go ahead and pass cars, get to the front. But the quote was, conserve your tires. And then Cindric added, you'll have plenty of time to race for the lead.
So as we come by the stripe this time by, there will be 30 laps remaining. Dixon and Hornish, Dan Weldon, Elio Castroneves. It is the championship battle, and right now it's Dixon out in front. But Sam Hornish is in control. Scott Dixon fighting hard. Back here at Chicagoland, we could not have scripted a more dramatic close. 23 laps to go. The top 4 in the championship chase are all there on your screen.
Elio Castroneves got a big break, got a big draft where those guys are past each other, drove right up on the bumper, and he's back in this thing 100%. I tell you, this race is heating up. It's getting wild, and I don't know what's going to happen.
It was so impressive because he had to get through the group of cars that were running for positions out there. Kanaan, Sharp, Carpenter, and Meira, all those ones, including Simmons. He worked his way through the traffic to put himself back in contention now. A very masterful job by a 2-time Indy 500 winner.
Chip Ganassi's got a tough decision to make right now, because if these 4 cars stay on the lead lap, Scott Dixon cannot win this championship. The only guy that has a chance at it is Dan Weldon, and he has to hope that Sam Hornish finishes fourth.
Well, if the race ends like it's ending right now, but if the rest of them wreck, he might win it by winning the championship and win the race. Now, one problem that might be occurring, Tony Kanaan is mad at Elio Castroneves. We heard him earlier saying, hey, this guy's roughing me up. I was just trying to pass him, or he was trying to pass me. And so, and you see Kanaan on the bottom of the racetrack right there. Elio's right up front. I don't know if anything's going to happen there or not, but they're not happy with each other at all.
Take a look at the points as of right now, and the tiebreaker again goes to Sam Hornish Jr. as he has more wins than Dan Weldon. 20 laps to go in the 2006 season.
Now, we talked a little bit about the championship, the 4 guys in the championship. The guy that's hovering around right now is Ed Carpenter. He's a lap down, but he wants to go up there and show that he can pass these guys up front. Remember, he ran so well at Kentucky before he actually went out after a pit stop and spun on the exit lane. He wants to sort of redeem himself and show that he's just as fast as this group that's up front.
Yeah, Ed is 5th right there, the number 20 car, top of your screen, but he is 1 complete lap down, and not sure I'd want to get in the top 4 right now with this championship at stake.
I wouldn't want to be the guy responsible for taking some guys out right now, but on the other hand, he wants to have the best finish he can, but hey guys, he is a lap down.
But he's got that battle going on right now with Kanaan, so I mean, you can't sort of slow up the pace. The only way to maybe keep in front is to start passing people. He's now back behind Kanaan, so Kanaan's got the same thing in mind, but you don't want to disturb this group up front that's running nose to tail. And I said a little while ago, if they do touch, you're going to end up in a situation where you're going to bend something in the car. Right now, those Target guys are running so close together, just like this again. Remember, this is 215 miles an hour, and these guys are just less than a foot around. The air from the car beside is moving you around. You're trying to deal with all this, and you're trying to stay in front if you're in Dad Weldon's suit.
Well, you just saw Tony Kanaan shoot around Elio Castroneves, and that didn't help Elio at all, so I don't know what Tony's doing. He is definitely upset and mad. You see Carpenter on top.
And Jeff Simmons on top as well, getting around Elio. So something may be wrong with Elio Castroneves as he has fallen off this lead pace. He has dropped back about 0.4 of a second already. Jack, you've got more on what's going on in Team Penske?
Oh boy, Roger Penske is running this race like a chess match. He keeps telling his driver where his teammate is. He just told Sam Hornish, Elio has dropped back and is out of the hunt for the time being. And then he used the caution, just Sam, stay in line. He's got it all figured out what he needs to do to win this championship with Hornish.
He's in the catbird seat. If he stays in that 3rd position, it doesn't matter what the 2 Target Ganassi cars do up front. And as this time by, we'll have 14 laps to go.
So smart by Penske. That's why he's won 11 previous championships in the kart series and 14 Indy 500s.
But the thing I'm looking at right now, look, I can understand Tony Kanaan, and I can understand Carpenter trying to have a great finish, make a little money, stuff like that. But what's going on right now, they've completely blocked Elio Castroneves out of a chance for a title. They're blocking him back behind him, not on purpose, but Elio just can't pass him, can't get around him. And this is a tough one for Elio right now.
For Elio, the nightmare tonight is going to be that speeding penalty through pit lane that cost him so dearly. For Dan Weldon, he's going to look at this. If it ends right now in a tie, he's going to think about the 5 races where he's led the most laps. Look out as we saw some action going on underneath wheel to wheel. Weldon's nightmare will be all those lost opportunities where he led the most laps but could not seal the deal.
Or coming in, I believe, at Kentucky when he was leading, missed his pit marks, and they couldn't get the fuel in the car. He ended up not leading the event out of the pit lane and winning the event and finishing back, costing himself about 17 points. Those are the things that sit with you all winter.
You know, Hornish has made mistakes too, though. That big spin at Indy and also off of turn 2 at Nashville when he clobbered the wall. Lost a lot of points, but he come back from that to be leading this thing right now. So they've all had problems throughout the year.
Yeah, but if he wins the championship, that doesn't count.
It doesn't count because the thing that helped him out is Weldon and everybody else been having problems too.
Meanwhile, you saw the gap now. The top 3 have pulled away. Elio Castroneves, with 10 laps to go next time by, is basically going to play a supporting role. Remember also, he's the only one of the 4 guys that has never won an IndyCar championship.
Well, Sam's just going to keep it in line right now. We got coming up on 9 laps to go in this race. And what Penske's just doing the same thing he always does, talking to his driver, stay calm, yeah, stay in line, don't do anything, no heroic moves.
You know, you can win the race, but you've won it before. You won the big one. You won the Indy 500. Bring us home a championship, man.
Weldon's doing everything he has to do. He can just go out there and win the event, but the rest is not up to him.
Points as of now. And again, the tiebreaker goes to Sam Hornish.
14 races are about to be over here shortly, and it's come down to 2 drivers exactly tied in the points. I've never seen competition this tight in a long, long time.
And a tiebreaker comes down to $1 million at the end of the day. That's worse than missing the lottery by about one number, I think.
Well, I'll tell you what, that cat's going to buy the beer, that's for sure.
Look at the look of concern on Chip Ganassi. He knows right now his drivers are doing all they can, but he needs help. The captain says, I'm in the catbird seat.
Well, as I say, you know, that's not what the fat lady sings, and Hornish is feeling everything, hearing everything, worried, looking at his temperatures, his RPM. The guys in the pits are looking at the telemetry, making sure nothing's messing up right there. This is the point, Scott. You've been in it, man. I know you have, where you're hearing everything, and it's the closing laps. You're finding problems that aren't in the car.
Oh, you're pushing the throttle down so hard right now, 100% throttle all the way around here, that your foot is actually starting to go numb because you're pushing that pedal so hard, you don't want to breathe it whatsoever.
Jack, what's the latest from Team Penske?
Well, fellas, consider this fact that this is a bittersweet day for a lot of these players in this pit crew. 56 full-time employees based in Reading, Pennsylvania. After this race, Roger Penske will consolidate his efforts, and of those 56, 22 have elected not to move to North Carolina. For many, they'll be looking for new jobs, and for others, they'll have just a career full of memories having worked for Roger Penske in Reading.
I think it's
they touched. Dixon and Weldon bang wheels coming up off of turn 2.
Remember, we spoke about that, getting so close. We saw that before with Mira and Schechter. Bent the cars, and the cars were not as fast after that.
It costs Dixon dearly as he drops a spot. Another piece of the insurance policy just fell into place for Sam Hornish. He's now second. Take another look.
Starting just to get into the turn, starts to bring down, try to stay in the black, and the left front wing just touches the side of the wheel, the right rear wheel of the number 10 of Weldon's car, and that's important because of that end fence on that left front wing of Scott Dixon's car ended up getting to the back of it. It would have sliced the tire for Weldon.
Looked like he was trying to tuck right back in the draft, Scott, just misjudged a little bit and banged that wing.
Well, we saw him earlier this week, actually, in practice yesterday, ended up turning around and taking off the front wing of a car that he was out in practice with because he misjudged also.
Scott Dixon recovered nicely, though. He has gotten back around Sam Hornish. You can see the tire mark on that left front wing plate. Jack, you've got more?
Yeah, Roger Penske saw that about to unfold and just said to his driver, let him go. Let him go.
Yeah, that's what he had to do, had to let him go. We got 2 laps right now, and we're looking at 14 races. All this drama's come down to this, Marty.
Sam Hornish has won 18 races. He's been involved in 11 finishes where he's won, and it's been less of a margin than a second. Can he pull off another win? I don't think he's worried about it. All he needs to do is stay right where he is. If he stays third, the championship is his. For Dan Weldon, he's got to hope something happens here in the last lap. Weldon down the backstretch. Scott Dixon looks to the high side. Now he comes down low through 4. Dan Weldon is going to win the race, but the $1 million and the 3-time champion is Sam Hornish Jr.
Unbelievable, man. Team Penske played they did what they had to do. Ganassi did what they had to do. They both did remarkable jobs, but you know what? There's only one guy who can win the title, and that's the way it worked out, man. Sam Hornish winning the Indy 500, Marty, and the championship pretty strong.
You saw the winner right there, the champion, and there is Dan Weldon. Let's get a word from our championship car owner, Jack Arute.
Roger, congratulations. You win your first IRL IndyCar Series title.
Well, I'll tell you, it was, you know, you could see it out there all day. Just at the end, I didn't want him to get too racy there, but all we had to do, and Elio had that, you know, tough job coming in the pits with his speed, but it was a clean race, lots of good racing, and long year, great season, Indy winner for Sam, but this whole team, we have all these people, our sponsors that support us. I just want to take my hat off to them, and obviously you guys at ESPN ABC, thanks for doing a great job in this series, and we'll see you back next year.
What does this title mean to Roger Penske and all of his Penske organization?
Well, you know, we came over to IRL to support the Indianapolis 500. I'm sure glad we could do it with a win in this championship this year. It's one we don't have, and when you don't have one, you sure want it.
Roger, you've won so many Indy 500s, and you promised Sam Hornish that if he signed with you, you'd go do everything you could to deliver him a title. You did that. He said he wanted to deliver you a title. Can it get any better than this season?
I guess we're even.
Guys?
Take a look at Sam Hornish, your first ever and only three-time champion in the Indy Racing League, as he takes the title and will collect a $1 million bonus. And for Dan Weldon, he gets his 11th win of the season. Let's check in with Jamie Little in Victory Lane.
Well, I said at the top of the show, Dan Weldon started off with a victory. Now he ends it with a victory. He's getting all unplugged, guys. Lots of wires in there. Dan Weldon, he got here quick. He was driving through puddles of water. Here he is, Dan Weldon victorious. Did what he needed to do. Dan, take us through that race, especially running side by side with your teammate who just tapped you actually with 3 laps to go.
It was a good race. Obviously, it's been a tough year. It's been frustrating, so I wasn't going to let that one slip away. I was pretty aggressive, but you know, sometimes you got to be that way. But I want to thank everybody at Target Chip Ganassi Racing and Honda and you know, Firestone for you know, a good year.
Sum up Penske Racing. They were your guys' biggest competitors. Dan, this year, Penske Racing, your biggest competitors. Sum them up, what they're like to race.
Well, Roger Penske puts together a fantastic organization, and obviously so does Chip. But when you're you know, pushing so hard with the competition between the two teams, and you've got such a quality from Honda, it's difficult to gain an advantage, and I think you could see that. But the two teams are definitely a step ahead of the rest, and that's because of their dedication to winning.
How are you feeling? You're not sounding too good at this point.
No, I'm not, but it was a good way to finish the race nonetheless.
Well, guys, he did what he needed to do. He led the most laps. He took the victory, his second of the year. What a way to end a year with a brand new team for Dan Weldon.
Suffering from the flu all weekend long. Second year in a row. Remember last year, Dan Weldon won the 500, went on to win the championship. You're looking at the man who won this year's 500 and took the championship as well. Listen to the crowd.
You know, Dan Weldon can go home content because he's done everything he could, Marty. He led the most laps. He's won this race. The guy knows in his heart that his team and himself supported everything needed in the last race. And Hornish, he did it all right, too. He played the cards right. Team Penske really supported this guy throughout the year.
And about ready to see that big check that he's going to get, and that's $1 million bonus for winning the championship. He's already won $2.6 million so far this year between the Indy 500 and also races. So close to $3 million, not a bad payday for the year.
A lot of money, man.
Let's check in with the other part of Penske Racing, Elio Castroneves.
And fellas, you would think he would be disappointed, but the first thing he did when he got out of the car is thank all of his crew members. Boy, that was close. And you got ticketed for speeding. What impact did that have?
Well, I guess I have to agree with the Florida police now. You know, normally I have a lot of tickets. So, it was kind of strange because there was a lot of guys in the same situation. It was difficult. I have to say that I don't know, but they have the computers. They know what it is. And again, this is awesome. What a dream for a team. Finish first and second in the championship. That's what every team would like to have and wish to have, and we finish. I would like to be. I'm the one to be in the champion, but in the end of the day, it's an entire moral team pace. So well done, guys. Well done, Sam. And hey, 2007, it's going to have much more.
You're going to have an opportunity to sit down privately without us listening in or anybody and have a chat with the new champion. What are you going to say to your teammate?
I want to give him congrats. I mean, no question about he's one of the best driver in oval that I know, racing at least with me. And no question, he proving, you know, even that we have road course this year, he learned a lot. He came a long way. He deserved it. I'll give all the credit. He made me better as well. I mean, today we seen him first and second. It's about one pushing another.
Yeah, he told me yesterday that you have made him a better driver. How has he made you a better driver?
With those ovals, let me tell you, first time I remember was kind of hard. I didn't know about the drafting. It's still a learning process, you know. And but hey, we had a Ganassi seemed to be a little bit faster than us this race. First, we had a lot of victory this year, and you know what? Martin Penske, fantastic team. I'm very honored to be proud to be part of this organization, guys.
All right, thanks, Jack. A very class act, Elio Castroneves. Maybe next year, as there is the Cup. I don't think you want to lift that sucker. It is awfully heavy. Take a look at our final results here at the Peak Antifreeze Indy 300. Only 4 cars on the lead lap. And let's start giving some props to, obviously we had to focus on the championship, but what a great run for Ed Carpenter.
Ed Carpenter, best finish for him. You know, for him to be able up there and running as strong as he was. He really struggles on road courses. He's done a great job learning on ovals in these big cars with the big horsepower, and I think that he'll be in more contention next year. Great kudos for him.
Vitor Mir, we've talked about Vitor Mir all year long, how strong he's been. And Tony Kanata, a great race for Tony today. Danica Patrick, looking at her in 12th place. Koski Masur always starts out strong, seems to fall a little bit. Hey, AJ Foyt to 4th, finished 14th, not a bad run for him. See Sarah Fisher back up there in 16th. Marco Andretti, we expect a lot more out of him, but he lost that right rear tire halfway through the race, Scott.
Our race average 194.8 miles an hour, the 3rd fastest race in series history. And of course, when we come back, we will talk to the champion, Sam Hornish. He's $1 million richer. We'll be back after this from our ABC stations. You're watching ESPN on ABC. Back here at Chicagoland Speedway, the crowd on their feet as we get ready to crown a champion. Let's go to Jerry Punch.
Well, thank you very much, Marty. We are down here center stage at Chicagoland Speedway, where we are about to begin the IndyCar Series 2006 Championship celebration. Now let's present the man of the hour, 27-year-old driver from Defiance, Ohio. Please welcome Sam Hornish, your new champion. And Sam, congratulations on becoming the first and only 3-time IndyCar champion. Share with us, what is the emotion of winning this title today?
This is just about as excited, I think, as I've ever been. It's been a great day for us and a great year. And winning the 500, you know, is definitely the highlight of my career, but this is right close to there. The first 2 kind of came a little bit easier than this one seemed to, and it's been a couple years in between, so it made me appreciate it some more. So I'm just super excited about the way that we were able to win this today, and hopefully we'll go back and try to get another one next year.
When you reflect back on this year, what will you remember most and maybe cherish most about this 3rd title?
Winning Indy being part of it is definitely the biggest part of this, and I just can't believe it. I mean, it's been an unbelievable season. You know, we really just stuck in there, worked hard. All the guys on the team worked really hard to make sure that we always, you know, we're trying to be competitive over the past couple of seasons when we didn't have quite everything we needed to win. Now that we had it, we had to go out there, prove that, you know, we weren't just talking. We had to go out there and show what we could do, and we were able to do that today.
Well, the man who made it possible for you, you talk about sports dynasties, you talk about the Yankees in baseball, and possibly the Celtics or the Cowboys. Well, in motorsports, there's one name in terms of winning. Please welcome the championship car winner for 2006, Roger Penske. 11 national championships coming into the year, and now Roger, what do you have to say to your driver here for what he has done for you, giving you something you didn't have on the shelf, a championship in the IRL IndyCar Series?
Well, I'll tell you, Jerry, this guy's some driver, and today was a day of no mistakes, and I think we're even now. He got Indy, and then he got us the IRL championship, so what a great day. Thank you all fans for being here and supporting us. Thanks a million.
What's going through your mind in those final laps today when you know you got 2 drivers who you love dearly out there battling it out? It had to be a lot of mixed emotion.
Well, you never know. I mean, I'm trying to get Sam into the place, and Tim's working on Elio. We just had to stay in line and let those guys pull us. But he got a little racy there at the end. I said, let's get back in line.
All right, Roger Penske, the championship car owner, and our champion Sam Hornish. Now, please welcome for a very special presentation the president of the Indy Racing League, Mr. Brian Barnhart. A very special presentation here for these winning championship owner and driver, as well as the Indy Racing League Championship Cup. Brian?
Thanks, Jerry. It's a pleasure to be here. I'd certainly like to thank the fans for coming out. It's an outstanding season. Congratulate Target, Chip Ganassi Racing. Dan Weldon did all he could in winning the race, and all the other competitors as well. But a special congratulations to Marlboro Team Penske, Roger and Sam. A championship well deserved. Congratulations.
And we'll let these three walk up here and get a photograph. It has been a long time coming for Roger Penske. He has not had an IRL IndyCar title until today. And what a year for Sam Hornish on the final turn of the final lap at the Indianapolis 500. He pulls it off and realizes a dream of winning on Memorial Day weekend. And today, he gives the captain, Roger Penske, his first IRL IndyCar title. Guys?
All right, thanks, Jerry, as the celebration will continue long into the night. And congratulations to Roger Penske. There's Tim Cindric coming over to talk to Sam Hornish as they will dissect the race long into the evening. And we still have a lot more to do here at Chicagoland Speedway. There's the celebration. We'll take a commercial break. We'll be back with a lot more here at Chicagoland Speedway as this party is just beginning. Back at Chicagoland Speedway as you take a look at the Cup, the $1 million check. Let's take a look at the top 10 final point standings. Sam Hornish Jr. wins the championship courtesy of more victories than Dan Weldon. Castro Neves, Scott Dixon round out the top 4. In fact, Jack Arute is with the 4th place finisher.
Well, Scott, looking back on the entire season, is there one turning point that kept you out of the championship in your mind?
No, not at all. I think there's plenty for all 4 of us guys. So, you know, you can't put it on one. I mean, I think everybody had it fairly, and to be honest, I think the best guy did win. So, you know, congrats to Sam and Penske. They did a great job all year, and you know, hopefully we can turn the tables next year and try and beat them.
When you take a look at this season, there was certainly Dan Weldon comes on as a new teammate for you. What do you think is different about Target Chip Ganassi this year versus the previous years that you've been with this organization?
It's pretty simple. I think you know, we had even equipment, and when this team has even equipment, they definitely they show up pretty big. And it's like Penske. You know, now that the teams are using the same equipment, they've jumped leapfrogs ahead of the others. So you know, hopefully next year will stay the same. We just have to keep working hard over the winter, but you know, the biggest changes have been obviously the engine and the chassis.
Close quarters there the last couple of laps. What happened?
I don't know, man. I was trying to race side by side like we were all day, and Dan seemed to have a problem with that, so whatever.
Well, congratulations.
Thanks, man.
So we've heard from the top 4 as Dan Weldon after the race gave a thumbs up to the new champion, and he saluted the race winner. Stay with us. We're coming right back. At Chicagoland Speedway, the celebration continues as we take another look at the championship final point standings. Nothing really changed. Vitor Meira, Tony Kanaan, they stayed 5th and 6th. The rookie Marco Andretti clinched the crown with his big win, of course, at Sonoma. And rounding out the top 10, Dario Franchitti, Danica Patrick, and Thomas Scheckter. And Sam Hornish, of course, wins on the tiebreaker over Dan Weldon. And there is the champagne as it is flowing. And I think Dr. Jerry Punch is still down there, and I think he's going to need a shower after this one. Well, the tradition in Victory Lane is the hat dance, and now everybody will change again as the celebration continues here at Chicagoland Speedway. We've got a great closing segment for you. You don't want to miss it. There's Sam burning the hides to the ground. Back at Chicagoland Speedway, time for some final thoughts. Rusty?
Yeah, Marty, I got to tell you, it's been an unbelievable season. I've had a great time with my first season calling the IndyCar Series with you guys. I'm looking forward to the banquet in Indianapolis tomorrow night, seeing everybody in the check presentation to Sam Hornish at that banquet. And what a dramatic year, Scott. Just unbelievable things.
Very impressive. The most competitive series anywhere in the world, I think. In 14 races, 9 victories, 9 poles by Penske. Very much a dominating year.
For our entire crew, I'm Marty Reed. Thanks for joining us as we say farewell for 06.
We are racing!
You're so focused on one thing. Win, 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 win. It's kind of all coming together.
There's been a lot of tough moments.
Newgarden upside down.
You okay? Everyone thinks it's their year.
It just simply wears on you.
Wow!
It is the hardest thing to win in IndyCar. Championship game is on.
Road to the IndyCar Championship. Streaming Sunday on Fox Nation. Sign up at foxnation.com. is a presentation of ESPN on ABC.
What started back in March will conclude today. A championship decided between two men. One of them, the points leader, Dario Franchitti. He leads by 3 over the man in second place, Scott Dixon. Dixon looking for his second title. He won the IndyCar Championship back in 2003. What are they fighting for? That trophy right there, and the $1 million that goes with it. 2007. A season of celebration. A season of frustration and emotion. A season of victory and a season of defeat. Where momentum shifted from a runaway to a takeaway for Dario Franchitti.
Contact the teammates. And Scott Dixon will be the new IndyCar Series points leader.
Last week, the drama of Detroit emerged when Scott Dixon's spin collected Franchitti. Dario still finished the race and regained the points lead. It all comes down to this. 2 drivers separated by 3 points. 1 champion. It's the final stop of the 07 season in Chicago. And we welcome you live, just southwest of the windy city of Chicago. We're at Chicagoland Speedway for the final race of the 07 campaign. It is the Peak Antifreeze IndyCar 300, presented by Mr. Clean. And already, drivers, if you've seen, are in the cockpits as we are waiting for the command to start engines. Dario Franchitti will start on pole today. Scott Dixon will start in the number 6 position, but he will have help from his teammate Dan Weldon, who will start in the number 5 spot right alongside. We welcome you to Firestone Race Day, where we'll set the stage for this climactic moment of the 07 campaign. And right now, it's time to send it trackside for those most famous words to get this final race underway at Chicagoland.
Race fans, it's time for those most famous words in motorsports. Please welcome Executive Vice President of Merchandising for AutoZone, Jim Shea, to give that command.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines.
So the engines come to life for the final time here in 2007, and you can feel the electricity again beginning to build as we know that today it will be the day that we decide the 2007 championship. Hello again, everybody. Glad that you're with us for the next 2 hours. Talked to both drivers, Dario Franchitti and Scott Dixon. Both said they slept like babies last night. You've been in this situation, Scott Dixon. Do you believe him?
Marty, I don't believe they slept at all, you know, and I actually think it's harder sometimes on the parents and the family members. Spoke to Ron Dixon, Scott's dad, and he said, you know something, I haven't slept for the last couple of nights. I get up in the morning, the first thing I think about is this championship. A lot of pressure on the family, I think, too.
And I realized I just put Scott Dixon in the booth. He's really Scott Goodyear. It's okay. I'm a little excited about this day, too. Let's talk a little bit about the drama that's been going on all over the place. I mean, the last couple of races have been fantastic.
Really have been. And you know something, I look back at that and I think of some of the championship points that have been lost. But if Andretti Green Racing loses this championship, I think you can put it down to Sonoma with Marco Andretti and Dario Franchitti getting together. And I'm not sure it was either one of the drivers' faults. I put it down to the management of allowing both those cars to make contact in turn 1. If they don't get the championship today, I think it rests on management's shoulders.
Well, let's take a look at the championship points chase, and you'll see the 3-point margin between first and second. Now, Tony Kanaan mathematically has a shot, but he's got to win the race and hope that the other two drop out very, very early. Everybody else from fourth on back has been mathematically eliminated. Now, there's been a lot of drama on the track, as we pointed out the last couple of races, but now there's drama off the track. For that, let's bring in Vince Welch.
Well, Marty, the huge story in the IndyCar paddock this weekend centers around Dario Franchitti's move to Chip Ganassi's NASCAR program. Now, Franchitti and Ganassi have both refused comment on this story this weekend, but my source close to this situation tells me that the move is indeed imminent. And when I spoke to Dario about it prior to this weekend, he was surprised at my knowledge of the details, and while he stopped short of confirming the switch, he did agree that he would be running some NASCAR events yet this year, which he would have to do in order to be eligible for the 2008 Daytona 500. Now, what happens today has a direct effect on when Franchitti would be eligible. But when he does become eligible, expect an announcement from Chip Ganassi Racing that Franchitti will be joining the NASCAR program with a deal of up to 5 years. Jack Arute?
So for Chip Ganassi, there's mixed emotions today because his future employed driver, Franchitti, may keep his currently employed driver, Scott Dixon, from winning his second championship. Now, I spoke to Scott Dixon just before he got in the car, asked him what his marching orders were for today. He said, we're going to change it up just a little bit. I'm no longer concerned about Franchitti. What I am concerned about is going out and winning this race. He said, if we do that, then the championship should be ours. Now, there is a third driver that has a shot at winning this championship. For more on that, here's Brienne Pettigo.
That's right, Jack. Mathematically, Tony Kanaan can still win this championship, but not only would he have to win the race, lead the most laps, there would have to be considerable misfortune for Dixon and Franchitti. I spoke with Tony yesterday, and he told me that he no longer considers himself a contender for this year's championship. He simply wants to leave Chicago with win number 6 and do everything he can, within reason, to help teammate Franchitti win his first championship.
All right, thanks, Brienne. We have 1 lap to go before we go green. Let's set the starting grid for you. You'll see our peak antifreeze starting grid across the top. There is Dario Franchitti on the pole, and you're looking back a little bit further. There's Tony Kanaan with a little bit of help for Franchitti as his wingman, and here comes Weldon and Scott Dixon in row number 3.
And finally, they're together. Scott Dixon's been running this championship chase without the help of Dan Weldon, but you can see the Ganassi and Andretti team members here where they're going to start today, and Scott Dixon dearly needs some help from Dan Weldon to be his wingman throughout this race if he wants to have some help drafting around this racetrack.
Half a lap to go on this 1.5 mile oval where the banking is 18 degrees. And take a look, as you can see, 1,700 feet on the front straight, 2,400 feet on the back straight. Pit window 48 to 52 laps. Pace car turns down. It's time for the 07 season to come to a conclusion.
Let's go. Green, 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 green.
Already a battle for the lead going down the back stretch. Sam Hornish, who has won here twice, side by side with Dario Franchitti. Here comes Castroneves right behind Hornish. First lap, who's going to lead it? It will be Hornish, followed by Franchitti, Castroneves, Tony Kanaan, and Scott Dixon is 5th.
Sam Hornish knows how to get around this racetrack, as you mentioned, Marty, but Penske has never won here in the IndyCar, something that's not very often said about racetracks on this circuit.
Team Penske trying to hook up. It has not been the kind of season that anybody expected for that squad. You're on board with Dario Franchitti. We've got a total of 7 on boards. We'll show them to you as they become essential to the coverage of the event. And you can see right now, Franchitti's hugging that low line, but he's got a handful of Team Penske.
Penske cars seem to be working up high very well right now. It looks like the 3-car of Helio Castroneves seems to be a little quicker than his teammate car of Hornish Jr. Now, Hornish wants to get out there and win this event. Only 1 win for both of those drivers in the series so far this year. You recall just a year ago that Penske was really dominating on a lot of these racetracks. Now they're running nose to tail. Look for them to try and stretch a lead over Franchitti. Now, Franchitti's job and whole mission today is to make sure he finishes in front of Scott Dixon, Marty.
And there is Dixon in the number 9 target, Chip Ganassi Racing Machine. His wing, whoa, and look out, they almost touched. Weldon's supposed to be helping him.
Well, that's because the car is coming out from underneath him. It's sliding across the racetrack, and he kept his foot in the gas, and it just moves up a lane, and that's something that you don't want to have happen.
Jack Arute, last year, these guys were duking it out as part of the championship battle, and they would not get in lockstep formation for quite a while until Chip Ganassi got on the radio. What's he talking about now?
Well, that won't be the case today. Dan Weldon has already radioed in and told his team, I'm going to go to the front, but I'm going to try and help Scott as well. And then he added the most important caveat. He said, if you guys think I'm messing Scott up in any way, let me know immediately. This is going to be a two-car tango to try and thwart the assault of Team AGR.
Well, they've got Andretti Green in front of them and Andretti Green racing behind him. Danica is right behind him in 7th. Take a look. This is the onboard.
Now watching the low side, the car starts to move up a lane just so close. The right rear tire of Dan Weldon, the 10 machine on your left-hand side, touched the side pod of Scott Dixon's car. Now, for Scott Dixon, this is actually not too bad. If he can keep on the back end of the number 10 of Weldon, what he ends up doing is saving a little bit of fuel, which sometimes is not a bad deal. Remember last year, Marty, he always ran about 2 more laps in this event than everybody else.
While all this is going on, you can see that Weldon has gotten around the 11 of Tony Kanaan, so that takes care of the lead wingman for Dario Franchitti. And here comes the number 9 of Scott Dixon right behind him. There's Danica Patrick taking a look on the outside of Dixon.
+4.
Now, did you hear the movement? You saw the movement of the hands, and also you could hear the throttle getting off of Danica Patrick. So that means she has some work to do in her car right now to get the car to work a little bit better.
Notice what we've added at the top of your screen. Points as of now. We'll bring it in from time to time. And with Franchitti in 3rd, Dixon a little bit further back, the margin is 10th. Tony Kanaan is 44 markers behind. Meanwhile, up front, Sam Hornish Jr. Do you realize this is, he's only led 1 lap. That was back at Michigan since he won at Texas in June. That's before today, and he took the lead here and has held it for all 9 laps so far.
Well, as we said before, it hasn't been a Penske-like year because they certainly haven't had the success that they thought about, especially at the beginning of the season. But watch Weldon here. I mean, this is something we have not seen the last 2 days from Dan Weldon. He seems like he's been running not too bad. Qualified 5th, did not seem to have the speed, but right now he can run up behind cars, he can get past them, and then drive away from them. You can hear Dario Franchitti, who we ride board with right now, sort of working the throttle a little bit on mid-turn, so that means his car is not working perfectly for him. They'll make some changes during pit stops to improve the car, but Dan Weldon, you think about Dan, we saw him preseason testing back in Homestead, just a focused Dan Weldon. He was ready to go and win another championship, win the Indy 500, as he's now starting, he's right along with Dixon. And the situation with Dan Weldon is that he had a lot of bad luck mid-season, Marty. They seemed like he just wasn't into it. Well, he seems like he's back today.
Take a look. You're on board. Looking back from Franchitti from 4th place to 5th. That's Scott Dixon behind him. He is the meat in the Chip Ganassi Racing sandwich right now. And going into this season, he said all along this was going to be a very tight points championship race.
I kind of knew it was going to come down to this. I always said, even with the big points lead in the middle of the year, I knew it was going to come down to a fight in Chicago, and it has. So we'll just, it's more, now it's pretty simple. I got to finish ahead of Scott, that'll make things easy, and I've got to keep TK somewhere close, and that's what we'll do. But as close as we run at Chicago, and as fast as we run, and as quickly as things happen, you've got to run your own race though, and just try and get up front and stay up front.
Notice he said keep TK, Tony Kanaan close. Kanaan's not close. He's dropped all the way back to 7th. Danica Patrick's gotten around him. There he is way back there. So Dario is alone right now. He has no support from any AGR teammates. Vince, what's going on?
Well, Scott Goodyear said, according to the what he saw on the onboard cam, that maybe Dario was fighting the car a bit, but there's been no communication from Dario Franchitti to the man that handles his race strategy, John Anderson. The only communication has come from the spotter, Dave Reininger. Dario has said nothing, but they just came on the radio and they said, Dixon behind you, he likes the bottom. So keep an eye on Franchitti, maybe protect that bottom a little bit with Dixon behind you.
It is the shortest way around this 1.5 mile oval. While all this continues, just one quick note, we will keep you posted on what's happening throughout the field. Best mover so far, AJ Foyt the 4th. Started 18th, he's up to 13th. Meanwhile, up front, it is still Sam Hornish with teammate Elio Castroneves 1st and 2nd, Dan Weldon 3rd, Dario Franchitti 4th, Scott Dixon 5th. That's your top 5. We're going to step aside to go side by side with all the drama from the last 2 weeks. And it started right there at Sonoma when the teammates got together, and then we moved on to last week at Detroit. And what else could we see except another controversy late in the race? Just southwest of downtown Chicago, we're at Chicagoland Speedway, and there is Tony Kanaan now 1 lap down. You saw it on side by side. He came in for an unscheduled pit stop. Brianne Pettigo, what's the story?
Marty, I'm looking at the tire right now that was the problem for Tony Kanaan. If you can see, there's a puncture right here in his outside rear tire. It went down, causing him to have to come into the pits. Unfortunately, he is still battling massive understeer. So what that means for Dario Franchitti is when he's looking for his wingman, he's going to have to turn to Danica Patrick and Marco Andretti.
Danica Patrick now running in 6th, and there you see the tires as they came off of the car, and it's got to be a very lonely feeling right now for Dario Franchitti. He is in 4th. It is Sam Hornish, Elio Castroneves, Dan Weldon, then Dario, and Scott Dixon rounding out your top 5. Danica Patrick is 6th, and that's slow traffic. Looks like it could be Milka Duno. It is, as she gets lapped for the first time today. You can see right now, I mean, Team Penske in control of the race, but this championship is up for grabs. And look out, looked like Marco Andretti and Danica almost came together.
Remember, this is a teammate situation. Sometimes you give and take just a little bit differently for teammates, but Danica right now housing the top side of the 2-car of Thomas Scheckter. She seems to be trying to keep down on the bottom side. Scott Sharp is now behind her.
Well, she had to get out of it when Marco came by. He went past. Scheckter went past, so it's going to bump her back to about 7th position. All right, take a look now, and you can see that you've got Hornish, Castroneves, Weldon, and Dixon has gotten around Dario Franchitti. So Dixon into 4th, Dario Franchitti into 5th. And you see what it would do to the points right now at the top of your screen, Jack Arute.
And it was a tough job to make that assault on Dario Franchitti for Scott Dixon. He tried the high side, tried the low side, and all through it, Mike Hull, like a coach, kept telling Scott to be patient. Meanwhile, directly in front of Dixon was his teammate Dan Weldon, Chip Ganassi telling Weldon exactly where Dixon was throughout the course of that assault on Franchitti. Let's check in with Vince Welch.
Well, the Andretti Green Racing team brought the same 4 cars for its 4 drivers that it ran at Kentucky. That's right, even Dario's car, which he flipped at the end of that race. Unfortunately for AGR, Franchitti and Tony Kanaan are experiencing similar issues with the handling of that car. Franchitti has just come over his radio and said, bad understeer. Marty?
All right, thanks for the update, Vince. And so our pole sitter has dropped back to 5th. Let's take a look at the onboard. Let's watch this if we can. You can see the transition in the time frame that we're talking about, but watch his hands here, Scott. See if we can pick it out.
Well, we saw that earlier on. He seems like he's just fighting the car just a bit too much. His right hand will start to go towards the 12 o'clock position, and you can hear the RPMs in the engine just start to grind down just a little bit. Means the car is not free enough. Now, the throttle is usually the telltale. He's being brave. His 100% throttles all the way through, but too much steering angle and droning down the car of the RPMs. They'll look to fix that during the next pit stop to try to free the car up a bit for him.
As you look at the Firestone telemetry, next to the bottom, steering, watch this. We noticed if it goes above 30 degrees, that's a good sign that it's got to push, because we didn't see that yesterday on this telemetry when they were handling well.
And we have a lot more cars in the racetrack, so you're going to get a lot more turbulent air from the cars in front, so you probably will end up having a bit more steering in there, but you need that front bite from those front wheels so you don't scrub off the speed, and that's exactly what's happening to him. Now, you can see that he's no longer running behind the cars in front because he does have that understeer. If you run behind the cars in front, it just simply makes the understeer worse.
No reason to panic, though, for Dario Franchitti. We've still got the first round of scheduled pit stops to come. We're only working lap 32 of 200. But if you're Scott Dixon and a fan of Dixon, well, you're liking what you're seeing so far. His wingman, Dan Weldon, is cutting the air in front of him, and he is making tracks, trying to nail down the Team Penske duo of Sam Hornish and Elio Castroneves. Pit stops will be coming up soon. We're going to step aside, give us a chance to catch our breath. You won't miss a thing. Stay with us here at the Peak Antifreeze IndyCar 300, the season finale of the 07 campaign. You're watching ESPN on ABC. All right, we're back. We're cutting into the commercial. You saw it on Side by Side. A wicked crash for Marco Andretti, the 20-year-old.
What happened? Is something break? I don't know. So you were on TV, and all of a sudden I just saw the back end swap ends on you. I do not know, but I do not know. Everything we see here looks okay, but it definitely swapped ends awful quick on you.
So Marco's asking if something broke, and they can't tell him.
And that's the reason, because we have the computer age right now, the telemetry, everything from that car is being beamed back to the engineers. You see right there, real time. They're watching their laptop computers and watching tire pressure, suspension movements, anything that Marco's doing in the car, throttle application, brake application, steering, and they said we did not see anything. So it certainly says that maybe there was something on the track. Now, if a tire was going down, he would know it by the telemetry information. Now, the right-hand side of your screen, you can actually see the car start to go down on the right rear. So I'm thinking that a suspension piece or something broke, Marty, because it always has already started to teeter-totter. Let's listen. Yeah, there's a collapse of a suspension piece or something of that nature. Drops the right rear of the car down. Remember, he's doing 215 miles an hour and shows you how safe these cars are. Now let's watch top of your screen. Goes at and impacts the top of the wall. Now that's the safer barrier up there. The steel and foam energy reduction.
The right rear.
There's a tire going off the 2-car, we are told right now. That's the tire that's going on. Now that's a problem probably from a pit stop or some scenario like that, because the wheel nut obviously has come off. The hub is there.
We'll inspect everything. Schechter will head for the pits. For Marco, this is the end to what has been a dismal sophomore season. Remember, he was Rookie of the Year last year. This is his 10th DNF, his 6th crash this season. And remember, we're only talking about 17 races, so a really tough break for Marco Andretti. And take a look at the comparisons. I mean, Michael had a tough year. He had 9 DNFs. Marco now goes to 10.
And you remember earlier in the year that Marco just did not have a comfortable car on oval tracks, and a lot of times he got out of the car, and he sort of got through that slump a little bit, and I think he got his mind wrapped around that he's just got to sit in the car and drive through when a car's not handling very well. I think his teammates that have the experience helped him with that, but it's really tough when you've had a great first year, won your first race as a rookie, come back, and you're not really even that competitive at some events throughout the season. So he'll get away from it this winter, regroup, continue training as he has been doing very, very hard, and have the opportunity to come back and regain himself back here next year.
So Thomas Schechter gets a new right rear tire. He goes back out onto the track. Pit lane has been officially open, so we'll see who is going to be a taker. And obviously at lap 37, I would think everybody would be coming. And there you see the safety crew, the Delphi safety crew, working out, checking out Marco and getting the car and the damage taken up. And here comes everybody. It's time for the Ethanol Edge triple pitch. Jack and Root, they're coming your way.
And for Scott Dixon, who is trying to overtake the lead tandem from Team Penske, no changes. Meanwhile, Sam Hornish Jr. will be in the top of the box. Roger Penske calling the shots there. No changes for Dixon. Dixon has a slight bit of understeer, but says he thinks once he gets out front, it'll be fine. What about Dario Franchitti, Vince?
Well, Jack, they're going to, of course, fill it full of ethanol, put on fresh Firestones, and make a turn of front wing in the front. That's Dave Sharpley making the adjustment. And Franchitti, the last one to get out of the first 3 that came in.
So as you can see, some good pit stops. Dixon especially, 6.8 seconds. We can tell you Tony Kanaan stayed out. Now remember, he was a lap down after having to stop early because of that cut tire. So we'll check out everything, see where it all sorts out. It looks like Dario will end up in about the 5th car coming out of the pits. We'll step aside, go side by side here at Chicagoland.
It is raining now here in turn 4. It is starting to come down. It looks like Dario Franchitti will win the 91st Indianapolis 500 as now the skies open up.
Tune up the bagpipes. Dario Franchitti will win at Indianapolis. And the question is, will that career high point be matched with a championship today? Well, it has suffered a setback here at the first round of pit stops because Dario came in 5th, he went out 5th. Scott Dixon came in 4th, came out in 2nd. Let's take a look at Dixon, the big winner.
Pressure's always on the crew members to get everything done. The right rear tire man for Dario Franchitti just caught in the middle of Dixon trying to leave and Franchitti getting the work done with him. Those crew members are always putting themselves on the line out there, Marty, especially when it comes down to a championship run like this.
Take a look at the points now at the top of your screen. Dixon would lead Franchitti by 7 if he holds on to 2nd place, and Franchitti stays in 5th. Tony Kanaan is a distant 3rd. Elio Castroneves is our race leader. Dixon 2nd, Sam Hornish 3rd, Dan Weldon 4th, Dario Franchitti 5th. Let's go back to a little bit earlier. We tapped into Scott Dixon's radio.
tell us about the car?
Yeah, I'm pretty comfortable. I'm just sort of cruising along here. Got a bit of understeer, but it seems to be within control. Front seat, you know, I think if we get out front, we're going to be pretty good.
Copy that.
And the voice on the other end is that man right there on the right side of your screen, Mike Hull. And that was right before the pit stop. Jack, you've got more?
Yeah, Mike Hull is coaching his driver and also looking at former races. He just told Scott Dixon this is starting to unfold the way it did in Kansas. What Mike does is looks at all the former races, the readouts, and he told Scott that that means that it's going to be about track position, fellas. It helps when you've got a tactician with more than 4 decades of knowledge sitting on the pit box like Scott Dixon does.
Well, and we saw his move last week. The second to last pit stop at Detroit was brilliant. While we've got a moment, let's talk a little Monday Night Football. It returns to ESPN, kicks off with a doubleheader. First at 7 Eastern, the Ravens head into Cincinnati to take on the Bengals. Then at 10:15 Eastern, it's the Cardinals looking to move the chains against the 49ers. Don't miss the return of Monday Night Football on ESPN tomorrow night as we get ready to go green. Down the backstretch, Dixon's under attack for second place by Sam Hornish, and Hornish gets around. There's Frank Keedy, and he looks like he's got his hands full. He has dropped back to 6th as he got passed by Scott Sharp.
If you've made any changes on the car during this last pit stop, it takes a lap or 2 to feel them out. Remember, they're back out there with ethanol fuel, a full tank, and 4 fresh Firestone Firehawk tires. So in this situation, you have to wait for a couple of laps for the tire pressures to come up, the temperatures to come up, so the car will start to settle itself down. I laughed about the situation we heard Dixon on the radio, Marty, because he said, you know, Michael asked him, how's the car? And, well, I'm okay. I'm just out here cruising around at 215 miles an hour.
On board with Dario Franchitti. Remember the reports early, Dario liked the low line of the track. He's being forced to take the high side.
And here's a situation right now where he's able to keep his foot on the throttle on the high side and look like Scott Sharp, the green machine on the bottom, the number 8, was not able to do that. Now, you can see that Sharp was working a little bit better in this turn in 3 and 4. Franchitti works a little bit better in 1 and 2. It's a bit of a compromise how you set the car up, and they don't work the same on both ends. The turns, yes, are banked at 18 degrees. They look similar, but because of the wind, everything of that nature, it does change the handling of the car at both ends of the racetrack.
So you can see what's going on as you see Franchitti now setting sights on Dan Weldon as he is currently into 5th. And while we're watching this on the onboard, let's get an update on Marco Andretti's condition from Brianne Pedigo.
Marty, they have taken Marco Andretti to the hospital. Upon reaching the infield care center, he was complaining of a hurting neck. They took him there to get an x-ray. The good news, he never lost consciousness. He's awake and alert. They just want to make sure that everything is okay for him.
All right, we'll get an update if we get further word before the end of the race today here at Chicagoland. Meanwhile, out on the track, the battle continues as Team Penske is trying to pull away, but they can't from Target Chip Ganassi Racing teammate Scott Dixon in 3rd, Dan Weldon in 4th. Let's get a little more on the update of Team Ganassi's tactics. Jack?
Well, we may have a little prospecting going on, guys, and the prospector may be Dan Weldon. You see Weldon on the high side of the racetrack. They have sent the gentleman Englishman to the high side to see what clean air will do to the Target Chip Ganassi car. They have told Scott Dixon where they have dispatched their teammate, and they are going to run flank to flank like that, not to block Dario Franchitti, but to try and be proactive in determining where the best groove is. Vince Welch.
Well, in Jackaroo, it's not working out from a teammate perspective for Dario Franchitti. Remember, Franchitti came in with the 3 teammates, and there's been so much talk on how those 3 might be able to help Dario today. But Tony Kanaan went out with a punctured right rear. He's a lap down, had to stay out to get his lap back, and Marco Andretti has already crashed. Danica hasn't been able to get up into the mix to give Dario any help. So right now, it's Dario that is the lone soldier for AGR.
Well, and you mentioned Tony Kanaan. He has fought his way back to the lead lap, as you mentioned, Vince, but he's got himself into 15th position right now. He's about 4 seconds behind the lead pack. Danica is in 8th, and you see Dario in 5th. So, right, you are, as far as the team support, Dario is alone.
Well, these guys are worried about the championship. There's really a race going on here for the guys that are up front. We talked about Castor, Nevis, and Hornish only have won one event each so far this year, something that's not very, as we mentioned, Penske-like. Well, right now there's a race out there for the championship contenders, and there's also a race out there for drivers who have not won this year or drivers who really want to add more to their win column this year, like the two Penske cars. They're not really going to be too concerned about the guys behind them if they need to get past for one position to maybe win a championship. They're out there just to win for themselves and the team.
And you get guys that are auditioning potentially for new seats next year, or just trying to hold on to the seat that they've got. That's something to think about as well. And as we get ready to move aside, we'll tell you that we'll be back after this word from our ABC stations. It's Castor, Nevis, and Hornish running in front of Dixon and Weldon with Franchitti fifth.
Elio Castroneves, the leader. Very strange. Now they'll be lucky to finish with a single car in the top 10.
Oh, and Elio crashes again.
I'm fine. I'll give it to him. He's going to need some cool-down time as he walks back to the pit lane, and very hot.
It has been a rough year for Team Penske. One victory for each of Elio Castroneves and Sam Hornish, but right now they are running first and second here at a track that Team Penske, with owner Roger Penske on the right of your screen, they've never won at Chicagoland.
And Marty, that's only 3 tracks on the whole complete schedule they've never won. Chicago, as you mentioned, Sonoma and Watkins Glen, because they have had 2 of the best drivers in the series running so competitively in both road courses and ovals. So interesting to see how they will finish up here today.
Now, before the phones start lighting up, all you guys that follow Panther Racing from years ago will remember that, yes, Sam did win here twice, but that was with Panther Racing, not with Team Penske. So that's the significance of that statistic. So we take a look at Team Penske at Chicago. You can see exactly how they've done second and third, their best finishes here at Chicagoland. Right now, they're in lockstep with Scott Dixon, Dan Weldon behind. And as we went away, Danica Patrick was able to get around Scott Sharp. So guess what? Dario Franchitti finally has some team support, and there she is.
Looks like her car is running very well for her after that pit stop. It takes a couple of laps, as we mentioned, to read the changes on the car. A little bit of breathe on the throttle right there as just car started to move up the racetrack. She's getting back in behind Dario to take advantage of that draft. Also saves just a little bit of fuel mileage for her at the same time. But now she's up behind the leaders. She'll have to sort of tiptoe and read to see what her car will do in the turbulent air of the traffic that's up in front of her.
All right, Brienne, you've caught up with Michael Andretti.
That's right, Marty. I'm with Michael. I just informed him of Marco's trip to the hospital. The good news is he's okay, just getting checked out. How do you split your mind right now, worrying about your son and being a concerned car owner at the same time?
Well, I mean, the word was when he, stopped, he said that he felt, that he was okay when they asked him, so I thought everything was okay, but hopefully it's just for precautionary reasons that they're taking him there, and, not a lot I could do with that except for, right now all I could do is just sit here and watch what's going on and hope Dario gets it done.
Well, the good news, Danica just got back up there to help Dario a little bit. What's the strategy going on right now?
No strategy. I mean, strategy is we have to finish in front of Dixon at the end, and that's what we're going to try to do.
Guys?
All right, thanks, Brienne. One of the things I'm noticing, take a look at how this formation sets up. Look at that, coming through the corners. They get in single file down the straightaway right there, and then every other car sort of slides to the higher line, which in essence forces, if you're going to make a pass, you're going to have to go 3 high, and that isn't going to get it.
Well, they're sort of staggered like that to get some clean air across the wings.
Marty Ross, and they're not going very quick. They are doing 2:07.
And that's coming from Kim Green, passing along to Danica Patrick. The speed of the 2 cars are up front, just a back straightaway length ahead of them, which is somewhere around 2,400 feet in distance. Now these guys are running 2:14, 2:15, this lead group, in the group that they talked about, running 204, 205 miles an hour. You talked about running stagger. If you ride along board on the Firestone telemetry with Danica Patrick, watch her throttle. She starts to go through the turns, up and down the throttle, working the car. And the reason she's doing that is because the car is giving her some signals, sensing to her that she's not very happy with it. So she eases off the throttle just a minute to get the front end possibly back underneath her. Again, you can hear her working the throttle. The steering is working also. Now this is where she should be able to take advantage of the draft up in front. Watch the RPMs.
One of the things that I was noticing was the steering. Remember we had Dario when he was complaining of the severe push? It was like 34, 35 degrees. She's well under 30 degrees in her steering input. Let's get more from Vince Welch.
You know, there's been so much said about Danica Patrick and the fact that she has not got that much sought-after victory this season with Andretti Green, but they believe that she has actually become a much better driver in this year, even though the win has been elusive. She's completed 92% of the laps this season. That's a higher percentage than Elio, Tony Kanaan, Dan Weldon, Sam Hornish, and her teammate Marco Andretti. She hasn't gotten that first win yet, but she's headed in the right direction, and this team believes it's only a matter of time because she does get better each time out.
Leader in that category, as you see Tony Kanaan being forced to pit. He's got to stop because he's out of fuel if he keeps going much longer. The leader in laps led, or laps completed, I should say, Scott Sharp, as he's completed all but 22 laps this year. Kanaan's stop only 8 seconds, but it probably is going to put him a lap down again as here comes everybody by, and so that great strategy didn't pay off for him as he needed a yellow and didn't get it. Meanwhile, it is Castroneves and Hornish in lockstep, and they have opened up a bit of a gap over third place Scott Dixon, about 0.3 of a second. Fourth is Dan Weldon. Dario Franchitti and Danica Patrick run 5th and 6th. And we hear that Darren Manning's car is being taken back to the garage area, so unfortunately a tough end to the season for the number 14, as Darren Manning and the A.J. Foyt entry will take it behind the wall. His best was a 4th back at Detroit just a week ago. He had a 5th place finish at Iowa, but will not get the finish here. He started 8th today. All right, with 73 laps down of 200, we haven't even hit the halfway mark. We're going to step aside. Scott Dixon, the man right now who would claim the championship if it ended, but it's not over yet. Back here at Chicagoland as Elio Castroneves continues to lead here. It's the first race he's led on an oval since Iowa. And if you remember last week, the big news, of course, Elio will be Dancing with the Stars on ABC this fall. Earlier today, his partner, Julianne Hough, was here at the racetrack. In fact, she got the chance to go for a ride in the 2-seater here at the 1.5 mile over. And there you see Julianne getting all suited up and climbing into the car. And Brianne Pettigo, you've caught up with her. What was the experience like?
Marty, we're just about to find out. I can't believe I've been replaced. I got to dance a little with Elio last week, but the official partner here, Julianne Hough. What do you think of what your partner, Elio Castroneves, does for a living? You got a taste of it this morning.
It's incredible, so dangerous. I mean, I had a little bit of a taste today when I got to ride in the 2-seater, and it was incredible. I wanted to do it again. It's so exhilarating, and I was going only 175, and they're going up to 215 today, and so I'm just completely in awe. It's incredible.
Well, Marty Scott, she was the champion last year, so you know the pressure's on Elio.
Yeah, I told her, I asked her, I said, if he does poorly, can I substitute for him? And after 30 seconds of hysterical laughter, she said no.
And you were surprised?
No, not in the least, not in the least.
You know, we talked to Elio this morning about the Dancing with the Stars, and he said, I'm glad that I'm finished the racing season today. It's because it's going to take a lot of effort, a lot of concentration. And he said, I'm just a little bit nervous. He said, I've got a champion that I'm dancing with. And I said, well, she's also dancing with the champion. You're a champion in Indianapolis 2 times in a row. And he went, yeah, you're right. Maybe we'll try and win this Dancing with the Stars.
Back to the race at hand. Jackaroo, what's going on in Elio's camp?
Well, no problems with Elio Castroneves' car. I just talked to Tim Cindric, who calls the shots. Said there may be just a tiny bit of an understeer, but not anything to be concerned with. Meanwhile, his teammate, who is now playing wingman, Sam Hornish Jr., I checked with Roger Penske, they like their car as well. Look for pit stops around 4 laps from now. Fellas, if it's under green and it looks like we've got the Penske cars peeling off first, this will be wild.
So on lap 85, the 2 leading cars from Team Penske are going to come in because they want that freight train when they go back out.
And I'm very surprised both of them are coming in at the same time because they are pitted next to each other in the pit lane. Usually you try to stagger this, bring in one at one point in time, the other the following lap, but not today.
but it is something that they have practiced over and over again. They do what's called a wide entrance. You saw it right there. The crews will now go to 22 gallons. Firestone Firehawks, no changes on either car, and now it's a drag race. And did you see the one crew member pull the rear tire out of the way so teammate could get acceleration out of his box?
And Jack, that's a great point, because we did not see that in the previous stop between Franchitti and Dixon, opposite teams and running for the championship. We pointed out before that Franchitti's right rear tire man left the tires sitting there just to make it a little bit more difficult for Dixon to depart.
And you see our new race leader, Scott Dixon. And here is Dan Weldon as he has peeled off. So Dixon has lost his wingman. Dixon getting great fuel mileage again. Dixon has to stop earlier. Let's send it down pit side.
60 miles an hour. Barry Wanzer is calling the shots for Dan Weldon. Let's listen in. A little bit of a problem on the left front. Because they had not completed their fuel. Now here's what this will mean, fellas. Scott Dixon has logged one additional lap, and he'll have clear sailing, a narrow entrance onto his pit stall that's directly in front of his teammates. Here comes the Kiwi. Having already experienced a championship, this is a team that is well versed. They've been together for more than 2 years, and now the fuel, green flag stop number 2 completed.
So Dario Franchitti still out there. He takes over the race lead, so he will lead a lap. Here on lap number 90, and we'll wait to see if he pulls down to come in this time. No, it looks like he's going to go at least one more. So he is getting some excellent fuel mileage on the ethanol, but
okay, push it up. You're going to pit this lap. Pit this lap.
There you hear the call. John Anderson said you're going to pit this lap. This could be significant later in the race.
Well, in-laps and out-laps are so important. His last time around, 216 miles an hour, 216.4, the fastest race so far in the fastest lap so far in this race.
You saw Team Penske get around Scott Dixon. Dixon on cold tires could not keep up. Well, remember, the Team Penske cars came in one lap earlier. Here on lap 91, here comes Dario Franchitti. Let's send it to Vince Welch.
John Anderson telling Dario, you've got a clean entry into the pits. Make sure you hit your marks. Of course, the Firestones and the fuel, even though he's the ethanol fuel, even though he's complaining a bit of an understeer, there will not be a wing adjustment made. And on the fuel, handling the fuel responsibilities is Corey McLeish. There you see, still filling it to the top. And John Anderson said, come on, Corey, let's go. They get him out.
And there you see the race leaders. Now, can he get up to speed quickly enough to hold off the Team Penske freight train that is barreling down turn 2 right now?
No chance.
Not away.
And he hopes that he can get up to speed quick enough to get in the draft behind the 4 cars that are up front. He'll go to the right-hand side, try to suck along behind the... Look at this. That's a full tank of fuel, and he had a great last lap, a great in-lap, so that's just what's tough about it.
So we'll see if he can reel back in the top 4, but after cycling through the pit stops, it's Elio, Sam, then Scott Dixon and Dan Weldon, 3rd and 4th, Dario Franchitti back in 5th spot. And unlike NASCAR, no bonus points for leading a lap, only for leading the most laps. And right now, that is up to Team Penske to decide. So those 3 points may not play in the championship chase today. We're going to step aside, go side by side. Elio Castroneves, does he pick up win number 2 and maybe play the role of spoiler? Back here at Chicagoland Speedway, that was Koski Matsura getting passed by the 4 leaders. It's Elio Castroneves in front of Sam Hornish, Scott Dixon, and Dan Weldon. Let's go back, take a look at the Mr. Clean pass of the race so far today.
Situation right here. Both the Penske cars are going to come around here, and you're going to end up seeing on the apron Dario Franchitti, excuse me.
Franchitti was trying to come around and get out in time, and that was also where they got around Scott Dixon as well, because Dixon had pitted earlier. And Sam Hornish, while we were showing you that, has managed to get around Elio Castroneves. Let's take you back, and maybe we'll make this the second Mr. Clean pass of the race. How about that?
Well, this is the one that probably should count with being on the racetrack. A nice draft going down the backstretch. Sam Hornish taking advantage of the draft and making a clean move. No resistance. by Helio Castroneves because of the teammate situation. Remember, Sam won here back in 02 and 03 aboard the Panther machine. He knows how to get the job done here in Chicago.
Well, we've just passed the halfway mark in 3 of the previous 6 races. The man who led it halfway here at Chicagoland has gone on to win the race. That was Helio Castroneves. He's lost that lead. Let's find out what's going on in Team Penske's cab. Jaggeroo.
Well, one lap before Sam Hornish made that move to take the lead, during some lap traffic, his car started to wash out as he tried to follow his teammate underneath the number 55 of Kosuke Matsuura. But when the car washed out, Sam Hornish discovered that there was a little more grip upstairs than he thought. That pass, as you saw, enabled him to start on the high side and then kind of diamond the racetrack. I asked Rick Mears about Sam Hornish and said that's one of the moves that Sam Hornish patented. And then he laughed and he said, well, I guess not, because Scott, as you and I know, he's the one, Rick Mears, that has the patent for the high side move.
Well, he's a driver that had so much understanding of oval tracks and the setup for that. And I asked Sam Hornish one time, he said, I just continue to learn from Rick Mears all the time. Rick Mears is an advisor on the Team Penske camp, helps the drivers, working with their lines and the setups, and really just coaches them along and has done just a great job.
That was Marty Roth in the 25. You saw the 4 leaders get around very easily as they were coming around on lap number 106. You see the points right now, top of your screen. If it ends, Dixon by 2 over Dario Franchitti. Tony Kanaan, as we told you, he is a lap down, and for all intents and purposes, he's basically toast. And if you're wondering what happens if there is a tie, well, we can tell you it breaks down to the most wins in a single season. And if that were to be the case, right now that would go to Scott Dixon, because Dixon has 4 wins this season compared to 3 for Dario Franchitti. Man with the most wins is Tony Kanaan. He's got 5, but as you said, he's just too far back in the points championship chase right now. And there is Tony, as you can see, he is running now in 8th position as he's well back. We're going to step aside for a while. We'll be back after this word from our ABC stations. Still got a long way to go in this one. The championship yet to be decided here at Chicagoland. You're watching ESPN on ABC. The Peak Antifreeze IndyCar 300, presented by Mr. Clean, brought to you by Peak Antifreeze. When you peak, you win. GoDaddy.com, world's #1 .com provider. Make your name with us. And McDonald's. And as you take a look at the Chicago skyline, we're at Chicagoland Speedway, southwest of the Windy City, as we are in Joliet, and we're running lap number 115 of 200, and it is Sam Hornish in front of Helio Castroneves. Scott Dixon, Dan Weldon, and Dario Franchitti is a distant 5th right now. Let's talk a little bit about Sam Hornish, because could this be his last IndyCar race? Of course, he'll be running about 5 NASCAR races at the conclusion of this event. And you take a look at his first win. It was back in Phoenix in 2001. He was running for Panther Racing at the time, and his first championship was that same year.
Just a very strong competitor, and now he's learned to drive on road courses, something that nobody thought that he'd be able to do. But Sam is such a talented driver and such a competitor that he was able to make road courses very competitive for himself this year. You see, he won the Indianapolis 500, then his 3rd IndyCar championship with Team Penske. He gave a championship to Penske, something that Penske had not had here in the IRL, and Penske gave the Indy 500 ring to Sam, something that Sam wanted so dearly.
Well, again, off sequence, you saw Tony Kanaan coming back out of pit lane. This will put him another lap down, or a lap down. He had gotten back on the lead lap as everybody cycled through, but again, he needs a caution to come out when he gets back on that lead lap. It hasn't happened. You see the points right there, and let's get an update on Tony Kanaan's situation from Vince Welch.
Well, Marty, as you mentioned, he has been fighting from a lap down since early in the race when he punctured a right rear tire, but the car is running well. They're happy with the way the race car is, and because of their off sequence, their position on the board doesn't look too impressive. But Tony Kanaan not unhappy with the way the race car is handling. They did not make any chassis adjustments on that last stop, so if things fell right for him, he might be in position, but certainly not at this point.
Well, the other thing that has to happen is the other 2 points contenders have to basically finish like 15th, 16th, and on down, and it just doesn't look like that's going to happen right now. So let's take a look at Dario Franchitti as he is in traffic now. Got his hands full trying to maintain contact. You're on board with him.
Well, he certainly has picked up the pace in the last 4 or 5 laps, because previous to this he was probably about 1.5 to 2 seconds behind. But now the cars are starting to run into a little bit of traffic. Dario's been able to take advantage of that. We'll see how quickly he can get around the top side, the number 4 Delphi machine of Vitor Meira.
Let's get more on Dario's situation, Vince.
Well, and the lap traffic was exactly what Dario Franchitti wanted to see, because that slows down the drivers in front of him and has enabled Dario to close the gap on the target cars in front of him. And the spotter, Dave Renninger, was telling him, okay, the leaders are coming up on lap traffic. Now's when you've got to close the gap, Dario, urging him from up atop the grandstand, as he's got the bird's eye view of the challenge that Dario faces ahead of him.
Saw the stats there on the lap and the speed for Dario Franchitti as he has gotten back into contact with the top 4 cars. He's running in 5th.
Well, he's in contact, as you mentioned, Marty, but right now, if he's got a car that's capable of getting up there, we're going to have to wait and see, because the 4 cars in front are punching a hole in the air for him. He should be able to take advantage of that and start to get closer to the group in front, but I don't really see that as of yet. He just can't make that impression. So has he got a better car than maybe he's showing his hand right now? Is this a bit of his strategy to sit back? Remember, still got a long ways to go in this race.
Well, and you were with us just a few moments ago. We showed you Sam's career. Is this his last IndyCar race? We talked to him about what the future may hold.
As far as the possibility of it being my last IndyCar race, I feel at this point in time there's a 100% chance that it will not be my last IndyCar race. That I think that no matter what I do in the future, that I'll always want to run IndyCar races, and hopefully I'll be given that opportunity.
So we'll see what happens in those 5 NASCAR events that he has upcoming after the season concludes today. Right now, he's just thinking about one thing: capping off 2007 with his 2nd win of the year, and I don't think either one of us would have said only his 2nd possible win.
And that's very strange for us. We talked about with Penske cars, because they've been competitive, but maybe a little bit of bad luck. And Sam, just this past week after the Detroit race, went over to Milwaukee and tested in a Cup car just to get a bit more experience. Remember, he actually bent his thumb back at Detroit, so he's been driving at that Cup test and here this weekend with a brace on his left hand because he did some damage to his thumb in that crash at Detroit.
And the one good thing is, this is not a road course race where you're shifting 37 times a lap. We're going to step aside. Here you see the top 5 and the championship still at stake at Chicagoland after 126 laps.
Back here at Chicagoland, the leaders will pit. Team Penske comes in tandem as they did the previous pit stop. The crews will go to work as we watch Sam Hornish's crew work. They have filled the fuel. You can see it takes a couple of extra seconds, and both in sync the way they came in will exit. The first of the leaders to pit again under green, guys.
And we can tell you that the most laps led will be decided between those two. It cannot possibly mathematically go to either Scott Dixon or Dario Franchitti. Dixon is leading right now, and Dan Weldon is 2nd with Dario 3rd. Danica Patrick now 4th. Scott Sharp is up to 5th with Ryan Hunter-Ray in 6th. But as you can see, those cars are still going to have to make their next round of pit stops as well. You could see at the top of the screen, if the race ended, what the margins would be. But as we said, that's going to change once everybody cycles through again. We've only had 1 caution at this point. That was back at lap 36 when Marco Andretti apparently had something snap on the car and he hit the wall hard. We have not yet had an update from the hospital. And I think I just heard him say down to 2 before they stop.
Probably 2 laps before coming in. Just a little bit of information for you to make sure that you're running as hard and fast as you possibly can. When the cars are going to pit, you'll see them come down the back stretch, drop their left side wheels across the white line, signaling to the other cars on track that you are coming into the pit lane this time. That's so you don't end up driving into the driver as he's starting to slow down going into turn 3.
Heard on the radio the call. Dixon last pitted on lap 89. There you see Weldon dropping the wheels. So again, Weldon stops before Scott Dixon. Same thing that happened last time and last year.
And the way that I'm calculating things, I'm not sure if they're all filling completely to the top with fuel or not, because I'm sort of adding up here thinking they did get about another 8 laps on a tank full of ethanol fuel. But
let's send it down trackside, Jack.
No surprise, Dan Weldon will be the first of the target Chip Ganassi cars to pit. He did this the last sequence as well. We'll check as he's being vectored in by Barry Wanzer. Will they get a full tank of fuel in? We watched the fueler. And yes, I'll tell you what, that looks to me like a full 22 gallons. Meanwhile, it is now Scott Dixon's turn. His crew will go to work, led by Mike Hull, who will be the chief tactician and call the end of the stop.
Okay, let's come in.
And Vitor Mira has crashed, bringing out the yellow right in the middle of these sequences. Danica Patrick is pitting right now. She will be able to make her stop. She was in pit lane. Of course, Scott Dixon will get to finish his stop.
And Scotty, and guys, that is a distinct advantage for Scott Dixon, because he had already initiated his pit stop. There's no penalty. You're already on pit road. He didn't feel the sense of urgency that, let's say, he would have if it had been a green flag stop, the way his teammate Dan Weldon had to endure one lap before that.
Dario Franchitti is your race leader. And there you see Dixon going by. Meanwhile, the Delphi safety team checking on Vitor Mira. And I'm trying to figure out why Dixon would be allowed to go past the race leader under yellow.
Oh, probably because he met the blend line leaving the pit lane. When you're underneath a yellow caution period, if you get to the blend line in pit lane before the driver gets the blend line on the racetrack, then you would have the opportunity to reclaim your position, but the IRL will let us know.
Well, and it's going to be interesting to figure out now, as we're under our second caution here on lap 138, as Dario Franchitti is shown as the only car on the lead lap. Everybody else one lap down. Now, Dario still has to make his stop, which then puts all those cars right back on the lead lap.
And the pits will now be closed until the pace car has all the cars behind them in what they call the pack up, and then the pits will be open, which will allow Dario to come in. Now, if he's going to run out of fuel, for instance, there is a rule in the rule book that allows him to come into pit lane when the pits are closed, put a little bit of fuel in the car so he's not going to run out on the racetrack, go back and rejoin the group on track, but then he does have to make a complete and official stop once the pits lane is opened up. But he did pit later than all the rest previously, so he should have enough fuel on board. He last pitted lap 92, so I was calculating he was going to get to lap 142 under green anyhow. We're now lap 139 under yellow.
There are 15 cars between the race leader, Dario Franchitti, right now, and Scott Dixon. Obviously, Dario's still got to make his stop, but it's going to be interesting to see how that cycles through with the wave by. Let's take another look at what happened to Vitor Mira that brought out this second caution.
Now, Vitor, who qualified 15th, this seemed like the car has gone backwards right in the middle of the turn where the G-loading is the most. And you can see quite a lot of damage. Scott Sharp just does a great move and escapes getting hit by Vitor, which is coming down on the racetrack. Now, Vitor is one of many drivers that has been engaged in getting married in the off-season to Adriana, along with Scott Dixon and Elio, both got engaged in getting married, so a busy off-season for some of these guys.
It's his 6th DNF of the season, 3rd crash of the year. As you see, the only taker now is the only guy that needed to stop. The only guy on the lead lap right now is Dario Franchitti, but again, he'll cycle back in, and then we'll wait to see what happens on the wave by and who ends up should be Scott Dixon, who is 15 cars behind. Vince?
See Dave Sharpley there on his knees to change the outside front tire as Dario Franchitti comes in. There will be no chassis adjustments to this car. Dario 12th in this race last time he ran here in 2005, but he did not run this race last year. Remember, he'd had that scooter bike incident and had a back injury, so he was unable to run in this event a year ago. So his best finish being 12th. Hasn't really had much luck in his 2 runs here, but having a pretty solid day today. The car is getting better.
And this was a tough break too, because remember, he was getting better fuel economy than everybody else. Both sets of pit stops under green. He would have had to take on less fuel had we stayed green on that final stop. But now that's basically gone for naught. We'll sort everything out once they get the wave bypassed, as we're under our second caution here at Chicagoland. The championship definitely still up for grabs in the IndyCar Series in 2007. Back here at Chicagoland Speedway at the Peak Antifreeze Indy 300, the season finale. And right now, Scott Dixon and Dario Franchitti are shown first and second, with Danica Patrick third. Now, they have yet to do the wave-by. There you saw Dixon and Milka Duno, who is several laps down. And there is Dario Franchitti. So until they make the wave-by, by our stats, we figure that 8 cars will be on the official lead lap once they do that. And as you can see, the Delphi safety crew is working up in turn number 4 as the damage to the safer barrier is requiring the welding unit to come out to do a little bit of repairs after Vitor Mira's contact. And there you get the view from exactly what is happening. While all this is going on, I'm flashing back to the Indy Pro Series race that was held here earlier today, wondering if we're going to have the same kind of finish. The margin of victory, guys, we won't spoil it by telling you who won because we want you to watch it on ESPN2, but 5 10,000ths of a second.
We'll take the finish, but we won't take some of the other things that went on in the series, which was some drivers getting airborne, as Dario Franchitti has done in previous races.
Yes.
So we're hoping that's not the case for us here in the IndyCar Series.
All right, let's check in with Brianne Pedigo. She's caught up with Vitor Mira.
Marty, at times it was a frustrating season for Vitor Mira, and it has come to an end here at the Care Center. Vitor, tell us what happened out there.
I mean, we on that pit stop we did new tires, did a full tank of fuel, and took some front wing out. As soon as I left, something broke or came undone. I don't know. It's too soon to say, but it's just been a tough and long year to the Delphi crew, driver, car, and I'm ready to move forward to next year.
Well, the good news is he is okay. Jackaroo?
Brian, we are starting to see things unfold proactively down here in the Target Chip Ganassi pit for Scott Dixon. As we've said, Mike Hull is the tactician for this team, and if Mike has been surveying everything,
there, and let us know.
What he's talking about is he's asked Packy Wheeler to let him know when the repairs to the racetrack have been completed, and there is a reason, fellas. They have been trying to make fuel throughout the course of this pit stop, and
Does that help us? I don't want to leave.
here's what they're trying to do, fellas, and you actually got to listen in on the strategy. They are trying to decide whether to top off before they go back to green so that they can go the distance without another stop. That's the type of thinking that wins you championships. But if you roll it the wrong way, you also know it can lose you a championship.
Well, here's the flip side of that equation. If you stay out and you have enough yellow because of the work going on the safer barrier, you might inherit the lead, and you might have enough that way,
and
too.
I think that might be the situation for Dario Franchitti, who last pitted on lap 140. If you're getting almost 50 laps per tank full, it takes you to lap 190, and this yellow, I think, will take you to the end. Now, Dixon, he pitted on lap 136, so maybe Dario doesn't need to, maybe Dixon has to. I mean, we all have to just watch.
54 laps remaining. We're under our second caution as a result of Vitor Mira's crash. We'll be back after this word from our ABC stations. The strategy continues to unfold.
Your championship contenders have taken advantage of this extended caution period to top off their 22-gallon fuel cells. And that means that they are going to roll the dice, at least for the time being, in terms of not making another visit on pit road. Let's check in with Vince Welch.
Well, and Jack, as Scott Dixon was ahead of Dario Franchitti on the track, and there you see them both in the picture frame. As soon as Dixon pulled off, Franchitti's crew made the same call. They want these two to be as close to one another on the track in a similar situation as they can from a fuel strategy perspective. There you see Dave Seifert. He's the fuel data engineer for Dario Franchitti, checking to see exactly how much fuel they got in the car and to make sure that they do indeed have enough to get to the end. They were very close before coming in to make this stop, so they should be able to get to the end under green flag conditions with no problem.
And we see some other cars taking advantage of this. They're further back in the field, not in the championship mix. And we're finally getting ready for the wave by all those cars until they get back to the leader, which will be right there, Scott Dixon. And by our count, it should be Danica Patrick, Sam Hornish, Elio Castroneves, Dan Weldon, Tony Kanaan, and Scott Sharp. They will end up on the tail end of the lead lap, and there they go. So that will mean We're riding on board with Danica Patrick. She's riding third in this race right now as she comes around on the wave by. Brienne, let's get an update.
Marty, I spoke with Kim Green. Danica Patrick has been battling a problem with her rev limiter the entire race. The issue is that the hard limiter on the rev limiter is extremely sensitive, so they aren't able to run the engine as much as they'd like to get the RPMs up as high as they could because the hard limiter is going off. That's the issue they're battling right now. Aside from that, Kim Green tells me that the car is good. She's happy. They've just been waiting for this wave around they're getting right now.
And by our count, there will be 2 lapped vehicles between, well, actually now I'm thinking maybe as many as 4 lap vehicles between second place and third place, Danica Patrick. So that's what we're looking at right now. And there you can see them coming through as they finally get caught back up. While we've got a moment, let's talk about Saturday on ABC. Because Pete Carroll's Mighty Trojans face a dangerous early season test on the road. They take on Big 12 power Nebraska. It's Saturday Night Football presented by Southwest Airlines. USC versus Nebraska, Saturday 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on ABC and ABC HD. All right, let's take a look, and you'll see where 3rd, 4th, and 5th are located with the courtesy of our pointers. It's Danica Patrick, Sam Hornish, and Elio Castroneves. Dan Weldon is 6th, Tony Kanaan 7th, Scott Sharp rounds out the top 8 cars that are on the lead lap.
Now, Danica Patrick's task will be able to get past the traffic that's in front of her and get up behind Dario Franchitti, her teammate, to see if she can give any assistance whatsoever to Dario to help him get by Scott Dixon.
Now, you notice that one car, the 76 of P.J. Chesson, that was his move, and so is Marty Roth. They have taken the option. They are allowed to back up, and there you are on board. As you can see with PJ, they have that option. They can pull back. They don't want to get in the way of this championship mix. Good sporting move, as both of those cars are several laps down.
It allows all the contenders for the race win and the championship situation to play out amongst themselves. Something that I'd love to see. Get those lap cars out of the middle of the event.
And as you see, Dixon in front of Franchitti as we come through 3 and 4. Points as of right now. Dixon would win the championship if he can hold off these last 49 laps. Here we go. We're back to green flag at Chicagoland. That's Danica Patrick high on the high side, trying to get up there to help her teammate. She gets around, and now we're going to try 3 wide down the backstretch. That is Hideki Muto, the rookie, came up from the Indy Pro Series, a 2-time winner there. He was the sandwich in that 3 wide. He is running in 11th spot, 1 lap down. Meanwhile, the championship battle continues up front with Dixon and Franchitti 1st and 2nd. Danica Patrick 3rd. She's got 1 more car to get around. That's Ryan Hunter-Reay. He is shown in 9th position, and she's going to go to the high side to try and get the job done.
Now Ryan knows that he doesn't have a shot at winning this race, and hopefully he'll make some space for her to get through so he's not affecting the outcome of what's happening in front of him.
So far, he's hugging the low line. He's going to force her to go to the high side.
Hey, she's going to be looking on your outside again. Let's keep that low line right in the entry to the corner. Look at Scar on your inside now. Elio's on your inside, 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 and keep your line inside, inside. You're clear.
And the big winner was Elio Castroneves. Ryan, as you saw, moved up. Elio ducked underneath. Takes the positions. I'm sorry, it was Sam Hornish in the 6 car. On board with Dixon as we got a lot of slicing and dicing going on right now. That's Danica in 4th. She finally gets around Ryan Hunter-Reay. Dan Weldon right behind her. Meanwhile, up front, it is Dixon, Franchitti, and Hornish. .44 laps remaining in this championship season. Here comes Danica trying to go to the high side again.
And Hornish certainly has a fast car. It looks like Danica is fast also. Franchitti himself just does not seem to have the speed after that first pit stop like he had at the very beginning of the event. Remember, he was the pole sitter, and I'm sort of wondering why he's opening up the bottom side, allowing cars to get on the low side. See how he runs the middle lane? I don't think he's comfortable or can make his car run on the bottom side, Marty.
And here comes Danica. You heard Kim Green saying, let's help Dario. And look at Weldon on the high side trying to get around to help his teammate, Scott Dixon. And Dario is going backwards. Danica goes around. She has no choice.
Well, she was also forced there. Remember, her spotter would tell her the 10 car was on the high side of her. So it cost her positions because she got down on the apron of the racetrack.
And it has cost her dearly. She's lost 2 spots. Weldon gets around, and so does Elio Castroneves. And here comes teammate Dario Franchitti back. She'll have to get the momentum back up to speed again, try and track him down. She definitely has a good race car.
Now is Dario going to be able to make some adjustments inside his cockpit? Remember, you can work with weight jackers and roll bar adjustments inside the car to change the car mechanically to make it better. And maybe that's something he's doing now. Remember, Marty, a few segments ago, we did not have a situation where he was that strong at the beginning, but his car got better as the run went on.
Meanwhile, Sam Hornish continues up front. It is the Target Chip Ganassi cars in lockstep in second and third. The championship still up for grabs, but right now Dixon's in a better position. Stay with us. We're going side by side.
And Unser Jr. and Hornets go to the line side by side. Boy, it was amazingly close. Closest finish was here last year. Will it be closer this year? 3 wide at the line, and it's Hornets.
Chicago breeds close finishes, and they are going to make it yet another one.
If you can find better racing, please let me know.
In the past 5 years, the margin of victory here at Chicagoland has never been more than 1/10 of a second, and it looks like it's going to be that way again. Let's get you caught up to speed as we've got one heck of a freight train hauling the mail down the backstretch. Jaggeroot, you're up.
Well, Sam Hornish Jr. has been to victory lane at Chicagoland before, but it was in a yellow liveried car. He would like to deliver to Roger Penske his first Penske victory ever. For Sam Hornish right now, it is clear sailing, but directly behind him, far more important to the second place man is a championship. In a $1 million gamble, it is car number 9 running out in the second position. That, of course, is Scott Dixon, who leads Dario Franchitti at this point by 7 points in the chase for the championship. Directly behind him is his teammate, Dan Weldon, who told all of us we thought at the beginning of the season that he would be the contender after he just emaciated the rest of the field at Homestead. He has a problem right now. He can't serve as a wingman for his teammate because he cannot hear his spotter. Directly behind Weldon and putting a hard charge on is Elio Castroneves. Castroneves, who has been threatened throughout the season, having good times and bad times, was running with the front runners throughout the course of the day, but now he finds himself, Vince Welch, a little bit further in the back of the pack where the action is.
Well, Jack, and Dario Franchitti is right behind Elio Castroneves. Of course, Franchitti battling with Dixon for the championship. Franchitti's car working better on the high line, and it's cost him a couple of positions. Also, as he was trying to conserve fuel a bit, he lost a couple of positions. I just talked with their fuel engineer, Dave Seifert. He said, we need a yellow to make it to the end. That's not good news for the 27.
Behind Dario Franchitti is teammate Danica Patrick, who said earlier in the week that Chicago is only about winning. Not only is she still looking for that first win, but she wants to help Dario Franchitti win the championship, and that's exactly what she's doing right now as she continues on behind him. She's still battling that rev limiter problem, and guys, she will have to come in before this end of the race for fuel.
On the right side of your screen, that's Tony Kanaan coming in after he had to make a pit stop. Did not stop during that last extended caution. I'm sure that'll be second-guessed by some of the fans and the faithful, but he hasn't really been a factor since that early tire going down. He's been fighting hard, but just never could get back into the mix. Right now, it is Hornish, Dixon, and Weldon running in your top 3, and Dario Franchitti in 5th. And you see what would happen in the championship. The points right now, Dixon would win it. That's Hideki Muto in the 60 car as Danica Patrick goes underneath. And that is not for position because Muto is a lap down. Now, obviously, 2 different years that the championship has been tied, including last year, going into the 2003 finale, there was a tie for the lead. But there has been one substantial blowout in series history, and that brings us to our GoDaddy.com trivia question. What is that biggest margin of victory? And the clock is ticking. Do you know the answer?
comparison there, Mr. Goodyear?
I'm stumped on this one.
So was I. I have to be honest. I was stumped on this. We always talk about the closest. 105 points back in 2001. Sam Hornish Jr., who is currently running, guess where? Right out in front over Buddy Lazier. Right now, Hornish doing what he wants to do, capping off the season with what could be his second win. And we drop back a little bit further. Scott Dixon, Dan Weldon, Elio Castroneves, and then Dario Franchitti. That's your top 5, and there you're on board with Danica Patrick as she is running in 6th place. She's coming off her career best finish, a second last week at Belle Isle. She's had 2 third-place runs earlier this year. We talked to her about this year at Andretti Green Racing.
I think that it was a really good growing year for me. I think that I was really challenged within the team, both with car setup and engineering and driving. And I think that it's really helped me overall as a driver become much more well-rounded, not just able to, drive in traffic, but, get in and out of the pits quickly and improve my road course racing. It's been a big improvement for me, so I think there was a lot of areas that have improved that I didn't even expect.
So as you continue to see, the question is obviously when does she get that first win? It looked like she might have made the run for it today, and then that little brush with Dan Weldon got her down below the line, and she's been fighting back ever since. Meanwhile, right behind her, let's give a little love to the Iron Man of IndyCar racing. His 138th straight start. He's the last car in the lead lap in 7th place, Vince Welsh, and we're talking about Scott Sharp.
That is indeed the fact. You see him there in the bright green Patron car. His first year with the Ray Hall Letterman team, and Sharp has been very happy with the strides that the team has made. They've got a good engineering staff, and he believes they're in excellent position to make some more significant strides in the offseason. And there you see the number of starts in a row he's made, and he's also completed the most laps this season. So Iron Man on a couple of different fronts, Marty.
That's right. He's completed all but 22, and he's on the lead lap again. His best was a 3rd at Iowa and Michigan. Right now, he's running in 7th. All right, let's check out what's going on up towards the front of the pack. And it looks like Sam Hornish has peeled off as he is heading for pit lane. And yes, there he is. So Sam Hornish going to have to take some fuel here late in the race with 16 laps to go. Jack Arute.
Well, you heard Roger Penske calling his charge in. It will be fuel only, no tires. It will be a time spot, having calculated just how much fuel they need. And there you hear it. Go, go, go. They didn't need much. But boy, what did they say? You still have to have enough to finish, and it was about 2.5 gallons they were short, guys.
Well, now it's up to everybody else, or else Sam's race is over. And we know some guys are going to be trying to go the distance. Remember, folks, they do not have the fuel knob anymore. They can't lean the motor out. Everybody runs on full rich. And here comes Elio Castroneves. So he is going to stop here with 15 laps to go.
Remember, both those Penske cars pitted back on lap 130. Franchitti came in at lap 148. Jack?
Now watch, Rick Riderman and the crew for Elio Castroneves have laid out the tires, but don't be fueled. Don't be fooled, that is, with a slip of the tongue. It could be fuel only. They were very mum about this, but when you're this far back, sometimes it's worth the gamble. No, just the fuel you need to finish, and Elio Castroneves will dance his way back out onto the racetrack, guys.
One of the things that I'm keeping an eye on is if everybody else has to pit, does Tony Kanaan at least get a chance to come back for a win? Remember, he stopped a while back when he had to. He was off cycle. There's Dario Franchitti side by side with Danica Patrick.
And Danica was actually waving outside the cockpit, waving her hand to Dario, saying, go ahead, and just going into turn 3, and certainly that's what Dario did.
Vince, you've got more?
Well, they've just communicated with Danica Patrick earlier, telling her, don't get side by side with Dario because it just slows the two of you down. But as you can see, Danica definitely prefers the lower line while Dario prefers the upper line, and that's creating some issues between the two. Dario Franchitti has to have a yellow or he will not make it to the finish. They've got to come in for a splash of fuel, but they're holding off to the last possible moment. Jack Arute?
Well, Vince, it's not quite so bad for Scott Dixon, but it is a case. Can Dixon do what he's been able to do so many races? Manufacture ethanol with his right foot. 3.4 miles to the gallon is the max, is what they need minimally. That is one of the reasons why Scott Dixon has been nursing the throttle just a bit. I just asked Mike Hull, can you go the distance? He looked at me and said, I hope so.
Well, but the thing is, until right now, when Dan Weldon takes the lead, we've known all year long the guy out front usually gets the worst fuel mileage, and now he tucks in behind in second place with Dario on his outside in third.
And the good news, Marty, is Dan Weldon has gotten his spotter back. The radio communications has been reestablished, so Weldon is playing a role now with all the instruments working on that target chip Ganassi machine.
That's Milka Duno down low as she gets blown by very quickly as she is many laps down.
Sometimes that car goes so slow, Marty, I think they're going to put a zip code on that thing.
There's another lap vehicle. As you can see, some people still trying to peel off, make it to pit lane. This battle up front, really, it's Dan Weldon leading Scott Dixon, and maybe this is what gets him to the finish line with enough fuel, because he can tuck up under Weldon's wing, and you can see the points. If the race ends right now, Dixon wins by 2.
I guess I'm just amazed when they came in at lap 148 with the fuel mileage we thought they were getting, as many laps as they thought they'd be able to make underneath green. We had all those yellows that I thought they'd be able to make it to the end. Quite frankly, I'm amazed that they'll have to come in.
And Weldon looks like he's out of fuel. He peels off. So now Dixon's alone.
Remember, he came in at lap 135, though. That's the key thing for Weldon. Everybody else came in lap 148.
And Scott, you want a panicked look. You want a panicked look. It came from Mike Hull. He just saw a flash of red car go by, did not see the rear end plates. For a moment, he thought it was his driver.
Well, and Danica Patrick has peeled off. And a spin into pit lane. Just as she started the season at Miami, she spins here coming into pit lane at the final race of the season.
Guys, they're going to make it to the end now.
And now people will be wondering, like we've seen before, was this on purpose to help her teammate in a fuel situation?
Well, I know what you're saying, Marty, but both those cars, Franchitti and Dixon, both pitted at lap 148. The in-lap and the out-lap is what she's been working on so many times previously to make her speed go faster throughout her pit stops. Let's listen. Oh, you know something? Very aggressive with the throttle. Got off the gas, the back end gets light and swings around. I don't think it's an advantage for Franchitti, because the advantage is both Franchitti and for Dixon.
Yeah, I don't think she did it on purpose, but I'm just saying you're going to have that. I mean, we
sure.
had it last year at Sonoma when Marco Andretti and Brian Herta's deal went down.
Yeah.
Pop the clutch. Ignition on.
Kim Green giving instructions.
Go to the left-hand lane there. We're going to come and get you. We're going to put tires and fuel.
With 5 laps to go, you can see that Danica getting pushed down pit lane. They're trying to get it to refire, but I'm not sure she's understanding it.
Now here's the neat thing. With Green coming up with only a few laps left, the 2 championship contenders, Dixon and Franchitti, 1 and 2, down to a restart. Who gets the best restart?
Do what you can do while we can, Hunter. Yeah, working on it.
You heard John Anderson, fuel situation critical. I'm working on it, was Dario's response.
Means keep it in a taller gear, don't work the throttle.
Vince, you've got more?
Very, very close for Dario Franchitti, even with this yellow. John Anderson, you heard him say, work on the fuel, and Dario said, I'm working on it. John Anderson also told him, regardless of the fuel situation, this restart is critical. Guys, the championship could very well come down to this final restart here in just a moment.
Every year, the drama seems to get better. I don't know how you topped last year, but here we go again with what will be 3 laps to go this time by. It's Dixon in front of Franchitti. Both are on fumes. Look at Mike Hull. Sam Hornish, Elio Castroneves, 3rd and 4th. There's John Anderson. And you want to talk about knots in your stomach? They've got them. And they're probably about as big as both your fists.
But this is going to be a 2-lap shootout. Save fuel here while you can. Go to 1 as you come down the back. And then give it all you can. Yeah, 10-4 will do.
Okay, you heard. They think it's going to be a 2-lap shootout.
Hey guys, let me quickly update you. Mike Hull just told Scott Dixon he's going to have to be careful with the throttle as well, so they're still trying to manufacture ethanol with the right foot too.
And that's Scott Dixon's mom right there. Of course, Dixon from New Zealand. His team owner, Chip Ganassi.
The stress that's on all the team members right now, all the guys that work on the car so hard throughout the whole year, get the cars ready for race weekends, the ownership, the management group, the engineers. It's a little easier sometimes for the driver than it is for the crew.
You heard the call. We're back to green flag racing. 2 laps to decide the championship, and they're out front on the high side. It's Dario. Underneath, it is Scott Dixon. Who has enough fuel coming out of 2?
And Dixon's pushing Dario up to the high line, but he's got to watch the low side because here comes the 6 car of Sam Hornish, who might just play a part on who gets the surge across the line for the final lap.
Coming to the white flag. 1 lap to go this time by. The championship at stake. Who's going to get it? Will it be Scott Dixon from New Zealand or this year's Indy 500 winner, Dario Franchitti from Scotland? Down the backstretch for the final time. Dixon in control. Into 3. If Dario has anything, he's going up, and Dixon's out of fuel. Dixon is out of fuel. Dario Franchitti's going to win the race and the championship.
Perfect, mate. Unbelievable. Stop in turn 3. Stop in turn 3. Stop in turn. I'm using a left. That was mine.
That gentleman you saw was Dario's father, George. That's him right there. There is Scott Dixon out of fuel in turn number 1. And I don't think Dario has much fuel left in him either. Unbelievable. Woo. What a finish.
Ashley Judd, Dario's wife, said to me this morning, said, you know something, I hope you have great things to say about him at the end of the race.
Vince?
George Franchitti, your son just won the IndyCar championship. How good does that feel?
Oh, that just feels unbelievable. I just can't believe it. He's fought all year. I mean, it's been really close, and he's done a great job. I'm really proud of him.
Marty and Scott talked at the beginning of the show about the nerves the drivers endure, but how about the nerves of the parents? How was it for you over the past day or so?
I can't. Yeah, a lot of nerves. Not showing them, but yeah, a lot of nerves.
A lot of nerves and a few tears as well. Marty?
Unbelievable. The finish here at Chicagoland. That's about the only way you can describe it. Coming out of turn 4 as Scott Dixon runs out of fuel, and second place becomes first place with Dario Franchitti taking the win and the championship. We'll go side by side. When we come back, we'll talk to the winner of 2007. The Peak Antifreeze IndyCar 300, presented by Mr. Clean, brought to you by Peak Antifreeze. When you peak, you win. Optima Batteries, the ultimate power source. And Honda, proud sponsor of the Indy Racing League IndyCar Series. Back here at Chicagoland Speedway, a heartbroken Scott Dixon, 1 corner away from the trophy, the championship, and $1 million. And he gets a hug from team owner Chip Ganassi. And you saw Ashley Judd, Dario's wife. She's breathless. Can't believe she's got a Scottish flag wrapped around her, and there is Dario waiting to be picked up to come back for the celebration. Let's check in with Vince.
With Scott Dixon just getting congratulations from his chief mechanic, Ricky Davis. Scott, how can you put into words what that felt like when that sputtered on you?
Yeah, it's just a shame that it came down to a fuel race. You know, I think our car was clearly quicker all day. And, you know, just trying to save fuel. It wasn't our day. I think, you know, the 27 car was getting much better fuel mileage all day. He seemed to be able to go longer. And that's what it came down to. So it's tough, man.
Congratulations on a great season. Marty.
Thank you, Vince. As a very heartbroken but classy guy, Scott Dixon. Let's go back and take you to the last lap as what an unbelievable moment.
Amazing that Dario, in this situation, when Dixon starts to run out of fuel, as we'll see here in just a couple more turns, that he doesn't collect the back of him. Remember, they're doing 215 miles an hour. Now Dario's starting to get a bit of a tow, trying to set himself up for a run going down the backstretch into 3. And all of a sudden the car will cough of Dixon, and you see the evasive maneuver that Franchitti takes. Remember, you don't think about that. That just happens 215 miles an hour. Now he's feeling just, we've won this thing. Let's listen. Whoa, that's how close it was.
And let's check in with Brienne Pettigo.
Marty, I'm with proud Ashley Judd, wife of the IndyCar Series champion, Dario Franchitti. How are you right now?
Oh my goodness, well, I'm extremely proud, and it's a really tough break for the Target guys in the 9 car. They were so strong today. Scott was very quick, and I know he liked it up front without a lot of traffic and all that clean air, and we just did not have a great car today. I don't know if the track changed from yesterday when Dario had that nice pole time, and plus it was our worst nightmare. Tony's out. You know, and we had no help at all. And you saw the Penske's work so well, and the Target guys work so well. And my sweet little husband was just out there with the bloody sharks. I mean, they just sharked him all day. And he never gave up hope. He just hung in there and stayed really tough, and obviously was in a great position. And I know that this is not very sportsmanlike, but they got to get the 23 car off the track. It's very dangerous, and I'm so tired of holding my tongue. When a car is 10 miles off the pace, it's not appropriate for it to be racing. People's lives are at stake, and that's my, I'll come off my pulpit from that, or my soapbox or whatever. But I'm very, very, very proud of Dario. He did a great job. And now I think he'll tell you how much he really wanted it.
Well, I'm going to go let her find her husband, guys.
And her reference to the 23 is Milka Duno, and you heard us talk about how slow she was on the track. You draw your own conclusions. That's the trophy. Here comes the champ. Stay with us. We're going side by side. The Peak Antifreeze IndyCar 300, presented by Mr. Clean, brought to you by Peak Antifreeze. When you peak, you win. XM Radio with Indy Racing, exclusive coverage from the wheels up. And ethanol, America's high-performance renewable fuel. Just a reminder that ABC World News or your local news will be coming up on the East Coast right as soon as we get done. Let's send it down to the podium, Jack.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for your new 2007 IndyCar champion, Dario Franchitti, and winner of today's race at the Chicagoland Speedway. And before we get to the real good hardware, Dario, Rick Jago, President, Jerry Riccone, Mark Naus, and Vice President of Marketing, and Mr. Clean need to present to you the trophy for the win today.
Well, on behalf of Peak Antifreeze and Mr. Clean, congratulations on winning the Peak Antifreeze 300 and the championship. Great job.
But more importantly, Dario, as you get your trophy, let's talk for a moment. Let's talk quickly for a moment about those final laps that earned you the $1 million prize and the championship.
Well, most of the race I was just sitting there. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't pass the guys in front because they were running side by side. And there was times the car wasn't handling so well, and in that last stint it was handling well, but I couldn't do anything. And then people started pitting. Dan ran out of fuel, and it was just Scott and I. And we came down that back stretch, and I was drafting him, and I was trying to get the slingshot. And just as I pulled out, I saw him slow down, and I almost hit the back of him because I was just pulling out, and we shot up the track, and that was it. So, you know, it was some good fuel saving and some great strategy by my boys. This Canadian club team, the whole Andretti Green team, they are the best team in the world, and I tell you what, no, they're just fantastic.
An Indianapolis 500 victory, becoming the second Scotsman in history, and now the first Scotsman to win the IndyCar championship. Describe this entire season in 5 words or less.
I can do it in 2 or 3, up and down. I mean, it's been a crazy season. There was times we thought we were looking really good, and there was times things just wouldn't go right. And today we got some of our mojo back from the middle of the season, so couldn't be happier.
Dario, these fans in America wants to know, will you be back next year to defend this title?
You know, Jack, I don't know right now, and I just want to enjoy today with these guys. Go out tonight, we'll have a little party, and then we'll decide.
Well, right now it's time to present this championship trophy, and to do so is Brian Barnhart here, the president. He's not here.
He's probably getting resuscitated.
He's probably getting resuscitated upstairs for the lack of that.
We're going to change the name on the chair.
Come here, my friend. Come here, Dario. First the Borg Warner, and now the second most important piece of hardware in IndyCar racing. Congratulations on the IndyCar Championship and this trophy and $1 million that you'll receive on Tuesday.
Thank you. As I say, it's been a great season, and I would like to say I've enjoyed every minute of it, but there's a couple of moments when I was upside down that it wasn't so good fun, but I've had so much fun working with these guys, all my teammates, and I've really enjoyed hanging out with the fans, and it's been a blast. So again, thank you to everybody. This means a lot, and thanks to Canadian Club and all our sponsors.
Ladies and gentlemen, at Indy, I welcomed him to immortality. Now it's your turn to welcome him as your 2007 IndyCar champion.
All right, thanks, Jack. Let's take a look at the final points, and we'll show you exactly how it all shakes out, as it's 13, the final margin. Tony Kanaan third, Dan Weldon, Sam Hornish, Elio Castroneves, Danica Patrick in seventh, Scott Sharp, Buddy Rice, and Thomas Scheckter round out the top 10. All right, so for Scott Goodyear, Jack Arute, Vince Welch, Brianne Pettigo, I'm Marty Reed, and a big thanks to our ESPN crew. It has been a very long, sometimes very damp year. Great work, guys. It's been fun working with everybody. As we say goodbye, it's coming up next, except on the West Coast, it's ABC World News or your local news over most of these stations. Congratulations to Dario Franchitti, the 07 IndyCar Series champion. Thanks so much for joining us this year. We'll see you next March. This is Marty Reed till we meet again.
The official IndyCar app, powered by NTT Data, puts the pulse-pounding action of IndyCar right at your fingertips. Never miss a lap with the latest news, highlights, and live race coverage. Track every move with real-time leaderboards, interactive maps, onboard cameras, and driver radio. Your all-access pass to every race, every moment, every day. Download the official IndyCar app.
For history. Let's go, boys!
The NBC Sports Network welcomes you to the following presentation of the IZOD IndyCar Series.
Fourteen races, more than 3,000 miles of intense racing. It's come down to this, another great battle for the championship. Will third time be the charm for Australian Will Power, runner-up the past two seasons to Dario Franchitti? Or will Ryan Hunter-Reay raise the American flag in victory for the first time since 2006?
We all want it bad enough. We can go get this thing.
Every year, we just have to fight like a dog to the end.
Heading into the World Championships, the IndyCar title race is separated by 17 points. Will Power and Ryan Hunter-Reay are both looking to earn their first championship. For Will, the journey is familiar. Over the last two seasons, Power has seen late-season leads disappear, only to fall runner-up for the title. Can the driver with more wins in recent seasons finally catch the victory which has eluded him? Ryan's journey started more than 9 seasons ago, proceeding through 6 different teams before finding a ride led by a champion name, Andretti. Clinching the title tonight will be the first for an American in over 6 years, setting Ryan in company with Foyt, Andretti, Unser, Mears, and the man for whom he drives. Tonight, in Fontana, the final 500 miles of the season await. For both drivers, the distance is daunting, but the finish line holds the accolade of a lifetime.
From Auto Club Speedway, Fontana, California, the NBC Sports Network welcomes you to the MAV TV World Championships presented by Lucas Oil. The preliminaries are over. Drivers now in their cars, ready for the task at hand. 500 miles of racing at over 210 miles an hour to end this great season. Here is how the points break down tonight. Again, 17 separate the first two. Will Power has the points lead. Ryan Hunter-Reay is second in the points. Will Power in his car getting set to go. He'll start from back in the pack, and even further back will be Ryan Hunter-Reay as a result of the fact that they took a penalty for unapproved engine changes.
Now, of course, Ryan Hunter-Reay has been trying to get a handle on this car, and watch what happens. This is what Wally is talking about. His knee ticket ride. Whoa, right there. The back steps out as they go across those seams.
That was a great save, and we're going to see plenty of that tonight. Hopefully, we're going to see saves.
Yes.
Yeah, let's do hope that.
He was not that fortunate in the test day here. He did not save it and smacked the wall.
Again, you can see how there's a bright sun shining down this straightaway, and it, of course, will be right in the driver's eyes as he comes down the backstretch and into turns 3 and 4.
Of course, when you're looking at race strategy and things that you want to look for today, obviously you want to stay out of trouble early. I think that's going to be so important when it's hot. Lots of pit stops. You have to stay clean. And Wally, I think one of the keys, don't panic tonight, because if your car goes off, you've got 500 miles to tune it back in, and it'll start cooling down.
Race strategy presented by Firestone. We're about 25 seconds away from the command to start engines now. Going to be a long evening of racing. The drivers know that, but they are ready for the finale for the 2012 season. Let's go trackside.
Auto Club Speedway race fans, are you ready? It's time for those most famous words in motorsports. Please welcome back the General Manager of Dish Commercial Services, Mr. Nate Block, as he gives the command.
Drivers, start your engines.
And now, just before the drivers pull away, let's check on the latest stories from pit lane. First, Marty Snyder.
Well, Bob, how about we give you our championship predictions? And I'm going to go with Will Power. I spent a lot of time with him in the last week. He is very loose and not so much focused on the championship, just focused on this race. But I think it's going to come down to, bottom line, speed. I think that's where Power will beat Hunter-Reay. Kevin?
I think Ryan Hunter-Reay is going to go from 22nd and get up to the front and give himself a chance to win this championship. And ultimately, I'm going to pick Will Power because I don't think Will Power's going to falter tonight, and that's really what Ryan Hunter-Reay needs. Chris?
Well, Kevin, since I'm the new guy, I'm going the other way. He's won 4 times this year, twice on ovals, and Will Power hasn't been able to close the last 2 years. I'm going RHR. Robin?
Third time's a charm for Mr. Power. He's going to win the championship. Ed Carpenter's going to win the race. I wish I'd have bet on him. It was 20-1, boys.
Ed Carpenter's going to win the race. That's an interesting prediction. He did qualify very well and is good on the big oval, so we'll watch Ed. But our main focus tonight will be, as we follow the championship battle, Ryan Hunter-Reay chasing Will Power for the title. Understand that Charlie Kimball may have some trouble firing his car. Everybody remaining on pit lane right now. Pace car has not pulled away yet. So try to get Charlie's car fired, and now the pace car begins to move away. And it looks like they do have the car started, so hopefully all 26 will be pulling away here in just a moment. Tonight wraps up the third year of the IZOD Honda Fastest Seat in Sports. We've seen and heard amazing moments from the lucky fans who won after entering at shophonda.com. Tonight, Mario Andretti gives a huge fan of the IndyCar Series the ride. We welcome Extra's Maria Menounos to the fastest seat in sports. Maria, can you hear me?
I'm so scared!
Maria,
But I'm so excited because my friends always used to call me Mario Andretti because of the way I drive. So now I'm in a car with them. It's a dream come true.
It's great to have you there. Enjoy the ride, and then later enjoy this great race we're going to have here tonight.
Thank you.
All right, Maria Menounos. All right, tonight's starting grid from MAV TV will show you how they line up for this event. On the pole will be Marco Andretti, and alongside Ryan Briscoe. Row number 2, Tony Kanaan and J.R. Hildebrand. Starting in row number 3, Ed Carpenter, Robin Miller's pick, and Rubens Barrichello. Row number 4, Catherine Legge and Oriol Servia. Dario Franchitti and Sebastian Savate will be side by side in row number 5. In the 6th row, E.J. Viso and James Jakes. Will Power, our championship points leader, starts inside row 7, outside rookie Josef Newgarden. Row number 8, Scott Dixon and Alex Tagliani. The 9th row, Elio Castroneves and Graham Rahal. Back in row number 10, James Hinchcliffe and Simon Pagino. The 11th row, Takuma Sato and the other championship contender, Ryan Hunter-Reay. In row number 12, Charlie Kimball and Wade Cunningham in for the driver who normally drives that car, Mike Conway. Justin Wilson and Simona De Silvestro will make up row number 13. Wilson had a crash during the practice yesterday. He did not qualify, and Simona De Silvestro had an engine problem. She did not qualify, so they started back of the pack. And you see that a lot of good drivers took the 10-position grid penalty for the unapproved engine change for this race. But that's going to make it just more exciting as we go through the evening and 250 laps of competition. Our 6 onboard cameras. Ryan Briscoe carries the IZOD onboard camera. J.R. Hildebrand, the National Guard on board. Will Power has the Chevy in-car camera. Ryan Hunter-Reay with the Verizon on board. Simon Pagino, the HP onboard camera, and Charlie Kimball will have the Novolog FlexPin onboard camera to enhance our competition. All right, Kevin Lee quickly on pit lane.
Well, we've talked a little bit about the sun and the glare and how difficult it is. Just listening to Ryan Hunter-Reay talking to Michael Andretti, he said, it's so bright I can't see any of the readouts on my dash right now. Plus, they're set up for night settings. Marty?
And we'll have to watch that all evening long as the sun does set. They can actually turn up the brightness on the dash. The problem is, Kevin, that later in the race it's almost too bright at nighttime. So Will Power and his team left the dash down low. They'll just have to deal with it for the first hour or so of the race, Bob. It's going to be very interesting to watch this sunset and how it affects the race.
And they begin to get lined up here for the start of the competition. We're glad you could join us for the finale of the 2012 IZOD IndyCar Series event here at Auto Club Speedway in Fontana, California. Nice lineup of cars here, 2x2. And by the way, restarts on this oval track will be single file tonight. Really kind of a slow pace down the backstretch as Marco Andretti is leading them down at a reduced speed. Ryan Briscoe with about a half a car length advantage there as they go down into turn number 3. And there's the sun problem.
Yeah, and it's going to get worse. And I've raced here, you know, with this situation. And I wouldn't be surprised to see some of these guys taking their left hand or right hand off the steering wheel and shading. Because you'll go in there, and we'll see it a little bit later, you will be completely blind for about 2 or 3 seconds.
We saw some drivers do that last night in practice. All right, the field off of corner number 4. And the final race of the 2012 IZOD IndyCar Series gets the green flag for underway for 500 miles.
And you can see, like we talked about earlier, see the line difference? That these guys are going to be searching all over the racetrack, but I think they pretty much have every square inch covered, going through 1 and 2 right there, you know, looking for some grip.
And not all cars work in all lanes. So you see high, of course, this is National Guard, and J.R. Hildebrand saying that his car likes the high side. He can't run low.
And that was I was going to say, if you kind of commit to where you're going to run on this racetrack, you kind of set your car up for that line. You're stuck there.
Battle up front. Tony Kanaan is on the high side of the racetrack, and Marco Andretti is on the bottom. Let's see how they shake out as they go down the backstretch and into turn number 3. Kanaan on the high side. Andretti is low. Following back there in third position, Carpenter and Briscoe.
Wow, what a difference a day makes. Tony Kanaan said he just could not get a handle on his car at all yesterday morning. Will Power working his way, obviously, through traffic, trying to find some clean air. He needs to keep pace, but he's got to stay out of trouble.
And I think that's what he's doing. I think he's just being real careful here. There's no reason to push the issue. He's in a spot. Although Hunter Ray is making some ground up as well.
Whoa, look at J.R. Hildebrand was way up against the wall. That was nice. He stayed in it, and he now is just pulling ahead.
Yeah, we saw him do that last night, running the high line. Power has dropped back to 21st position. Ryan Hunter-Ray, meanwhile, is moving up from 22nd to 16th. And right now, the points are 15 difference.
So here's this continued battle that we saw for Hildebrand and Briscoe. Now Kanaan again goes to the outside of Andretti, again feeling out those lines. Where you see those black seams, you'll notice they don't cross them much. When you pick a lane, stay there, because the seams are what unsettle the rear of the car.
And now that is J.R. Hildebrand taking the lead.
That high side is working.
Once again, he goes to the high side of the track, making it 3 wide for the lead. Kanaan in the middle and Andretti on the bottom of the track, and here they come to complete lap number 4. It's still Marco Andretti in the lead, but just slightly, Marty.
Just some outstanding racing, Bob, watching these guys up front. Back in the back, Will Power, Wally is correct, very much by design. They were worried about the cars who did not take a 10-grid penalty in this race when they started. There were several cars they felt were kind of slower than them. They wanted to let the field kind of spread out a little bit. Then Will Power plans to go. Keep this in mind, too. The guys who are fast right now may not be fast at the end of the night. Chris?
Well, Marty, looking at J.R. Hildebrand right now, he might take the lead here on this lap. I talked to him earlier today, and yesterday in the first practice, they were working the middle groove on the racetrack. When they went to the night practice yesterday, they focused on the high groove that whole session. Obviously, that's paying off.
In the first 5 laps of the race, we have had 3 different leaders.
And Chris, when I talked to J.R. Hildebrand when they first started attempting to try those lines, he said, we really didn't want to run the high line. It just happened to be one that worked with our car. And like you say, they focused on it last night. The most important part, the high line is easy on the tires because you're not taking as tight of a radius.
Ryan Hunter-Ray has already picked up 5 spots up to 17th, but as he said in our pre-race, he was not happy with the car in the final practice. It was a handful. On the radio during the practice, he said the car is terrible. At one point to his crew, he compared it to trying to find an ice cube to an iceberg, to trying to find the right kind of setup. But he was optimistic still after practice. He remembered going to Iowa, and after the final practice, not happy at all. That worked out pretty well. He won the race.
Indeed he did. All right, J.R. Hildebrand led 3 laps in the opener at St. Pete. He won 1 lap at Toronto. He is out front here tonight with 6 laps completed. Hildebrand has led 3, Andretti 3, and Kanaan has led 1. J.R. Hildebrand is 12th in the point standings, heading into this race actually tied with Oriol Servia. Second and third right there, Tony Kanaan in blue and white, and Marco Andretti as now they begin to move in just a little bit on Hildebrand, the leader. This is Ryan Briscoe, who's running 4th.
You can hear, I mean, these guys are shifting too now. That's one thing we haven't really talked about. A lot of these guys, if their car isn't handling, they'll even go down as low as 4th gear. I think if you go down to 4th gear in the corners, you're really in trouble. But, Jan, mainly it's 5th and 6th gear around here.
And now look at the speed he gets. He's coming up behind Ed Carpenter, who put a nice move on the inside. Now Briscoe tries the outside, and 3 wide. That's Catherine Legge on the low side.
Wow, look at Catherine on the bottom of the racetrack doing a nice job. She's running in 6th position. Alex Tagliani has been the biggest mover so far. Tagliani has picked up 9 positions. Justin Wilson, who started on the back row, has gained 6. Sato 5. Josef Newgarden has moved up 5 positions, and Ryan Hunter-Ray has moved up 4 from 22nd to 18th.
And Tagliani just got 1 more. He just blew by Catherine Legge.
So Tagliani doing a nice job here in the early going, but so is J.R. Hildebrand as he leads the MAV TV 500 IndyCar World Championships presented by Lucas Oil. Stay with us. We'll be right back. The MAV TV 500 presented by Lucas Oil on the NBC Sports Network is brought to you by MAV TV, American Real. By Novolog FlexPen. Ask your healthcare provider about the benefits of FlexPen today. And by Honda, an official vehicle of the IZOD IndyCar Series. Back at the MAV TV 500 IndyCar World Championships presented by Lucas Oil at Fontana. Just like an old Saturday night dirt track race, we got one guy running the cush up high and some guy on the bottom named Andretti as they battle for the lead. Now Hildebrand pulls ahead just a little bit of Marco Andretti. Third is Briscoe, fourth Kanaan, fifth is Ed Carpenter. As far as our championship contenders are concerned, Will Power on the left of your screen is battling with Justin Wilson for 19th position, and Ryan Hunter-Reay is pretty much driving all to himself in 18th position. So they're very, very close on the racetrack.
In championships in the past, the 2 or 3 drivers still in the championship, when you go to the final race, were flying. So interesting that both the championship contenders are struggling.
This is the battle for 7th position. On the bottom of the racetrack in the solid blue car is Josef Newgarden, and on the high side of the track is Catherine Legg. Josef Newgarden has been very, very fast since the track opened for practice.
And obviously Josef Newgarden is back after missing the race at Baltimore. He suffered a broken left index finger in that scary crash at Sonoma. Surgery late August, a bone graft, a plate, 7 screws. But he said it's not impacting him here. It feels fine. The only thing is he's had to switch which finger he uses for the paddle shifter.
Barrichello squeezing up there.
Barrichello running 9th. Barrichello heads for the bottom of the racetrack, now runs side by side with Newgarden.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. Actually, Barrichello's making some different lines work. The last time he came through high, 3 and 4, had a really good run down the backstretch. So his car looks like it's working pretty decent.
Yeah, but here comes Scott Dixon. Yep. Scott Dixon to the low side. Now watch how low Scott Dixon can run. He can go right down to the white line. One of the few cars I've seen able to do that. That's the short way around. But will that wear the tires more?
I think it will. Now, if he lets that car drift up the racetrack like he did, it's a little bit easier on the right front, but I think it does chew the tires up a little bit.
Simona De Silvestro is in the pit area. She was running in the last position and is in the pits. Catherine back around.
Alex Tagliani,
yep. There's Sebastian Saavedra there also, and he was the pole sitter for the Firestone Indy Lights race. That was held earlier today, and I don't want to spoil anything for those of you who will watch our coverage, so if you don't want to know who won, why, turn me out for about 5 seconds. But he started first and finished last with a gearbox problem. Championship was decided, though. I'll keep that a secret.
Keep running that high line. It's really working for you off the corners.
There's Saavedra.
For anybody else coming to Fontana to run Indy Lights and the doubleheader here for him doing IndyCar, I suppose he was the one driver, if he wasn't going to take the green flag with a gearbox problem, he knows, hey, no big deal.
Yeah.
I got 500 miles in an IndyCar coming up tonight.
Plenty to do. So while there are battles going on all over the racetrack, Saavedra and Scott Dixon go at it. J.R. Hildebrand is the leader of the race. A familiar spot for Panther Racing in the number 4 car. Sam Hornish drove to victory here 2 years.
Wow, and side by side, you saw some exciting racing. You also saw Ryan Briscoe get up to second. Welcome back to Fontana. That's Will Power. Watching him, he just was told by Tim Singer, make sure you get around Ryan Hunter-Reay before we make this first stop. We expect that around lap 25 or so. But Ryan Briscoe made his way up to second, and a lot of people are talking about the sunset now. That's going to be a big factor in the next little bit. And there you see our championship contenders running together on the track. Will Power trying to make it around the guy right in front of him, Ryan Hunter-Reay. You saw him go way high on that last lap. Some exciting racing here in Fontana. Robin?
I'll tell you what, Ed Carpenter was living for an oval. He was so happy that we're going to end the season with an oval, fellas, that he's running third. He had second for a second, dropped back. But he's just the kind of guy, he had the pace at Texas to win, came from the back to the front. He was going to finish no worse than third or fourth in Indianapolis before his car broke and he hit the wall. But I tell you what, he's really happy they're going to go to Pocono next year. The more ovals, the better for the good old Fuzzy's car.
Carpenter is running in third spot as we're on board with Ryan Hunter-Reay, who is running 18th, and Will Power is running in 19th. While we have the opportunity here, I want to thank very, very much Brian Till for filling in for me 2 weeks ago in Baltimore. Great job. Thank you so very much.
And Bob, we're on lap 26 when Marty was giving that report that when they were speaking to Will Power, they were telling him we're on lap 25, but I think they can go to about lap 40 before they have to hit pit road, plus or minus a few laps. Then we'll start to see who's saving fuel, who has the advantage, Honda or Chevrolet, if they stay green.
Jan, you're correct. My math horrible. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's exactly what they were telling him. They can go to about lap 38, lap 40 before they have to pit for the first stop.
It's Tony Kanaan running in fourth place. Catherine Legg is behind him. A couple of laps ago, a relatively close call for Ryan Hunter-Reay. Let's take a look.
Yeah, I'm not sure that was by design. He wanted to get that close to the wall.
Yeah.
But he seems to be struggling, guys. I mean, he's back there around 18th. He's not really making any ground up.
Ooh, yeah. Up there in the dust.
Anytime you have dust, that means you're someplace someone else hasn't been before. That's not good. Now, he did tell me last night after practice the big issue is that the handling of these cars, it's like a knife edge. It is so hard to keep it tuned in that it falls off so easily. And here we go, championship contenders, nose to tail.
All right, Chris Neville has a report on J.R. Hildebrand, still leading by about 3.5 seconds.
That's right, Bob. A couple minutes ago, JR came over the radio, told the team he's got some yellow lights on his dashboard. Those yellow lights are there to alert the driver when something could potentially be wrong with the car. He initially reset the wheel, but those yellow lights still on that dashboard. I just talked to the engineer on this team, David Cripps, and he said they've looked at it over telemetry. They just think it's a false alarm. They don't see anything wrong with that car. We expect JR to come to pit lane for first round of pit stops in about 6 laps.
Well, he's stretching his lead on Briscoe, so yeah, I would say that car is pretty tuned right now.
Not the same that lap. You were just a tick quicker. He also moved a little lower in 3 and 4 that time, so that might have hurt him.
There's Takuma Sato, who has gained the most position since the start of the race, up 12 spots. Sato is currently running in the 9th position.
Yeah, but you saw him go by Marco Andretti.
Yeah.
He's falling like a rock.
Yep. Back to 10th spot right now.
Here he goes around Saavedra.
That's for position.
That's the best car out there right now. Let's be disciplined and let's be patient.
Yeah.
You guys heard Bobby Rahal. That's what he's been preaching to Sato all season. Just be patient. Don't try and win this thing in the first half. Marco's in the pits. Marco, down to you, Marty.
Well, and Robin, we're going to see a lot of this today. People short pitting, coming to pit road early because the tire fall off is so bad at the end of the run. This will be an advantage for Marco Andretti. He was in the window where he'll only go down 1 lap when everybody else pits. Hopefully they'll have an
there's a wheel nut.
And there's a wheel nut that did fall off. They're having to put it back on the right front. Also a turn of front wing out. Trouble getting going for Marco Andretti as well. Car was extremely loose.
That was a good save, though, on that wheel nut. They didn't lose that much time on the pit stop. That was a great save.
You always keep a wheel nut on your belt just in case, and that was a very nice backup plan.
And another close moment here a short time ago as Elio Castroneves and Scott Dixon got very close to each other. Let's see how close, huh?
Dixon looks like he's got a pretty good run on Elliott. There was contact.
That was more than close.
Contact at 200 miles per hour. There you go.
Yeah. Now the sun.
Hopefully that didn't cut a tire.
The sun was directly in their face.
Yeah, the sun is now is the worst time of the day.
No question that could have been a factor for Scott Dixon.
So E.J. Viso dropping down onto the apron of the track. He'll be coming in for a pit stop. Kimball has already lost a lap, so has Viso. Of course, Andretti did during his pit stop. Cunningham is also a lap down, and Simona de Silvestro still in the pits.
Every lap that you can do right now and not pit is an advantage. Yes, Marco Andretti has fresh tires. He can go fast for now, but you have to calculate out to the end of the race. You want to stay out there as long as you possibly can.
James Hinchcliffe in the green car running at 12th position behind Dixon. There he is. And Josef Newgarden, who was running up in the top 5 or so, has dropped back to the 13th spot. More side-by-side racing as Dixon and Castroneves continue to go at it.
Now, if they touch here, it won't be the sun.
Yeah.
It's behind them.
J.R. Hildebrand is going to give up the lead to make his first pit stop of the evening. Chris Neville.
Yeah, Bob, everything working well with JR's car in this first round. No changes on the stop. He's been listening to his spotter, Pancho Carter, for most of this run. He's been pretty quiet on the radio other than those alarms he sees on his dash. And Pancho Carter pretty much just telling him the different lines that drivers are trying around the racetrack, while JR's been staying up top this entire run. Should be just 4 tires and fuel on this stop.
And away he goes.
Very tight moment there for Rubens Barrichello.
No kidding.
Sebastian Saavedra, they must have a heating issue. They were going to the cooling duct. Those are called radiator shutters. It takes a long time on a pit stop, but you can't overheat.
Tony Kanaan out. Ed Carpenter in. Let's watch the crew by the Fuzzies. Guys.
Talking about front wing, yes, he gets it. The adjuster on a speedway setup is right in the center of the nose.
Ryan Hunter-Reay makes his stop, Kevin.
He's worked his way up to the 16th position before everyone started pitting here. Hunter-Reay is going to be pitting in traffic here. We have Hinchcliffe coming in. Scott Dixon is right behind him. And Hunter-Reay making his way down at 60 miles an hour. Makes the left-hand turn. Ryan Briscoe pitted 2 stalls in front of him. Dixon is out. Will Power is getting ready to come into just a moment, but the Penske team has the tire out of the way. So it's pretty easy out for Hunter-Reay, and it is a pretty good stop. Marty?
Ryan Briscoe had to dodge his own teammate, Will Power, putting tires out, his team putting tires out. Briscoe's car, terrific, running second. He wants no changes. Most all these cars are loose, not Briscoe. Very happy with that stop, too. Will Power coming down pit road, and the team cannot see him coming down pit road, so they've got to guide him in the best way as they can. Power's car a little too loose at the end of that run. They're going to make an air pressure adjustment. He comes in very slowly to his pit stall, doesn't get in a hurry at all. You hear Tim Cindric talking to him on the radio. Air pressure adjustments to tighten that car up. Takuma Sato is now taking the lead. Will Power leaves pit road, Bob.
Wow. Sato will get the lead. He has not made the pit stop. And by the way, Catherine Legg has been charged with pit lane speed violation. She will have to do a drive-through penalty. Here's Dario Franchitti coming in.
So the Hondas seem to be able to go a little bit farther.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Remember, that was the case at Indianapolis where they could go a lap or 2 more than the Chevrolet, and that made a huge difference. We have seen some great pit stops. That pit stop that we saw by Ryan Briscoe was phenomenal, how fast they changed those tires. Here's Sato.
Sato's taking a half a turn to front wing, boys, and that's all he needs. He just told him the car's understeering just a tiny bit. Let's leave it alone. A little trouble getting the fuel in, and he's
Josef Newgarden.
Of course, these are all Hondas, so we're seeing a pattern here. A little better fuel economy.
Sarah Fisher Hartman racing as Newgarden goes back into the race.
I'm interested, Kevin, I think you called Ryan's pit stop. What changes they made on Ryan Hunter-Reay?
They added some front wing.
That was it.
Yep.
Well, the lead goes back to J.R. Hildebrand. And his advantage is just about the same it was before the pit stop. Actually a little bit more. Got about a 6-second advantage now on Ed Carpenter, who has taken over second position.
All right, so let's watch Ryan Hunter-Reay and see if a little bit of front wing, how much difference that makes. He's got speed on the high side.
Hunter-Reay in 15th, Power in 17th at the moment. Here's Takuma Sato coming down off the banking and trying to get the car slowed down before the speed zone occurs.
Yeah, he was trying to get everything he could, so all right.
All right, Hildebrand is your leader. Ed Carpenter running second. Briscoe is third. Kanan fourth. And Alex Tagliani is running in fifth position. Welcome back to the MAV TV 500, presented by Lucas Oil from Auto Club Speedway in Fontana, California. Josef Newgarden, we saw him have a pit stop a couple of laps ago, and now the car is in the pits and apparently dead stick. Well, the sun is finally setting, but a great overhead shot, and our aerial coverage is brought to you by Barracuda Networks. Powerful, affordable IT solutions designed to protect business users, applications, and data. All right, the lead is held by J.R. Hildebrand by 4.2 seconds over Ryan Briscoe.
We talked a little bit about the fact that he pitted early, did J.R. Hildebrand, but it wouldn't change your strategy. He still has the same number. If it were to some reason stay green the whole way, everyone is still having the same number of stops. He'll just have to be one of the first to stop next time.
All right, let's take a look now at our championship contenders and how they're doing. Will Power is currently in 16th position. And Ryan Hunter-Reay is in 13th. The point spread is 14. Power with a 14-point advantage now on Ryan Hunter-Reay. So Will Power continues to be the champion at this point in the race, but we have 2 more 100 laps to go, Marty.
Well, Bob, I finally caught up with Maria Munoz, who I think has calmed down from her exciting ride. She's from Extra, of course, and we didn't know you were named Mario Andretti back in high school. How was your ride with Mario?
It was a dream come true, honestly. It was so cool, but I told him, I think I'm built for speed. Like, maybe I should have done this professionally, because it wasn't as scary once we got going as I thought.
Think we can hook her up with a ride, Mario?
Oh, anytime. She was a great passenger. Stay with me all the way.
I kept saying in the back, in case he could hear me, faster, faster!
That's what we all say to him. Let's talk to Susie Rossick from Honda. Why has this worked so well, Susie, for Honda to connect them with the fans?
Oh, my God, this has been tremendous. You know, we work with Macy's, we work with IZOD, we've given away cars all across the country, and this is our 3rd year of promoting the ultimate fan experience, Honda's fastest seat in sports. I mean, where else can you have the opportunity to drive with a legend like Mario Andretti?
I want to ride next year. Can you hook me up with a ride next year?
Sure, you're in. No problem. We'll get you in next year. She's going to drive for you, though.
Oh, no, I want Mario to drive for me. That was my whole purpose of doing this interview, Bob. I wanted to get hooked up with a ride next year. I think I might have gotten one.
But you know, Marty, you're going to be working, and I'm not.
Oh, yeah,
so
that's the
maybe
problem.
I should be the rider.
That's right. Yeah, you should be the rider, Bob. That's right.
Thanks, Marty. Hildebrand leading Briscoe, who has taken over second position. Ed Carpenter, who had that spot for a while. First 3 cars separated by just a little more than 4 seconds. But boy, a nice drive so far by J.R. Hildebrand, using the top of the racetrack for the most part.
You were quicker than him.
Like Graham Rahal was ahead of him, having to work hard. Now these people are really, Bob, ahead of him, are going to start pedaling. People like Graham Rahal that we saw ahead are going to do everything possible to stay ahead and keep their lap.
Barrichello and Legg continue to race each other.
He's got a nice toe going. And his car seems to be working at the bottom.
Still up there.
But when you're, oh, it wiggled. It wiggled. When he went down low, he got a wiggle, and look how that speed difference changes.
Catherine Legg is not on the same lap, so this is not a battle for position. She's a lap down in 21st.
This is exactly what we were concerned about, and that is that right behind the two championship contenders is the leader. J.R. Hildebrand is closing in, and that is exactly, they're going to really have to be on the hammer. They're going to race each other and do everything they can not to go a lap down.
But all Will Power's got to do right now is just stay with this guy on his right-hand side. I mean, if you're going to be, he's got to be driving tonight championship-wise, not worrying about this race. As long as he's got that yellow car in the sights or behind him, he's got a championship.
Exactly.
Wally, I can tell you there's really no hurry in Will Power's voice or in Tim Cindric's voice. They did want to get him around Ryan Hunter-Reay, but there's no panic in their voice at all. It's very calm, just pacing with Ryan Hunter-Reay. But they did watch the leader, and you saw Will Will Power spun.
Power's in the wall.
Oh, unbelievable.
It's happened again.
That is unbelievable. Wow.
Man, oh man.
And guys, remember what he told me in that interview. I just want to finish the bloody thing. For once, I want to finish the bloody thing. It's not going to happen again.
I can't believe it. There's Tim Cindric.
His engineer, David Faustino, on the far side. Mark. Wow. Michael Andretti.
Wow. Well, the good news is that Will is okay. But the championship,
that's just devastating for that guy right there.
And he was running pretty much by himself. I mean, he was close to Ryan Hunter-Reay, but wow. Well, let's look at it.
See, he's got a good line here. He just right there, that car started to break loose, and I'll tell you what, if Hunter-Reay was 2 car lengths further back, they would have both been in the wall.
So that could be the difference between winning or losing the championship. Ryan Hunter-Reay still has to finish this race, but like you said, a couple of car lengths, if they both would have crashed, he would have been the champion.
We are 56 laps into this 250 lap race, and Will Power, the points leader, has crashed. Real time.
I mean, that was so close for Hunter-Reay.
They're by 1. Outside.
Well, you could hear him pedal out of it early. He knew that thing was going loose early because he started really rolling out of the throttle.
Liz Cannon Power, his wife, stunned like the rest of us are. Well, we didn't want to see it end this early.
It's not over, Bob.
Yeah, you're
Ryan
right.
Hunter-Reay has to finish. He has to score enough points.
That's true.
And Michael Andretti just now came on the radio. When the crash happened, they said nothing about the incident. Obviously, Ryan saw it as well. They talked strategy, what they're going to do in the pit stop. But Michael just said, okay, we've got to keep going. We have to finish 6th. If we finish 6th, we win the championship.
Like I said, right now,
Mixture one.
Hunter-Reay is still second in points right now.
Yes.
Yeah, when I said we didn't want to see it end this early, we didn't want to see the race end that early for Will Power. Still has to finish 7 positions ahead of Will Power to win the championship. And Will Power looks like he's going to finish in 24th out of 26.
And now Hunter-Reay just riding around. He can't do that. He's got to go.
Wow. Look at this. Pit stops are the order of the minute.
Everybody's back on the same strategy now.
Yeah.
Gotta watch very careful when people are launching as other cars. Exactly what I was saying. You have to be so careful if you're one of the leaders coming out while others are coming in.
little bit more front wing again for Ryan Hunter-Reay. Pretty smooth stop. He will mix back in. A lot of traffic on pit road, but now he's going to have a clean out the rest of the way, too, with Power out of this race.
Carpenter gains a position, and Rubens Barrichello moves up 3 as Will Power's destroyed race car is taken from the racing service. Well, that tells the story, but we have a long way to go in this one. It is not, the championship has not been determined by any means. There's Elio Castroneves coming out, and they had to move the rear tire. Oh, and also close corners with Marco Andretti.
And it just seemed like it didn't quite get going. Lost a few spots.
So under caution for the first time in this 500-miler. And the championship points leader entering this event by 17, Will Power on the bottom of the track, loses control in turn number 2 and nearly takes out the other championship contender, Ryan Hunter-Reay.
And I'll tell you, he got loose way early in that corner, like the entry of turn 1. He was in trouble right here.
Ryan Hunter-Reay right now at this moment is thinking, oh no, oh, he missed me. Wait a minute, my championship's hopes are alive. This is unbelievable, but that was very close.
He's thinking right now, I cannot believe this.
Wow, what an incredible set of circumstances here in the World Championships for the IZOD IndyCar Series. Will Power has crashed out of this event. 59 laps are completed. We'll be back with more in a moment. J.R. Hildebrand is your leader. We're under caution here at the MAV TV 500 IndyCar World Championships presented by Lucas Oil. On board with the championship contender Ryan Hunter-Reay, who is currently in 12th position. Will Power has crashed out. It reminds us of 2 years ago.
Homestead Miami Speedway just got high, let it get into the wall. He did get the car back to pit lane, but it was damaged. It was damaged heavily. They tried to repair it, but they were not able to. Very similar circumstances for Will Power.
I think he's in a little bit better spot than them, only because Hunter-Reay's in 12th, and he still has a lot of work ahead of him to make these points up.
Look at this graphic regarding the final races. In 2010, he finished 25th. In 2011, 19th. And right now, he is 24th. Josef Newgarden is not out of the race.
Although I do want to mention that he does have 2 teammates ahead of him that I'm sure could give him some help before the night's over if he needs it.
Yes.
All right, Kevin.
Well, Josef Newgarden really plays into the championship from the way I'm doing the math right now. He is currently in 25th. They had an electrical problem, and they've changed out the ECU, so he's back out on track, and he is soon going to pass Will Power and move Power into 25th. I believe that scores Power only 10 points, so that means what Michael Andretti said is correct. He only needs to finish 6th. Ryan Hunter-Reay does. But if Newgarden had not come back out on the track and Power had finished 24th, that's 12 points, and he would have needed to finish 5th.
You guys are talking a lot of numbers. I'm not sure that's right or not.
Takes me back a few years when I needed a calculator. I still do. Marty is with Will.
Well, he's talking to the media, and I know he's devastated. Let's first of all talk about what happened in the accident.
I just caught a seam. I had pushed there all night. The car was pushing and just caught a seam. It really caught me by surprise. It was the last thing I thought would happen, running down there on that seam. And, it's a tough one. It's depressing, man, to lose the championship that way again.
What was your first reaction when you finally came to a stop?
I just said, that's another championship gone. That's basically what I said to myself. Man, I'm so disappointed for Verizon and all the guys. Just to make a mistake like that is just bad.
What did we say Monday? You said it never comes easy, does it?
Doesn't come easy, man. Never comes easy.
In any way, is the car fixable, Will?
No, the engine ran backward. No, I doubt it.
All right, Will Power out of it early. Obviously devastated not to win this championship.
Not too soon.
Not too soon there, Marty. We still have a lot of racing to go, and Hunter Ray's got a lot of work ahead of him.
Yeah, but you just really feel sorry for Will Power and the gallant battle that he has waged the last 3 years to win the championship, failing the last 2 and now possibly tonight. But again, let's not call the champion until it has been decided. As you heard, 1 to go at the line. We'll go back to racing with Hildebrand at the front of the field and Ed Carpenter second. Rubens Barrichello running third. Tony Kanaan is fourth. Takuma Sato is fifth. And there is Liz Cannon Power, his wife.
Oh, good to see her smiling. The anguish on her face.
Yeah.
Wow. When you could read her lips and saying he crashed. She was in shock. He crashed.
Ryan Hunter-Ray.
That royal purple sign and have her all spooled and ready to go at line.
Ryan Hunter-Ray is in 12th spot now as we get ready for the restart. There he is, back of Franchitti. Castro Nevis also up ahead, as is Tagliani.
So he needs 9 more points.
And I think this is even more nerve-wracking now for Ryan, because although Power is sitting in pit lane, you have to be aggressive but be careful. That's a very tough balance to do as a race car driver, and he's gonna be standing up in the seat.
Restart. Oriol Servia given a drive-through penalty for too many men over the wall. Don't see that very often.
Somebody got a good run on the high side.
Look at that.
Kanaan, I believe.
Oh, wow.
Rubens Barrichello and Tony Kanaan, those are teammates, and they might go 3 wide if Sato goes low.
3 cars there, outside.
And another drive-through penalty for the 5 car. Jay Viso will have a drive-through for jumping the start. Man,
Hinchcliffe's making some moves too, or they're making moves on him. I'm not sure, but
he was up in the dust.
He was very close to the wall.
Sun is still a factor.
Oh my!
Look at
Ryan Hunter-Ray's. He's in a gaggle of cars there.
Interesting to watch these 2 teammates race each other here, both in the blue cars, looking to go side by side. One of the main reasons Rubens Barrichello came over to the U.S. is he wanted to run and race with his friend. He calls his brother, Tony Kanaan. Reports, including our Robin Miller, say that Rubens is likely to move on. Schmidt-Hamilton has been a possible destination. I talked to Tony about that yesterday. He said, that's okay. We'd still be in the same paddock. We can deal with not being on the same teams. He said, if I have a teammate next year, I just would like it to be someone that can help me, not a young developmental driver.
Hinchcliffe and Tagliani are going at it for 7th position, and Marco Andretti is right there also. Good 3-car battle here, low, middle, and high.
Championship is now down to 8 points.
And Hinchcliffe in that green car, it just looks like he's struggling a little bit on the entry of the corners. He's having to back out of that thing, and he's losing a lot of time there.
With Will finishing 25th, Ryan Hunter-Ray can finish 6th and win by 1 point.
Now he drops back. It's 9 points. Now back to 8 as that position changes, as he crosses those timing lines.
Ryan on the inside of Elio.
You're seeing the sun starting to set. The track temperature is now 106. As the track temperature drops, they will be more friendly to drive. Right now, that sun coming off of 2 is, it's tough.
Sure is.
Ryan Hunter-Reay told me going into the Baltimore race that we needed a Hail Mary to get back in this championship, and my receiver caught it in the end zone. He said we need another Hail Mary going into this race, but the difference is last time we were in our own 40, so we had to go 60 yards. Now it's just 40 yards or so. But I think after what's happened, it's safe to say he just needs first downs at this point. He's getting positive yardage. He doesn't even have to score a touchdown now.
Now, one thing he's in the middle of it right now.
Yeah. One thing that's on his mind, don't forget, where Will Power hit the wall is the exact place that Ryan Hunter-Reay hit the wall in the test day.
Right.
So that's got to be in the back of his mind that he has had an issue there himself. He's got to be sure he doesn't have another.
In fact, just about everything we've seen this weekend has been in turn number 2. That's where Justin Wilson crashed. Ryan Hunter-Reay in testing on Wednesday, and now Will Power. Wade Cunningham also with a problem last night in the final practice.
Whatever adjustments they've made on Hunter-Reay's car, it looks like they've gone in the right direction, because he's certainly been passing some cars.
Championship now down to 5 points.
And up front, we have a battle for the lead. That's Ed Carpenter.
Yes, nice on the high side.
Yeah, he's up there where Hildebrand was running, and now Carpenter is going to get the lead temporarily.
Clear.
Pulling ahead of Hildebrand. Nice job for Ed. He has led 7 laps, but he takes the lead once again. We have a non-stop coming up, so you'll continue to see the action here at Auto Club Speedway. It's the MAV TV 500 IndyCar World Championships presented by Lucas Oil, being led by Ed Carpenter. Another caution here at Auto Club Speedway for the guy who has led most of the laps here tonight, J.R. Hildebrand. Quickly to Chris Neville.
Well, it sounds like he got into the wall off turn 4. We see the team right there trying to take a look at the suspension on the right rear corner. Trying to listen to the team right now. It sounds like there is some damage, so this is going to be a lengthy stop. He was doing his best to try and run that high line, but starting to tell Pancho Carter on the radio that the car just wasn't working as well up there. Bob?
Yeah, it looked like when he was racing Carpenter earlier, he got a little bit loose there when he was on the low side, just a touch, and then it just continued to get worse for him.
And here they come. Another round of pit stops coming up.
Give me tires.
Carpenter up top, Sato in the middle, and Hunter-Reay on the bottom.
2, 1, back down, back.
Carpenter and Sato first and second.
Be pretty quick here.
They won't need, the reason it's quick, they don't need a lot of fuel.
Less than a 7-second stop for Ed Carpenter. An owner driver this year. We watched runner Ryan Hunter-Reay at the bottom of the screen, just a little over 7-second pit stop. And the scramble off pit road, Kanaan will gain 3, Dixon up 1. Sato lost 2 positions, and Barrichello also lost 2. Ryan Hunter-Reay will come out in the same place that he went in.
Don't forget his teammates. Could play a big part in this championship.
Yes. That's something he needs till the end, though. Yes.
All right, let's take a replay of what happened to J.R. Hildebrand. Carpenter's in front here.
Hey, watch him right here. He just breaks loose on him, and he did a great job.
Yes, he did.
Saving it.
But unfortunately, the car is damaged, and it's going to take JR out of contention. Crew continues to work on the National Guard entry from Panther Racing.
Now, those guys, Panther just, remember, they used to be so good on the ovals.
Yep.
And they really were tough to beat at a lot of those racetracks, especially like Texas.
Kevin?
After this pit stop, Michael Andretti just told Ryan Hunter-Reay, let's try to pick up a little bit more time, come in a little bit quicker. We're losing time on the way in. And I think from Hunter-Reay's perspective, he just wants to make sure he's a little more conservative at this point, doesn't want to face any kind of a penalty on pit road.
Yeah, pit road can be a place when you're going to make 6. Well, it was 6. Actually, now they have 1, 2, 3, 4 pit stops left if they stay on this particular strategy. And man, oh man, that is a place where it can get away from you. Will Power knows that. And just so you know, we will not know who is the champion until the final lap, as long as there are 6 cars running. Because Ryan Hunter-Reay has to finish 6th or better. And if the car broke somehow with 1 lap to go, he could drop out of that spot. So we may see who is the virtual leader at times, but you really won't know until the final lap.
Charlie Kimball is coming in.
Come on in.
James Jakes did not pit. He's the leader.
Okay, tires are coming off.
He led a lap at Iowa, and Jakes is back in the lead here at Fontana.
Well, I think he's going to find out what it's like to get passed when the green flag drops, because when you're sitting out there on older tires than everybody else, they're going to be passing them on both sides.
Yeah. Charlie Kimball will move back onto the racetrack. Join the field.
Back is right there. No need to hurry. They're right there. Right there.
It's not going to be long before the sun is no longer a factor. I'm not sure it is right now.
Yeah, I think they pretty much have it beat down, Bob.
Yeah. And Hildebrand is back on the track. Only 3 laps down. Of course, they were all at reduced speed while they did the repairs on the car. So he's only 3 down. He'll be in 21st position as they come out. Down to Chris with John Barnes.
Well, John Barnes standing by watching his driver here in pit lane as they were trying to fix the car. John, did JR say anything about the contact with the wall?
No, we just he just said it hit the right rear. We come in and assess the damage, fix the toe link, and go at it again.
Well, they're down 3 laps now, so they've got a lot to make up, guys.
Lights still on atop the pace car, so we will go at least 1 more lap before we get the green. There's Ryan Hunter-Reay in 8th. Give you the top 10. It's Jakes leading, Carpenter 2nd, then Dixon, Sato, Barrichello, Andretti, Kanaan, Hunter-Reay, Briscoe, and Castro-Neves. Running 11th is Franchitti. Alex Tagliani is in 12th. The other cars on the lead lap: Saavedra, Hinchcliffe, Pagano, Rahal, Wilson, Legg, and Serbia.
Hey, Bobby. You know, I saw Kevin Kalkoven walking into Ed Carpenter's trailer earlier today, along with Tony George, and the talk has been maybe KV Racing will be down to 1 car next year. Maybe they can merge with Ed Carpenter Racing. Tony Kanaan and Ed Carpenter can be teammates, and I think that, you know, maybe there's going to be 2 or 3 teams in the paddock looking at that. But for Ed, just think how competitive he's been on ovals the last couple of years. And if Fuzzy's being a new sponsor or anything, if they can have some good results on the road courses, I mean, it might be a great marriage.
Yep. Silly season's going to be an interesting one, isn't it, Robin, in the next 3 or 4 months?
Oh, yeah. I wish I was the agent for some of these guys.
I think you are.
Well, I am the unofficial agent, Jan, but I don't get paid. That's right. NBC pays me so much I don't need to be paid.
That's right.
Going to start off on the bottom.
All right, here we go. Oh! Justin Wilson has had...
Catherine Legg.
Yes.
Huh. Now, what could have possibly caused that?
I wonder if someone got in the back of Justin to turn him around.
They were running.
Are you running there, Justin, or what do you think?
17th and 18th.
Well, he's got some flat spots on there, that's for sure.
Sure enough.
Yep.
Got some contact from behind. Wow. Catherine Legg. Wow.
Catherine will come to the pits.
Okay, 3. Go, take it in real slow here, Catherine, real slow. Take her time.
probably some wing damage there. I can see the wing moving around. Yeah.
Yep, you're right. New nose.
They can easily get that done in time to not lose a lap. Don't even bother with fuel because she had just been on pit road.
See Justin Wilson's team clapping, not very happy.
Yeah, that was a sarcastic move there.
Yeah, that hurts because he goes a lap down now.
Yep.
No fault of his own.
Emergency mode. You're going to have to run emergency mode.
He was on the binders trying to slow. I think it was Jake's. No, it wasn't Jake's, because Jake's is up in front. But he was definitely slowing. Might have been Cunningham, red, white, blue.
So an incident under caution here. We'll continue our caution period. James Jakes leads over Ed Carpenter at Fontana. Great aerial shot of the Inland Empire here in Fontana, California. You can see that the sun is just about to dip below the mountains. If you have just joined us, we had some incredible stuff here at just over lap number 50 when one of the championship contenders had a problem. Jan?
But Bob, of course, when it got started, the sun was much higher, but it was a clean start for everyone. We saw right away that it was Will Power that started to drop back. Didn't have the kind of handling that he wanted. So while he is dropping back, however, up front, great battle. Marco Andretti, J.R. Hildebrand side by side. That's Tony Kanaan also on the high side. Then later on, it was the two championship contenders battling together. But here's the moment you were just talking about. Catches a seam, and it goes away for Will Power. The championship may go away, depending. His wife, Elizabeth, can't believe it, along with us in the booth. Unbelievable at this stage as the car makes its way to the garage, and it's just basically picking up parts now. That's not going to get back on track.
That's our Firestone race recap here with 84 laps completed in this 250-lap race, 500 miles. Pace car comes in. Oh, look at Sato going to the outside, and Andretti also.
Green flag, green flag.
And we're green. That's James Jakes, the leader now. Ryan Hunter-Reay drops to the inside, makes it 3 wide. Jakes hangs on to the lead. Carpenter's right on his gearbox,
yeah,
though.
when you said hang on, he was hanging on going through turns 1 and 2 there.
Oh, look at Hunter-Reay.
Man. Wow.
Easy.
Yeah.
Tell you what, that move right there, though, that he's in, just put him in the points lead.
By 1 point.
Yep. Hunter-Reay at the top of the racetrack now. He is in the points lead right now by 1 single marker.
Pulling away. 3 plus back.
The restart is under review. They're looking specifically at Marco Andretti, and there are the points as they run in the upper right portion of your screen. Now the interval is 5. Here's Marco moving out. Sato, look, he drops back behind Dario, but Andretti stays up there, and Ryan Hunter-Reay heads for the bottom as they sandwich Rubens Barrichello.
Looked to me like Marco got on it, then realized
he was going to hit Barrichello, so he pulled out.
Yeah, he backed off. So if they're satisfied that he gave that position back before the green, he may get away with the no call.
Marty, how many guys are working on Will's car down there?
Well, Bob, let's add to this championship drama. Jan had it right. They're picking up the pieces, but they're putting it back together for Will Power's car. Remember at the top of the show, we told you they were prepared with a complete rear end from the backup car for Will Power. They're putting it on. To answer your question, Bob, 18 guys working on this car to get Will Power back in the race. Remember, he told us he thought the engine spun backward. I talked to Dave Faustino, his engineer. He said, we don't care. We're going back out on the track.
Wow.
In fact, Will Power pulled up on his motor motorcycle or a scooter and went in wearing street clothes. He has gone to put on his driver's uniform. They're going to try and get this car back out for Will Power just to see if they can gain some points. Who knows?
And Marty, with the Chevrolet engine, they do not run. And here comes Ryan Hunter-Reay to the low side of his teammate for third. I was starting to say the Chevrolet is not running anti-stall. You'd say, who cares? What does that have to do with an oval? Well, that's one of the functions, is if you spin on an oval, it disengages the clutch so the engine will not spin backwards. Chevrolet's not using that. So, yes, that did spin backwards. Honda has decided to use it just in case.
E.J. Viso is now listed out of the race. Power and his teammates now the target. If he completes 11 more laps, he gains 2 points, and Ryan Hunter-Reay has to finish 5th. So the drama is not over, folks.
Briscoe making some pretty strong moves here. Just past Hunter-Reay and Andretti.
Yes.
Puts him in the third spot.
And as you guys can imagine, all the Penske drivers have been told, whatever you do, get past Ryan Hunter-Reay in that 28 car. Get some points on him if you can. For Ryan Briscoe, he actually ran over debris from Will Power's wreck. You're riding on board with him right now. They had to pit twice on the caution before this one. Fell back to 15th, clearly with a very fast car, making his way back up through the field. Right now, third.
And I think Marco just got the call to let Ryan Hunter by. Maybe.
It's early yet, but certainly whatever you do, see if you can help him.
They continue to battle side by side for third position. Yeah, there's Elio down to the inside of Marco.
Which is exactly what Marty was just talking about. Penske drivers, please cover the front.
Takuma Sato is in that mix also. Call Star Indy for live in-car cameras, driver pit crew chatter, and more. Download IndyCar Mobile only from Verizon.
Hey, Booth, I have an observation.
Yes?
When the sun was out, the leaders were running 206 and 207. Now they're running 211 to 214, Mr. Beekus.
Yes, there is the advantage of those cooler temperatures. I will grab that for you.
Man, they touched, didn't they? Ryan Hunter-Reay and Briscoe, if they didn't, they came awfully close.
Wow.
We told you those Penske drivers are told to be aggressive.
Yeah.
Whatever it takes. That's Elio Castroneves passing him for another spot.
So to answer Robin's question, 92 is the ambient. Track is down to 102. Yesterday it was as high as 140, so it's dropping quickly.
I don't think we've pointed out that Ed Carpenter is a leader of this race. James Jakes has fallen back to 12th.
Which was expected.
Yeah, he was a leader on the restart, but is now back to 12th. Carpenter leads Dixon, Briscoe, Castroneves, and Sato.
But good for Jakes, staying out, getting the lap back, and hanging in there on worn tires.
What you were doing earlier.
Michael Andretti keeping Ryan Hunter-Reay active. Let's keep it. Let's stay after it.
To the inside of Sato.
The virtual championship, maybe I'll call it that, is now only 1 point. Oh, hang on. There's a car going up around the top, so...
That put Power back up to the top.
Now Power's got the virtual lead by a point. Here comes Dario. This is exactly what Ryan Hunter-Reay was telling me after final practice. When it falls off the knife edge of the car working, it goes away in a hurry. He said people were passing me on both sides just because the setup all of a sudden wasn't quite ideal.
Just a few moments ago when Hunter-Reay lost all that track position, he was on the radio screaming, "Black flag this guy, he's blocking me." I think he was talking about Sato, correct?
He was racing with Sato.
He was talking about anybody in front of him, Kevin.
Move out of my way. I've got a chance at the championship.
Absolutely. There's another spot.
I thought I saw Ryan Hunter-Reay and Elio touch.
Outside.
He was trying to get his tear out.
Yeah, it was quite a bit after, though, but still, they were awfully close when you were trying to go for a tear-off.
So Ryan Hunter-Reay back to 8th now. Ed Carpenter leads here. We have completed 99 of 250 laps at Auto Club Speedway.
Working on lap 104 of 250 here at Fontana. Ryan Hunter-Reay in position to win a championship after Will Powers crashed. He needs to finish 6th, but he just radioed in and said, the car's hopping around. I think I might have a right rear broken shock. Michael Andretti said, okay, just hang on for now.
Wow. A shock is not something you could change quickly. Those dampers, as they're also known, if that's broken, that will have a severe penalty on your speed.
Watch the wheel here, especially when it goes in the corner. That's when you can tell if there's something real. Look at how he's working that wheel.
Castroneves and Sato are battling for the 3rd spot. Carpenter and Dixon are 1-2. They are working feverishly on getting Will Powers' car repaired to send him back out there. And Will came over and they
say, what?
What are you doing? Get your uniform. My what? So he's back changing clothes.
And guys, I can tell you, Will Power has just come out in his fire suit. He went into another transporter waiting for these guys to get it ready. And they're closing in on getting this Verizon car ready. So I think Will Power will be back on the racetrack in this race, despite his prediction at the medical center. So I think we'll see this 12 car back out trying to gain some points.
Wow, that's pretty incredible.
Yeah,
the way that car looked when it was on the hook a while ago.
It's still going to be a while.
Back up front, Carpenter he's doing it.
He is.
Running very well.
He's about a second ahead of Dixon.
I'll tell you, Ed Carpenter's had really good pit stops, fellas, but he's only changed air pressure. No adjustments to the car at all. He says it's on rails, Chris. And right now, he's the man to beat.
Dixon still 10 back.
Well, it was Justin Wilson who won on the big oval in Texas earlier this year, but now out of the 18 car. Justin, what happened there? Was that just a big stack up?
Yeah, I don't know what happened at the front of the pack, but there was a big stack up and the according effects. I managed to get slowed down, but Catherine Legg, I think, was behind me. She did just ran to the back of us and spun me around, but the worst thing is it broke the gearbox, I think, so we couldn't get a gear, couldn't get the clutch to work. Nothing really worked after that.
Too bad for this team. They've had a tough weekend. He had a big crash in the first practice on Friday. Spent most of the day trying to fix the car. Obviously not the way they wanted to finish the season.
And we have Rubens Barrichello's car smoking badly, causing another caution period.
Rubens right there. Right there.
And there's going to be some fire.
Get out. We're on fire. Get out. Get out.
Safety crew. It's okay. I got it.
Yeah.
We're good. Small fire.
Nonchalant.
It's okay.
Extinguish.
Got a handle on it.
Well, Barrichello's season may be over. He's had a good one, though, in his rookie season here in the IZOD IndyCar Series. Guy who had 322 starts and 19 seasons of Formula One. 11 wins in that series from 2000 to 2009.
Now, Bob, we're under caution. It's possible that you could change a rear damper, a shock for Ryan Hunter-Reay. I mean, it would be tight. I'm not sure if you could pull that off while they're behind the pace car. But would you take that risk? Mm-hmm. Or would you just do something to the car to compensate?
It's not open yet. Nearing the halfway point of this race.
I wouldn't. Would you, as a driver? I mean, I don't think I would take that chance. I mean, obviously you got to feel the car and how bad it is. But I mean, he's still sitting in 7th spot.
I would say no. I would say what you want to do. And that, of course, that is the call. That was Michael Andretti. So he will pit, and I think you do it by wing adjustment or even by pressures to try and compensate, knowing that your right rear shock is not doing the job you want.
Or deep down, you hope tires going to fix it.
Yeah. If you chose to do it under caution, you would go to the very back of the pack, of the line.
Right.
And you would really have to think it's a pretty serious problem. So maybe you would only do that if you drop back so far or you didn't have the championship in the bag, then you'd almost have to.
Pits are open. Kevin Lee.
All right, here we go. Ryan Hunter-Reay coming in. They are looking to change, give him about a quarter turn of front wing, but they don't want to give up track position. There's Ed Carpenter at the top of the triple pit. Scott Dixon running second is in the middle, and the bottom is Ryan Hunter-Reay. Dixon and Hunter-Reay are pitted together. Hunter-Reay is the first one that's in. Here we'll see Dixon come in next, make that hard left-hand turn, and then right in front of him, here will come Hunter-Reay. He has to get rowed down and comes close to Ryan Briscoe. Let's see if they feel like they have time to make the change of front wing. They might have a shock issue. No time to do that. Just a quick quarter turn. Dixon is going to beat him out. Sato as well. He's been complaining about Sato on the radio, chopping him. And Hunter-Reay is back in the chase.
But he is going to lose, let's see, 1 spot. Tony Kanaan advanced 2 on that series of pit stops, so he'll be second to Scott Dixon, who picks up the lead. Or does he? No, Ed Carpenter's still in the lead. Well, we'll take another break here with 110 laps completed here at Fontana and Auto Club Speedway. Back in a moment. The MAV TV 500, presented by Lucas Oil on the NBC Sports Network, is brought to you by Mother's Polish. There's no shine like Mother's. And by Izod. Go to Izod.com to see the latest in Izod color and performance. Great aerial coverage tonight here of this final race of the 2012 Izod IndyCar Series. It's brought to you by Barracuda Networks. Just a great shot of our location, which is about 50 miles east of LA. Barracuda Networks, powerful, affordable IT solutions designed to protect business users, apps, and data for businesses of all sizes. Well, it's never ceases to amaze me how the final race of this series always goes to the final race. The championship goes to the final race. And for the last 3 years, we've had a dramatic situation in the early going involving Will Power, but it ain't over yet.
You're shaking up because of this shot, aren't you? We had a great telecast going until they threw this up there.
Thanks a lot. All right, Marty, bail me, quick.
Well, guys, I was getting ready to talk to Will Power. Radio's jumped in, but I talked to Dave Faustina. They're about 90% done with the car. In fact, you see Will putting his earplugs in. We'll get a word with him. And how about the job your guys have done here, Will?
Fantastic to get that thing back together for us to do, if we can, 12 laps, fill it out and see how it is. And yeah, man, it's crossed.
No, they might not be out of the thing after all. They did not put it on a setup pad, though, so he's going to be flying it by the seat of his pants, Chris.
Well, Rubens Barrichello has made his way back to pit lane down here, and Rubens, you were running great there, top 5 most of the night. What happened to the car?
I think we lost the motor. It's it was strange because I was losing some speed on the straight already, and I kept on asking them because I felt like we were losing a little bit of power, but I was having a great run. It was fantastic to run up there, and I wish I was in there because it would have really. I think that we had a chance for a top 3 today.
Yeah, so much success in Formula One. Obviously great on the road courses, but you're starting to like these ovals, aren't you?
Well, I think it was a new experience. It's a new in everything, set up and everything else. But I think we're starting to enjoy. I want to be back.
And we hope he is back in the series. He's increased the popularity of this series in South America greatly.
I'll go back to what Marty said, not putting this car on a pad, and what he meant by that is, you know, to get the setups right, get it all, you know, to where they've been running practice-wise. So you go out there as a driver, barreling down in a corner 200 miles per hour, you really have got to be careful those first couple laps when you're Will Power, because you have no idea what that car is going to do right now.
Very true. We're getting set for the restart. Ed Carpenter is the leader of the race. We're nearing the halfway point. He's led 38 of 114 laps, 3 cautions, and there are 17 cars of the 26 that started on the lead lap. And Paul Blevin waves the green flag, and we are back to competition. The most laps that Ed ever led in a race previous to tonight was 34 laps at Kentucky in 2009. He has now led 39.
Frankie
Kanaan.
Outside.
Tony Kanaan making some noise up high. Kevin has more on Tony Kanaan.
And this has been an impressive run for Tony Kanaan, looking for his first win since Iowa a couple of years ago. He started third and was running third, but during that pit stop sequence before, during a yellow, the weight jacker froze. He wanted to reset the car. They told him to do it, but there's always a risk the car could shut down. It did, so he lost several positions under yellow, tried to get them back. IndyCar said, no, you got to stay there. So he restarted in 12th, worked his way back up to 4th, and picked up 2 positions on that most recent pit stop.
Now the Ganassi cars battle for 3rd position. Scott Dixon up high and Franchitti down low as Will gets strapped in.
And, of course, the goal for Will Power, you heard him say, we just need 12 laps. 12 laps will put him 1 position ahead of E.J. Viso, who has retired.
At the moment.
Uh-oh. That was a contact.
No kidding. Who was it?
Graham Rahal, I believe.
Yeah, Rahal. And well, he got into it pretty good, too. Yeah, he feels something's wrong with that car.
Simon Pagenaud going around the top side.
Man, that thing just took off.
Yeah, it did.
And it looks like Hinchcliffe got in the wall as well.
Hinchcliffe also.
Up front, a 3-car battle for the lead now.
Wow,
that is Dixon, yeah.
These target cars, both of them coming. You think they tune for nighttime?
Battle for second, Dixon and Kanaan with Franchitti looking on.
Leaders now doing, that time, Ed Carpenter, 2:13. Speeds are really coming up.
Whoa, Carpenter's up high that time.
Ed Carpenter has completed all but 13 laps this year. He is 3rd behind Elio and Simon, and he had a good streak going, finishing all laps until Baltimore. And the restart is under review for the 27 car of Hinchcliffe. Nine leaders so far tonight, 12 lead changes, 5 laps away from the halfway point.
You know, that just watching these guys down, John, you can tell there's a lot more grip in the racetrack, just the way they're racing each other right now.
Here comes Will out from the garage area.
And Bob, just an incredible scene down here. We're all kind of running along with the car. About 50 people out here watching them get the car ready. 20 crew members from Penske, from all the teams, from all the 3 Penske teams, working on the car for Will Power. They're going to push him out here, and they're going to crank up the engine, and Will Power will be back in this race.
How about that, sports fans? James Hinchcliffe will be given a drive-through penalty for jumping the restart. Hinchcliffe with a drive-through, and Dixon will go to the bottom and try to get the lead from Carpenter.
Carpenter's running such a good line right now. It's very difficult for somebody to make a pass there. Now, see, he took the line away because Carpenter would go down low and let the car drift. So Dixon took that line away from Carpenter. He may just get the lead.
Yep. And he will. Scott Dixon.
And he's kicking up dust on the low side. So we've seen people get high and go where no one's gone before. Scott Dixon is so low, he's gone where no one has driven today.
And Will Power goes back in the race on lap 123.
Now, they will only let him continue if he stays within 105% of the lead pace.
Come on up. You're all clear. All clear. Nobody coming.
What is that?
I'll do some calculating for you. Hang on.
And guys, you should see the scene back here on pit road as the crew members walk back. Crew members from other teams are coming out high-fiving Will Power's crew. They know what an incredible feat. As Dave Faustino told me, we may not win the championship, but you can't say we didn't try.
Absolutely.
Have you ever seen that before? You guys put a car back together like that in IndyCar?
It is incredible. Elio Castroneves moves up a spot, passing Franchitti. Elio is now fourth. Halfway point is reached in our race tonight. It's a non-stop. You will continue to watch the action as we take a break. Halfway through the MAV TV 500, presented by Lucas Oil.
And that's Tim Cindric on the radio with Will Power. We're back at Fontana. He's going to come down pit road and take some new tires on. And you heard him take that front wing out. Car all over the place, as you would imagine. As Wally talked about, they did not put it on the setup pad, so they didn't really know what they would have. So they're in here more as a precautionary procedure and trying to meet the minimum speed. That's their goal. No hurry here. Get all four tires on. Take the wing out like he wants. The car extremely loose. In fact, you see him take another half turn out. Will Power going back out on the racetrack.
And Marty, when you say minimum speed, I said before the break 105% of the leader's pace. That's about 202 miles an hour is what he at this stage is going to need. And you can see he was well short of that.
A lot of traffic coming.
Alex Tagliani has gone to 7th place, getting around Ryan Hunter-Reay, who is 8th.
Kanon's got a run. Yeah, I thought he did.
Kanon in 2nd. There's your first two. Dixon and Kanon. Carpenter and Castroneves are 3rd and 4th.
I don't think there's anybody running any higher than Kanon today.
Yeah.
He's been way, way up there.
He's got a good race going here. Let's see if he can grab the lead.
Well, guys, just listening to Ed Carpenter on the radio, he's not happy with that car at this point in time. Since we've gone back to green, he said the car has gone very tight. And what they did is they added air pressure to the rear tires in that car on the last stop. Next stop they do, they're going to go back to that previous air pressure.
Nice long race. You have opportunities to just kind of fine-tune that setup.
Tracking the points championship, Will Power still has the points lead at this stage of the race by 3 over Ryan Hunter-Reay. And some great racing going on up front.
Yeah, Kanon's got a good run there because Dixon had to pull the car down because Kanon was up there. He couldn't drift up like he did the lap before.
There you go. And if Kanon makes it back, and here's a position for Ryan Hunter-Reay potentially.
That's Josef Newgarden, who is 6 laps down, but Ryan Hunter-Reay is 8th.
This is what you really don't want when you're running for a championship, is to be racing with somebody or racing around somebody that's 6 laps down. And I'm sure Hunter Ray is probably not real happy about it at the moment.
You can get the sense that Josef is, I mean, he's trying his best, but that car's moving around a lot.
And I don't really see the point. I mean, you're 6 laps down. Right. You're racing against a guy that if you make a mistake, you are going to ruin the championship for somebody. I don't get it.
Sarah Fisher, the owner of this car. Her daughter and Andy O'Gara's daughter Zoe turned 1 last Thursday.
That's the kind of stuff right there, like you're talking about, Ryan.
If I was Ryan Hunter-Reay right now, I'd be screaming on the radio.
And Will Power comes back into the pits.
Again, they can go out and come back in, always trying to get the speed.
Guys, for Will Power, this will just be a drive-through down pit road, trying to get out of the traffic more than anything else and put himself out in clean racetrack.
It may be, because obviously at first glance I was mistaken saying it was the position. Obviously it's clearly not. Ryan Hunter-Reay, he may not be aware. Now we just heard the radio that he's backed off. But for a while there, he may not have been aware that he was that many laps down and just was doing his job out there racing hard.
That's true. I bet you Michaels was saying something, though.
Oh, yeah.
Michael Andretti.
Absolutely. He probably had a nice friendly conversation with the officials.
Down to Kevin Lee.
Well, anytime you're leading a race or in position to win a championship, every little thing worries you. The latest for Ryan Hunter-Reay, the oil temp light came on. He told Michael Andretti, and they said, it's okay, don't worry about it. But you're still going to worry about it if you're in the cockpit.
Oh, yeah.
So the championship battle continues despite Will Power's accident. Michael Andretti hopes Ryan Hunter-Reay will win. Tim Cindric hopes that Will Power can still pull it out. The Astor Challenge Cup is what they are going for tonight. Will Power made a few laps, but now they are going back to the garage area once again. But he still has the championship points lead by 5 over Ryan Hunter-Reay, who is running in 8th position. Power with a massive crash earlier. They made an incredible repair of the car. And now they put the car back on the pad, Marty.
And you hear Tim Cindric describing the scenarios to Will Power. He just asked how many positions do we have to get to actually have it make a difference, and that's what they're trying to figure out right now. So here's what they're going to do. They put on new tires. Now they're going to put it on the setup pad with Will Power in the car, trying to get the car ready so it is ready to go back out. I think they will go back out in a moment, but again, as we've talked about, they have a lot of positions to gain if they're going to gain any points tonight. But as Tim Cindric just pointed out, long way to go in this race, so you never know what could happen.
Yep.
And they were successful. They did do their 12 laps to overtake E.J. Viso. But as you heard Tim Cindric, because the points paid the same down at that level, he would actually have to move way up in the standings to gain any more.
Why not pull Briscoe in, tell him to get out of the seat, Will Power get in the seat?
No, not allowed by the regs.
They used to do it.
Kevin?
Well, Tony Kanaan leading here in this 500-mile race. His problems, issues, near misses at Indianapolis well documented. He might be the best driver of his generation that hasn't won the 500, but he has won a 500-mile race before, back in 1999 at Michigan International. Max Pappas was leading late, ran out of fuel, and Kanaan held off Juan Pablo Montoya by 0.03 of a second.
Wow. Well, Kanaan is the leader right now by about 2 seconds over Helio Castroneves, who you saw battling with Scott Dixon a few minutes ago. And Castroneves, Dixon, Sato, and Carpenter are your top 5. The research has been done at Richmond in 2002. The Penske team rebuilt Elio's car after he crashed early in the race. They lost 122 laps. Elio finished 17th. He gained 5 positions because of the repairs made that night. And Tony Kanaan drops down off the banking and will make a pit stop.
And this is a routine pit stop. We're going to see lots of cars on pit road in the next 2 or 3 laps.
Kanaan coming in at 60 miles an hour. He said before this race, by the way, that he was a little bit concerned about the downforce level, but he trusted the judgment of IndyCar, and he was going to simply do the best he can. I think it's going pretty well for Tony Kanaan. Pitting from the lead here. He will have mostly a clear out. Scott Dixon is going to pit in just a moment. You see his guy setting out the tires, and we'll see Dixon come in just a moment. Dixon now is running in the 2nd position. Pretty decent stop for Kanaan, and he is back out. And here comes Scott Dixon peeling off.
Mike Hull on the radio.
Marty?
Well, guys, Elio Castroneves has driven his way up to the lead in this race. The cars, they've made no changes on the last 2 stops for Elio as he has come to pit road. He's going to come to pit road this time as well. Now we're watching Scott Dixon hit pit road right now. But Elio Castroneves, your leader, coming to pit road as well as Scott Dixon.
They're laid out for Ryan Hunter-Reay.
You can see how the coordination, how they pull that rear tire out of the way to help their neighbors.
Marco Andretti is in.
Oh, stalled it.
Whoops. Ryan Briscoe pitted right behind him.
Castroneves is coming in.
Yeah. There goes Ryan.
Oh, almost got his teammate.
Crazy close on pit road, guys, and they held Marco Andretti, as you see back there, and they actually told Elio Castroneves, John Erickson told him on the radio, Marco Andretti is going to be coming out. Ryan Hunter-Reay in front of you, Kevin.
Watch what Josh Freund is doing there on the outside front. They do have a concern about the oil temperature, so they pulled away the shutter on the front to cool it down a little bit, and they also made a wing adjustment. Hunter-Reay is back out, and Takuma Sato is now our leader.
And Alex Tagliani runs in 2nd position as these pit stops are occurring here with 99 laps to go. Ryan Hunter-Reay gets back up to speed down the back stretch.
Sato hasn't pitted yet, so this will change.
And here comes
there he is.
Takuma. And Robin is in the Sato pit.
Bobby, Reverend Bobby Rahal has been telling Takuma, this is just like Indy. You're exactly where you need to be. He comes in, hits his marks, doesn't even skid to a stop, 4 tires. Doesn't look like any changes because he's really happy with the balance of the car right now. But Rahal's saying, look, we've got a long way to go. This is just like Indy. Just listen to me. You got to trust me.
You can see the black armbands on the crew for Rahal Veteran Racing, of course, because of the passing of Scott Remke, former COO, and there's decals on the car as well. And they would love to win one for Scott.
Coming through turn 1 now.
And so this becomes the battle for the lead as James Hinchcliffe comes to pit lane. He was running 17th, did lose a lap because of the drive-through earlier. And here is the battle for the lead, Dixon and Kanaan. Dixon up to the bottom and Kanaan up high. Tony Kanaan's last win on the oval in Iowa in 2010.
Heavier on fuel now, but they have fresh tires, and the track continues to cool now down to 100 degrees.
Wow, cold front, huh?
Well, it doesn't sound like a lot when it was 140 in the middle of the day.
James Jakes will get a drive-through penalty, as we will take another break here with less than 100 laps to go in this 500-miler for the World Championships. The NBC Sports Network hopes you're enjoying the MAV TV 500 IndyCar World Championships presented by Lucas Oil from Auto Club Speedway, Fontana, California. The finale. Right now, Will Power is still in the points lead by 5 over Ryan Hunter-Reay. Hunter-Reay is currently in 8th position. All right, Izod takes us through the field.
And we start with our leader, Tony Kanaan, looking for his first win in a couple of years. Also can move up a little bit in the championship standings. Came in 8th, but just 2 points behind 7th place James Hinchcliffe. Also of note, he's battling for the Oval Championship, the A.J. Foyt Trophy with Ryan Hunter-Reay. Tied coming in right now. He's ahead of Hunter-Reay, so would have that advantage. Slide back now to Scott Dixon, about 6 or 7 car lengths behind, running in the 2nd position. Also an opportunity to move up in the championship. He's 4th, just 1 point behind Helio Castroneves. Marty?
And you mentioned that battle between Dixon and Helio Castroneves. He knows that's the guy he's got to beat today in terms of Castroneves having to beat Dixon if he wants to hang on to 3rd in the championship standings. Of course, he's going to hang out in L.A. for Dancing with the Stars after this. Right now, car excellent. They've made no changes on the last 3 stops, Robin.
Takuma Sato's never won an IndyCar race, kids, but guess what? If he's just a little more patient, like Bob Rahal said, he goes just like Indy. When he tried to pass Dario Franchitti on the next lap, didn't quite pull it off and hit the fence, but he's got good pace right now. Him and Ed Carpenter, who are running 5th. Carpenter led 39 laps earlier. He's been in the hunt all night. He's never been out of the top 5. He hadn't changed his car much. He loves the ovals, and he's on a real part of finishing the top 5, Kevin.
Robin, also a really nice run for Alex Tagliani tonight. He started 16th, has worked his way up to the 6th position. Keep in mind, though, he had an engine penalty, so he qualified 6th, so he's had good pace. The bumps, though, he said were a problem. He's got an extra pad on his right hand because of so many bumps and different types of things coming off the track, hitting him in his hand, Marty.
Kevin lurking right behind Dario Franchitti. Last time we were in Fontana with IndyCar, Franchitti won. That was 2005. Trying to make the move under tags to make the pass for the 6th position. Car very good for Franchitti, starting to get loose. So later we go. Kevin?
Ryan Hunter-Reay came in saying, I don't have any pressure. The pressure's on Will Power at this point. Regardless of what happens, I have had a great season. I'm going to guess he feels a little bit more pressure now. It's in his hands to some extent. Running in 8th, but he needs to pick up 3 more positions, I believe, to win the championship.
Simon Pagenaud's had a quiet night. No problems. He's just trying to get to the finish. The more experience gained, the better for him.
For Ryan Briscoe, he's back in the 10th position, hanging on to a car that's a little bit too loose right now. What a strong finish it's been for the season for Ryan Briscoe. 1st and 2nd in the last 2 races. He's jumped from 9th to 6th in the championship standings, and if he can gain a few more spots, could finish in the top 5 for the season. An impressive finish to the season for Ryan Briscoe. Marco Andretti got blocked on pit road, as we saw last time. Stalled the engine, but came out in 11th, actually gaining some time on the leaders. Pretty quick right now for Marco, trying to get back into the top 10.
Graham Rahal's hanging in there pretty well. Remember, he brushed the wall a little while ago. He said no damage. They said everything's fine. Keep going. This also might be his last race for Ganassi Racing. Everyone seems to think that he's headed back to his dad's team, where he drove for him in the 500 a couple of years ago.
Catherine Leggs had a pretty quiet night. She started 7th, has run pretty close to the top 10. Hasn't been too happy with that car, but it's just been smooth and consistent all night, just trying to let this race come to her.
And those are the first 13. James Jakes is running 14th, Hinchcliffe 15th, and Kimball, Hildebrand, Cunningham, Servia, and Newgarden, the cars that are still out there. Now, Charlie Kimball was given a drive-through penalty for running over an air hose in the pit area moments ago. Now there is again the battle for the lead as Kanaan continues to set the pace, and he has now led 28 laps of this event. Scott Dixon running in 2nd position. 3rd belongs to Helio Castroneves. 4th is Takuma Sato, and Ed Carpenter runs 5th. Tony Kanaan leads the MAV TV 500 IndyCar World Championships presented by Lucas Oil. The advantage he has over Scott Dixon is about 1 second, but there's a bit of a concern with Tony Kanaan's car.
You see it right there.
Yeah.
Engine cover gap.
Yeah.
Now, I had seen that quite a long time ago. At first, I just thought it was because of the lighting, and when you see it go by the post here, I thought maybe it was just an effect of the shadows. So it has been actually doing that for quite a long time, so that's good news for Tony. Now, I doubt they would black flag him if just for it fluttering. Only if all of a sudden, if it starts going more than that and starts getting some air in there, that thing could rip off and that could be an issue. But I doubt they would take somebody out of the lead for that. It'd have to get worse.
Well, before, when we heard this report that race control mentioned it, the team couldn't find it. They were doing the same thing as us, watching the monitors, didn't know if it was a glare or not, but they saw it just as you guys saw it, that it's shaking a little bit. They're scrambling a little bit. They're ready, but they're making no signs to pit at this point. But other team radio traffic, they're telling other drivers, hey, be aware of this. That thing could fly off at some point.
All right, Ed Carpenter now has dropped back to 5th position. We eavesdropped on some radio transmission just a few laps ago.
It really doesn't feel like we even made a change last time.
We might be chasing the conditions here. It's getting quite a bit cooler.
And the track conditions have changed. Bob, we're under 100 now.
Wow.
97. And it's a mere 89 degrees outside.
Get your coat.
It is still hot, but certainly the track temperature is coming down, and these cars are oh so sensitive to that.
Chasing Castro Neves now. He's P4 running 205.
And he would be about 3 seconds ahead of Carpenter. Well, you really got to say nice job for Takuma Sato so far tonight.
Yes.
He is in 3rd position, running a very, very solid race. Robin talked about his performance at the Indianapolis 500. We know how that ended against the wall down at the south end of the racetrack in the closing lap. But, boy, he has just driven a great race tonight.
Hey, Bobby, his favorite expression is job done. And just as he was pulling up, he got to 2nd place and said, job done. I think he just passed Dixon. And we just got to the rear of Frankini's car at Indy. He said, job almost done. Not quite done. Car done.
There's the racing legend, Bobby Rahal. And the black armband, as Jan told you a little bit earlier, for the longtime COO of Rahal Lanigan Racing, Scott Remke, who passed away a week ago. Simon Pagenaud has hung right in there tonight. He's in the top 10, running in 9th. Still on the lead lap. There are 10 cars on the lead lap now. Marco Andretti, the most recent to go down a lap. He was the pole sitter of this race, but is now 1 lap down to the field in 11th spot. But Pagenaud is about 25 seconds behind the leader, and he'll be even more because he's going to be in.
Rob Edwards talking to him on the radio. He will pit. It's in the window. You could pit now and have only one more stop before the end of the race. So if you're having problems with handling, go ahead and pit early. Could also be a bonus for Kanaan. If and when he makes a pit stop, you can use some helicopter tape, as it's known. They put it on the rotors of helicopters. They put it on all the body seams where they're allowed. And I'm sure they would allow them to slap some helicopter tape in this instance to be sure that engine cover doesn't come off.
Pagenaud relinquishes 9th position, Chris Neville.
Yeah, he's having to pit a couple laps earlier than everybody else because on the last stop he had to come in early because that car was overheating. They had a bunch of debris in the radiators. They had to open those radiators up. You can see the crew member right now reaching in there trying to clean that out. That was also an issue with Oriol Servio's car. So Pagenaud trying to stay up in the top 10.
Another driver who has done an outstanding job this year, currently 6th in the point standings. He and Kanaan actually at the moment are tied for 5th in the point standings, 76 back. Ryan Hunter-Reay now 5 points behind Will Power. As Power continues to hang on to the championship lead, Ryan is going to have to gain some positions here to win the championship. Hunter-Reay and Alex Tagliani. I make that Graham Rahal and Alex Tagliani. 178 of 250 laps completed. We'll be back in a moment. Our fourth caution of the evening waves over the Auto Club Speedway in Fontana as Ryan Briscoe has brought out another caution, and he got up into the wall in turns 3 and 4.
Wow, he entered high. He was in the dirt when he went to turn in. Didn't it look like that was a pretty high entrance?
That was very high. I mean, but that's what some people have been running.
And I tell you what, that really saved Hunter-Reay, guys, because he was about to go a lap down. So this caution saved those guys.
Now, anyone that we saw hit just before that, Pagano was one we saw.
Yes.
Anyone else?
Castroneves.
That was very bad news, because now everyone else can do it under caution. And now, if Castroneves happened to be in the pits during that, he might not. But for Pagano, who pitted a lap before, that's going to put you a lap down.
Well, is this Ryan Briscoe's last drive for Penske Racing? One of the stories that you will follow during silly season after this race. They're doing a lot of work there on the right rear of the car.
Doesn't that put Castroneves back in front of them? If all these guys pit, though, he'll be at the tail end of the lead lap, but he'll be on the same lap. No?
If everyone peels off, then you would move up to the front and have an opportunity to be at the tail end, yes. But everyone would have to peel off in front for that to work. You'd have to be the leader of your group for that to work.
And guys, you see him working on Ryan Briscoe's car. Roger Penske's calling for a new front wing as well. He thinks there might be a little bit of damage there, but the concern is the right rear suspension, trying to get it fixed, trying to get Ryan Briscoe back out before everybody else hits pit road, and it's going to be a busy place. Should be interesting to see where these guys all pit and cycle back out together as well.
I'm not sure they're going to get him out before that. If there's a bent wishbone on the bottom, which I'm sure what it is.
All right, let's get down to Chris Neville.
Takuma Sato right now running in third. I just checked in with Bobby Rahal. He said he talked to Takuma, asked him if he was comfortable running up front. And Takuma said, yes, I am. The car is a little bit tight, but Bobby Rahal didn't think that they were going to make any changes on this stop. Takuma Sato very happy with that car all night. So just fuel and tires. Kevin?
3 contenders all pitted together. The leader, Tony Kanaan, is going to be the first to hit. There you see Scott Dixon. He's going to come in right in front of him, and a little bit later, we'll see there's Ryan Hunter-Reay coming into your screen right in front of Dixon. He picked up a spot with Briscoe into the wall. He moves up to 7. Back there, we're seeing Kanaan change the attach that engine cowling. Dixon is going to get up first of this group, and then Alex Tagliani is going to be in front of Sato, and Carpenter comes out right in front of Ryan Hunter-Reay. I don't think Hunter-Reay picked up any positions there, and they're still working on Kanaan's car, trying to attach that engine cowling.
Wow, that's too bad. He's got his work cut out for him now after leading, let's see, 47 laps. Kanaan has been in front for 47 laps. The sweeper is on the track.
And remember, he's in a battle for the Oval Championship with this man, Ryan Hunter-Reay. They were tied in points, and so here Kanaan was leading, thinking if he could stay there, he'd at least get the Oval Championship. Now he's got to chase down Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Okay, caution once again because of Ryan Briscoe in the fence. Back with more in a moment. Under caution here at Fontana, Scott Dixon is the leader of the race over Dario Franchitti. Will Power still has the points lead by a single marker over Ryan Hunter-Reay, who is currently 6th on lap 186 of 250. Here's another Firestone race recap.
And, of course, at the start, we were going to keep a close eye on the championship contenders to see what happened. And right away, we saw that Will Power was in some trouble. He was dropping back and then found himself battling wheel to wheel with the other championship contender, Ryan Hunter-Reay. And then the moment that may or may not define the championship is here. It steps out for Will Power, and he narrowly misses contact with Ryan Hunter-Reay. They were able to work on that car. I can't believe that they got that back together, but they did enough to run 12 laps, which was enough to move ahead of E.J. Viso in the standings, which now forces Ryan Hunter-Reay tonight to have to finish 5th or better because of that. So that is all they can do for Will Power at this point. They take it back to the garage. He now is going to have to wait to see. Everything is in the hands of Ryan Hunter-Reay.
And again, we had some radio conversation that we picked up involving Ryan Hunter-Reay.
We have to go to P5 because Will went out there and ran some more laps to put it to where now we have to finish P5. Copy that? Yeah, I guess. Yep.
Not what he wanted to hear.
Yeah, he went out and ran some more laps and he passed Viso, so that made it so now we have to finish in 5th instead of 6th.
Power will finish in 24th position because he did run a few laps more than E.J. Viso, who finished 25th. So Ryan is in 6th, but he needs to finish at least 5th or better to win the championship.
And if you guys want to see probably almost about as good a pit stop as you'll see the Ganassi team here at Franchitti, this is poetry in motion right here. Guys, that was a great stop. And that's what wins you championships.
Well, that they just look so relaxed when they were doing that.
And you guys saw that little wing turn as well for Dario, loose in and a little bit too much understeer going off of the corner. And what an outstanding stop. They came down 6, Wally. Coming down pit road, they leave 2nd. And you mentioned that's what wins you championships and maybe wins you races as well. Who knows?
Dixon, Franchitti, Tagliani, Sato, and Carpenter are your top 5 as the green comes back out again.
On a Ray down on the bottom. Not liking that action.
Ed Carpenter very low with Takuma Sato right alongside. 2 target cars leading the way.
And they're side by side, Dixon and Franchitti for the lead.
Looks like Carpenter may get a spot too.
Carpenter
Third spot.
to 3rd, yep. Tagliani to 4th, Sato 5th.
Tony Kanaan is now also side by side just behind us. They flash by, so that's a battle for the championship overall, and in a way, a battle for the Oval Championship. Kanaan nosing ahead.
Yeah, but Carpenter moves to 2nd. Ryan Hunter-Reay and Tony Kanaan side by side for 6th. Kanaan made the repair there on the engine cowling. That last lap has sent him back in the field, but he's moving up.
Oh, look, teammates are going by. That's Marco on the low side. Is that a good move? No, he said, I don't think I want to pass Ryan right now.
Here comes Newgarden in the dark blue car. He was racing with Ryan a few laps ago.
Oh, here comes Ed Carpenter.
He
looks good.
Right now.
He loved that change they made to that car. He just had to endure one bad stint.
216 miles an hour for Ed Carpenter, the fastest lap of the race. And he moves to the high side of Scott Dixon to maybe take the lead. And he does. Oh, man.
Dario's coming on the low side.
We've had 10 leaders and 18 lead changes so far. Dixon back to the front.
I think Scott can get away with that a few more laps being on the low side, but I think eventually it just really hurts the tires. I think Carpenter's got the good line right now.
Carpenter's best finish so far this year has been 8th. He did that on the oval in Milwaukee and in the oval in Iowa. And of course, we remember that he ran so well during the Indianapolis 500.
Whoa, that was a squeeze, sorry, Bob, between Sato and Alex Tagliani. That was a very close moment.
And now happened right ahead of Ryan.
That's because Sato's driving that line kind of like with the Indy style line where he's going down to the 8, down the line, and then trying to unwind coming off the corner. And that's right where Tagliani is in that position.
Good battle for the lead. Good battle for fourth.
Oh, look out. See Tagliani.
And if Tag takes that line away, he'll get the spot. But he's got to stay there. And Carpenter pulls it off.
Got good side-by-side racing up front and for fourth.
If he continues to let Sato drift up the racetrack, he's going to be hard to pass.
Interesting. Tony Kanaan, who was leading, look at this. He's not racing now. Something didn't work on whatever change they made to Tony Kanaan. Now he is not nearly as fast as he was when he was leading for so long.
Kanaan back in seventh.
There goes Dixon low.
Lead changes, official lead changes only at the line.
You got room to move.
And that is the 20th lead change of the race. Simon Pagenaud. You hear maybe making a pit stop. There he is on pit lane, yeah.
Okay, switch off.
Doesn't look good.
Going over towards where the cooling would be. We had reports of that earlier. And as you said, Wally, he was able to stay in the tail end of the lead lap. He did get the wave around, but obviously now mechanical lows for Pagenaud.
Graham Rahal, Tony Kanaan, Josef Newgarden.
It just looks like Dixon is better in 3 and 4, and Carpenter is better in 1 and 2.
Ryan still running 6, still 1 point behind in the championship.
Check out Tagliani here. Tagliani's got third. Or had third.
And Carpenter back in the lead. He was leading this race back at 109, where they made that air pressure adjustments, which made that car very tight. Since then, the last 2 stops, they took that air pressure back to where it was, but they've also been adding a lot of wing to the front end of that car. They added wing on 2 different stops. Finally, that car coming back to life. Ed Carpenter pretty happy. Marty? Carpenter pretty happy. Marty?
Still going on. We talked about Willpower running his 12 laps. After that, he walked in here up the steps and has been sitting on the couch ever since. Imagine how helpless he feels. Nothing he can do about the championship except sit in there and watch us and tell him how good or bad Ryan Hunter-Reay is doing. Back with plenty more from Fontana Championship. Still not decided. All that to come here on NBC Sports Network.
Aerial coverage brought to you by Barracuda Networks. Powerful, affordable IT solutions designed to protect business users, applications, and data. And the Barracuda car, driven by Alex Tagliani, is out front. He passed Ed Carpenter and has taken the lead. But a few laps before he got the lead, he had a real close moment when he was racing with Ed Carpenter.
Sato going there.
Now moves to, drops to third as Sato goes to second. Now here is the close moment for Tagliani.
Oh, looking outside.
Carpenter saying, nope, I'm not giving up this easy.
Tag's just kind of taken off here, hasn't he? All right, here's what we're talking about.
Tag takes a peek to the outside, and Carpenter just moves him up a little bit, just squeezed him. But, man, it doesn't get much closer than that.
Tagliani, that did not deter him. He was brave, and when he took the lead, he did it on the outside.
This is the battle for 7th between Tony Kanaan and Graham Rahal.
Yeah, who brushed the wall earlier.
Yes. And Tony Kanaan led handily, and as I mentioned, obviously the tires, the changes, whatever happened on the pit stop, he can't wait. He only has 1 pit stop left, and they need to get that one right. I mean, we know he lost time because they had to tape down the engine cover, but now he just doesn't have that race pace. that he had when he was a leader.
So Leo Castroneves behind Kanaan in 9th. There are now 10 cars on the lead lap.
He had to get out of it.
Yeah, big time.
Ryan Briscoe's caution put some cars back on the lead lap.
By the way, they are in the window. If somebody was really struggling, you could pit now. It would be your final stop.
Well, that's a long time on tires.
No, I don't. I'm just saying that if we happen to see somebody dive in, just advance notice that you're still would be good to go.
Josef Newgarden 6 laps down. Meanwhile, back up front, Sato and Carpenter continue to battle for second as Alex Tagliani leads his 5th race this year. He's led at Indianapolis, Texas, Edmonton, Baltimore, and here tonight.
And he really felt like his season started in Indianapolis when they got the Honda power. They haven't had great results, but they've had pretty good, consistent results in the second half of the season. And he really thinks they're building towards something good next year. He's not officially signed for next year, but Brian Herta has told me that's the plan. They expect to re-sign Tag. Alex says he has had a couple of other inquiries, but this is where he wants to be, and he expects to get something wrapped up pretty soon, which is not normally been the norm in his career, to have something done shortly after the end of a season. Make it pretty easy, and he'll probably get a few more calls if he can hang on to win tonight.
And Kevin, what's so interesting is the top 3 cars right now are all single car entries. Because there's been so much talk about how you have to have multiple car entries. The biggest movers, of course, are one of those would be Takuma Sato and Alex Tagliani. Ryan Hunter-Reay, of course, not a single car entry. The 4 cars that Andretti runs, they feel they get so much more data. But tonight, those who don't have any teammates are doing great.
Hey, Jan, Honda had asked the Honda teams, what can we do to get you guys better next year to compete with Chevrolet, race in and race out? And they said, let's make all the 1-car teams 2-car teams. That would really help us. So I think that's the effort right now. Who are we going to match up here and have 2-car teams? And like I said, Ray Hall's first seat's going to be taken by his son, Graham. Sato's still in the market for the 2nd seat. Ed Carpenter might merge and have Tony Kanaan as a teammate. And Tag, who knows who might end up there.
And we saw a merger earlier in the year between Panther Racing and Brian Reinbold, making J.R. Hildebrand and Oriol Servia teammates. Servia, by the way, is running 20th. He's 12 laps down. Not been a good race for him.
That's it. That's it.
James Hinchcliffe goes another lap down. He's in 15th. Here comes Carpenter around Hinch.
Sato lost a lot of ground there. He must have had to jump out of the throttle somewhere. Frank Keedy right behind him in 4th spot.
4 left front weight is 4 rear right height, so just remember that if bottoming is an issue at any point.
Carpenter's still, I think, the fastest car on the track.
Ryan Hunter-Reay running 6th. He needs to get ahead of Scott Dixon, and Dixon is way up ahead of him.
He's 4 seconds behind Scott Dixon right now.
And he may get some pressure from behind yet. This is not going to be an easy run for Hunter-Reay.
Yeah, Tony Kanaan is closing the gap between him and Hunter-Reay.
And Tony Kanaan, as we mentioned a couple times, he will be highly motivated because he wants to get by Ryan Hunter-Reay for that Oval Championship. I have a feeling that Tony Kanaan is not going to be too racy until the next stop. They need to undo whatever change they made, and then he may be on fire.
Yeah, those 12 laps that Power ran could be the difference.
Laps are counting down, just 35 laps to go, and this one still, the championship still very much undecided. Welcome back to the MAV TV 500, presented by Lucas Oil from Fontana, California. Next week, college football Saturday kicks off on NBC. It all starts in prime time when Denard Robinson and the Wolverines head to South Bend to battle the Irish. Then at 10:30, it's a Mountain West showdown when Nevada takes on Hawaii right here on the NBC Sports Network. Marco Andretti is on pit lane. He was in 10th position, the last car on the lead lap. This will be his final pit stop, or could be.
Bob, they've been taking this early strategy all day long. You see them pull a damper off there, trying to get the car to cool a little bit better. It's been a problem for all the Andretti cars today. Extremely loose for Marco. They also took some front wing out for tires.
With 30 laps to go, we'll be seeing more pit stops here in the next few laps. Alex Tagliani continues to lead this race. Ed Carpenter and Tagliani have been battling for the lead, and here's what happened a few laps ago.
This is the save of the day right here. Watch Carpenter go in. He gets a little bit loose. He saves it, chases it all the way up the racetrack in the dirt.
Oh,
just barely into the wall, but I'm telling you what, he was all over that thing. Great save.
And remember that had he touched the wall, had he lost and dropped back behind Hunter Ray, and you see the points as they run, that would have put Hunter Ray back in the lead, but he saved it, so that could play in the championship.
Elio on pit lane.
And, Bob, this could be a critical stop for the championship. Elio Castroneves at the end of the last run asked where Ryan Hunter-Reay was, and they have problems getting the filler out of the fuel filler neck area. He asked where Ryan Hunter-Reay was. They asked for adjustments on this stop. He knows he needs to pass that 28 to give his teammate even a little bit more cushion.
Here we are.
Tony Kanaan making his final stop. He lights him up a little bit as he comes in. He was leading going into the last pit stop, but they had to make sure that engine cowling was going to stay attached. So they dropped back to 7th, and he has not been able to make up the spots. Wow. And they put the car back up. They wanted to change the front wing, but lost a couple of costly seconds there in pit lane, Chris.
Well, Takuma Sato running second. Bobby Rahal told us earlier that he was very happy with that car. Well, once he was running around Ed Carpenter, he said the car got a little bit tight, so an air pressure adjustment on this stop. Also, Ed Carpenter in. That car was very tight early on. After all the changes, that car now a little bit loose down in turn 1.
Graham Rahal will make a stop. And they're laid out for Ryan Hunter-Reay. Meanwhile, Tagliani gives up the lead. Barracuda Networks car from Brian Herta Racing.
And we've seen some big changes. Tony Kanaan, they put like a turn and a half or 2 turns of front wing. We'll see what they do with Tagliani because his car looked great.
Here comes Ryan Hunter-Reay. His final pit stop of the season might be the biggest pit stop of his life. He still has to pick up a spot on track to try to do it here with a good in and out lap. They have had some issues. They are still concerned now about water temperature. They had fans on standby. They wanted to try to cool it in the 5 or 6 seconds they had. They did nothing, so let's watch how Hunter-Reay cycles back out. Nobody coming down the main straightaway. Ryan Hunter-Reay. Marty?
Dario Franchitti comes slowly down pit road. Actually, Scott Dixon, his teammate, that's who you're looking at right now, coming down pit road to you, Kevin.
So Dixon pitting out of 2nd place. Dario Franchitti, his teammate, is pitting in front of him, so we'll watch who gets out first. They came down at the same time. Dixon was going to pull a shutter to add some front wing as well, and also adjusting the weight jacker. And they are going to race back to the line, and it looks like Dario is going to beat him back out on the track.
Yeah, Franchitti will beat him out. They take a turn out of the front wing. Again, car still too loose, getting into the corner for Dario Franchitti. We'll see if they stayed in front of Ryan Hunter-Reay.
25 laps to go as Tagliani and Sato battle for the lead. Sato trying to go to the inside of Alex.
And they're done stopping today, so whatever you have after that last pit stop, that's all you're going to be able to work with. You can see Ed Carpenter behind.
Carpenter made up a lot of ground on these guys somewhere because he was in the walls just a few laps ago, and now he's only, he's not even a second behind the leaders.
Right there.
Well, he had an awesome pit stop. They've had good stops all night, but his last one was under 7 seconds.
Well, I'll tell you what, that made all the difference right there, Robin, because he's back in the game.
You guys, can you imagine being Willpower? You know, he's back there watching us saying, guys, please just don't wreck. Don't wreck. Just stay in front of the 28 car.
At the moment, Ryan Hunter-Reay is still 1 position shy of a championship. He is 1 point behind in 6th. He needs to move to 5th.
There goes Sato. And Sato's car seems to be a lot better after they made the pit stops.
Whoa! Wow. There's a crossover. Ryan Briscoe was trying to pit at the same time he was closing in.
Carpenter down on the bottom.
Way on the low side.
He's going to be right behind you now.
Takes the spot. There he goes. Wow, to the front.
So you do a tank slap where you go up, you hit the wall, you say, no, I think I'm okay, I touched the wall, but we're good, and then you have a pit stop, and you take the lead.
Yeah.
That's strong. Now, Bob, I don't want to jinx him. Remember, we saw him last night at dinner, and he said to you, Bob, for your final race on the air, what I would like for you to say is, Ed Carpenter brings it home.
I'm thinking about that, too. Yellow.
Oh,
Tagliani.
and that's the position. He was ahead of Ryan Hunter-Reay.
That's the spot.
That is the spot that he needed.
Alex, I'm so sorry, dude. Holy cow.
Wow.
Ryan Hunter-Reay should cycle then to the virtual lead of the championship, and now he has to keep cars behind.
Ryan Hunter-Reay leads by a single point in the championship.
We're going to win this thing.
21 long laps, though, guys.
Yeah.
And he's got Tony Kanaan behind him, who took a turn and a half of front wing. They changed the car dramatically. It was a gamble. Let's see what happens.
The guy that Ryan Hunter was really angry at just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
May just
Sonoma.
Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Yeah.
Just may.
Well, look who's behind him. Kanaan is behind. That's a battle for the Oval Championship and maybe for the overall championship now. I have a feeling it may come down to this.
Hey, Jan, remember this.
Yeah.
It wouldn't hurt Tony Kanaan's feelings to knock Michael Andretti out of a championship either, would it?
No, and he wants to win the Oval Championship. He has very high motivation to get by Ryan Hunter-Reay, and I think he's going to have a shot because they changed the car so dramatically.
Yeah.
I mean, it has to be the right choice, but they went for it.
And guys, to add to all of this, I think what's going to happen is there's so few cars on the lead lap, you're going to have some cars who pit and some who don't. So some of them are going to be back there with fresh tires trying to run up through the field. This is going to be a barn burner till the end.
Well, I will tell you,
We're going to need you to hold on to your position.
there shouldn't be any pitting, though, Marty, because they've made their last stops.
I know for a fact Elio Castroneves is coming down pit road, and I think Marco Andretti is coming down pit road as well. And the thought being, Jan, the tire fall-off is so big, even 3 or 4 laps of a run, why not put on fresh rubber?
You don't need fuel, but you might want to have fresh tires.
They are at the tail end of the lead lap. The last 2 cars on the lead lap, Andretti and Castroneves.
And there's 19 to go, means they're inside the window. So if there are lap cars, they will pull them out of the way. So if someone doesn't pit, it won't mix it up because we just ticked under that 20-lap window when they run people through pit lane. Yes, that's a very good point. We get so tuned into they don't need to stop because they don't need fuel. But these races have been about tires.
Well, it's a heartbreaking moment for Alex Tagliani because he had a potential winner under him tonight until things went wrong. There's your leader, Ed Carpenter.
I have a thought.
Yes.
I picked Ed Carpenter to win. I don't want to pat myself on the back. At 20 to 1, I should have bet on him.
Not yet.
But remember this. Takuma Sato has never won a race. And this is the last race of the season, and he doesn't have a ride yet next year. You think he's going to go for it?
Yeah. That's Wade Cunningham, the 3rd car in line there. He will be taken out. He is 4 laps down in 16th position. And again, he substituted for Mike Conway, who vacated the seat, saying he didn't want to compete on ovals anymore. And as Marty said, Andretti and Castroneves are making pit stops.
And why not, guys? They're going to get the fresh rubber on. His question is, will Marco actually really pass Ryan Hunter-Reay on the racetrack? See them approach the pit stall very slowly. John Erickson and Elio Castroneves did have a lengthy conversation about whether or not he thought Elio could pass Ryan Hunter-Reay the way he was. Elio said, not the way I am. So that's why they decided to come down for the changes and the 4 fresh tires. Let's see how this plays out.
Now, of course, the leaders did not. So we're going to have pretty interesting running here of some cars on new tires. The leaders are on worn.
There's no way Marco's going to pass Ryan Hunter-Reay.
No, well, we know that.
I mean, that's not going to happen.
No. Castro Neves, though, will be all over that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's different.
Kevin.
Alex, so sorry to talk to you in this situation. It looked like you were on your way to your second win. Engine blew.
Yeah, but you know, there's nothing we could do. I mean, I'm so proud of the Barracuda racing team and our partner Bowers and Wilkins helped us during the season, and since we changed with Honda, it was a game changer for us. So I'm still very thankful. I would race with Honda any given day, and this is just, you know, like a way to prove that we can beat anyone out there. So I'm looking forward for 2013.
Could anybody have caught you?
Without the problem, no, we were gone.
All right. Well, good start with the pace. We'll look forward to seeing you back next year. That's Alex Tagliani.
Had a string of 5 top 5 finishes going. 10th at Toronto, 5th at Edmonton, 10th at Mid-Ohio, 9th at Sonoma, and 8th at Baltimore. It's over for Alex tonight. 17 laps to go. Carpenter leads over Sato, Franchitti, Dixon, and Hunter Ray.
So Castro Neves is in 8th. Oh, wait, he just cycles down now to 9th with new tires. And Hunter Ray in 5th. He'll be coming, and we know Tony Kanaan is also highly motivated. Very interesting, because new tires are worth a lot.
Okay, 1 to go at the line, 1 to go at the line. This is it, man.
Just want to say thanks to everybody who has communicated with me in the past couple of weeks, including John Andretti. Got a text from him today, and he's always been one of my favorite people. John, thanks, and maybe you guys are going to have a championship here tonight.
Michael Andretti is telling Ryan Hunter-Reay, you have to hold your position. You're in 5th right now. We have the championship. We finish here. He said, I don't know if Tony Kanaan is going to help us right behind. I think I can answer that. I'm pretty sure he's not going to. He's going for that spot. But he said, you have to drive your heart out here. And there you're hearing him on the communication with Hunter-Reay.
Well, he did at Baltimore, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Maybe it's in the cards for Ryan Hunter-Reay tonight. Gets rid of a tear off and gets set for the restart.
Get ready for start.
15 laps to go when they get to green.
Good spacing. Holding. Picking up slow. Real slow.
All right, this could be the final restart of the race. Pace being set by Ed Carpenter. Here we go. Green flag waves. Franchitti moves to the high side of Takuma Sato and takes second place. And look at Ryan Hunter-Reay coming on the high side.
Wow. Oh, but Kanaan's going to get the spot. Kanaan's going to get by him.
Great 3-wide battle involving the championship contender, Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Well, if I was Hunter-Reay, I'd make that thing as wide as I could get it.
Point separation is 3 now. Ryan by 3 in the championship. He's in 4th. 14 laps to go.
Look at Sato on the high side.
He is pedaling it for everything it's worth.
He goes to the high side of Sato. Meanwhile, up front of battle is Franchitti and Carpenter are side by side, and Franchitti takes the lead.
Now Marco surely will stay behind.
Marco's in a good spot now to help Hunter-Reay.
Yeah,
he can make it very difficult for anybody to get by him to get to Hunter-Reay.
Yeah, that's right.
Carpenter took a very wide exit there.
And now Ryan Hunter-Reay closes in on Carpenter.
Marco's going to just shadow him.
That was tight between Sato and Marco. Here comes Kanaan. He has a little momentum, so there goes your blocker. And Castro Neves, here he's now in the back of the picture. Those new tires didn't help Castro Neves nearly as much as you would expect.
Side by side.
Marco's back on, so he's back in a position to help.
Oh, Hunter Ray had to get out of the gas there. Cost him a little bit of time.
Comes Marco up once again, dropping in right behind his teammate. 10 laps to go.
He's going to shadow him. He's trying to protect from behind.
Gets the spot back. Hunter Ray to third spot.
Wow. Will Power can only sit in the hauler looking at what's happening on the racetrack.
And look at him lined up behind. But when he needed to, didn't he?
Oh, and a crash. Tony Kanaan. With less than 10 laps to go.
Should be time for it.
You okay?
I would think there's time for a shootout. They should be able to take care of this quickly.
Oh, man. Matro safety team quickly on the scene. Kanaan had a great race, led 47 laps tonight.
Map one. Red flag. Red flag.
All right, they want to be certain that they don't run short of laps. There is no rules on the books for green-white checkered. So Bo Barfield has decided to go red to be certain that they have enough laps for a shootout.
I can go for this. I don't like the green-white checkered because it.
So they're going to red flag it here, and we're going to have to do a restart. You're P3 right now. If you finish there, we still got this thing locked up. It's going to be you, Sato, Marco, Dixon.
Green-white checkered means you go over the scheduled distance of the race. I don't like that. This is okay because we'll still only go 500 miles.
I don't think Michael likes that.
No.
I was thinking they would have had enough time to do a quick cleanup and still have maybe 3 or 4 laps. But this way you will have 9, correct?
Pace car, follow the pace car.
Actually, by the time you pit, it'll be 8.
Yes, we will be.
Tony Kanaan bringing out our 6th caution flag of the evening. Up on the high side of the racetrack.
See the wiggle.
Yep, just steps out.
That thing looked like it wiggled to the right before it went to the left.
Just stay focused. We got one more restart coming. You can do this.
Which, if that's the case, I would have said something failed on it.
Let's go down to Kevin with Michael.
Well, Michael, I don't know that we've seen a red flag. This isn't green-white checkers, but this is a new wrinkle. What do you think?
Yeah, it's changing. He's changing the rules in the middle of the game. I don't know. Understand what he's doing. It's just it's disappointing, but we're just gonna have to do what we got to do.
You've, I think, had some concerns about oil temperature, water temperature, cooling. Does shutting the car down here and starting it up again cause any concern?
It should help it, actually. So, yeah.
Restart of his life here coming up, right?
This is it.
You may not work on the car. You cannot touch it other than plugging in an auxiliary battery, so they can't make any changes.
All right, we're going to take our final break before the checkered flag comes out to end this thing. Red flag condition on the racetrack so that they will have some laps to race to the finish and to determine the champion of this year's IZOD IndyCar Series. The MAV TV 500 presented by Lucas Oil on the NBC Sports Network is brought to you by MAV TV American Real, by Honda, an official vehicle of the IZOD IndyCar Series, and by Verizon, official wireless partner of the IZOD IndyCar Series. Well, welcome back, and don't go anywhere because we still have a lot of drama to play out here. The situation is the red flag is out as they're cleaning up the Tony Kanaan crash. Ryan Hunter-Reay currently running third and is 6 points ahead in the championship.
And I can speak to what Ryan Hunter-Reay is feeling right now. I had this once, not in IndyCar, but in Indy Lights.
Yep. Telling me there's only a minute till we go green. You still want you to work on that?
Final race in the championship. There was a red flag. I sat on pit road. I was in the position I needed to win the championship. Paul Tracy was right behind me. It is the most nervous I've ever been in my career at any time at speed because you can't do anything. You're sitting there. You look in the mirror. You know, I have to keep these positions. Your heart just pounds out of your chest.
Wow.
Right now, as this race sits, he has a 6-point lead over Will Power. So, they're starting motor.
The two cars in front of Ryan Hunter-Reay are Ed Carpenter and Dario Franchitti, the leader of the race, and the cars are being refired. 8 laps to go. They're going to take 1 lap under caution and then the green with 6 to go.
Oh, you got to get that fan in there.
This has been just an unbelievable evening. Will Power going in as the points leader, hoping to make the 3rd time the charm, and he could walk away with the championship tonight. But this is what happened early in the race for Will Power. Lap 57.
Lost it, made the heavy contact in the same location where so many people have had trouble in the heat. I doubt Will Power would have had that trouble had he been able to hang on it until nighttime.
Boy, Hunter-Reay just dodged a bullet there. Can he dodge one more? Got 6 more laps.
There is Becky Gordon, Ryan Hunter-Reay's wife. So onto the track they go once again. Michael Andretti has to sweat out 6 laps of competition here.
Now, Michael said he's changing the rules. This has been discussed. This isn't a surprise. This has been talked about, that there could be an eventuality of going red instead of green, white, checkered. I think it's a good call.
Yeah, you gotta please the race fan, and they do like to see a green finish. But again, this is the way it should be done, in my opinion. 1 to go at the line now. Elio back in.
Might as well get tires, right?
Yep, he's 7th. He and Rahal are the last 2 cars on the lead lap.
Although there's not going to be enough laps to do much with that.
Yeah.
2, 1. Hit your mark. Hit your mark.
But that takes, I think, 1 other strong car away to challenge Ryan Hunter-Reay. I think that Castroneves will be too far back.
How many laps do these guys have on their tires right now?
Checking.
They all pitted around 224, I believe.
That it could be a bigger difference than you think, number 1. Number 2, sometimes these tires react a little bit different when you stop and cool them down and put a heat cycle on them. So it could change the characteristics, the way these cars handle. So, we'll see.
Pace car is in. Here comes the field down for what could be the final restart. Green flag is out. Carpenter chasing Franchitti to the first turn.
Not so sure about that move.
Andretti may have jumped the gun on that one.
Yeah, Marco seemed like he was way ahead.
Hunter-Reay maintains 3rd down the backstretch, but he's got a lot of cars charging up toward him.
Sato and Dixon.
Dixon down low, Sato up high. Meanwhile, Franchitti holds off Carpenter for the lead.
Marco looks like he gave those spots back. For now.
26 is under review on the restart. Marco Andretti. Now there are 5 laps to go.
Look, Carpenter
going way high.
Here comes Dixon. Now Hunter-Reay could give this position up to Dixon and still be okay.
That's right. Yes, he can give up a position.
Closing, work at the bottom. Closing.
All right.
That's the last one he could give up.
Yeah. 4 to go.
Remember, we only have to finish 5th.
That's right.
Now, he's still good at 5th.
Andretti is going to get a drive-through penalty for jumping the start.
So Michael is reminding him that he could still be fine in 5th, so he doesn't even have to worry that much about Sato.
If I was Marco, I don't know if I'd come in.
They stopped scoring you, so.
Well, who cares? If you're going to help your teammate win a championship, I'd stay out there and stay in these guys' way.
3 laps to go. 6 miles of racing to decide the championship for 2012.
So Graham Rahal is the person he has to worry about. Again, this will not cost him the championship if he lets Sato go by, or if he can't hold him off, I should say.
Sato way down to the bottom of the racetrack, sliding up to the middle.
All right, so
he passes him.
2 laps to go.
It is a 1-point margin. He cannot lose another position or the championship will be Will Powers, and he retakes the position from Sato, at least momentarily. 2 laps to go.
These guys running side by side. He's going to let Rahal catch him if they're not careful.
And here comes Castro Neves on the new tires. It took him a long time to catch back up, but he's coming.
Franchitti has about a 1/10 of a second advantage.
Castro Neves is flying. Those tires are working, so it's Castro Neves. Look at him on the high side.
But only 1 more lap to go as the white flag comes out.
Can Castro Neves do it in the meantime? Who's going to win this thing?
Great battle up front. And here's the...
Oh, no! Castro Neves gets sideways.
Sato is in the wall, and the race will end under caution, and Ryan Hunter-Reay is going to win the championship.
Wow.
And Ed Carpenter is ahead of Franchitti. Ed Carpenter will come off of corner number 4, and he is going to win the MAV TV IndyCar World Championships presented by Lucas Oil, while Ryan Hunter-Reay is the champion for 2012. The same situation as at Indianapolis. Sato crashes on the last lap, not in contention for the win, but a major player. And Michael Andretti's team wins it.
I can still hear me. Thanks for staying with us all week.
Oh, man.
I don't know who's really more, you or Ryan Hunter-Reay.
Well, it's just a great race to end my career on. Wow.
Michael, you told me in Baltimore 2 weeks ago, we're going to win this thing. Your guy just did it.
He did it, man. He did a great job. Total team effort. Everybody, DHL, Sundrop, thank you, everybody. I mean, it just, he just did a hell of a job there in the end. When when he needs to step it up, he steps it up, and he got us his championship. Really proud of him.
It obviously helped with Will Power going into the wall, but how good of a look did you have of how close Ryan came to getting collected in that spin?
Yeah, I had a real good look. It was a bit scary, so this is a game of inches, and we got away with it, so we're happy.
You had 2 goals this weekend. Re-sign Ryan, win a championship. How you feeling right now?
It was really an unbelievable weekend. You know, we got the pole, won the race with Ryan. I mean, won the championship. I mean, not win the race, but win the championship race with Ryan. I mean, it's just fantastic.
Did all they had to do, a 3rd place, make that a 4th place finish for Ryan Hunter-Reay, gives Michael Andretti his 4th championship as a car owner.
It gives Ed Carpenter his 2nd win in the IZOD IndyCar Series, and it gives an American the series title, the first since 2006 with Sam Hornish. You can't script him much better than that.
No. And you know, Ed Carpenter, and Bob, you made the call. He told you last night, that's the way I want you to end your career, and that was the call.
It was.
That was fantastic.
Wow.
Keep coming down.
Robbie Gordon's sister, Ryan Hunter-Reay's wife, Becky. Kevin.
Becky, how are you feeling right now? I cannot imagine the emotions up and down throughout this race, throughout this season. Your husband is a champion.
I said it on IndyCar 36 that he was. So he went into the season with the mentality I've never seen before. And sorry, I'm crying, but it's amazing.
Think about how far he's come. You were with him when he was rideless in 2006, part of 2007. He's found a home, and now he's got something no one could ever take away.
He got what he deserves.
Congratulations, Becky Gordon.
Well, looks like Marty Snyder, you're right in the thick of things down there.
Well, I think Ryan Hunter-Reay is sitting in the car just kind of having a moment. Crew members coming up to him and banging on the car. I think he just wants to collect himself after what has been an intense, crazy day for Ryan Hunter-Reay, knowing he probably didn't have a car to finish 6th or better for much of this race, and then figuring out he could finish 5th or better at the end of it, and that's what he did. He stepped it up when he needed to. That's what Michael Andretti said. Crew around. His father-in-law steps in, Robbie Gordon's father. Ryan, you're the champion. You can get out whenever you want, bud. Tons of photographers, lots of pictures. And ladies and gentlemen, your 2012 IndyCar champion, Ryan Hunter-Reay. Celebrating, of course, with Sundrop. Coming out of the car, Ryan. We'll talk to you more in a bit, but we want to get a couple words with you and grab the emotion of the moment. You're pounding on the car that wasn't probably good enough to win this championship all night long. How in the world did you get that done?
I have no idea. That's the team effort right there. We were struggling all weekend. I didn't want to let anybody really know about it that much. We were really in the woods. This hasn't sunk in yet. I just drove 500 miles like it was for my life. I cannot believe we're IndyCar champions. I can't even believe this. DHL, Sundrop, Circle K, Chevrolet, the fans, IndyCar. My dream has come true. This is unbelievable. Let's go through this race. The red flag, you can climb out of the car real quick. The red flag, were you thinking, oh no, another restart, and that's exactly what you, another restart, exactly what you didn't want, right? Yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to get set in a rhythm because I knew when we got in a rhythm it was a little bit better, but boy, that red flag got the nerves going sitting in pit lane. I knew the tires would take a heat cycle and that would slide around a bit more. Everybody raced tough, but they raced clean, and my God. I didn't think we had it all, for the first half of the race, and we just kept making it better and better and better. Michael did a great job on the radio. Guys did an awesome job in the pits. This hasn't sunk in yet because I'm full of adrenaline. The wreck with Will, how close was that? I don't know. He was right next to me, and I saw him lose it. So I bet it was pretty close, but I have no idea. I haven't seen yet. You tell me. It was close. It was close? Too close, yeah. Right, yeah, he was joking around. He'd take me out if I was next to him. He almost did. 2 years ago, my friend, you were driving a show car out there. Did you ever think this moment would be possible again when you were doing that? Absolutely not. But, man, put a lot of hard work in, and we got the right group of people surrounding us. And, Will Power's done an excellent job. I want to say that he is... There's the moment with Michael Andretti, the big hug. His wife Becky here as well. How about that? That's the class of a champion. Congratulating the guy he beat, Will Power. A lot more celebration coming up with Ryan Hunter-Reay, but Chris Neville's in the midst of some celebration as well. Chris.
Yeah, Marty, let's not forget we've also got a race winner here tonight, Ed Carpenter, coming away with a big win. His best finishes this year were 8th on the 2 ovals, Milwaukee and Iowa. Comes away with a big win for his own team. Got a kiss from his wife just a little while ago. Oh, and another kiss with his wife. Heather, work our way around the car here. It's crowded down here in Victory Lane. Ed, amazing run there. You were working on the car, you were trying to adjust it in, especially that last 150 laps. It finally came to you. But that race with Dario was just amazing.
Yeah, I mean, Dario's the best to race with. Woo! We were really good early, kind of struggled through the middle, and then the team made great adjustments on the fuzzy car late, and we got dialed back in. So this is for our friend Bob Braden, Ethan, Rachel back home. I told you I was going to do it for you.
You had that wild save down in turn one. You got right up next to the wall, but no damage on the car.
Yeah, Tag was racing me hard, and I was kind of mad at myself after that because I didn't need to race him that hard. I knew I was better than him. Luckily, I saved it and didn't have any damage, and came back to fight for a win.
When you were chasing down Dario for that pass for the win there, it sounded like he had to lift out of the throttle. Did you notice that?
Well, I wasn't sure if I was going to get another chance after the initial restart because I got a good run. Then he kind of pulled away, but he just kept protecting the bottom, and I was rolling momentum around the top and just timed it perfect.
You were so strong right around lap 100. The team kind of adjusted you out of the race, but it took 3 or 4 times to get in. You never lost focus.
We were trying to make it better the whole race, and we went too far, putting grip in it, and I had understeer, and Matt here did a great job getting it back.
Great win for this team.
Ed Carpenter is the 54th driver in 101 years of competition to win a full distance 500-mile IndyCar race. Well, we got a lot more to come here. We got to crown the champion for the series. A lot more coming up. Stay with us here on the NBC Sports Network. Welcome back to IndyCar Central on the NBC Sports Network, presented by Verizon. It's been an American night. It's great to see drivers from all over the world, the best in the world, competing in this series. But tonight, we had an American winner in Ed Carpenter and American champion in Ryan Hunter-Reay. Incredible number of photographers and fans down there with Ryan Hunter-Reay and his Andretti Autosport car after just an incredible evening of racing.
And as hard as it must have been, Will Power made his way out through the crowd to be sure to congratulate Ryan Hunter-Reay on the championship.
Yep. And here is the visit that Will Power paid to Ryan Hunter-Reay in the championship area. Good to see great sportsmanship. Ryan Hunter-Reay, of course, wins, but Will Power was out of the race early on, but it was not necessarily an easy championship for Ryan Hunter-Reay as he had to battle to the very end to ensure himself of the title. A lot of hugs, a lot of high fives. Well, the final point standings in the 2012 series. Ryan Hunter-Reay, a 3-point champion over Will Power. Scott Dixon finishes in 3rd position, moving up 1. Elio down 1. Pagano and Briscoe stay the same. Dario Franchitti moves up 2 in the point standings to 7th. Hinchcliffe down 1. Kanaan down 1. And Graham Rahal finishes 10th in this year's points battle. In the second 10, we have J.R. Hildebrand, who led the most. No, he didn't. He led 56 laps tonight, but finishes 11th in the championship. Rubens Barrichello dropped out. He finishes 12th. Servi at 13th. Sato up 2 to 14th. Great race for him. Tough weekend for Justin Wilson all around. Marco Andretti, the pole sitter tonight, finishes 16th in the point standings. Alex Tagliani, also a heartbreaking evening with a mechanical problem after leading many laps. Carpenter, the winner of tonight's race, moved up 4 in the point standings to secure himself an 18th place finish. Charlie Kimball down 1 in 19th, and E.J. Viso finished in 20th spot. So there you are. The championship presentation is being set up, and we'll be back for it as Ryan Hunter-Reay poses with the American flag. He's the champion of the series.
Back in Fontana, Ryan Hunter-Reay is the champion. Will Power is had to watch the second half of that race, and I can't imagine how helpless the feeling was being in there and just watching it and not having any say in how the race played out.
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely times there where it looked hopeful, but you know, full credit to my guys to get the car out, and we do those 12 laps, gave us a couple of points. You know, at the end of the day, Hunter Ray is definitely a deserving champion, a real fighter, and probably as far as all-round drivers go, one of the best in the series, because you know, he wins at each discipline. So if I look back on the season again, once again, the ovals, 3 crashes on 3 of the ovals this year. That's massive hits in the points, and 3 years winning the road course championship quite convincingly. So it's obvious, very obvious, where I lack.
Well, before we get to that, let's take a step back in this race. We stood at the hospital. You said, no way we're getting back in. Talk about your guys and just the effort. I counted 20 guys working on that car to get you back in the race. How impressive was that to you as a driver?
That was, yeah, you see how hard those boys worked. You know, that was a great effort, considering how hard we hit the wall and to be out. You know, probably 45 minutes later. Full credit to them, and I feel bad for them to lose another championship 3 years in a row, man. I feel, because you know, they're all the guys that have been in my car the last 3 years, and they put in a tremendous effort. I feel bad for Penske Racing.
But were you honestly in there thinking, this might happen, this might come together?
I was, yeah. You never give up hope. I was thinking, you know, anything's possible in IndyCar. Anything can happen.
So in the offseason, you mentioned this is where you need to get better. Will the ovals be the focus on how to improve the 12-car program for next year?
Yeah, it's just interesting because we're not slow, and we're not, it's just, I just can't put my finger on why. Like, it's not like we're slow or the same thing happens every time. You know, it's, man, I just don't know why on the ovals I'm jinxed. So, you know, get involved in someone's accident, or I don't know what you do. Like, where do you look to be better at that? I mean, you become massively conservative, or you become really aggressive. I mean, it's hard.
Credit to Will Power. He went straight to Ryan Hunter-Reay's celebration to give him congratulations. Will Power second in the championship this year, Bob.
Once again, finishes second in the point standings, and here are the results of tonight's race. Ed Carpenter had led a total of 63 laps in his entire career coming into tonight's race. He led 62 tonight on his way to his second career victory. Takuma Sato finished in 7th position, crashing on the last lap. There you have a look at the rest of the finishers in tonight's race. And we will now begin the championship presentation when we return here to Auto Club Speedway. The race has been won. The season has been concluded. Ed Carpenter wins the race here tonight. Ryan Hunter-Reay is the series champion for 2012. He's making his way along with Michael Andretti to the stage, but we have other awards to give out. We go to the stage, and Kevin Lee.
Thank you, Bob. Welcome to the 2012 IZOD IndyCar Series Championship celebration. We are on the house mic here at Auto Club Speedway. We invite everyone to come on down and join us in the celebration here in the infield. We're going to hear from the champion car owner, and much more coming up here in just the next few minutes. My name is Kevin Lee from the NBC Sports Network. We are still live on television tonight. We thank you for joining us throughout the season. What a fantastic season we had. 15 races, 15 good races, and a championship that went down to the final lap. Let's get things started here. We're going to first recognize our manufacturer champion, and that's Chevrolet, back in IndyCar competition with 11 wins this season. This is Randy Bernard, the CEO of IndyCar. Randy, first of all, nice season, and secondly, it's good to have engine competition back, right?
It was great to see engine competition back, and it was such an honor to see it right back here at the IZOD IndyCar Series and see them fight it out so well. And we had just a great year, and what a great finish to that year.
We want to also welcome up Jim Campbell now to the stage. He is the U.S. Vice President of Performance, Vehicles, and Motorsports for Chevrolet. Jim Campbell, and Chevrolet certainly has a rich history in IndyCar racing. Gaston Chevrolet won the 1920 Indianapolis 500. His brothers were involved, won a couple. It's great to have Chevy back in IndyCar. I'm going to guess this was the plan, come back and win a championship.
It is great to be back in IndyCar.
I have to give a lot of credit to the teams. Our teams that we have on our Chevy team, awesome job. Great partnership with Ilmore and our Chevy powertrain engineers to develop this Chevy direct-injected twin-turbo V6. It's a winner. 11 wins out of 15 races, and we're so proud to be here to accept this trophy.
All right, let's present the trophy now. Randy, do the honors for Jim. And come on out, we'll get some pictures. You guys come out in front, and I'll get out of the way.
On behalf of the IZOD IndyCar Series, we'd like to present you with the Manufacturers Award, and please take this back to all the employees back in Detroit and wish them a big congratulations for a spectacular performance this year.
Randy, thank you very much. This is for all the Chevy fans, all the Chevy teams. That's a winner. We love it. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. We've got much more to come. The champion is coming up here in just a moment. Ryan Hunter-Reay and Michael Andretti. Stay with us. More of the IZOD IndyCar Series Championship celebration coming up.
Welcome back to Auto Club Speedway, Fontana, California. The MAV TV 500 IndyCar World Championship has been decided. Ed Carpenter wins the race. Ryan Hunter-Reay is the champion. We are presenting awards. Just before we talk to Ryan Hunter-Reay, we go back down to the stage. Here again is Kevin Lee.
All right, thank you, Bob. Our championship celebration continues here in Fontana, just east of Los Angeles, and we're going to get set to hear from the champion and the car owner in just a moment. But I want to bring up one of the people very important in the world of the IZOD IndyCar Series. From IZOD, this is our friend Mike Kelly. He is the Executive Vice President of Marketing for PVH Corporation. Mike, it's great to have you up here with us again. What a championship race we just saw.
Unbelievable championship race. This is just an incredible sport, incredible competition, and to see an American win the championship has got to be good for the country right now.
Fun race, fun series this season. How much did you enjoy watching what I think we all agree was better racing this year?
We enjoy every inch of the sport, and the new cars, the new program, the engine manufacturers, what they brought to it, just unbelievable competition this year. And between Will and Ryan in these last races, just, I mean, you can't write it. You can't write it like this.
It's great to have IZOD on board. We're going to have you back up here in just a few minutes. That's Mike Kelly from PVH. Let's have the championship-winning owner now. He's done it as a driver. He's done it now 4 times as an owner. Michael Andretti. Wow.
Wow is the word. It was just an incredible day. You know, it wasn't going so good right at the start there. We were struggling a little bit, but and then we saw Will have his unfortunate accident, and we knew it was open from there that we needed to get the job done, and it was a lot of hard work. I mean, Ryan did a hell of a job. The whole team did, getting the car better and better throughout the race, and we had enough there in the end to get it done, and just so proud of everybody here with the DHL Sundrop team.
Making up 37 points in 2 races isn't supposed to happen, right?
No, it's not, but we lost that many in 2 races, so we knew it could be done, and we did it.
And the good thing about this, we talked about it on television, but we're in the house now. You announced this morning that you've got your guy locked up for another couple of years.
There's a lot more to come. That's all I can tell you. You know, I think this team is still building and getting better and better, and I think we're going to be even stronger next year.
All right, I'm going to keep you up here, and let's bring up that champion driver now, along with Randy Bernard. Randy, come on back, and we also want Ryan Hunter-Reay. First, Ryan Hunter-Reay comes on up, and we want to talk to the champion here in front of the crowd. And we'll have Randy and Michael up here again. This is the trophy, the Astor Cup. It's over 100 years old. Ryan, what do you think about what has happened here in the last couple of weeks? We talked yesterday. We thought maybe the season championship race might be over after what happened in Sonoma, but you did what you had to do.
Oh, man, did we do what we had to do. I cannot even believe this. It hasn't sunk in. We just raced 500 miles, but we got the championship for Andretti Autosport, DHL, Sundrop, Circle K, Chevrolet. Man, this is a dream come true. And thank you to all the fans for coming out tonight. Like I said, it hasn't sunk in.
So it's one thing, Will Power going out early. He came back and picked up a few more points, but that was far from getting the job done. You guys still had to make up a lot of spots. How worried were you midway through this race, even when you were running around 8th or 9th?
There were a lot of good cars out there tonight, and you know, to put that together was really tough.
Good sponsor placement there. Hold up that Sundrop bottle for us there. One of the sponsors, along with DHL, that that made their program happen. Just talked with Michael as well. You guys accomplished everything. I know the last few days have probably been pretty difficult as you went through a big decision about your future. Looks like you might have made a pretty good decision.
Oh, this is the right place to be, absolutely. And this team, I can't say enough about it. This is a total team effort. This whole championship came down to all the cars that we have, the drivers, Marco, James, and Sebastian coming in there today. I mean, a total team effort. We struggled with setup. We put it all together, and we went out there and performed and brought it home when we needed to. We won the championship by 1 point, but man, did we have to fight for it.
Are you ready for a big check?
Oh my! No, I'm not ready. I can't even believe this has happened yet. I'm still soaking this whole thing in.
Believe it, he's come a long way. When he's looking for a ride back in 2006, 2007, he's got one now. Randy, come on back up, along with Mike Kelly from IZOD and PVH. The American flag draped over the Astor Cup. Michael, come on out in the middle. We want you in the picture. Come on out. Come in the picture.
Come to the front of the stage, guys. Walk right up to the front.
$1 million is the prize for winning the IZOD IndyCar Series 2012 championship, and Ryan Hunter-Reay is a champion. He and Michael will talk soon about how to divvy up that check. We want to thank everyone for supporting IndyCar. Thanks for coming out. It's great to be back at Fontana. And thank you so much for watching this season on the NBC Sports Network. We cannot wait for 2013. Bob, back upstairs to you.
All right, thank you, Kevin. Great job down there. And the $1 million check is in Ryan Hunter-Reay and Michael Andretti's hands, now officially ending this incredible 2012 IZOD IndyCar Series. We will come back to Auto Club Speedway and wrap things up for the year in just a moment. Now the picture taking continues down on the stage as Ryan Hunter-Reay celebrates his championship of the 2012 IZOD IndyCar Series, winning the title by just 3 points. And there was another championship, so to speak, at stake tonight. The Oval Track Championship, the A.J. Foy Trophy, goes to Ryan Hunter-Reay. He beat Tony Kanaan by 20 points. Dixon by 24 and Elio by 25. Hinchcliffe fifth in the A.J. Foy Trophy Championship standings, 30 behind the winner, Ryan Hunter-Reay. So a big night for Ryan Hunter-Reay, big night for Americans. Let's relive the last lap of this race. Now, we will show you that Ed Carpenter was able to get around Dario Franchitti in turn number 2, actually down the backstretch heading into turn number 3 is when Ed was able to complete the pass to take the lead. But just after that incident, that pass, there was an incident involving Takuma Sato. You see that the leaders, Carpenter and Franchitti, right ahead of them. And as they entered turn number 1, reminiscent of the Indianapolis 500 as he was battling with Ryan Hunter-Reay, Takuma Sato visited the safer barrier in turn number 1. And let's take a look at what happened. Like the back end just snapped on him and into the safer barrier. He did go to the infield medical center. He has been checked and he has been released. So no injury. This is the angle from Ryan Hunter-Reay's perspective. Ryan, of course, involved in a couple of close incidents tonight. Takuma Sato one earlier when Will Power hit the wall. Ryan Hunter-Reay was right there and almost got taken out. So how do you top that, guys? I mean,
you
really.
don't. You don't. I mean, I was excited about this race because the way the drivers were explaining how these cars were and how slippery it was, I knew it was going to be a great race. I don't think we could have had a better race tonight. That was a lot of fun to watch and call.
It was a little bit of everything, and it was ebb and flow. It wasn't until the last lap that we knew what happened. But, you know, when a championship is going to happen, things go your way. You think about those 2 close calls for Ryan Hunter-Reay. Either one of those could have knocked him out, and he would have been gonzo.
But, of course, Will Power had the lead and just needed to keep the car planted and couldn't do it for year 3.
And the third year in a row that this has happened, coming in with a shot at the championship. In the last 3 years, he's ended up failing to win and finishing in second position. Where is the streak going to end?
He hopes next year.
Yeah. Well, it's been an absolutely wonderful season. We have enjoyed tremendously being with you for all of our races, and we hope you enjoyed also being with us for this incredibly competitive and exciting championship season. You know, it takes a group of hardworking and dedicated people to bring you the pictures and sounds of these races. And at this last event of the year, we want to say a sincere thanks to all of you who have made it possible, and also thanks to the drivers, owners, crew members, and IndyCar officials who make our jobs so enjoyable. Congratulations once again to Andretti Autosport and Ryan Hunter-Reay for winning the championship in a very competitive and exciting season. Now for the time has come for me to say for the final time, for Jan Beekes, Wally Dallenbach, Marty Snyder, Kevin Lee, Robin Miller, and Chris Neville, I'm Bob Jenkins, thanking all of you fans for making the last 34 years a dream come true for me, and hoping in the future that your troubles will all be small ones and your fortunes 10 times 10. May the good Lord bless and keep you till we meet again.
Sports Network thanks you for watching this presentation of the IZOD IndyCar Series.
We are racing!
You're so focused on one thing. Win, 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 win. It's kind of all coming together.
There's been a lot of tough moments.
Newgarden upside down.
You okay?
Everyone thinks it's their year.
It just simply wears on you.
Wow!
It is the hardest thing to win in IndyCar. Championship game is on.
Road to the IndyCar Championship. Streaming Sunday on Fox Nation. Sign up at foxnation.com.
Untouchable. Undeniable. One man going for history.
You know, at the beginning of any racing season, you hope that the championship goes down to the wire, so to speak. Well, we have that right here, right now, today, as we welcome you to the Indy Grand Prix of Sonoma, round 16, the season finale, the championship decider. And we couldn't be more excited here on your home of motorsport. Hi again, folks. Lee Diffie, Townsend Bell, Paul Tracy, ready to go on championship day. Both of these guys have won championships in respective categories. You know what it's like, and it's all to play for today. We're putting the focal point on the top two in points, obviously because of the closest margin. Juan Pablo Montoya, Graham Rahal. Townsend Bell, you're Montoya. How do you race this race today?
I've got a 34-point lead, and I have that for a reason. For what I've done all season. I'm not going to change anything. I'm just going to do what I've done all year. I've been in this situation before. I've won huge races around the world, but I do have to get through the first corner cleanly, and I'm starting next to my championship rival. So protect the car. I drive for the most successful team in IndyCar racing. Just keep doing what you're doing.
PT, you were known for your aggressive/forceful style. You're Graham Rahal. How do you race it today?
Well, I think
everybody knows what I would do. And what we've seen from Graham is a resurged Graham Rahal. He's driving at a level that's just much higher than he's ever driven. He's been super aggressive all year, and I think that's exactly what he has to do. He has to go out there, take the bull by the horns, get in the lead as soon as he can, and try to win this race if he's going to win the championship.
Real quick, who's the wild card?
Let's assume for a second Will Power walks away today, and our championship rivals have an issue, which is possible. Look for Scott Dixon to be unmentioned for most of the day, come home second, and end up winning the championship.
Paul?
I'm not looking at another championship winner, but I think right now the guy who's looked really good over the last 3 races and looks really good this weekend is Hunter Ray.
Hunter Ray, and don't discount Josef Newgarden either, the young American starting on the front row. It's all to play for today. Let's get things going.
Breathe. 1 second. Green flags.
Race fans, are you ready? It's time for those most famous words in motorsports. Here to give the command, please welcome representatives from Lakeville Volunteer Fire Department.
Drivers, start your engines!
Championship on the line. Of course, Juan Montoya, championship leader here on row 3. And right alongside, yes, his closest championship contender, Graham Rahal. Graham is in this position because he has forced his car in sometimes this year where there hasn't been room. Will there be an issue in the first couple of corners? Let's get to Kevin Lee.
Jan, at the top of turn 2 from the apex, and this track Sonoma features the greatest elevation change that we have. So it's about 12 stories from down there in turn 1 up to the top here in turn 2. As you mentioned, 2 of the championship contenders starting together. So keep in mind, while Montoya has the inside in turn 1, if Rahal can stay even up through 2, he has the preferred inside line, and there's been carnage here in 3 of the last 6 years, including the last 2. So it's possible we have a major swing in the championship before we even get through the second turn.
Kevo, great point. It is a real hot spot, that turn 2, as they climb the hill. Scenes of last year right there. What will we see this year? Well, as the cars roll, let's take a closer look at this Sonoma Raceway track. T-Bell, talk us around.
One of the best racetracks here in North America, and it just ribbons through these beautiful California hills, but it demands technique and it demands finesse. And you can see the cars going there through turn 2. A little bit of off camber there, and it's blind, but we're right in the middle of wine country here, Sonoma, California, and it all starts in turn 1, a wide open, flat corner, but then it goes uphill, and it generates huge compression on the car as you brake for turn 2, and then it's blind as you're trying to find the apex for turn 2 and lay the power down for a very smooth exit. Not a lot of natural grip in the asphalt here at Sonoma. It goes all the way around down to turn 7. That's where a great passing opportunity will exist today. If you can duck up the inside, out brake someone, or maybe consider the over-under where you start outside and exit to the inside. You can get a run up through those S's, and you skip the traditional NASCAR part. You go through that IndyCar chicane, and it leads you down to the final turn, turn 11, a right-hand hairpin, pretty wide through there. It can get a little ugly sometimes on restarts, but that takes you back to start-finish. Beautiful racetrack and a beautiful weekend here in Sonoma.
It may not be the longest, but boy, does it pack a punch. It's just under 2.4 miles, as Townsend said, but are you busy? And the task for today is 85 laps. Let's take a look at how they'll line up with the Mother's Polish starting grid. And we told you it's a Power Newgarden front row for Will Power. He dominates qualifying this year, gets that bonus point, and gives himself the best possible chance to win this championship.
And Power is just looking to have a good time today and do what he does best, which is keep his head down and run away from the field. Great run for Marco Andretti, former winner here, as we go further back to row 7, and Elio Castroneves, not a great qualifying performance, Paul.
No, Bourdais had a good warm-up session. Look at Oriol Servia. He's the guy who's going to take the spot for Justin Wilson and do this final race. Jack Hawksworth had an oil leak at the back of the field, so he's really had a tough year.
As always, with every Verizon IndyCar Series race, we rely heavily on our onboards. We want to say thanks to Lucas Oil for bringing us Ryan Briscoe's view here. His last race for Schmidt-Peterson Motorsports aboard the 5, filling in for the injured James Hinchcliffe. NTT Data gives us this view for TK, Tony Kanaan aboard the 10. For Chip Ganassi's team, and his teammate is Scott Dixon, who carries one of our Verizon streaming cameras aboard the 9, a championship contender. Will he be in the mix? Talking about Ganassi's guys, with thanks to Novolog, this is Charlie Kimball's view, and he's got this out the back as well. We will be using that quite often. The Steak and Shake Honda for Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan. Incidentally, David Letterman is here today for this championship, and we'd like to thank Steak and Shake. You may notice the number 25 being displayed on every track light. Those LED lights, that is out of respect and a tribute to Justin Wilson. This is the Verizon onboard for Juan Pablo Montoya. Will he be our champion at the end of these 85 laps? And another reminder we told you in IndyCar Live about our 2 Verizon streaming cars, Adrenaline On Demand. Download the IndyCar 15 mobile app to get amazing live streams from in-car cameras and a whole lot more, only from Verizon.
Hey Graham, Paul Tracy coming in. Can you hear me?
Copy, I got you.
All right, Big G, everybody wants to know, they've asked me a million times, what would you do if you were Graham? We want to know what you're going to do at the start. Are you going for it, or are you going to take it easy like your dad would?
Yeah, man, I don't see Montoya racing me too hard, so stick in my line and hopefully it works out. But all in all, proud of this Steak and Shake team for everything they've done all season.
All right, Graham, good luck today, and good luck for winning this championship.
Copy.
He's never been this high in his IndyCar career. It's all to play for. Talking with his famous father, Bobby, yesterday, he said, Lee, Graham said to me, I've come too far. I'm too close not to win this championship. I am going to do everything in my power to win it today. As they pack up, they grit up. We're ready to go racing for the final time in honor of the late Justin Wilson. It's the Indy Grand Prix of Sonoma. It's the championship decider. It's time to bring the action. Willpower. Look at Hunter Ray on the inside of Newgarden. He goes for it. Rahal sweeps around the outside. They climb the hill into this turn, this tricky turn 2, and everybody through cleanly.
And what a great start for Juan Pablo Montoya. He's in 4th. Somebody's looking up the inside there. That's Kimball, but Montoya makes it through clean. That is huge for his championship hopes.
Look at Rahal on the inside, trying to get through. Rahal sideways. He gets hit by Andretti. It's a rough and tumble through turn 4, but he gathers it up. Andretti's through.
Possibility he might have got tire damage. He's got swarmed by everybody. That was a real early start by Willpower. Probably caught Graham off guard, and he just got swallowed up by 4 or 5 cars.
He was in the thick of it with Dixon and Kanaan. Here he goes up to turn 7 to make a move on Andretti, on Marco, and does it. It's a good inside move, and he pulls it off.
I don't know about that. Marco was hanging tough on the outside, but ran out of road.
It was contact early on, too, with the 22 of Simon Pagenaud. Let's get to Jan.
And you're talking about Graham Rahal getting swallowed up. He decided, the only car I saw other than Tony Kanaan, to start not on new red sidewalled Firestone alternates, but scrubbed. So the other cars had more grip there the first couple corners. He wants to save his best tires for the end of the race.
Guys, I can't emphasize how huge that start was for Montoya. His greatest risk was an issue on the opening lap, and he just navigated it brilliantly. On board now with Graham, and Montoya's next to him.
And Hunter Ray, Paul, got a great start ahead of Montoya. That opened things up for Juan.
See Charlie Kimball slid up the outside there. Look at this on the outside of Pagenaud. So a really aggressive. Oh, look at that, banging wheels with Dixon. So that's look at that.
And then Kanaan lined up for a shot. He was through on the inside. Just up ahead of Graham through this turn was where there was contact with Pagenaud, and Marco Andretti is about to come flying through on the inside of Graham Rahal and muscle his way through. There he goes.
And guys, the benefit of being a multi-car team, if you're Graham Rahal, you have nobody to help here. As we see out the back, I believe, of Charlie Kimball, there's Graham and Dixon next to each other. You're going to see light wheel-to-wheel contact. Little rubbity rub, no big deal.
Quick look over.
Graham's got nobody to help him. Pagenaud was able to act as a buffer for Montoya, and that's a huge difference.
We had a meeting with Brian Barnhart yesterday, and he said he was going to tell these guys to not get involved with the championship leaders, and he was banged off of 4 or 5 different cars.
I think they missed the not part.
Yeah. However, most of them were championship contenders. So it's Will Power who's leading the way by about 1.5 seconds over Josef Newgarden and Ryan Hunter-Ray. Then the championship leader, Juan Pablo Montoya. Then Dixon, Kimball, Pagenaud. Then we get back to Kanaan and Rahal, Andretti in the top 10.
This is exactly where Power is so comfortable. When he can sit out front control the pace, do his fuel mileage. But look at Josef Newgarden. This is a guy who really wants to end his season strong. He's in the free market. He's a free agent and needs a good result here, another win, and that could really put him in the captain seat for next year.
And Paul, with all these guys on red tires to start, it's only going to be 3 or 4 laps before we start to understand what does tire degradation look like, not just in terms of pace, but balance. Can they maintain the balance of these cars as the tires wear?
I'll tell you one thing, the guy with the most experience with a car with tire degradation is Juan Pablo Montoya. When you run a cup car around here, the tires fall off so fast, and he's got a lot of experience around this track, more than anybody else. So really, now that he's displaced Graham, he's really in a good position.
Remember that Montoya is a NASCAR Sprint Cup Series race winner here at Sonoma Raceway, and already Team Penske laid out for one of its cars. It might be Helio Castroneves. It's certainly not Montoya. Marty Snyder's there.
And he said that he has a nose issue, might be nose damage. And you hear Roger Penske saying they're going to put tires on and take a wing on. This obviously will very much hurt Helio Castroneves' chance at the championship, which was only mathematical in nature coming into the race. You see him coming to pit road. They're going to put tires on here, put a new nose on the car. Helio qualified 15th yesterday. He was very disappointed in that fact and knew that that was hurt his shot as a championship. And you can see the damage. You guys have circled it there. Helio coming down pit road to get that nose change and get new tires on here very early in the race. He cannot catch a break this season. It seems his team has had speed. They just don't have the finishes, and there's that damage on the left front of that wing on Helio Castroneves' car. The new wing going on, the new tires going on as well, and clearly losing a ton of time here on pit road while everybody else is green out on the racetrack.
And Marty, not huge damage to the left front end fence, but that gives you some understanding of how aero-sensitive the cars are here and why it's so hard to pass in traffic. I mean, that was just a little horizontal flap on the left front end fence.
Yeah, you can certainly deal with that on a street course, but not with how fast this track is. No way.
His teammate Will Power has led every lap thus far early on and seems to be getting into a nice rhythm. Spread out. There's no immediate challenges here. We pick up that red and black car right there, Graham Rahal, second in the championship. Then we go back and you see the yellow and red car. That's Sebastian Saavedra returning to the 8. The AFS Racing for Chip Ganassi Racing entry. And he's doing a nice job as he pushes his way through just outside the top 10. Incidentally, before Helio was forced to come to the pits, he'd made up 3 positions, so frustration there. Here is Sebastian Bourdais, one of our race winners this year, put on an absolute clinic at Milwaukee, and he heads to his respective pit box.
And Sebastian Bourdais was so frustrated after qualifying. He thought he had a lap that would qualify him to the next group. And wouldn't you know that his teammate was exiting the pits at the exact time that he was trying to put his fastest lap. Sebastian Bourdais obviously is an emotional driver, but I've never seen him that upset. Now they go for early strategy just in case. When you don't qualify well, you take a risk.
Gets out into some clean space in the hydroxy cut machine. Bourdais will see what the Frenchman can come up with today. You're watching NBCSN's coverage of IndyCar, brought to you by Steak and Shake, home of the original steak burger and proud sponsor of the number 15 and Graham Rahal.
We take out figures and lay clowns, take down the fake crowds, giving us hate now. Bass sounds will make pounds, give it a break now. Lay down the face rounds, hit in your face. I hate how kiddies you break out, make out that they make rhythms but ain't proud. Stay out my way out, start with chase down, lay down my lyrics and make them say wow.
Team Penske's Juan Pablo Montoya. He is one cool dude, and he is an incredible race car driver. He has had a career that many can only dream of. He's driven for teams that drivers could only dream of. And here he is on the verge. He got through that anxious opening sequence of turns cleanly. He sits in a very strong 4th position, and he now sits on the verge of his 2nd IndyCar title. There's still a lot of work to be done here today. But how about this? Points leaders for an entire IndyCar season since 1956. Not many, are they? Not many at all. And JPM has led every step of the way.
We talked about balance earlier. It looks to already be kind of a handful, Paul, for most of these guys. We're talking laps that are 4 to 5 seconds off of qualifying pace. as tire degradation is already coming into play.
Yeah, certainly, you know, that's the key to keeping the tires under the cars, not pushing them too hard. And we know that Will Power is a master at making fuel mileage and making good lap time. But right now he's got to concentrate on fuel and saving tires.
So as we race lap 9 of 85, it is a grind. It's warm here today. This is going to be a tough slog. And so far, it has been very routine. A little bit of a scramble at the start, but for the likes of Scott Dixon, who has effectively made up 4 positions from his starting spot of 9th to 5th. Good job so far early on. And if you just want to hear how busy they are around this 2.385 mile circuit, Sonoma Raceway, take a listen to this. Into the carousel. Firestone telemetry giving us an interesting look there at Scott Dixon. All right, we're going to do this throughout the course of the day. We will continually update the points for you as they run. And at the moment, Will Power would be in 2nd position. Montoya still with a comfortable lead. Remember, double points today is the big talking point as Carlos Munoz brings his Andretti Honda to pit road, and Jan's there.
And this is still more strategy play. This will turn into a 4-stop unless there was a projected yellow later on. These are all cars like Carlos Munoz with a 7.6 second stop. They stop now, hoping that there will be a caution. All right, that Ziggy Hark is telling them to stand in on the outlap. They want yellow now before the leaders pit. That's the way the strategy plays.
And Paul Townsend, as we see a close call there with Takuma Sato as a driver, I imagine you want to just keep throwing tires at it, keep filling it up and go as hard as you can as opposed to running to a fuel number.
Well, this is not what he wants coming out of the pits and have to get stuck behind a car on older tires. He needs to make the lap times right now. So he's got to make quick work of Sato if he's going to really benefit from these tires, Townsend.
Yeah, for sure. But back up front, Will Power continues to just manage the pace. Things have sort of leveled off, stabilized a bit. This about 1:20.5 second pace is what you're seeing from all the leaders right now. And critically, what they need to do is get a read on their car over the full fuel stint so that their crew can make any key adjustments to tire pressure or anything else, maybe with front wing on pit lane when they come to their first stop.
Josef Newgarden sits in a very prominent position in 2nd on a very important day for him to finish the championship, Marty, in a really nice spot.
It's been a great season for Josef Newgarden, and Will Power would love to finish 2nd in the championship standings. Those two up front, you know, Will Power told me this morning, my favorite session of the weekend by far, that last qualifying session where he was very aggressive, able to attack the track, 3 one-lap runs. That's how he was able to put it on the pole position. But he told me today is a different game. We have to protect points. We have to stay out front. I have to do all I can to win a championship. As we saw a moment ago, he's still 2nd in the championship. So a lot to gain for Will Power today, who's very much just managing the gap back to Josef Newgarden. Every time Newgarden gets a little closer, Newgarden with a little bit of understeer in his car, Power can pull away when he wants to. So right now, PT, you're right, saving fuel all he can and maintaining that gap between he and Newgarden.
That gap is getting tighter, Townsend. He's as close as he's ever been, and also Hunter Ray is closed in as well. So maybe a little bit of tire issues going on with Power.
Yeah, well, it's really not a whole lot of incentive at this phase for Power to try to stretch out a massive lead. If the yellow comes out, it's going to stack back up anyway. So he just wants to protect the lead, maintain the gap.
What's at play? There's a championship at stake, and Will Power can defend his title. He can win, but he's got to stay where he is. He's got to win this race, maximum points, and hope for a little adversity for his teammate, Juan Pablo Montoya. you can watch today's IndyCar race online at NBCSports.com on mobile and tablets with NBC Sports Live Extra. You won't miss a minute. The world famous Fisherman's Wharf, San Francisco, about an hour south of here as we welcome you back to Sonoma Raceway. Scott Dixon has just pitted third in the championship chase. He made up good positions at the start. He's gone from those red, softer compound Firestone tires to the blacks and back at it, back at work. We understand the race leader is on pit road. Here we go, top two, Power and Newgarden. Racing lap 14, about to complete lap 14. Newgarden has done a nice job sticking with Power. Marty?
And Lee, you can see how much this tire degradation is really playing with all these teams. You can see both of these cars coming down pit road, first and second place. So both put on primary sticker tires for both of these cars. This will put everybody in a 4-stop strategy for the rest of the day. They'll have to stop 3 more times, and Will Power stalls it, leaving pit road. Oh, and now Newgarden trying to lead. And Simon Pagenaud trying to pull into his pit. That affected Will Power and Josef Newgarden. And Graham is behind as well. Let's see where all the cycles out, guys.
What happened to Pagenaud there?
Well, Pagenaud was trying to come in right as Newgarden was leaving, and now Newgarden elected on his own to drive over the air hose on pit lane. So going to need a lot of replay there to figure out exactly what happened and if anything needs to happen from race control.
Really had no option because it was either run over the front wheel of Simon or just go
sit
through
there.
the pit box, you know?
Check this out. Josef Newgarden, second car in shot, but look to the left. Here comes Simon Pagenaud.
He was waiting on his teammate to go, and that blocked Newgarden. So he waited for Will Power to go, which effectively blocked Newgarden into his pit lane.
Good call, Paul.
However, PT, he would not have known that Newgarden was coming out at him. He would have been unsighted, don't you think?
I think he would have seen him there as Montoya comes to pit lane.
It's an easy in for Montoya, and it also helps because Ryan Briscoe pitted in the last lap, so it's an easy out. It's an air pressure adjustment up the on.
And Ryan Hunter-Reay, now you'll see at the top of the screen, this is lap 16. You'll see that Montoya is leaving. We'll see if Ryan Hunter-Reay can out-drag him, and he does pick up that position. Now, in my mind, this could still be a 2-stopper, 2 more stops for these cars that made it to lap 16.
Go.
You'll have to save some fuel, but they're just on the inside of the window.
Whoa, Canaan and Bourdais going at it. Tony thought about doing a big inside move and couldn't quite get close enough to the hydroxy cut machine. So, interesting play on pit road.
Well, definitely team tactics are being used for 100% because Simon effectively stopped in the pit lane to let his teammate out, and he would have been told on the radio to do so.
Absolutely, and he would have known that Newgarden was there. It's clear that Simon Pagenaud's role in this is make sure that Will Power and Montoya have every opportunity to win the race and the championship.
New tires versus old tires here. You can see Canaan is all over the back of Bourdais, looking for a way by.
I got to think, I'm just trying to think here, Paul. In my career, I've never seen anybody stop on pit lane.
Neither have I.
Unless there was an incident.
There's a lot of radio communication going on in that between those 4 cars on that Team Penske. So that was a first for me. I've never seen anybody come to a complete stop to wait for their teammate to leave either.
Charlie Kimball serviced and sent in the Novolog Flex Pen car for Chip Ganassi Racing. Here's Canaan. He has grown too impatient with Bourdais. They go wheel to wheel through turn 1 and up to 2. Nice move.
Reds against blacks there. New reds versus old blacks. And you can see the grip level. He just drove by him up the hill.
Riding with Graham Rahal in the Steak and Shake Honda. He's the next one to add Bourdais to his list.
Marco Andretti currently shown as your leader. Now he's circulating at about 1:22. Paul, that's almost 6 seconds off qualifying pace. So it really gives you a feel for the challenge of managing the tires on full fuel around Sonoma.
Just shows you how far away that Tony Kanaan has been able to gap Bourdais. Rahal needs to get it done quickly and efficiently.
Little little too far back there, but he's definitely in a hurry to get by Bourdais. He needs to stay in touch with Kanaan.
Pitted 10 laps after Bourdais did Graham Rahal. Kev?
Here's Michael Aloshin into the pit stall. It's the first time we've seen him since that frightening crash on the oval at Fontana last year. Significant injuries, took him several months to recover. He said he's been working all year to get back to IndyCar. He's hoping this can jumpstart a ride for next year. He's been faster in all 3 sessions and qualifying than his 2 Schmidt-Peterson Motorsport teammates. Really impressive drive so far this weekend for Aloshin.
He did a good job here last year as well with a 7th place finish. Has been doing some sports car racing this year after he rehabbed effectively after that big crash in Fontana. As we get back to it, here we go. Top 2 guys in the race waiting for them to pit for the first time in this 85-lap Indy Grand Prix of Sonoma. Andretti and Sebastian Saavedra. Of course, this is a special place for Marco where he brought up his first career IndyCar victory and would dearly like to finish the season on a high. He's 12.5 seconds up the road on Will Power, who was leading at the time when he pitted on lap 14. And another lap goes by. No diving to the pits this time.
3 more laps, 3 more laps. Let's keep doing this.
Hear the voice of Marco's father, Michael Andretti, coaching him. And how about this guy, Sebastian Saavedra? What a great part-time year he's had. Really so much improvement year over year with him. Currently running 2nd with the Ganassi team, so we know the car's fast around here. He's done a very nice job today.
All right, guys, I know you won't be surprised by this. The incident on pit lane involving the 1 of Will Power, the 22 of Simon Pagenaud, and the 67 of Josef Newgarden under review from race control.
Who do you penalize?
Well, I don't know that the rule book even addresses it. You can be penalized for going too fast.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure there's a penalty for going too slow.
Who do you penalize? Do you penalize?
I think Pagenaud.
Pagenaud for being polite and
no, I don't
courteous,
think that's being. I don't think that's being polite.
Or was there a team? If they can hear a radio transmission that says stop, that could be an issue.
Marty?
And I also don't think we should be surprised that after all of that, there's a little front wing damage. Not too bad on Josef Newgarden's car. I did talk to Sarah Fisher. She said it's bad enough, though, that eventually she's worried that the wing will start damaging itself. So they brought a new wing out here in case Josef does happen to have a bigger issue with that front wing. And they've told him on the radio, just do your best to maintain with Will right now. And for reference, there you see the new wing getting ready to go on if they do have to need that new wing. And for reference of the guys who pitted at lap 14, Will Power and Josef Newgarden still 1-2, so it may not hurt them that much here on pit road.
Hey, Marty, when you were talking with Sarah Fisher, did she share her opinion of the incident?
She did not share her opinion of the incident. And by the way, I did talk to Kyle Moyer, and I asked him, did anyone tell Simon Pagenaud to stop on pit road? He said no. Simon did that on his own. He stopped on pit road and let Will Power go.
Well, the issue is not so much that he stopped to let his teammate go, but he stopped at the expense of Josef Newgarden. So, not quite sure how they'll deal with that, but they're looking at it.
One of the earliest cars to stop in this race was a man trying to make his way from 15th, Elio Castro-Neves. He's back in again.
Fighting that uphill battle all afternoon long, Lee. We see the new tires going on for Elio Castro-Neves, who's been mired back in traffic. Remember, they took a wing very early in this race after some damage at the initial start of the race. And Saavedra is a new leader. How about that?
Sebastian Saavedra gets the lead away from Marco Andretti. However, both of these cars are losing massive time to the chasing pack. And still another lap goes by where they choose not to pit for tires.
This is great stuff for Saavedra to get an opportunity at the end of the year to run like he's running now, to lead a couple laps. That's a confidence builder. So this is it's a good opportunity for him.
That's great. It's huge for Californian Gary Peterson and AFS, who's supported Saavedra for the last several years. They've maintained their faith, and he's rewarding them with a great performance here, passing one of the top drivers in the series and pulling away. But Paul, the lap times do continue to slow down. That last lap from Andretti, a 1:23 and a 22.3 from Saavedra. So I'm watching to see how far these guys can go on fuel, because they're going to run these things out of fuel before they run out the tires.
He pulled away from Marco like he's standing still. So obviously that last lap with the pass might have slowed them down, but they've been running in the 21s, about a second and a half off of what the leaders are doing. But This is that was a good pass.
You could see, if you were noticing there on the roll hoop, you could see the green PP flashing, which means push to pass.
One more lap.
And that meant that Saavedra was on the button. Kind of fun now, because if you're trying to defend, you can look over at the roll hoop with the giant guy trying to get by and find out what he's doing.
Look at the distance. Look at the distance he put on him in 1 lap.
You heard the radio call, 1 more lap, 1 more lap. Now that may have been Michael to Marco Andretti. It may have been some communication.
Use overtake.
Wonder
Sebastian Saavedra.
Why he's encouraging her overtake right there. Obviously, this is critical on your in-lap to maintain pace as Oriol Servia pits from 3rd.
Good work, and considering the weekend started out for Oriol Servia, who will openly tell you, I've not been to the gym since I raced Indianapolis, and I was taken aback by the forceful nature of these cars and how difficult it is to steer. He's doing a really nice job.
He is, Lee, and of course they changed the car because he did on day 1 said, I physically cannot turn the car in the carousel. They changed the steering rack. That was just over a 9-second stop for him. A larger steering wheel, changed the steering rack, changed the caster, which is affects the steering effort, and now he says, okay, I'm good for the distance, but as you can see, these cars are streaming by. He's not quite in the sequence he'd like to be in.
Came out just ahead of, looked like Tristan Vautier there, as he gets back up to speed. So good work, Oriol Servia. Terrific to be calling your name back in the series and driving in the honor of Justin Wilson. Here's Sebastian Saavedra pitting from the lead. So what a run that was, making up 9 positions from his starting spot. Marco Andretti follows him into the lane as well. And let's hope for a good, clean, smooth stop.
And Saavedra just a couple of stalls in front of Marco. Andretti hits his spot. What these two have done, while they have been losing time on the track, if it stays green, they could make it on 2 more stops, while those that came in much earlier are going to have to take an extra one.
Nice work. They can do it on 1 less stop. Perfect. Back to Will Power, our pole sitter. And now back in the top spot. You think about when the #1 machine, the Verizon Chevrolet, pitted at lap 14, and you see the likes of Saavedra and Andretti stretching it to 22. This is going to be an interesting one strategically towards the end.
I came from nothing, I was hungry, I was struggling, I was hustling, I was bluffing, I was in need of something. Now I'm trying to pick it up, getting the figures up, trying to get a little bit of money to live it up. But I keep grounded, I keep putting the rounds in the mountain. I won't stop.
He's IndyCar's Iceman, and he is a cool operator. Scott Dixon, 3-time series champ, winner here at Sonoma Raceway. What can the Kiwi do here today on Championship Day? At the moment, he runs 3rd. And he would be 3rd in the championship positions as they run. Montoya, in case you're wondering, would still have enough positions as they run. But still a lot of work to do as we just click over to race lap 26 of 85. Now, we also put the attention on Graham Rahal, the man 2nd in the championship coming into today. He runs 7th at the moment. He's just under 10 seconds behind race leader Will Power. We want to let you in on some radio just occurred.
The problem is my car is so loose that when I try to follow close, it's killing me.
At this point, he's got to keep those tires underneath us.
Well, like you said, he's in the turbulence of the cars in front. He's dropped back from Canaan just to get some clean air. He's loose. He's degrading the rear tires, which means the rear of the car is sliding. It's not putting power down, so he's just hanging back a little bit. Hopefully they can make some adjustments on the next stop with air pressure or maybe take some front wing out.
Driving for Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan. Let's hear from the first L in that team combo. Here is Mr. David Letterman.
And you're right, Letterman's in the house, and I know right now the positions aren't what you want, but how are the championship nerves going,
Well, you know, I want him to win the race. I want him to win the championship.
It's been a tremendous year. You know, in racing, you're not going to run the table, but I don't know what more you could ask of this kid. And let's just say it doesn't come out the way it feels like it's going to come out. We still win because we have a tremendous amount of momentum for next year. So I don't see us losing anything here today, but I'm looking for a double.
And this team has been so impressive. Certainly it's not lost on you. You're a single car effort, and you've been taking it to guys like Penske and Ganassi. Must make you proud.
Yeah, well, it's Graham, and he's one of those guys now. You know, there a long time when there were 3 teams, and now he's right up there with them. And what I love about the kid and how he drives, he'll hunt you down and get you, and it's so exciting.
All right, well, we'll enjoy some more hunting today. Thank you, David.
Thank you very much.
You could not get a better endorsement.
Looks like he's auditioning for Castaway 2.
Or Santa Claus 4.
I know Tom Hanks is a good friend, but taking that to extreme, gotta love that guy. What a great race fan, born and bred in Indiana, and I love it that he's retired, but he's here at the racetrack all the time.
And I just love the quote, we can't lose anything here today. It's been an amazing season, 2 wins, fighting for the championship. The Steak and Shake Honda has been a performer this year. Graham's championship chances, how are they looking? Well, they're slipping a little at the moment, but we're not even halfway through this season finale. Is there any stopping Will Power? Well, I'm going to tell you, he needs to put in some pretty big laps to make a great strategy work. We welcome you back to Championship Sunday. It's the Indy Grand Prix of Sonoma, San Francisco, about an hour south of where we are here at Sonoma Raceway. It has been a beautiful day. It's going to be the best day for whom? At the moment, it looks like Juan Pablo Montoya. As we take you back from the city all the way here to Sonoma Raceway, Lee Diffie, Townsend Bell, Paul Tracy with you, along with Marty Snyder, Robin Miller, Kevin Lee, Katie Hargett, and Jan Beekers doing an excellent job on pit road. The final race for the Verizon IndyCar Series for 2015. And these 2 guys have enjoyed some good time up front. Will Power, Josef Newgarden started on the front row and have run 1-2 for the majority of this race.
And super impressive that Newgarden holds that 2nd position after all the drama on pit lane, which we understand that that's going to go to a post-race review, so we won't see any action in the race today in terms of a response to that as we look further back to Ryan Hunter-Reay, last week's winner. And what an amazing second half of the season. I mean, Hunter-Reay in the 28, just nowhere in the first half. They were struggling. He was frustrated. He's pulled it together like he always does, and they're at the top of their game again.
I talked to Ryan the other day after qualifying. I said, great job. And I said, what's the difference? I said, what has changed? He goes, well, I said, is it confidence? And he said, really, no. It's just we've narrowed down the options of all the winglets and all the book of everything, of all these different options with the aero kit, and just figured out what I like and what works, and it's just simplified everything, and that's been the difference.
And right now, Ryan Hunter-Reay, though, is saving a bit of fuel because they told him, I believe, a lap and a half ago to pit in 8 laps. Well, that was, I believe, lap 29. So you need to get to lap 39 if you want to only make a stop after that. So I believe at the moment, Ryan Hunter-Reay recognizes he's a little bit short of that window, and that might be why he's dropping back into clutches here, having to save a little bit of fuel to get back in sequence.
Townsend, you mentioned a turnaround. Paul, you mentioned the turnaround for Ryan Hunter-Reay. He's won 2 of the last 3 races. It's not just been an RHR turnaround, it's been an Andretti Autosport turnaround. The morale of that team was boosted earlier this year, most notably by the inclusion of the late Justin Wilson. Justin brought something different to that team on behalf of Honda and reignited them.
Well, and I think a big salute to Honda for recognizing the talent and the contribution that Justin Wilson can make to a race team. They knew that he brought so much to the table in terms of setup, experience, and execution, and it's just been great to see that pay off for not only Andretti, but all of the Honda drivers.
So Ryan is racing well in 4th at the moment. He's about 3 seconds behind Scott Dixon, who's ahead of him in 3rd on the road. Working hard in Northern Cal on a beautiful day, the final day for IndyCar. Back at Sonoma Raceway, and the first yellow, the first caution of the day. It's due to an ailing Fuzzy's Chevrolet driven by Luca Filippi in this last race of the season. He's been communicating with the team, said there's issues with the throttle.
It's odd that they would throw a yellow because he's running. He's not stopped on track. So this is kind of a weird yellow, but obviously it's timely for a lot of guys. Really, for Kanaan, he's already pitted. It's going to be the option for him to stay out and assume the lead or come and get tires.
Tony pitted within the last 5 laps. You'll see him back there, that bright blue and red NTT data car for Target Chip Ganassi Racing. So that's where Tony is, and we're a little shy of what the optimal window would be for that next stop. We're just shy of it, Townsend.
Well, we'll see how many laps of yellow we get, because I think you're going to want to stop with about, 37, 38 laps on the ticker. But if the yellow stays out long enough, you'll be okay. I think if green flag comes out around lap 38, you'll still be able to make it with one more stop.
My wish right now is I hope that everybody pits up until Servia, and Servia stays out and leads this race.
That would
Justin
be lovely.
Wilson's car. That would be a beautiful thing.
Well,
I think you might see it.
Besides this caution, Oriole's done a tremendous job. He's made up 8 positions from his starting spot, and he runs in 11th. So another full lap, and they're sending the race control, is sending the sweepers out there as well. Let's get to Jan Beekes.
And Townsend, you were talking about the strategy and what might happen, and yes, the number of yellows makes a big difference, but this will be a big push. Lap 35 at the moment, unless they did extended sweeping. Anyone who pits now, in my opinion, has 2 more stops coming, unless we know that yellow breeds yellow. But typically you want to come in here, as you said, on lap 39 if you want to be good to go to the end, but you gain an extra lap for every 2, I should say, under yellow. Pits are open. This will be good.
Who comes and who stays?
Busy pit lane. We saw just 3 cars in the pit lane, and it got confusing. So with the wide open pit here, it's there is potential for some wheel banging and some accidents in the pit lane.
Well, the harder it is to pass on the racetrack, and this is the most difficult track to pass on the schedule, the premium it puts, the more premium it puts on pit lane. So you're going to see a race on pit lane like we probably haven't seen in a while.
Incidentally, we should follow up about that stop earlier, and that altercation on pit lane between Will Power, Josef Newgarden, Simon Pagenaud. We did get word back from race control that the lane usage in pits is what they were in the pit lane is what they were looking at, and there will be a post-race review on the 22 of Simon Pagenaud. That's how the points sit now, but still a long way to go. Not yet halfway. That's coming up shortly. The most interesting thing is here, who stays out, who comes to pit road. You would expect the majority. Will we see the 25 Andretti Autosport Honda of Oriole Serbia, Justin Wilson's old car, stay out to lead this race?
As much as the start of this race was a huge relief for Juan Pablo Montoya, this yellow is critical as Saavedra stays out, Andretti stays out, Servia stays out, Kanaan, Bourdais. Juan Montoya has to be very careful, just like on the start, on a full course stop. Let's watch.
And Townsend, what they didn't want is yellow flag pit stops because of their pit location around the bend, and he's going to have to go around Briscoe, who just came in. He's loose in the S's, so he wants a rear tire adjustment. Katie?
This is not what Scott Dixon wanted to see. He was hoping for a green to checkered race because he's the best at saving fuel, Jan.
For Graham Rahal, they've decided to not make any changes in the car. Oh, now they did decide. Oh, there's a problem. Wow. That was not what they wanted. That was some miscommunication for Graham Rahal. They were going to make a wing adjustment. Then they decided not to. Then the front left wheel gun looked like it was on too long. That was lucky he even got launched out of here.
What a stop from Target Chip Ganassi and Scott Dixon. Straight to the front. Leapfrogs Power and Newgarden to climb the hill first ahead of those guys. Now remember that Saavedra, Andretti, Serbia, and many more stayed out. Check out this. Jan was just talking about in the Rahal pit.
Looked like something happened on the left front here. You can see the mechanic didn't quite get the nut spun off the threads. He pulled his gun off and the nut stayed there. Then he's trying to get front wing out. You called it earlier, Paul. He was loose, so they're trying to take front wing out and balance the car.
I tell you what, that was some kind of a stop by the Dixon crew. It'd be interesting to see if they took full load of fuel or short-filled it to get the lead.
So these are the cars and drivers who did not stop. Sebastian Saavedra enjoying a really promising day in the AFS Ganassi car. The open wheel action continues here on your home of motorsport. Next weekend, the Formula One World Championship returns, and it is the Italian Grand Prix from the legendary Monza. You can see the race 7:30 a.m. Eastern next Sunday right here on NBCSN. Isn't that a beautiful picture? Still under caution here at Sonoma Raceway, the Indy Grand Prix of Sonoma, the 16th and final round, the championship determining round. And that last round of stops, boy, what a stop from Target Chip Ganassi, and Katie's there.
It was a great one for Scott Dixon, who jumped several positions, and on his stand is Mike Hull. Mike, what went so well during that stop that allowed Scott to jump so many positions?
Well, our Target guys just did a great job like they always do. You know, they practice hour and hour and hour to do what you guys just saw on TV for 6 seconds. We think this is a 3-stop race, and we always tell the guys, in this case, we said to them, you know what, today we just need 18 seconds of your time. So they just gave us the first 6.
All right, thanks, Mike. Kevin?
Well, the reason for this caution is because Luca Filippi was slowing to a stop. It's a throttle sensor problem. They're still trying to address it. They're hoping they can get him back out on track. Very frustrating because he had been moving up. He said, I wasn't hoping for any kind of a strange caution race. I think a straightforward race. We have the pace to move forward, and he moved from 13th to 9th before the problems, Marty.
Let's talk to Tim Cindric, who told us Will Power, he's coming down pit road. We'll pit here, see what happens. Do you unleash him, or do you make him in fuel save mode now?
I'd love to think we can pass the guys in front of us. They've been out there for 14 or 15 laps, but I'm not sure. We're kind of stuck here with this lap because you really can't do it in one more stop from here, and it's real difficult to pass here. So it's unfortunate that yellow happened when it did. I think it caught all the championship leaders out, and honestly didn't look like there was a reason for it, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, it's going to be very interesting to see those fast guys starting mid-pack. This is going to be fun to watch, isn't it?
Oh, boy.
It'll be really good. If they decide they can't make it on one more stop, I think it's close, but you'd have to save a ton of fuel. That means they're going to have to go like crazy to get through the field.
Yes, they will.
I think the thing you're going to see here is that if this goes 6, 8, 10 laps and they get another yellow, effectively everybody would pit again, and it would just basically sort the field out to where it is now. And let's hope that Servia and Justin Wilson's car could maybe get a podium.
1-1-1.
It would reset it, ostensibly ready to go back to racing. Let's do it here in the Indy Grand Prix of Sonoma. Sebastian Saavedra leads the field to green. Marco Andretti thought about it. He thinks about it again. Kanaan up the inside of Servia. It's Saavedra up the hill for the first. Andretti, Kanaan, Servia, Bourdais.
Look at Graham Rahal, rodeo ride. I think he passed one, maybe 2 cars around the outside.
Looked at this on the start. It looked like Montoya got into the back of somebody at the hairpin and hit somebody. So I don't know if Montoya got some damage to his front wing, but these guys are swarming all over James Jakes.
It wasn't Rahal. Oh, boy.
It's Power. That's Will Power.
Power's off.
Keep it running, bud. Keep it running.
Something broken on the car laying in the middle of the track, so he's got a broken front wing.
Looks like he might have had a little help there from behind, losing it on the exit like that.
Yeah, that's the problem. When you get back in these lapped cars, slower cars, you get impatient. You want to get by them, and he might have got caught out and touched wheels with somebody and spun it around.
And as Power gets going,
bump started it rolling down the hill, so he was stalled. Lucky that he was able to roll down the hill and start him. He's got damage on the back there. Might have got tagged by somebody and spun around.
So while we went back to green briefly for about a quarter of a lap, back under yellow here, and Will Power tries to clean things up on his tires. Luca Filippi, you can see, is back out on track as well. What happened to the reigning series champion? On board with Juan Pablo Montoya. Don't tell me the teammates collide. Surely not. Oh, they do.
What did I tell you?
Oh,
it looked
boy.
like he had damage to that bumper and got tagged and spun around.
Well, I think Montoya didn't know what Power was going to do there, so he sort of left the door open with Filippi there, and then just came across the bow.
The two is, I think it might have damaged Montoya's front wing as well. because a piece of the wing flew off here. As you see right here, boom, see the front wing? Broke the front wing, so that's a problem for Montoya as well.
It's all of a sudden gotten very interesting.
Teammates, championship contenders collide. Look up ahead, the view from Graham Rahall's car. Bang!
So that was actually Newgarden ahead with power behind. They both sort of outbraked themselves and slid wide of the apex. Montoya, as you would expect, just went for it. And we saw this earlier, right? When, who was it that had to pit with the front wing damage? Castroneves. It was that exact same piece broken in the exact same way, and they had to pit for a new front wing.
Now Scott Dixon was pretty racy as well on that restart, looking to capitalize. You heard Mike Hull say, actually, pardon me, it was Tim Cindric say we hope to pass those positions. Let's ride on board with Dixon. Turn it up and have a listen.
I think he's going to go to the outside here. I called it as Rahal, but it was the other red car, Dixon, here. Can't quite do it. Then watch what happens at the next set of corners. Sets up wide there so he can cut down low.
James Jakes up ahead, tries to dive to the inside of Jakes. Can he force him wide? He can't. And right behind this camera view is where it all went wrong for the two Penske men. Oh boy, as we broach the halfway mark of the season finale, did you think that would happen? Teammates and title contenders colliding.
Again, we've seen this time and time again as we see Castroneves come to the pits. Yellows breed yellows. These guys will get anxious, and the longer this plays out, these guys stay out, and we see Montoya come for a wing. So this is really going to be costly for Montoya.
Rahal stays out. RHR as well. So there's Castroneves. This is his third time to pit road. Kev?
Montoya was running 14th, and he said, I'm going to lose about 8 spots, aren't I? They're going to do fuel, and they're going to change the front wing as well. Juan Pablo Montoya, everything is shaking up right here with this, Marty.
Go, go, go. And his teammate Will Power coming down pit road. He has not said a word on the radio other than to confirm that he was coming down pit road, and you see him coming very slowly down pit road to his team. They're going to put on sticker blacks here. No real damage to the car that they're worried about. They did have a front wing out in case he got damaged when he went through that grass. Quick stop for these guys. But again, a lot of track position to make up. It's going to make things very interesting.
Is something as innocuous as that slight collision going to cost a championship? We will find out. Is that the turning point, pardon the pun, of this race? We'll be back. Can't encourage you enough not to go anywhere. This championship is far from decided. Look at this. Rahal, he's been as close as 9 points away from Juan Pablo Montoya, and that 34-point lead is in jeopardy as they run at the moment. Rahal has reduced that gap to just 10. No action taken from race control. It was a self-penalizing incident between Will Power and Juan Pablo Montoya.
And that points championship is about to get even more interesting as soon as the first 8 cars that haven't pitted since lap 22 have to peel off. It looks like they're going to go for the restart here, but all of a sudden that championship's going to be wide open. So brace yourself. Here we go.
Keep your eye on that red car, the first all-red car you can see. There it is there. It's Scott Dixon. Let's get ready to go back to racing here at Sonoma. Let's do it. Saavedra, Andretti, and Canal, they climb the hill first. And watch in the background. The guys who are vying for this championship will be making some pretty slick moves. Already, Dixon tries to work on Gabby Chavez.
And I think Scott Dixon there in the target car only needs to make high percentage moves. Things will come his direction here. He's got to protect the car. If the pass is very high percentage, he'll make it, but he will not take a risk.
He's setting one up.
And
that's a pretty low percentage one right there.
Oh, that was good.
Dive under the inside.
Gabby Chavez got wide in the carousel. He made a good, clean pass. Now he's got a buffer to Newgarden. He'll go to work on Pagenaud. Now Pagenaud gave Scott Dixon a hard time at Mid-Ohio by just going slow enough to hold him up.
To bring him back a little bit. look how hard Rahaal's working as he tries to make ground on Josef Newgarden. Thinks about it in this final chicane complex. Can't quite do it. It's been a great day for both those guys. Pit hiccup, though, for Graham Rahal will be costly. Bourdais on the inside of Oriol Servia.
Oh, and there you saw it. Scott Dixon had a look on Pagano, but he wasn't sure if the door was going to get slammed. He had to back out.
And look at this, Kimball trying to play the team game as well. Also trying to get in there and muscle Rahal out. You can't imagine what it's like to be a single car team fighting two four-car teams, Team Penske and Ganassi, for this title. And they're ganging up on Rahal. Meanwhile, Dixon continues to work away on Simon Pagano.
Pagano got a little bit loose coming off of that corner, so he might try to get, Dixon will make a move here. If he can just get the drive, touched a little bit of the curbs, that cost him on the exit right there.
Simon Pagano is going to have to pit in about the next, I don't know, 3 or 4 laps here.
Get to wheel 4.
Significant difference in their strategy. Dixon pitted on 35. Look at these guys here. Kimball's not done with Rahal. He's roughing him up. Graham's having nothing of it.
That looked to me like Rahal roughing up Kimball at the corner exit, saying, hey, I'm going for the championship, pal, against your teammate. Get out of the way.
Yeah, nowhere to go for Kimball on the outside of that corner, so it was a pretty brave move by Kimball to even try it, but you got to be careful. You got to keep these wings on the cars. A little touch like Montoya will put you at the back of the field.
2012 winner here in Sonoma. Ryan Briscoe we ride with. Check this out.
So we see Kimball here. Rahal blocks the inside, which leaves the outside open for Kimball, and he's hanging tough, hanging tough, hanging up, and then they start banging wheels right here. And Kimball runs out of room.
Used to do that to me when I was a rookie.
Yeah. That's right.
That's right.
Just remember it.
Josef Newgarden has been quietly achieving today. Here's Kanaan on race leader Saavedra. Yep, and Sebastian gives TK plenty of room.
That's a teammate move there. You know, Sebastian's had a great day so far. He says teammates on fresher tires. He had the move, gave it to him, didn't lose any time switching the orders, so that was a smart move by Saavedra.
How do you reckon those arms and shoulders of Oriol Servias are feeling at the moment?
No, I begged him to take 5 Advil before the race because I know firsthand what that's like to come off the couch totally unprepared, last second call, and a big salute to Oriol Servia for taking on the challenge and recognizing just such an outstanding person in Justin Wilson and doing it for the family.
Gabby Chavez is the first to dive there. You saw him just come to pit road. So he last pitted on lap 22 as we race lap 46. We're over the halfway mark.
So as these guys pit, Saavedra, Andretti, Bourdais, they're all going to pit in the next lap or two. We're going to watch the championship scenario change. Right now, Graham Rahal would be only 10 points back, Dixon only 15 back, but that's going to change quickly here with each pit stop.
Where is Juan Pablo Montoya? 22nd. Where is Will Power? 23rd. We ride with Montoya now. A collision between the two Penske teammates right here at this corner. And that's the view.
And there's Will Power hanging onto the tail there out back. And look at that. Look at Power lose the downforce that far back going into the carousel.
I'll tell you what, with the Penske team with 3 cars in the top 5 in the championship, and 3 of those cars eligible to win, if they don't pull this off, that will be a monumental letdown for the end of the season.
And guys, here's the tough part. These cars are all the way in the back. It's extremely difficult to pass here at Sonoma. In fact, Tim Cindric told Will Power a moment ago, you have your worst set of tires on right now. Just manage them as best you can. But Townsend, the task for these guys trying to pass their way up through some cars and maybe get to the front. Obviously, with Montoya keeping the championship in the back of the mind, that's a monumental task, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. It's next to impossible unless the guy in front makes a huge mistake. Oh, whoa, as we see Munoz get into the wall with the left rear in a battle for position with Vautier, I believe that is. Doesn't look like he has the white wall left rear, Paul, so maybe that was just dust flying up between.
He stuffed it down the inside and ran really wide and was trying to put the power down, and obviously kept it down until he used the wall to stop going any further.
Guys, I won't name names, but there were 3 people who told me on pit lane earlier this weekend who were from teams in championship contending positions, said, you know who we're watching more than anybody this weekend? Scott Dixon. Scott Dixon could spoil our championship hopes. And he sits in the most prominent position of those who pitted most recently, of the top running guys. There he is. If Dixon wins this race, Rahal is immediately eliminated. If Dixon wins this race, Montoya needs to finish 6th, with Dixon having the bonus points. Any worse than 6th, it's Dixon's 4th championship.
And you asked me to pick a wild card before the start of the race. What did I say?
Did you say Dixon?
I said Dixon. Well, and for good reason. Why? Because every championship of the last 10 years, he's a factor.
And
he's always there.
He's chased him down from behind,
always.
too. He's never been the leader all the way through. He always comes from behind. So this is a guy who fights and fights and fights till the checkered flag drops.
And he just doesn't make the big mistake. You just never see him in those contacts like we saw with the restart, or getting flustered, or big hand movements behind the wheel. He is just always in the zone and in the window for optimal performance.
Oh, Sebastian Bourdais on the inside of Marco Andretti, turn 7, whoa, way wide. As they continue their individual fight, we're waiting on the likes of Saavedra, Bourdais, Andretti, and Servia, even Pagano and Sato to dive for pit road. And that is going to change the complexion of this championship massively in favor of Scott Dixon and Graham Rahal. We'll update you when that happens. We're fast approaching lap 50 of this 85 lapper. There's Saavedra and Andretti. They're both on the same strategy. So too Servia and Sato.
Now we get to see the championship points situation, Kevin.
Sebastian Saavedra coming in. You see Marco Andretti right behind him as well. Saavedra running in 2nd position, but he's going to have to stop one more time. As far as Marco Andretti is concerned, they're going to reds this time. We're going to do a short stint and a longer stint on the final stint on blacks.
With those guys cycling through for their respective stops, how big did that change the championship? Down to 4 points, the difference between Montoya and Rahal, and Dixon only 9 points back as they run at the moment. This thing is getting more and more interesting with every lap.
And it'll change again here shortly as Cadon, Bourdais, and Pagano have stops coming up.
Look at that. Remember, he came in, he being Juan Pablo Montoya, came into this championship finale with a 34-point advantage. Montoya still sits buried in 17th place, Power 18th, languishing down in the teens with a whole lot of work to do after that pretty innocent spin. There was a little confusion there between the teammates. Montoya tagged Power, who ran wide through turn 4. He went around. There was damage on both cars. And how costly will that damage be? Bourdais now cycles through. Likewise, Pagano. And that with those guys coming in and cycling through, Scott Dixon at the moment is the new championship leader.
With Graham Rahal only 3 points to the back, and now Montoya would run 3rd in the championship as they run right now.
If you haven't been with us all season long as Bourdais gets serviced and sent, here's Pagano.
And the points will cycle again. Pagano gets a wing adjustment. Cars haven't come in that bad. 8-7 on the stop for these guys. Remember, he lost all that track position earlier, stopping to let his teammate Will Power out. Simon Pagano pits here at lap 49.
If you haven't been with us all season long, there's a very simple story thread. Montoya has been the championship leader from the very first race to now, and it's changed. Scott Dixon for the first time in 2015. This man right here holds the point advantage, racing lap 50 of 85.
And he is saving fuel. You can hear him lift off the throttle and coast big time going into that brake zone. And he will have to save fuel to make it on one more stop. Listen to that.
smooth and the king at saving fuel. And he knows what it's like to stand in this position. He's done it 3 times. Quick reminder that next weekend, NBC is going back in time with a full weekend of NASCAR racing from Darlington, and a tribute to the 70s. Coverage begins at Saturday at 3 Eastern with the Xfinity Series race, Sprint Cup Sunday at 7. NASCAR on NBC, that 70s tribute. I've seen Marty Snyder's stick-on sideburns and safari suit. Can't wait to see it. This battle's been going on for quite a while. Charlie Kimball, Graham Rahal, watch this.
Kimball's always ultra aggressive, as well as Graham Rahal, and look at that, down the inside, almost some contact as they turn in, but that was smart of Graham just to not get too tangled up in that.
Well, Kimball knows that every point he can score ahead of Graham Rahal helps Scott Dixon as we come down the stretch.
Dixon's already got a bonus point for leading a lap. The most laps led in this race, Will Power at 26. Dixon would dearly like to get that, and he can. Hanging in there as we ride again with Rahal. Points have fluctuated again massively just on pit stop rotation. Dixon would lead this championship at the moment to the tune of 20 over Montoya.
So many team tactics as we see Montoya trying to slice his way back through the field. He's behind Jakes. He's got Munoz in front of Jakes all sideways out of the corner, so he can't mess around with these guys. These guys have nothing to lose and everything to gain by trying to stay in front of Montoya.
But Montoya has to mess around with these guys because right now it's not going to happen where he runs. He's going to have to make positions.
We see Castroneves just up in front of Juan Montoya as we get later down into the race. Will there be team orders now that Castroneves has had some problems? Is he going to help his teammate? This is all playing out. We've got team tactics with Kimball helping his teammate. You know, the Ganassi guys are all working in unison for Dixon to win the championship, and we still have the Penske guys have been fighting each other and the contact with Power, which has affected Montoya's championship bid.
Now he has a run. Montoya comes up the tail of Jakes, goes to the inside. This should be a clean pass.
It's a key overtaking point on this Sonoma Raceway circuit, and fairly straightforward there for Montoya. Every position counts big time for the Colombian. James Jakes looks like he was going to come back there on Montoya and then thought about it again. Dixon leads to the tune of 4.1 seconds over Josef Newgarden and then Charlie Kimball. So 2 Ganassi cars in the top 3. Then Rahal, Briscoe, Hunter Ray, Coletti, and
move here.
Hawksworth.
This is another move. He lined that one up perfectly.
Easily done.
Whoa, and further back, Will Power defending on Kanaan. That was close to some contact.
Team tactics right here. Kanaan's got nothing to lose. He's not in the championship fight, so he's going to fight these Penske guys as hard as he can to help Dixon.
Oh, the Ganassi guys have just turned it on. They have just turned it on in support of their teammate Scott Dixon.
Yeah, look at Saavedra right there. He's gonna press onto Power as well. Look at this.
Well, Kanaan's job now is try to pass Jakes and Munoz and get to Montoya.
Montoya is in 11th. And he's reduced that gap with those 2 moves on Dixon's championship lead, provisional championship lead, to 16.
I can't imagine what it's like for Montoya to have led all season, and now he's the one chasing the points.
Crazy, isn't it? Here we go, Saavedra on the inside.
Yep.
The Ganassi guys are ganging up on Team Penske.
No room out there. You got to be careful. Saavedra has nothing to lose at all.
Looks like Munoz is really struggling. Here comes Kanaan.
Final 30 laps of this race right now. 30 laps left in the 2015 season. Jakes and Munoz. Kanaan gets a good view of that, and he might get a good run off this corner.
He's going to get both of them here around
the outside. 2 for 1. If he can stay to the outside, he'll have the advantage in turn 2. Whoa, that's tight.
That's brave.
All the way.
That is brave right there.
40-year-old Tony Kanaan. There is no stopping him.
That was a great drive. That was a great drive.
Yes, it was. So Tony Kanaan with another position gain. He's into 12th. What did you think of that, Robin Miller?
Well, he drives pretty aggressive for a 40-year-old lead, but he said before the race, you know, I just want to get to the 100 Indy 500 next year, so I hope Chip hires me. And he said it's looking pretty good for next year, being back with Team Ganassi. So I think we'll see that announcement here pretty quick.
Bourdais made very quick work of Munoz. Here comes Saavedra. He's not done with yet. Saavedra and Andretti have had a good race today together, haven't they?
Oh, it's been a terrific battle. As Saavedra gets the inside of Munoz, Andretti looks to follow, and he'll have the position.
Scott Dixon.
Good job there, buddy. Great job. Good fuel number last lap as well. 30 to go.
If he is in fuel-saving mode, which you imagine he is, here he is. He's doing a Mid-Ohio. He's in fuel-save mode, but he's gaining. He's putting time on his opponents. As we pick up the Chevrolet driver update, where those top guys are placed, 1, 2, 3. It's as simple as that. And Dixon now boasts a 5-second lead. Oh, it's getting scrappy back here, isn't it?
Yeah. Power's really having trouble. He's getting attacked by Bourdais. He's got Saavedra all over him on the outside, so he's on his worst tires of the weekend, really paying the price for it now.
Marty?
And those tires flat, worn out. Tim Cindric said you have to keep these guys behind you. Use push to pass, use your overtake, whatever you need to keep all those guys behind you. But, you know, PT, it's tough when those guys are on the newer tires. It's almost impossible with all the tire degradation we're seeing this weekend.
Well, and trying to push to the limit and use the push to pass makes the tires even worse. So it's a double whammy. The harder you try to keep the guys behind you, the harder it is to keep the tires under it.
Now, Kanaan has closed on Montoya. Montoya's being held up by Gonzalez. And now, if Kanaan can get to Montoya, that could cause big headaches.
And we have seen in the past that Rodolfo Gonzalez can make that Dale coin car pretty wide.
He's there.
Kanaan on the inside of Montoya. Into that final chicane.
Through here.
Whew.
Wow.
That was a smart move by Kanaan to go to the inside in the dirt. He knew that they were going to have contact. Montoya turned in on him, and he said, oh, I'm not going to make contact, but he gets by here.
Ganassi on Penske. Just like that. Kanaan, Kimball, Saavedra, and Dixon putting on quite the display for Chip Ganassi today.
Kanaan could have easily booted Montoya out of the way, and he decided to take the dirt.
And I'll call that taking the high road here.
And if you're wondering why Juan Pablo Montoya is back in the field, it's because of this. Contact with his teammate earlier in the race, both himself and Will Power, his teammate, back in the field, playing the catch-up game. However, that catch-up has come to a standstill because the likes of Kanaan, etc., and now Bourdais are all ganging up on Montoya. The guy who's led the championship the entire year suddenly finds himself in an inferior position. James Jake's off at the carousel.
Looks like he just narrowly avoided hitting anything as Kanaan gets around Gonzalez there. Jakes is back on track. Somebody else is off there down at the chicane.
Looks like Graham's got some kind of problem going on here. He just got passed by.
I wonder if Graham went off the track.
Anywhere, 'cause I'm just going to spin.
Graham's saying, I can't brake anywhere else, I'm just going to spin. I think the rear tire degradation issue he's been dealing with all day, he's been loose everywhere, and he's certainly going to have that on the brakes too, locking up rears. You can see it there.
Loose in, yeah. Locked the rears on entry. He was correcting, could never even attempt to turn into the corner. So his rear tires are gone.
This is an area of the track where the drivers have had a real challenge this week with that tailwind, PT. Just pushing them into that final chicane, and it's been a real handful to arrest the speed.
I'll tell you what, I don't think that was tailwind. That was like McDowan backing it into the corner with the rear end stepped out. That's what that was.
Dixon, 6.5 seconds to the good at the top of this field. And he will be due to come in. Here he is. Let's talk more about Scott Dixon with Katie Hargett. Katie?
Yeah, Lee, Scott's team just came over the radio and said, we're still a ways away from a pit stop, but tell us about the car. Scott said, the car is perfect. They said, great deal. Just stay on cruise control and keep working those fuel numbers as hard as you can.
It's a point that you could argue, but I don't think there's anybody better in IndyCar at saving fuel and running up front than Scott Dixon. Second place, Josef Newgarden for CFH Racing on pit road. He's had a brilliant race today. It's not enough at the moment for him to do anything about this championship victory. However, he's en route to his best championship result in his young IndyCar career. Marty?
And Lee, you mentioned the terrific drive for Josef Newgarden. He's kept it in the top 5 the entire day. In fact, run second for much of this afternoon. They had talked about, Kimball's already gone, a wing adjustment here. He waved that off. They're going to put as much Sunoco fuel as they can.
Oh!
He stalls it. He stalls it. They're going to have to pull it back and crank it back up. You
fire!
Going by here.
Fire!
Fire on the car as well. They're going to put that out. They have gotten the fire taken care of, and now they're going to crank the car up, and this is a disastrous pit stop for the scene. This morning, Josef and I were talking about they've had the speed all year long. What they have lacked is execution. This is another example of that. This certainly helps the Penske teams, though. They're still trying to get this 67 car cranked up, trying their best to get it cranked up, and cannot get it done for Josef Newgarden. Their hands are in the air as if they cannot get it done. And Scott Dixon now coming down pit road. So this is a very interesting turn of events here in this race.
Matches the stint done by Oriol Servier at some 27 laps.
Be careful with Dixon coming down the pit lane with these guys pushing the car.
Very hard to start these cars like that.
Scott Dixon comes in from the lead, and he would win his very 4th championship. He just needs a good, clean stop, filled up with Sunoco fuel, and he's down and away.
Smooth and efficient.
Help him out, Robbie.
Just like that. Is that Scott Dixon's final stop before he becomes a 4-time champion? It would seem so, but this race has had some interesting twists and turns.
This will be the final stop for Graham Rahal, and he's been on the radio saying this is stupid, meaning that his rear tires were gone, but they had to wait for this window to open. Look to see if they take out more front wing. These are brand new sticker red. There you go. Take out some front wing, and he saved these tires. As far as I know, there are very few people who have sticker brand new red alternate Firestones to use, but he's got a lot of ground to make up.
Well, he'll be super fast on his outlap as we see Newgarden still stuck on pit lane. Guys, how many times have we seen this? I mean,
I don't understand
why
they can't get the starter plugged into. What happened?
They might have stripped the nut.
Yeah, stripped it out.
And look at this, not only has the target car got clean air, he's got his teammate behind him. Now, finally, Josef Newgarden's GoPro machine for CFH Racing gets going.
The points again has swung the other way. Now Montoya's in the lead.
Well, I think that's about to update as soon as Dixon crosses the line.
Ryan Hunter-Reay on pit road.
And he will come and get some Sunoco fuel as well. But again, you want to get it topped off all the way to the top, and this will take you to the end. Ryan Hunter-Reay, we've talked about the way that the momentum has shifted, the way the car has been so much better than when they couldn't get it going on road and street courses earlier in the season. And you can watch, so interesting when you see that display change. Kevin?
Final pit stop of the season for Juan Pablo Montoya, who has led from the opening, but it's slipping away here. He needs to work his way up to 6 somehow to score enough points, and Dixon wins. He's taking the primary Firestones. Montoya away, hoping that those that pitted a couple laps earlier maybe can't make it to the end if it stays green, but we think they're going to be good.
Marco Andretti makes his final stop. Yeah, that last stint from Scott Dixon is very telling. As we fast approach the last 20 laps, Dixon went for 27, including caution, of course, but here he is. Clear air, clear track, and a teammate right behind. He couldn't ask for it to be any better. The 3-time champion. He's already created his own special piece of IndyCar history. Is he about to do more? James Jakes has just taken a wild ride. You see his car down the bottom of the screen there. Obviously, the Englishman is okay. And let's show you what will be a pretty frightening ride. Look mid-screen, look to the right, look to the right.
And that does not look like a guy that just lost it under braking. Something went wrong there, Paul.
Yeah, he came on the radio and said he had brake failure. So the car did a hard left-hand turn into the wall. So he was not going to stop, and it just lost control.
Almost looked like the front brakes failed on him.
All right, so we're under yellow for the third time today. Scott Dixon is your race leader and is good to go on fuel and tires to the very end. There will be a mad dive for the pits for some. For others, however, like Juan Pablo Montoya, who recently pitted before this yellow, it's going to help the driver of the number 2 Team Penske Chevrolet, and it's going to tighten up this scenario for Scott Dixon.
Yeah, right now Montoya sits 17th on the track, but there's about 6 people in front of him that I think are going to duck for pit lane. I think he'll move up to about 11th here.
Stay with me here. It's a little bit complex. If Dixon wins and gets 3 bonus points, which if he leads for another 13 laps, he will get all 3 bonus points. If he wins with the 3 bonus points and Montoya finishes 6th, they'll be tied. But Dixon will win it on a tieback of wins.
Do you mind texting?
On a countback of wins.
Can you text that to me? Just, I can't do the math like you can.
You're more than capable. So we'll see. Like we said right at the very top of the show at IndyCar Live, so many championship permutations, combinations for everybody. One thing's for sure, over these final 20 laps, it's sure going to be interesting. Championship Day here in Sonoma in Northern California. Isn't that a sight? So we came in today with 6 contenders for this Verizon IndyCar Series Championship. Graham Rahal was one of the favorites, sitting 2nd coming into today's final race. It's been a frustrating day for Rahal so far, highlighted by Liz. Have a listen.
I don't know what's going on, guys, and I'm sorry. I wish I could help the rear of this car. This car is just absolutely unbelievably bad today. I mean, I almost spun in the hairpin going 20 miles an hour, not even on throttle.
It has been a tough one for Graham, that's for sure. He will soldier on as we show you the Chevrolet driver profile. And he will continue to do the best he can. So, speaking of some of the Chevrolet drivers, look at these guys. Elio, JPM, Scott Dixon, Josef Newgarden. He's a good all-round athlete, this young man. He can do a little bit of everything, and Will Power was there as well, having some fun with the Giants. World Championship winning Giants, we should say.
There's a black flag, Lee, for somebody there. I don't know if you noticed that at timing and scoring, but they were given a very pronounced black flag to somebody there in the top 5 or 6. Anyways, points as they run.
And how they have changed. We understand it was the 4 of Stefano Coletti receiving the black flag, and we understand he has lost radio communication with his team. So, what do you make of this one, Paul Tracy?
This is an unbelievable event for the Ganassi team. They've got all 4 of their cars now in front of Montoya, so it's going to make it extremely difficult for the Penske team to really do anything because they've got to fight all the rest of the teammates to Dixon.
And while there was a pretty harsh crash suffered by one of the Schmidt-Peterson entries in James Jakes, how about Ryan Briscoe? Has very quietly snuck his way up into 4th position. Here he is in the Arrow machine. And he's on the same sequence, the same strategy as Scott Dixon, the race leader, last pitted at lap 62. These cautions will help. Well and truly can make it to the end, no worries. And that will be a nice result. Remember Ryan's role this year of filling in for the injured James Hinchcliffe. Hinch is here, incidentally. And looking forward to getting into a car maybe even before the end of the year. His rehab continues. He's over his final surgery. I have to say, from when we first saw Hinch return to the track at Toronto to now, he looks so much healthier.
Oh, it's terrific. He's got his color back. He's enthusiastic. But this guy now is really under pressure to just pull a rabbit out of his hat, Paul, here on this restart.
Yeah, not get in trouble. You can't do anything silly. You know, that last restart with Power, that was, you know, not a smart move to have that happen, especially to both of them. So let's see what happens here.
Ready to go. Scott Dixon will lead this field to green. It's the end of the third. Yellow, let's go. Canaan pops out of the inside right alongside Ryan Briscoe. What a move that was. That's a power move from Tony Canaan on Briscoe.
Our two dark horses, you picked Dixon, I picked Hunter Ray. 1-2 right now, so let's see what happens.
Roll up your sleeves because we're going to battle here to the finish. This is great stuff here. And what a pass by Canaan. He did it on the outside earlier. Now he went to the inside, and Hunter Ray gets wide there, exiting turn 5.
Throws a blanket of dust over the rest of the field. Everybody got through fine. Look at Montoya looking racy back there. He does not want to be there. Back in that 11th position, he climbed to 10th. Now doing the chasing. Up the hill to the hairpin. Key overtaking point, couldn't quite do it. Oh, the ABC machine there. Oh,
that's
that was Jack Hawksworth.
On Munoz, and Munoz is going to be beached. This will be a yellow.
Another yellow. Hey, listen, we saw the ABC supply car there of Jack Hawksworth involved in that, and Takuma Sato went around the outside.
He's not going to go anywhere.
As Munoz will need to be rescued. That was Paul Ziggy Harkis, his engineer, saying, keep your foot in it, but he's going to need to be buried. Speaking of the AJ Foyt Racing team and the ABC Supply guys, we want to say thank you and farewell to Don Halliday, legendary engineer, friend of so many people, Dario Franchitti's first race engineer. He will be leaving the sport on a full-time basis, leaving Foyt after an amazing career spanning more than 3 decades.
They're going to try to keep this under green and keep this local, so these guys are going to be down to the hairpin pretty quick, and if they don't get that car, oh, here we go, full course now. So they waited a little bit to try to get that car, but that was going to be dicey.
It was going to take the world's strongest man competition to move that thing. Kevin?
Keep in mind, this is 2 more spots for Juan Pablo Montoya. This championship is not done yet. John Boslog on his radio just told him a moment ago, we think Dixon's going to get all the bonus points. We're probably looking at 5th. One of the things he said all along is that Montoya has been great all year at continuing to fight no matter where they're at, and that's what he reminded him of. Keep doing what we've been doing. And here's some other conversation a moment ago on the radio.
The car is terrible right now, so I think, it's not that I'm giving up, but it's freaking impossible, you know?
Car is a handful, in a nutshell.
Well, we've got a Chevy car in front of him. If there's any type of manufacturer tactics, Ray Hall's struggling. He says he can barely keep it on track. There, I mean, if he could, it's 2 positions he's got to get.
If he gets up to 5th, even if Dixon wins with the bonus points, if Montoya gets to 5th, he will win this championship. So while we're under yellow, let's get you up to speed if you're just turning on with a race recap of this championship decider. Graham Rahal was in the thick of it right from the start, starting on the 3rd row of the grid. Look at this scramble. Oh, contact there with Scott Dixon. He was on his way through from position 9, and Canaan wanted to gang up on him as well. It was a pretty frantic start, but nobody crashed on that opening lap. A bizarre incident in pit lane on lap 14.
Simon Pagenaud holds up on pit lane, just stops to help out his teammate, but that forces Newgarden to sit and wait before he can launch.
The first yellow of the day came on lap 32, and Paul Tracy, you were surprised by this.
Yeah, it was really an odd yellow because the car was running. He limped all the way around, and they threw the full course yellow, and that really upset Tim Cindric.
What about this? Team Penske, Montoya and Power, teammates collide, and this had a huge impact.
I've done that before, and that does not make the captain very happy.
So Montoya was forced to pit road for a new front wing assembly. Both he and his teammate from Team Penske came in willpower, and then this most recently with Josef Newgarden from 2nd position in the race.
Oh, just the worst of all circumstances. He stalls the car trying to leave, then it catches on fire, then they can't get the car to start with the manual starter. They try to push start it, just a disaster for Newgarden.
James Jakes for Schmidt-Peterson had this crash. I can tell you that James is all right, but it was frightening at the end of the back straight. That was the 2nd to last caution. We're now under our 4th full course yellow for a total of 13 laps. It's been kind of a stop-start affair the second half of this race. Let's get it to Katie.
Lee, Scott Dixon told me before this race they needed a lot of luck to fall their way in order to win this championship, and that luck has fallen their way with great pit stops and the yellows as well. You heard me say earlier that Scott told his team his car was great. Now his team just came over the radio and said, we don't need you to save any more fuel. Lee?
So he can go full attack mode to the end, the closing 14 laps, not only of this race, but the 2015 championship. It's Ganassi versus Penske. Who will come out on top?
And as things run right now, I think as you said earlier, Montoya has to get to 5th. Now, interesting, who does he have to pass? He's got to pass Bourdais straight up on blacks.
A Honda, Rahal, who's struggling.
Rahal's on reds, Briscoe is on reds, and I think under these temperatures and these conditions, it's going to be awfully hard, especially as bad as Rahal says his car is, but Montoya's car is not very good either.
Right. So you've got a Chevrolet in Bourdais and 2 Hondas in Rahal and Briscoe.
Yep. But Chevrolet right now is leading the championship with Dixon.
So there you go. There are you guys. And there is the championship hopeful right there, Montoya.
But things are not just in isolation with that group with Montoya. What if Hunter-Reay can pass Dixon on a restart? That changes things incredibly.
Absolutely. Dixon has been very effective on the restarts, though. Paul, you've been impressed with that. He's skipped away a couple of times very nicely.
Yeah, Dixon has been in control now for the second half of the race. So he's full fuel now. He's got good tires under him. He's in control. Hunter-Reay's not going to do anything silly. The danger zone here is Kimball, Kanaan, Briscoe, Rahal, Bourdais. These guys they're all fighting for a good finish.
And look at the black buildup. The tire marbles blow off their tires there as they accelerate to try to clean them. That's what makes these restarts so tough late in the race, is the pickup on the tires.
If you're going to see one thing happen, one thing for sure, in addition to Scott Dixon just giving it hammer time, is Charlie Kimball and Tony Kanaan gang up on Ryan Hunter-Reay. 3 Ganassi cars in the top 4 positions. Get ready to go. The championship coming to a close, and we see the green flag in Sonoma. Scott Dixon wants to get away from Ryan Hunter-Reay, get out in some clear space, get away, and consolidate this spot at the top. Montoya, the red and white car, right there, chasing Sebastian Bourdais.
Wow, look at the gap that Dixon put on Hunter-Reay in 2 corners. That is impressive.
He got told, you're good for fuel, go for it to the end. He's on maximum attack. There's the man now second in the championship. It feels so unfamiliar to say. Montoya doing the chasing in this championship for the first time this year.
Oh, Graham Rahal getting really ragged on the outside there, trying to hang on to that steak and shake machine.
Don't
and
forget,
here comes Bourdais.
We got 12 laps to go. These guys were pitting from fresh tires as Bourdais making a move on Rahal. Montoya looking, but these guys have got a lot of laps to go, and these tires are already used, so there's going to be tremendous fall off in about 5 to 6 more laps.
Has no impact up front on this race or the championship. Jack Hawksworth delivered a drive-through penalty for avoidable contact with Carlos Munoz. Dixon, Hunter-Reay, Kimball, Kanaan, Briscoe, Rahal, Bourdais, and Juan Pablo Montoya. Can the Colombian get to a top 5 position?
And it doesn't look like he has much to attack with, Montoya. It looks like he's just going to see, man, does somebody make a big mistake in front of me, because he just doesn't have the grip at the back of that Verizon Chevy.
Guys, I've known Scott Dixon for many, many years. He has been in a very different mood this weekend. He's very serious about what he does. Of course he is, as a 3-time champion. But he enjoys a joke, and more often than not, he's quite lighthearted. I don't think I've seen him so pensive in quite some time. No doubt there is the Justin Wilson effect on that. And he's racing with a heavy heart for Justin. But I think
11 to go.
That he knew somewhere deep down that he was a serious chance at winning this. And it was a very different Scott Dixon than I've seen in a long time.
See the back of Graham's car looking back at Bourdais. Bourdais has a little slip there and fell back.
Well, Graham Rahal might say his car is terrible, but nobody else around him has anything better. They are all hanging on, especially to the back of the car. everywhere.
And Juan Pablo Montoya unable to do anything about the guys ahead. And right behind him is Will Power.
And we know how badly Will Power just wants to win. He doesn't keep track of points anymore. He just wants to win races. So how much is Penske telling Power, just, you got to stay there. You've got to just protect Montoya.
You know what? There's a pretty good drive going on behind these guys by Dale Coyne Racing's Rodolfo Gonzalez. He's good on fuel to the end, and he's in the 11th position, just behind Takuma Sato. Nice effort, nice run. Has not done the entire season, and is in a really good points gaining position. So Dixon leads, and if this man we see here in the Verizon Chevrolet right there, Juan Pablo Montoya, he needs to get to a top 5 spot to win this championship. 10 laps to go, and time is running out.
Paul, Montoya knows, okay, I've got to get to 5th now. I've got to pass 3 cars, but I mean, how does he do it?
Yeah, I mean, it's really, really difficult to pass here. You've almost, the guy in front of you has got to let you by. Bourdais looking to cap his season off with another good result and to finish in the championship as he takes a little look at Rahal, but Rahal's hanging on. He wants to beat Montoya in the championship, so, you know, we're under 10 laps to go now. Time is running out.
You heard Montoya tell John Boslog, his engineer strategist, I don't think my car's that good. It's pretty terrible, to be honest. I'm doing the best I can. He said, I'm not giving up, but it's a handful. 9 laps to go now here in Sonoma to decide this 2015 championship. Can you imagine leading the series every step of the way for 15 races and seeing it evaporate at the final opportunity? Rahal, that defensive inside line. Bourdais thinks about it. Oh, and hits it.
That'll help.
Oh my goodness.
Don't let Sato get by Montoya. So that could be 2 positions. There has to be damage on Bourdais' front wing.
And that could move Montoya to 6th. 1 position
and a
from the championship.
And a full course yellow as well.
Looking closely at Bourdais' wing. No full course yellow. Bourdais' wing looks to be intact. I wonder if it was just the nose that just squarely hit the back of Rahal. But remember, will Bourdais get a penalty?
He might get a drive-through.
Yeah, that's clearly an avoidable contact because he was a whole car length back, outside, inside, and then squared him up.
Oh, yeah. I think we're going to see a penalty. I
no
think
way
Montoya
that can't be a penalty.
Montoya moved to 6th.
And if Montoya finishes 6th, we've heard from race control that's under review. They're looking at it as we speak. If Montoya gets to 6th, it still won't be enough because Dixon will win on a count back of victories. They'll be in a tiebreaker situation.
Tell you what, Montoya was lucky that Graham stayed on the brake and didn't roll back into him.
I don't know
further.
I don't know if Graham stayed on the brake at all. He was rolling. He was looking at Montoya coming by. Wow, look at that. 2 points.
As they run. That's with Montoya in 7th. If that car up ahead, the Hydroxycut machine, gets a penalty, a drive-through, or anything, it puts Montoya into 6th, an agonizing 6th. If Dixon wins, as of this lap right now, Dixon gets all those bonus points for leading the most laps and leading a lap. And if he can go on and win this race, Montoya needs to be in 5th.
I cannot believe that Sebastian's car doesn't have damage on the front. As soon as you touch one of these cars, something happens to them. And no damage, so this is going to be really interesting to see what race control does.
Oh, there is damage.
Yeah, a little damage.
Right front end fence is rubbing on the ground.
I think he learned that move from me. I did that to him a few times in our careers together.
That would be the famous
That's
chrome
the
horn.
Chrome horn right there.
And you saw that points differential double because Dixon had just been awarded the 2 points for leading the most laps in this race, 27 laps over Will Power's 26.
So Lee, here's the challenge now. Let's say Bourdais gets a drive-through penalty. There's still a 3-second gap that he has to make up. on Briscoe to get even close enough to make a pass. So we understand that Dixon would just receive the bonus.
And he already has. So he gets 1 bonus point for leading a lap, 2 bonus points for leading the most laps, and the win. It puts he and Montoya in a tiebreaker situation, but Dixon has more wins on the season.
That's if Montoya can get to...
No,
4 days off.
If Montoya's in 6th, he needs to get to 5th to put it beyond doubt, even if Dixon wins. That's what the crucial move is here for Montoya. But he's about 3 seconds down on Briscoe, as you were just saying, Townsend.
Bourdais got wing damage and still able to pull away from Montoya. He went off at the chicane and has pulled back away. So now Montoya is really struggling.
Montoya and his team should be pleading for that penalty, because every lap that Bourdais out there struggling.
Drive-through penalty for avoidable.
Drive-through for Bourdais. This moves Montoya 1 position closer. Can you believe after 16 races, this championship will be decided this way? Agonizingly close, either way, whichever way it goes.
But Montoya's going to have to make a storming drive to make up that gap. He has 6 laps to make up 3.5 seconds.
Hey, push him.
This is really hurting Montoya. Bourdais limping, and that gap to Briscoe growing.
Coming round.
Bourdais off again.
Oh, don't go back on in front of him. Okay. Professionally lets Montoya by. Now Montoya, head down. You have to string together the best 5 laps of your life.
Let's give you the time split as Bourdais serves his penalty. Montoya runs a little wide. Let's give you the time split from Briscoe back to Montoya as they come across the line. And there it is. So, it's 3.4 seconds from Ryan Briscoe to Juan Pablo Montoya with 5 laps to go.
And I'm encouraged because Ryan Briscoe is on reds and he's hanging on. Even with Bourdais holding up Montoya, he was faster than Briscoe on that last lap.
Who do you like? Are you in the Dixon camp or the Montoya camp? Who will be crowned champion in 5 laps time?
And there comes the command from his pit lane. Keep the pressure on. Make Briscoe use those red tires up.
See, Montoya was loose on entry to the carousel. He's pushing to the limit.
That gap is at 3 seconds to Briscoe.
And the point margin has gone to 0. The reason why is Dixon and Montoya are in a tiebreaker situation. Both have won 2 races this year. This would be Dixon's 3rd. He wins on a countback of victories.
Go through the dirt one. He had lock up on entry. He's pushing, but you run through the dirt and you will cost yourself too much time.
It's comfortable up front for Dixon. 3.7 seconds over Hunter-Reay. There's gap to Kimball. There's gap to Kanaan.
And now, if you really want to get into the minutia, Kimball and Kanaan need to speed up so they help Briscoe stay in front.
4 laps to go. What a finish to the 2015 Verizon IndyCar Series. And this guy here, who's all style, all class, may just spring the surprise from coming from 3rd at the beginning of this race, 47 points down, to do what he has become famous for, coming from behind to be a champion again at the last opportunity.
And that last lap, Montoya took 6/10 out of Briscoe, so the gap is tightening. There's Montoya. Briscoe can easily see him in the mirrors. Montoya is coming.
It's 2.5 seconds from 3.4 a lap ago. Montoya's not done with. If he catches and passes Briscoe, the championship will be Montoya's.
And Briscoe has to be hanging on to that car, running on reds in these high temperatures, all these laps now. Montoya has the advantage, a little bit of lockup. He can't afford to make any mistake. He has to continue to keep the pressure on.
Getting closer. This will be under 2 seconds, I think, when they cross the line. This is as close as he's been, and he can smell the blood in the water. He's got to go after him like he's going after a shark.
That last lap, Montoya, 120.9. Briscoe, 121.3, another 4/10.
3 laps left in this 2015 season. Is it possible for Juan Pablo Montoya, a man who has had an amazing career? He's already an IndyCar champion. He's a 2-time Indy 500 winner, a Monaco Grand Prix winner. He's won the Rolex 24 at Daytona 3 times, and 2 of those 3 were in his first 2 attempts. He is an incredible world-class driver, and it doesn't matter what he is driving, whether it's a NASCAR Sprint Cup car or an Indy car. Can this be the fairy tale for JPM?
Paul, how much chrome does Montoya have in his horn?
The problem he's got is he's got to get there, and I think Kanaan is starting to struggle because Briscoe has closed the gap to Kanaan, and Kanaan could back these guys up.
And he won't want to, but if he has to, meaning he's just hanging on like everybody else, that helps Montoya.
Montoya just seems that agonizing distance too far from Ryan Briscoe, because this time by, there'll be just 2 laps to go. That's Dixon's already got that. He knows that. He's on his way home. Less than 5 miles, and the championship's his.
Now he's 2 seconds back right now, so as you said, Lee, these next 2 laps, it's going to take a lot for him to close the gap.
Can you imagine if Montoya is denied after leading all year by a couple of seconds and 1 pass? Think about, unfortunately for him at Iowa, suspension failure slammed him into the wall. It was a DNF. Other than that, he did everything right this season.
A big sideways off of that turn. He's pushing the car to the limit.
And didn't Montoya's first championship come on a tie? Wasn't that at Fontana with Dario? Remember, they tied, and Dario had the wheel nut issue, so he's won a championship on a tie, and he doesn't want to lose one on a tie.
1.5 laps left here in Sonoma, not even. Scott Dixon is your race leader, and at this point, he's your champion-elect. But there's still another lap to go. Montoya seems to be a little closer to Briscoe. And if you're just turning on, he needs to pass that gold and black car ahead to make sure of this championship. However, that task is getting increasingly harder. 1 more lap left for Scott Dixon and Chip Ganassi. Do you think there's a pretty good reason why he's Ganassi's longest tenured driver? 14 years driving for Chip. And it's this reason why he always delivers. Montoya can see Briscoe, but he just can't get to him.
Oh, but he's getting close. Long lap to do for Briscoe to hang on to those red tires. They must be shagged.
He's really got 2 opportunities into the hairpin and into the last corner. He's nowhere near close enough now to even put the bumper to Briscoe, so he's got to get closer.
I'm watching them come out of the carousel. There goes Kanaan. There goes Briscoe. Montoya.
Closer.
Oh, he's going to be close.
He's close. Closing in, getting even closer. So it's going to be the last corner where this happens.
The team will be telling Juan Pablo Montoya, this is it. Give it everything you've got. Go and get that Schmidt-Peterson Honda, and the championship's yours. But time is running out. Scott Dixon into that final corner, and that checkered flag will be waiting.
One last brake zone, and it's going to be next to impossible.
Dixon gets back-to-back wins at Sonoma, but we can't give this championship to him just yet. We wait for the rest to come across the line, and Montoya cannot do it. Scott Dixon not only wins in Sonoma, but wins the 2015 championship.
We win on the tiebreak.
Incredible performance. Winning on a tiebreak. There's Emma, Scott's wife. She can't believe it. Oh, beautiful scenes inside the Ganassi camp. And there's extra emotion here as well. Scott's wife, Emma, is English. Scott driving for Justin Wilson, just like everybody else.
On a tiebreaker from Lewis wins.
Thank you, man. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for everything.
And it's also a little cherry on the cake that may not be so little. On top of that icing for Chip Ganassi. Katie, it's Chip's 100th IndyCar Series win, and Dixon, his longest tenured driver, gives it to him.
And his 11th IndyCar championship, his 4th with Scott Dixon. Chip, that came down to the absolute wire.
Well,
what were you thinking during those final laps?
You know, my hat's off to the Penske team. Anytime you beat those guys, you beat them at something. You know you did something in this sport. Those guys are good competitors. Obviously, Juan's a great driver. We know him, and he knows us, and I couldn't be happier for Scott Dixon and the entire team right now. Mike Hall, those guys called a great race.
And I can tell you, Lee, the entire Chip Ganassi team was holding their breath during those final laps.
Unbelievable scenes. I promise you, when Scott comes to victory lane, there will be a lot spoken about for Justin Wilson. Emma has been very supportive for Julia, Justin's wife, and these guys elated. And what a spectacular finish to the 2015 Verizon IndyCar Series. Incredible. He's now a 4-time champion, joining his great friend and former teammate Dario Franchitti, Sebastian Bourdais, and the legend Mario Andretti. Spare a thought, and you got a feel for Montoya. Juan Pablo led the entire way and loses the championship in a tiebreak. He gave it his all.
Yeah, and he looks pretty animated, but I mean, he did everything that he could do today, Paul.
Yeah,
drove a great race.
Drove a great race. He kept his foot in it. He drove to the end, but that mistake of running into the back of his teammate, damaging the front wing, spelled the downfall for the whole team, for Team Penske.
It was a bizarre circumstance. But the door was open there. I mean,
yeah,
the door was open.
And look at Scott. He cannot believe it. The race winner is the championship winner.
Taking a moment there to think about it.
Look at Tony Kanaan. He's one of the first in there to congratulate him, and Charlie Kimball as well. Sage Karam.
That's the epitome of teamwork right there. Those guys all worked for Scott Dixon's benefit, and the downfall for Penske is they were all fighting each other to win the championship.
Isn't it amazing? The twists and turns of this championship finale.
He doesn't even look that tired. That's what's amazing.
Sunday cruise,
yeah.
Really. He was in control from half distance, and it was just pace yourself, and he's the Iceman. He's not even sweating.
What a pro. He's been here so many times before.
It's his 38th career IndyCar win. He was already in rarefied air before today. But Marty, how special is this?
And here he comes. I think, honestly, Lee, he's in a little bit of disbelief right now. Scott Dixon is your 2015 Verizon IndyCar Series champion. And the team told him on the radio, and he said, I honestly I can't believe it. Hugs all around from the team. You see Barry Wanzer coming in.
Hey, Marty, how about
everybody a hug?
Marty, how about for Chris Simmons? Chris Simmons shed so many championships for Dario. This was their first year of being engineered driver together.
Correct. Worked out very well. Let's get Dixon in here. Coming into this morning, third in the championship, 47 points down. Honestly, how much of a chance did you give yourself?
There was still a chance, and that's what we were hoping for. And I just can't thank my teammates enough. You know, all of them helped all weekend, all season long, in the closing, fight for this battle. And you know, this is fantastic for Target. We had so many guests here. I think 400 or 500 guests here for Target. Obviously for Chevy as well. I don't know what to say. You know, obviously, you know, thoughts and prayers firsthand to Justin Wilson's family, and Stefan's here as well, and
Emma with a big hug, and she's in disbelief as well, and a big kiss too. I think honestly you're in disbelief. The team told you, and you said I don't know what to say.
I don't know what to say, you know, and there's just so many people to thank, you know, and this season, you know, we had some good races. You know, Long Beach was the first for me, which was a big milestone. You know, Indy was a massive disappointment just because I thought we had a car to beat until we had overheating issues. But you know, once again, without obviously Target and Chevy have done a phenomenal job with this aero kit and the engine, the mileage, everything, which, you know, definitely helped us today. So I still can't believe it. It was such a long shot to get this through, and I guess we won it on countback too for most wins. We tied with JPM, so sorry to them, but fantastic for the team.
I didn't hear Mike Hull once say anything about the championship scenarios. Did you know anything that was going on behind you and all the craziest with Juan catching Ryan Briscoe there?
Well, I could see coming out of, especially under caution, I was counting the cars coming around the hairpin to see where JPM was. I knew that, I think at the first one, he was back in 16th or 17th. We knew we had some team cars of his that might move out of the way. You constantly kind of know where they are, but, you're trying to calculate points as well. And then, if they were saying nothing, I knew it was going to be extremely close. But damn it, man, I can't believe it.
Chip Ganassi comes in. We got some hardware to hand out to this young man a little bit later. Lots of celebration. And honestly, Lee, a lot of disbelief down here. It's almost like they can't believe they actually pulled it off.
Look at that. Incredible scenes. How about that? Oh, the celebration begins. So, Dixon the champ, and you spare a thought for Montoya, of course, more than just a thought. So close. Will Power ended up leapfrogging Graham Rahal to get a top 3 spot in Helio Castroneves. Ryan Hunter-Reay with a late charge to finish 6th, considering how his season started. That was commendable. And Josef Newgarden gets his career best result. Kanan Andretti and Bourdais finish in the top 10. So some positives to take away there as well. But here's Kevin with the runner-up.
Juan Pablo Montoya led the championship all year, ultimately finishes in a tie. You lose in the tiebreaker. It's decided with contact with your teammate just before mid-race. What's your version of what happened there when you made contact with Power?
It doesn't matter what happened. We fought all year. Our relationship was really strong, and just a shame. We had 2 ways to win the championship, and just threw it away. So it's a shame.
You feel like you threw it away?
Yeah, I mean, we had a car, we had a competitive car today to do what we needed to do, and just couldn't close it.
How do you deal with this, being in front all year? Yes, you did have the Indy 500 win, so that's a good consolation, but...
It's racing, you come to when you do this and, you put double points in the last race like that, it doesn't matter what you did all year. We had one bad race where it's double points and we're out of the championship.
Thank you, Juan. Fantastic season. He won his first championship in '99 on a tiebreaker. This time he loses it, and Team Penske loses the championship for the 6th time in 7 years in the final race.
So disappointment for Team Penske. Look at Ganassi, though. Tony Kanaan thrilled for his teammate, Scott Dixon, the champion for 2015. You're watching NBCSN's coverage of IndyCar, brought to you by Verizon, adrenaline on demand. Download IndyCar 15 only from Verizon. And by DA Lubricant Company, performance engineered lubricants since 1919. Visit dalube.com. Wrapping up the championship for 2015, but we've got a lot to do and a lot of people to hear from. Let's start with Kevin Lee.
The defending champion, Will Power, ultimately finishes 3rd in this year's championship. It controlled the race early as the pole sitter. We've talked before that these types of tracks are often lotteries. The yellow comes at the wrong time for you.
Yeah, I mean, that's been the case all year. I think there's only been 3 races decided on merit, so it is an absolute lottery in this series. And I feel horrible for Juan. I went to switch back for Newgarden, and I think that damaged his wing, and man, the yellow started all. I mean, we were all in good shape there, and yeah, look at that. I mean, we got to decide whether we're a sport or a casino, because it's just the luck of the draw here, and there are ways to leave the pits open under yellow, so it's not the racing and the championship isn't decided by race control. It should be decided by people doing a good job on the track, but. Congratulations to Dixon. It's obviously a very close finish there, but feels so gutted for the team to not win on a draw there. I mean, as a team, we've done a very good job this year, and it's just circumstances.
You mentioned the yellow was story 1. The second was the contact with Juan. Did you have any idea that he was close enough to be able to make a move once you kind of got stuck behind?
Yeah, I had no idea. I mean, Josef went up the inside. I tried to switch back to get a run, and obviously Juan got my back bumper there. We spun and unfortunately damaged his bloody wing. and that just set the day there. Yeah, just got it for the team and Verizon. We put all this money and effort in, and the thing's decided by yellows. It's I think the series got to have a think about how we can do something different here.
Okay, thank you, Will.
Understandably frustrated, Will Power. So too is this man here, the driver of the 15, Steak and Shake Honda, Graham Rahal, came into today with a shot at being champion. However, this was a significant turning point for his race.
A little bit over-optimistic by Bourdais, clearly punted him from behind. It was an easy penalty for race control to decide, and obviously Graham Rahal very, very frustrated after the race. We'll get some footage of that.
And this was shortly after the race.
No. You knew exactly where I'm going. You drove like a...
And that's 2 races in a row that Graham Rahal has been collected, and he's letting his frustration out right there. Let's check in with Young.
Today, Graham, you needed Montoya to have trouble, but you needed not to. You said on the radio, "I'm sorry, guys, you didn't want to go out this way." What was wrong?
No, I mean, unfortunately, our car was pretty terrible today from the start, and the guys did a good job in the pit, great job in the pits to kind of keep us in it, frankly, because probably didn't really deserve to be in that position. But yeah, other guys had issues, and Dixon was pretty much dominant. We didn't have anything for him, but I can't thank this team in Steak and Shake, Maxim, DA Lubricant, everybody that gave us the opportunity to be here. Obviously, the Bourdais thing hurt us just from 3rd to 4th in the championship, but what can you say? I mean, it's been a great year. We have nothing to be ashamed of. We have a lot to be proud of, but we definitely want to go out better than this.
Missing the setup, obviously, there's not much you can do once you're stranded. What was going through your mind thinking, oh goodness, the championship's slipping away?
Well, because I talked to you this morning, I told you that it's been like this all week and that it's been an animal. I wasn't so worried about the championship from the start. I knew it looked like Dixon was going to pretty much dominate. I just wanted to try to maintain second, or well, not second, but third. And it was looking good until Bourdais punted us, so obviously frustrated with that. But like I said, I mean, really as a team, we have nothing to be ashamed of this year. The guys did a tremendous job. After the guard left us, Steak and Shake stepped in and really rescued his team and, gave us the opportunity to go racing this season. So, Honda, everybody else, I think, done a great job, and proud to lead Honda this season. And, we're just going to have to improve. Unfortunately, today was a bad day to have our worst day.
Well, thanks for making it a thrilling year.
Yeah, thank you.
That was just a few moments ago, and you can understand that post-race reaction and frustration. But the positive, as David Letterman highlighted earlier during the broadcast, they've got nothing. They lose nothing today because it's been an unreal year.
Yeah, and that guy right there, I mean, we heard Will Power complaining earlier, but Scott Dixon won this thing by just out-driving everybody today, and he comes out on top. A well-deserved race win and championship.
He's always consistent. Every year he's always in the championship fight, and today he did exactly what he needed to do, saved his best for last, and he loves to drink that wine. We know he loves a good glass of wine, so what a better place than here in Napa to wrap up that championship and get a big glass.
Some pleasing results at the bottom of the top 10 there. Takuma Sato, Rodolfo Gonzalez, Mikhail Aloshin gets a top 10 for the 2nd year in a row at Sonoma, and his first drive in an IndyCar for this year for Marco Andretti. How about Oriol Servia? His drive in Justin Wilson's car, asked by the Wilson family to drive it. He hasn't spent any time in a car this year except for Indy, hasn't been to the gym, hasn't been training by his own admission, and comes home in a top 12 position.
Yeah, just terrific for Servia. He'll be exhausted by the end of that one, but he hung on, no mistakes, just like Justin would have.
Exhausted but completely satisfied.
He did what he was asked to do. Well, the opening half of that race wasn't all that interesting, but boy, didn't the second half give us a lot to talk about, and we've still got a lot more to come.
Everybody's in great shape. There they are on your podium.
Finale. Charlie Kimball finishes the season on a high. What about Ryan Hunter-Reay with that runner-up spot to Scott Dixon? Vaults himself from 11th in the championship standings this morning to 6th. Now, sure, 6th isn't great for a former series champion, but what a massive leap at today's final race of the season. We mentioned going to the break, what a fabulous story it has been for Oriol Servia, an IndyCar veteran of some 15 years, being asked by the Wilson family to drive Justin's car for Andretti Autosport on this day where we farewelled the gentle giant. With more on that, here's Jan.
And a tough day in the office for Oriol Servia, but there were certainly some flashes of brilliance. You ran up at the front and looked for a moment there like you might even be a top 5 guy.
Yeah, no, it wasn't a tough day in the office. It was actually great. I had a great time from the beginning. Friday, as you know, I was really struggling to just stay in the seat. Yesterday, I made big improvements, and today, every lap, I kept getting better and remembering how to drive these machines. And yeah, I was fighting there with Briscoe. I think we had a better car than him. Just the last yellow didn't work for me and everyone in my strategy, and we got set to the back. But I really think we would have been top 5. I hope Justin was proud of what we did. We definitely fought really hard, and again, the most important thing, I had a lot of fun. I know he wanted me to have fun, like he always did driving these cars.
So do you feel like putting all that physical effort and then having all that emotional? They talked at the opening of the show is getting in the car and giving it everything in the race is the way you can help move forward. Do you feel like you're able to honor him and move forward in a way that's healed you as well?
Yeah, for sure. I think the adrenaline of the race kept me strong, and yeah, I mean, there's nothing that is going to help us really not feel the void, you know, of Justin not being here. But as I said at the beginning of the race, I hope we all remember him and inspire us to just be a little better humans, like he was. So that's all I can say, and please go on Wilson's childrensfund.com. Donate whatever you spend today on a Sunday. Just match it, and if we all do that, those beautiful daughters are going to have it a lot easier. So
thank you for the tribute, Oriol.
All right, thank you.
And again, repeating, WilsonChildrensFund.com to help out these beautiful little girls. Justin's girls and his wife Julia, and ensure that they have quality life ahead and a good education. Some important things as the guys on the podium celebrate. Dixon in disbelief. Well, perhaps he shouldn't be, because he drove a very good race. The team handled it strategically beautifully. That opening pit stop, or that second stop, that was lightning fast, that got him out there. And then the fuel-saving captain just took care of the rest, and it was a beautiful, smooth race. Great teamwork too, not only from Saavedra and Charlie Kimball, but Tony Kanaan as well. The Ganassi guys were out in force today to help their main man, Scott Dixon. Katie?
This is a man that has had quite a resurgence in the last half of the season. Ryan, 2 wins in the last 4 races, but a struggle in the beginning. How would you rate your season overall?
It's been, you know, a tough season for sure, but to come back how we've come back, I mean, finishing the season on such a high note with 2 wins and a 2nd place out of the last 4 races is just phenomenal. So I think today we moved up 6 or 7 spots in the championship. It's amazing, an amazing finish. But today we're remembering Justin Wilson. You know, I want to really emphasize the fact that we're not moving on from him. He's here. He's a part of what we're doing. He's inspired me. And I'm gonna take his traits and learn what I've, in the short time that he was my teammate, I'm gonna take what I learned from him and apply it all the time. So he'll always be moving forward with Andretti Autosport and with us on the 28 DHL Honda team. So great end to the season. I'm happy to go into the off season like this, and thanks to all the IndyCar fans throughout the year for being so supportive. We got the best fans in the world.
And a good way for Ryan to honor Justin is to come home 6th in the points, Lee.
It's a guy who's learned a lot over the years in his championship. He, you know, really mature, nice words.
Yeah, I echo that. It's really touching, the impact that Justin had on Ryan on just such a short period of time, and also the performance of that race team. Somewhere Justin's very proud of all of us right now.
Hey, Jan, it was quite the display from Chip Ganassi's men today. I know you're with one of them.
Yes, it was quite a team effort, and with Charlie Kimball, his 2nd podium of the season. But you had an epic battle with Graham Rahal there for a while. What was that like? Because he's a championship contender. You had to be careful.
Yeah, in fact, you know, he sent me a text last night saying, hey man, just don't run into me, take care of me tomorrow, I'll pay you back. And I mean, I hope he had enough respect to know that I was going to race hard but clean. I mean, that was our goal today. We knew that if we could go out and race and beat enough cars, put Dixon in the lead and beat enough cars, then we could bring the championship home to Chip Ganassi Racing. And that's what we did. It was a great race on track. And to have the Novolog FlexPen car here up on the podium and support Scotty's and Team Target's championship win's pretty spectacular.
Now, were they keeping you updated during the race as to what was happening? Because it was incredible. I mean, it was a storybook ending for your team, and the points with Scott Dixon coming as a tie. Were you updated as you're driving?
Yeah, there's a lot going on between fuel mileage and laps in a stint and tire life and who was around me on what tires and different strategies. That yellow kind of split the field, and one point we were 17th, and then we ended up 3rd. And it was like, I don't know, they were giving me a lot of information, and frankly, you know, the last stint it was, okay, save fuel, just make sure we get to the end. Even if Kanan catches me and goes by me, even if Briscoe catches me and goes by me, as long as we kept those championship contenders behind us, between Scott and them, we were there, we'd be good.
Well, the big team prevailed, but not the biggest team. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Fabulous effort to match his result at the Indianapolis 500 on the podium. He does it here as well. Look at that. A couple of 4-time champions, Dario Franchitti and his good friend, Scott Dixon. As an IndyCar Series champion comes along with the Astor Cup, and the first Astor Cup race was held in 1915, so we are in a 100th anniversary year. Aren't these amazing old scenes? The sport has come such a long way, and although the cars, the competitors and the facilities have changed somewhat, it's still that honor of this, and those days are not forgotten, as reflected on the beautiful Astor Challenge Cup. And there it is for real. And Scott Dixon knows all too well what it's like to be handed that and to stand alongside it and to hold it. Just beautiful. And what a storybook way that this championship finished, perhaps fitting for a driver of Scott Dixon's stature and history in this sport, and joins a very short list of 4-time IndyCar champions. Can you believe the way it unfolded?
I really can. I mean, it's I can believe that Scott Dixon can pull it off on any day at any track, but for the way things played out behind him in the championship, it's unbelievable.
Paul?
I mean, you could really read this over the past 5 races since Iowa. You know, the Ganassi team was talking about teamwork and helping Scott and what we needed to do for Scott, and the Penske guys were just fighting themselves for championship position, and that's what really kind of unraveled them and propelled the Ganassi team into the championship. Because Iowa, when Scott fell out, I thought for myself, okay, that's pretty much
that was it.
That was it for him. But then they kept rallying.
It seemed like that was going to be the big turning point when Montoya was forced out with suspension failure and a crash, and it looked like that could have been Dixon's big moment to pounce and capitalize, and also for Graham Rahal as well. However, it wasn't to be. Now we're just waiting on Scott Dixon to make his way to this championship stage. Marty Snyder is standing by, and the champions presentation will take place any moment now. Incidentally, the Verizon IndyCar Series Champions Banquet tomorrow night in downtown San Francisco, where the official presentations will be made. And there will also be another special tribute, this time from the drivers, for the late Justin Wilson. I mentioned earlier about that pensive mood and that different Scott Dixon that I spoke to and witnessed this weekend. Boy, what a dramatic turnaround. What a dramatic turnaround.
He's in a pretty good mood now.
Oh boy, will he be. For sure. And at this point, everyone starts immediately going into debrief mode. What went right in 2015? What went wrong in 2015? And how can we be better in 2016? And it's kind of like a birthday party, but you're waiting for the birthday boy to arrive. We're just waiting on the champ.
Well, it's always cool to be a little late to the party, so. imagine Dixon's trying to hydrate, taking it all in, and it's been a tough week for him and the entire IndyCar community, but this is such a sweet way to cap things off. Look at all those Target people that came out to support him today.
Just got a quick shot of it before we went to one of the breaks. Dixon has two of his really close friends here from New Zealand as well to help celebrate. And he didn't know that he'd be celebrating. He hoped he'd be celebrating. And the team, as we heard from Charlie Kimball, ensured that he'd be celebrating. An amazing performance on what has been a very memorable weekend here at Sonoma Raceway for the championship finale.
Pretty interesting stat, just looking back to that Iowa race, Paul. Dixon's crew repairing that car and getting him back out gave him 1 point.
So while we wait for Mr. Number One to arrive, we'll duck off to a break, come back. "16 races, 16 rounds of the 2015 Verizon IndyCar Series have been complete. We have a champion, Marty Snyder."
Well, thanks so much, Lee, and welcome everyone to the 2015 Verizon IndyCar Series World Championship presentation. For the 4th consecutive year, Chevrolet has won the manufacturer's title in the Verizon IndyCar Series. So to accept the award this year on behalf of Chevrolet, let's bring up Jim Campbell from Chevrolet. Terrific season for these guys. And doesn't hurt, Jim, that you ended it with a championship either, does it?
Well, this is a great place to bring the championship home here in Sonoma. I want to thank all of our Chevy teams for delivering great performance from the engine side and the aero side. They did it. They delivered 16 poles, 10 victories, manufacturer's championship, and Scott Dixon, Mike Hull, and Chip Ganassi. Just a great job on the championship. Great job.
Congratulations on your another manufacturer's championship. 4 in a row for the folks at Chevrolet. Of course, the Verizon IndyCar Series season is one of the toughest in all of motorsports. You have ovals, both short and long, road courses, street courses. So to reward a champion like that, we present this to you, the Astor Cup. It has every open wheel champion on it since 1909. Certainly one of the most coveted pieces of hardware in all of motorsports. And the man we're going to celebrate today will add his name to this trophy for the 4th time. Without further ado, let's bring up the 2015 Verizon IndyCar Series champion, Scott Dixon, everyone. You brought some friends, didn't you? Including all your crew. Hey, we didn't ask you this in Victory Lane, but I want to talk to you about this. 4 championships puts you in a category with Sebastian Bourdais, Mario Andretti, and some bragging rights over one of your best friends, Dario Franchitti. To be in that class of guys, what does that mean to a driver like you coming from New Zealand?
It means a lot. You know, it's been a long road. You know, I think, you know, for me, I've been with this team for 14 years, which is an amazing stretch. And, you know, I feel very blessed to obviously work with so many talented people. And, you know, none of these championships are won with one person. You know, it's a team effort, and Team Target won that today. You know, the pit stop was phenomenal. Their strategy was amazing. You know, I can't thank everybody involved in this program enough. You know, my teammates, you know, today, throughout the whole year, the whole season, have been an amazing, you know, pair. And it's obviously this week we raced with extremely heavy hearts, and thoughts and prayers go to, you know, Justin Wilson's family, you know, Julia, Jane, Jess, Keith, Lynn, and obviously Stefan. Stefan was here this weekend, his brother, and, you know, I know it's extremely tough for that family, and much love to them. But we're gonna celebrate tonight as Justin would do the same, and it still seems so unreal. It was such a long shot. All Team Target. Thank you guys so much. Thank you.
You mentioned that there's 500 Target. I think you brought all 500 Target folks to the celebration, didn't you?
I did. You know, there's all Target people. They were all up in turn 7. I did a nice little burnout for them. So, you know, without the partnership with Target, we couldn't do it. And obviously Chevrolet with the aero kit, the engine, the performance, the fuel mileage today was phenomenal. And without these partners, we couldn't do things like this. So huge thank you to everybody involved.
There's 2 other guys who help you on a week-to-week basis. How about Chip Ganassi and Mike Hull? Let's bring those guys up. Come on up, Chip and Mike. The 100th win for Ganassi. Chip and Barry Wanzer there as well. 100th win today for you guys. Another championship. Has there been a greater day in all of the history of Ganassi Racing?
And all the Target team members here too. Look at that.
Wow! Has there been a bigger day for you in racing?
Never. Never a bigger day. I mean, this is the sweetest one of all. We've won 11 championships now, and this is the sweetest one ever.
Did you honestly think coming into the morning where you were in the championship saying you could do it?
Absolutely, we honestly thought that. And if you ever give up thinking, you know, you can always do it. If there's hope, well, this team has it. And somehow we always pull it off. I don't know how.
You ready to carry?
Great team members.
Ready to carry a trophy home?
Yes, sir.
All right, for that, we're going to put you on the other side of the trophy. We're going to bring up Dan Mead from Verizon and also Mark Miles from IndyCar to do the honors to hand out the Astor Cup to these guys who are very deserving of the 2015 champions. Mark?
Thanks, Marty. We want to quickly thank Steve Page and everybody at Sonoma Raceway. We think a great place for the finale of this championship. Great race today. We want to, on behalf of our fans, thank all the drivers and teams that made it such a compelling, exciting championship this year. We want to thank our great sponsors, particularly Verizon and Firestone, Chevy and Honda. And then there's this guy, Chip Ganassi and Team Ganassi. Nice of you to cut it so close, Chip. Congratulations to all of you and to their great sponsor, Target. And finally, if Dan Mead is up to the lift, it is a great honor for all of us to award the Astor Trophy to Chip. I'm impressed he can pick it up. And to Scott Dixon, our champion, a great champion on and off the track. Thanks, Marty.
Deserving champions, no doubt about it. Scott Dixon, Chip Ganassi Racing, your 2015 Verizon IndyCar Series champions. Lee, what a dramatic day it was.
Just an incredible way to cap off this 2015 championship. And Townsend and Paul, as you know all too well, the drivers get a lot of the accolades. They do the finishing work, if you want to put it that way. But isn't that beautiful for Scott, first and foremost, to say this was a team victory?
Well, as long as he's been doing it, as many races and championships as he's won, he knows better than anybody. It takes an army, and they perform time and time again, and I know he appreciates that.
Yeah, I mean, just the team effort, the job that these guys do, and Townsend brought it up in the previous segment there, fixing that car at Iowa, sending all the guys over there to fix that car, get it back on track, was 1 point. And that was the difference today to make the difference to win this championship.
And he passed, he surpassed Takuma Sato's lap count with just a couple of laps to go to get that extra point. Incredible, incredible the way. That's why you hear us all the time. Kids, you never give up and you fight for every point you can get because it makes a difference. Look at this. Just look. There's no points between Dixon and Montoya. Dixon won it on a countback on having 3 wins versus Montoya's 2. They finished the season equal on points. And Montoya drops just that solitary position at the final race. An incredible way to end it. Will Power, last year's champion, finishes in the top 3. Graham Rahal frustrated to drop to 4th overall. And Castro Neves, it's another title that slipped away, but he finishes in the top 5. Final thoughts, what do you think?
Well, on a day that we all wanted to celebrate excellence with Justin Wilson and just great people, it's nice to see someone like Scott Dixon, come out on top for hard work, for persevering, for being a professional, and always, trying to drive the way Justin would.
The battle royale continues between Penske and Ganassi Racing. Penske takes the Indy 500, falters on the championship, and Ganassi steals it away.
And yet again, we have another fascinating end and conclusion to a Verizon IndyCar Series. It all began with JPM in Florida at St. Pete. And how about James Hinchcliffe's surprise win, and a first-time winner at Barber in Josef Newgarden. So many high points. And for Will Power, who wanted to dominate the month of May at Indianapolis, but his teammate did something about it in the 500, Montoya winning it for the 2nd time. So many high points, like Carlos Munoz really in that street fight in Detroit, and Dixon in Texas, that turnaround win for Rahal at Fontana in his home win. And then the clinic in Milwaukee by Bourdais, a 4-time series champion. And then that much-needed victory for Ryan Hunter-Reay under the lights in Iowa. There's that hometown win for Rahal. That was a high point that kept him in this championship. For all of us here on NBC Sports, IndyCar 2015 will give us a lot to remember. And we race into the future with Justin Wilson firmly in our hearts.